Chapter 001 The Maid of the Young Lord. On supon a spring night Thebad was in disarray, Yoli with her hair dishevelled, laced stiffly on the embroidered bed, though awake, her spirit was lost. Beside her, the young lord coughed softly quisiandrosis lily yalis nervescens still light tightened, unsure of what odo. Clutching Thethan quill tightly she lay beneath a tunklet, with ailing aringa karimanding hero te shameful deed soft a previous night, the young lord lift the beat carton san left the bed, he saligant voicing it with wary hoarseness, calling for water. Eula de red nota pen harries, har heart was hattered. Solden tothyong on marquee mansion atten these washer fifth year in Thimonsion over this of figures yali hadrasen from fellowest ranking sweeping maid to themos destimad made before a theumblor doffning un marquee mansion achieving gasmol peak in her maid scarier. She was content with such a life, daring not to aspire for more sheplanet to save money and any day big for a favor from Mayor Master to redeem herself and marry outside mansion, becoming the mistress of an ordinary household and taking charge of her own life. Yet, on the trainy and windy night, while doing embroidery in the lord's room, she waited for his return from the study to tend to his time. No tenth way, rather, by serving tea of water, helping him change clothes, and assisting in his bath. As he had been promoted at the highest ranking maid 3 days prior, she was no eligible to keep vigil, she slept on his malkach sedithica no bed, not daring to sleep deeply whenever she heard no movement from Mayor Master in thim at a leaf tonight, shwould recito attend to him. The lord ways exception light alented, composed, on dan outstand in June scholar a 12, hebek imagicesval candidate in the Imperial Civil Service examination suffocante level, and at 15, the unjustice successful candidate in the provincial level examination 9th a Gratia dynasty, shining brightly in Thimonsion as if a literary star descended from Eoven, to no balto but described. Unlike the aristocratish Iun masters, he the attended classes F. Shang Shupravatiskul stayed in his study reading gondwriting, sometimes he would dread Latin to the night. The previous 2 nights were often, but this night Sia made a special ilong, she fell asleep in the couch, and her returned, his steps unsteady, hestumbled into the bedroom and, without a word, kissed and embrace her. Thothiung lord was jollerly huistall, about 8 feet around 1.8 meters today, and sheckled notricist, soon hepersetter in tuthab engaging in a passionate night together. Now her bonus full like they had been dislocated, despite high appearance of weakness, the young lord's explosive powerintha's regard ways astonishing. If a then thappened last night, Yali wouldn't believe a thought this aloof and dacitic man, like he a celestial being, had slept with his maid, Harinos and Swashattered. Now she had truly become the young lord's concubine training. However, a concubine training ways of endless tana concubine, without status or recognition. If she did not have a favor of her master, she might be dismissed casually when he married, only if you could become concubines. She had previously served in the old lady scour chardan was latter sent to serve the young lord. She had been beside for 2 years but never thought hero young lord would fancy such a lowly maid. Yet, last night's dream told her otherwise. That sexual encounter made her feel like she was in empty, dreamlike state, realizing halfway through her dream that she was just a meaner character in a storybook. The storybook mentioned that she would receive the young lord's favor, have her contract redeemed, leave the Monsiant to recognize her birth family and arranged for marriage. Yet, all thys was the beginning of a nightmare. She suffered greatly, but fortunately the lord, remembering their master-maid relationship, rescued her from her plight. Soon after, however, he died of illness. Eula felt strange. If even since the storybook were true, how could she suddenly have intimated her relations with the young lord? If not true, why did she have a dream? As Yala furrowed her eyebrows and thought, her body suddenly lifted into the air, she guessed, opening her eyes to see the young lord's deep unwavering gaze, like Ianabis or a dangerous vortex, it trapped her. The young lord wasn't unlatilented but also had an exquisite appearance escanesuthus jade, I stars brightest stars, and a demeanorous iranius the wine down derapinitry, making him sacred and unapproachable. Though she observed him closely, Yala maintained Dawson's off proprietas Maiden Navir Luca direct layeth her master, these was the first time she gazed at him so closely. Harry und lord was truly a fest for thighs. Realizing what she was thinking, Eula blushed instantly. Oh no, she had mentally desecrated the snow peen like young lord, she was guilty. With the doors and windows tightly closed, he carried her to the bathroom, in his arms, she full tinyan devon a bite overwhelmed, Heraudius red like he a trembling grabbit. How had the princely young lord ever held some own like Hethies? Together in Thebatub, Yala's bought ways enveloped be warm water, alleviating her discomfort butilsa making her more aware of the situation, her expression filled with shock. Reality told her that she was still a maid and must serve her master. The young lord closed his eyes and leaned against on side of the bathtub tourist. As he tentatively stepped out, he opened his lids, revealing her peri and radiant body. At 15, she had shed her childlike figure, developing into a beautiful woman with a graceful waist, elegant neck, androcycles, water droplets clung to Hiris like Heskin, glowing like a lotus smugging from green waves. Hyzes darkened, his voice still or sea sheast, what are you doing? Yoli, hugging herself with her snowy arms and her heart pounding, replied softly with downcast eyes, im just tidy and gup to survey, my lord. Propping himself upon the of the bathtub, he watched her leisurely and said, "You were real so tired last night, you ma bathe with him." Yoli did just say that? Indeed, it had been exhausting. Noticing his deep gaze scanning airbody Shekwaklir treat in Tothwater, Watchol Shido, how called Shejitout, sheddered not much trying to avoid touching him. Suddenly, Harriet Kadathasslender Bambulai Kandan lifted her glistening chin in her deer-like frightened gaze. Hespokiligidly, last night wasn't intentional, but since it happened, I will not neglect ya. When illegitimate wife comes, I will live at auto concubine. Yalisharat skipetabi atagana a concubine. The storybook did mention that. Clearly, last night's dream couldn't be trusted to Venso. She had never dreamed of becoming the Lord's concubine. After all, he was unattainable. Chapter 002 An elevated status. But she had been sold into Thimonsian and signed a la felon contract. Without their master's favor, she would spend her life as a slave. Now that she had lost her virginity, finding gates in familitamary and told be difficult even if shedded. If her fetus like that in the true or false storybook, she might as well stay with the Lord. Who was from a prestigious family, had a promising future, and had never treated her poorly. Being his concubine wouldn't be less, at least she would be half a master. But then, the ruas thethot of the Lord sedendeth. No, that was just me fake. Y'all didn't want to be vite. What, Urian willing, the Lord's displeasure ruas of Iden Twincha didn't respond immediately. No, my lord, thank you for your favor. You will surveil with all my heart from now on. Eula replied softly, understanding the nuance of her situation. Hesi mid satisfied with her answer. Thus Yalabeka metha concubine trained in Goftiong on Marquisi Lord. After serving him with his bath and dressing, she meticulously laid eat the bed since it was still early. Hella back don for a nap. Yali exidithi bedroom and director netto her own small room tourist. Theskai washes turning light and everything was squat yasha stepadot. Her legs uncontrollably trembled. She felt sound comfortable, thinking about having to engage in such intimate access a concubine. Chapter 003 One must consider the master when hitting a dog. Yin Yun's expression remained inscrutable. The arrangements made by the heir were not for you to question excessively, simply attend to your own duties. He often observed the two restless maidens, Green Willow and Red Peach, with a sense of discontent. Last night, Red Peach committed such a disgraceful act, daring to use her charms on the young master. Being given 20 lashes and sent away was a light punishment indeed. Moreover, Red Peach confessed last night that the items in question were purchased by Green Willow, prompting him to send people to search her quarters, yet nothing was found there. Everything was tucked away in Red Peach's own trunk. However, Yen Yun suspected that Green Willow was not entirely innocent in this matter. Lacking evidence made it unwise to deal with the maid harshly. Green Willow felt a rising indignation. As a modern individual who had once been a celebrated internet celebrity with millions of followers, how could she now be subjected to the whims of a mere servant? No, she was determined to ascend the social ladder, to trample these sycophants beneath her feet. She believed in herself. There was nothing she could not achieve. Once she became the young master's woman, she would certainly make this scoundrel pay. Yen Yun directed the matrons to move Young Pair's belongings. Young Pair, accompanied by Chiao Xuan, ventured to the west wing to take a look. It seemed that being a concubine was not without its advantages. Her future residence would be more spacious, and bathing would be considerably more comfortable, especially during the winter months. The winters in the capital were indeed harsh for those serving below. Green Willow hurried after Young Pair, demanding, Young Pair, what on earth gives you the audacity to move to the west wing? Green Willow, being exceedingly clever, suspected she could deduce the reason. Young Pair, however, did not elaborate, merely offering a vague response before returning to her original room to tidy up. Green Willow's brow furrowed deeper with concern. Could it be that her meticulously crafted scheme had inadvertently benefited this simpleton, Young Pair? How could the heir, in his foolishness, prefer the dull-witted Young Pair over Red Peach? Gradually, Green Willow began to perceive Young Pair as a cunning green tea bitch, merely playing the innocent while concealing her true intentions. What angered Green Willow the most was that she had unwittingly tailored a wedding gown for another. Noticing Green Willow's sour expression, Yen Yun seized the opportunity to deliver another blow, remarking, Oh, I almost forgot to inform you, the heir has commanded that you go outside to sweep and wash. Unless summoned, you are not to enter the courtyard. She intended to assign her menial tasks to keep her occupied and deter her from engaging in any audacious acts. Green Willow was incensed, retorting, I was sent by the lady to serve the heir. How could I possibly perform such coarse labor? Yen Yun scoffed coldly, since the lady arranged for you to be here, you must prioritize the heir's commands. You cannot indulge your whims. If you disagree, you are welcome to return to the lady's quarters. Taking a deep breath, Green Willow turned on her heel and departed. She intended to lodge a complaint. After all, one must consider the master when punishing a dog. The original maid had been sent by the Countess to serve and keep an eye on the heir, but since the heir no longer regarded the Countess with any respect, she would need to seek a powerful ally to support her. If the Countess could exert pressure to displace Young Pair and elevate her own position, it would be nothing short of ideal. Before long, the Countess dispatched someone to summon Young Pair. This countess was the second wife of the Duke of Yeoman, elevated from a favored concubine. She was not the heir's biological mother but rather his stepmother. Green Willow and Red Peach were ostensibly assigned to serve the heir by the countess, yet in truth, they were also placed as her eyes and ears. Young Pear, originally a little maid responsible for embroidery in the old lady's quarters, was deemed beautiful and obedient, thus assigned to the Songtao courtyard to handle the heir's embroidery tasks, clearly a deliberate elevation to prepare her for a future as a concubine. Now, with two maids arranged by the countess, one beaten and the other relegated to menial duties, the countess was understandably displeased. Young Pear recognized that she had become the heir's concubine and feared that her days of peace were numbered. Yet, for now, she could only face challenges as they came, taking each step as it came. Upon arriving at Lanqing courtyard, she respectfully saluted the countess, resplendent in her finery, adorned with a green gemstone forehead ornament and clad in a long indigo gown embroidered with silver thread and peony patterns, sat sternly on the couch, sipping fragrant Biluakan tea. Raising her head, she scrutinized Young Pear. "So, you are the one serving the heir now?" Young Pear slowly lifted her gaze, noting the countess's unreadable expression. "Yes." "And have you shared intimacy with the heir?" The countess clearly asked a question she already knew the answer to. Young Pear steadied her nerves and replied, "Yes, we have." "Very well, I was unaware that the heir favored someone like you. Since he desires your service, you shall attend to him diligently." With that, the countess exchanged a knowing glance with the matron beside her, who handed Young Pear a red plum gold filigree flower. The matron stated, "This is a gift from the lady. You must serve the heir well, and should anything arise, you are to report it to the lady immediately." The implication was crystal clear. She was to act as the countess's informant in the future. In that instant, the flower felt as if it burned in Young Pear's hands, yet as a servant, she could not refuse the master's gift. Gratefully accepting, she bowed deeply, expressing her thanks. "Thank you for your generosity, my lady. I shall serve the heir with utmost diligence." Having received the countess's approval, Young Pear departed. The moment she left, Green Willow emerged from behind the floral screen, indignantly stating, "My lady, do you truly believe that foolish girl can comprehend your instructions? If she wishes to secure her position in the Duke's household, she must cling tightly to the countess's support." However, to her surprise, the countess did not seem angered by Green Willow's complaints. On the contrary, she had rewarded Young Pear, leaving Green Willow perplexed about the countess's true intentions. Having traversed to this era, Green Willow felt a tinge of disdain for the ancients, believing them to be rather dull-witted compared to her own worldly wisdom. Yet, the matron cast her a sidelong glance, disdainfully remarking, "Foolish, if she were truly foolish, how could she surpass both you and Red Peach in winning the heir's favor?" Green Willow's face flushed with embarrassment, musing that it was not entirely her fault. After all, she had arrived late. Had she come earlier, there would have been no room for Young Pear or Red Peach, but now the situation was set, and she could only say, "My lady, grant me some more time, and I will surely win the heir's affection." Who could be unaware that the Duke of Yeoman's household revolved around the heir, whose prospects were bright, not only with prospects of title inheritance but also a promising career ahead? She was determined to place her bets on him. If she could become a favored concubine, just like the countess, and be bestowed with the honor of becoming the legitimate wife, then her ambitions would be fulfilled. The countess was the very direction of her future efforts. In any case, she refused to believe she could be outdone by Young Pear. After all, she was a modern woman, with just a little cunning. She had dealt with Red Peach, and resolving the matter with Young Pear was merely a matter of time. The countess pondered for a moment before saying, "You shall serve in the second young lady's quarters." According to the original maid's memories, the second young lady referred to the heir's biological sister, Gu Wanyue. Though she had been frail and sickly since childhood, she was notorious for her difficult temperament. The mere thought of serving that mistress sent shivers down Green Willow's spine, and she sought to alter the countess's decree. "My lady, grant me a little more time, and I—" Yet the matron interjected sharply, "The lady's orders are not to be questioned." Green Willow, recognizing her current status as a maid, could only steel herself and bow, "Yes." But within, she remained resolute, believing she would eventually find an opportunity to turn the tide in her favor. Chapter 004 How could my maid write poorly? Upon returning, Young Pear hastened to seek out the heir. At that moment, the heir was engrossed in his writing within the study. The Boshan incense burner wafted a rich, lingering aroma of agarwood, while on the table rested the heir's cherished potted yun soam, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and harmony. Young Pear entered with light footsteps, bowed respectfully, and beheld the heir, who was clad in a robe adorned with green bamboo patterns. His ink-black hair flowed like satin, and the dappled shadows of the trees outside danced upon him, rendering him akin to a celestial being. Young Pear approached to grind the ink, her sweet, soft voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing to disturb the heir's elegance. Just as she began, the heir, without lifting his gaze, gently interrupted, instructing her to brew a pot of pre-rain Longjing tea. Noticing a teapot on the side, young Pear peered at it, her brow furrowing in concern. Prior to her visit to the lady of the house, she had entrusted Qiu Shuang with brewing the heiress' preferred pre-rain Longjing tea, providing specific instructions, yet a mistake had still occurred. The heir was exceedingly particular about his meals and daily habits, particularly regarding the tea he consumed each day. He was adamant about its quality. Should the tea fail to meet his expectations, he would rather discard it than sip even a drop. The pre-rain Longjing tea typically required approximately 3 qian of tea leaves per cup, with about 8 qian for a full pot, a quantity sufficient to allow the leaves to fully release their fragrance and flavor. However, it was evident that Qiu Shuang had overstepped this measure. Moreover, the water temperature was of great significance. Given that Longjing tea is made from tender buds and leaves, the water should not be too hot to avoid compromising the tea's flavor. Thus, one must first bring the water to a boil, then allow it to cool slightly before brewing. Feeling the teacup, young Pear realized it was evidently too cool. Qiu Shuang, lacking experience, had failed to replenish it with hot water. Consequently, young Pear had no choice but to prepare a fresh pot of hot tea for the heir. Outside, Qiu Shuang, attending the heir for the first time, felt an immense pressure from his stoic demeanor, which revealed nothing of his thoughts. Sister young Pear, this heir always maintains a serious expression and says nothing. I am at a loss for where I have erred, she lamented, on the verge of tears. You have only just begun to serve, there is much to learn, and you will gradually improve by following my lead, young Pear reassured her, not assigning blame but willing to patiently guide her. These nuances were gleaned from observing others in the old lady's courtyard, where she had stealthily acquired her skills. Otherwise, how could a mere maid have learned such arts? From a young age, she understood the importance of mastering a few skills. Green Willow and Red Peach often wondered what merit young Pear possessed to become the foremost maid by the heir's side. In truth, it was due to her quietly exceptional tea brewing skills and the fact that her embroidery work was never dismissed. The accumulation of these details fostered a certain leniency from the heir towards her, increasing his reliance on her, yet his reserved nature rendered his satisfaction or dissatisfaction difficult to decipher. However, after 2 years of keen observation, young Pear had begun to discern the heir's intentions. Having brewed the pre-rain Longjing tea anew with precise measurements and appropriate temperature, the heir drained 1 cup and promptly set it down. Young Pear was quick to refill it, and he consumed that as well, evidently parched. In her heart, she mused, if he was thirsty, why not simply drink a little instead of waiting for her to brew? Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts regarding the heir. Noticing he had no intention of inquiring further, young Pear took the initiative to explain her earlier whereabouts, mentioning that the lady had summoned the maid for a conversation. Only then did he casually inquire, what was discussed. The lady bestowed upon the maid a golden, hollowed plum blossom hairpin and inquired about your health, urging the maid to report any matters concerning you henceforth. Having served in the Marquis's residence for many years, while she had no desire to become embroiled in the surging tides of conflict, she was observant and articulate, adept in her speech to convey clarity without easily offending others. Self-preservation was indeed a skill essential for a competent maid. Currently, she faced a choice between serving as the lady's spy or remaining a loyal maid to the heir. Young Pear resolutely chose the heir in her heart. This decision was not solely due to having surrendered her virtue to him, rather, her 2 years in his service had been quite comfortable, and she had recently been promoted to first-class maid. The heir had shown her a profound kindness. The fate of Red Peach served as a cautionary tale. Any treachery in the heiress' presence bore dire consequences. A rare smile flickered across the heir's cool visage. You are indeed perceptive. The maid is already yours, my lord. I shall serve you for all eternity. Young Pear professed her loyalty. In truth, she harbored no grand ambitions, she simply wished to live peacefully in the embroidery room. Besides embroidering for the heir, she could also sell surplus work for some income. She truly wished to remain uninvolved in the intricate struggles of power, yet, her circumstances were no longer within her control. Write this character, the heir commanded, handing her a rabbit hair brush. My handwriting is poor, young Pear admitted, lowering her gaze. My maid, how could you possibly write poorly? The heir guided her hand over the chien paper, forming the character for young. While he was often lenient towards her in many respects, he was particularly stringent when it came to matters of reading and writing. Punishments such as strikes on the palm or repetitive copying were not mere threats. He meticulously inspected each character, insisting on 10 repetitions if not executed to his satisfaction. Indeed, she cherished this rare opportunity to learn, yet feared that excessive brilliance might breed envy, deliberately introducing errors in her assignments. Nevertheless, the heir remained patient with her despite her efforts. At this moment, the heir held her hand once more, guiding her to write the character for Pear. The scent of ink clung to him, mingling with the fragrant incense in the room, creating an intoxicating aroma that made young Pear's ears flush with warmth at the gentle breaths falling near her. In her anxiety, young Pear lost track of the character she was writing, her palm slick with perspiration. He released her hand. Recite the poem I taught you last time, let me see. Young pair responded hesitantly. The heir added, "If you cannot write it, I shall strike your palm." With a steely resolve, young pair bent over the desk to write. Though she remembered the poem, she felt embarrassed about the quality of her handwriting. She endeavored to write beautifully, each stroke deliberate and earnest. The paper was precious, gifted from Chengsantang, worth 100 gold pieces. In private, she practiced with a cheaper brush, yet her efforts paled in comparison to the heiress' fluid, vigorous calligraphy, akin to a child's scrawl compared to an adult's. Yet, this was the best she could manage. Upon finishing, she respectfully presented her work to the heir. He glanced down at it. Young pair's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This time, she had not intentionally misspelled anything. Surely he would praise her. The thought ignited a small thrill within her. The heir set the paper down and looked at her with a cool demeanor, extending his hand to in that moment, young pair felt her heart shatter quietly. Must I also be punished for this, she thought. Alas, even as a concubine, I must endure this suffering. What a misfortune! Chapter 005 The gifts received in abundance. Young Li's heart was heavy with unspoken sorrow. She harbored grave suspicions that the heir had taken her as a concubine merely to indulge his whim of teaching, claiming he could strike her palm at will. With great trepidation, young Li extended her hand. Though sold into the household at a tender age, she had initially toiled as a maid, later catching the old matriarch's eye and being reassigned to serve in the courtyard. Her proficiency in needlework earned her further favor, thus she escaped much of the rough labor, resulting in her hands being exquisitely delicate, with fair skin that glowed like fresh cream, akin to verdant shoots touched by the dew of early spring. "Your Grace, please be gentle," young Li murmured, closing her eyes and turning her head aside. She recalled the last time the heir had struck her palm with a ruler, leaving it red and stinging. Although it had been but a single blow, the memory of that fleeting pain lingered vividly. Yet, contrary to her expectations of discomfort, a cool sensation enveloped her hand. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a splendid jade bracelet of exquisite quality. Such a piece was perfectly suited to her, accentuating her icy white complexion, creating a harmonious unity. "Your Grace, is this a gift for your humble servant?" she asked, her surprise evident. The heir's demeanor remained composed as he replied, "In the future, devote more effort to your studies, rewards abound, for my maid cannot be a fool." "Thank you, Your Grace," young Li responded, her eyes sparkling with joy as she performed a courteous bow. Heavens, what a divine master! Teaching writing and bestowing gifts of encouragement, how delightful! "This bracelet is a reward for your diligence and study," he added. "And this hairpin," he continued, retrieving a box from his wide sleeves, "is a token for becoming my concubine. I apologize for the discomfort you endured last night." As he spoke, a hint of awkwardness crossed his features. Young Li paused, accepting the box he offered, and upon opening it, she found another exquisite jade hairpin that complemented her bracelet perfectly. In her eyes, this life was worth living. To her, material wealth was far more reliable than the capricious affections of her master. Today, she had truly received gifts in abundance and, with a cheerful voice, expressed her gratitude once more. However, even in her joy, she remembered the importance of decorum, for the heir valued propriety above all. Noting her measured demeanor, he nodded with satisfaction and presented her with a famous calligraphy manual, instructing her to practice diligently. Having accepted her gifts and the manual, young Li withdrew, her spirits soaring, only to encounter Green Willow. Green Willow had returned to pack her belongings, intending to inform the heir of her presence, hoping to win his favor and sympathy in an attempt to secure her position in the Songtao courtyard. Their paths crossed in the covered walkway, and Green Willow's expression turned hostile. In her eyes, the position of the first maid beside the heir rightfully belonged to her. As a modern woman, she was destined to be the focal point of this era, having read numerous time travel novels that portray time travelers as favored by fate, all of whom thrived, some as princesses, others as queens, and even some as empresses. With both beauty and intelligence on her side, was it too much to aspire to be the esteemed wife of a noble heir? It was unreasonable for someone as astute as herself to fail. She had not earned her place among the elite for nothing. There was no way she would be outshone by young Li, a mere ancient soul. The ignorance of those from the past was staggering, their minds ensnared by feudal ideologies, utterly incapable of matching her progressive thoughts. If only the heir could truly get to know her, he would surely be captivated by her shining qualities. Puffing out her chest with pride, Green Willow was ready to confront young Li when her gaze fell upon the jade bracelet adorning young Li's wrist. "How fortunate you are! Not only have you deceived the heir, but you also receive rewards everywhere, while I am relegated to serve the troublesome young lady," she spat, her eyes aflame with jealousy. "You may pretend to be a mistress now, but remember, a concubine is merely a plaything, devoid of status. When the legitimate wife arrives, who knows how she will torment you? You may even find yourself sold to a brothel." Green Willow sought merely to vent her frustrations, hoping to instill a sense of unease in young Li, making her regret even the status of a concubine. Yet young Li was not easily intimidated. She met Green Willow's antagonism with calmness. Thank you for your reminder, Sister Green Willow. I shall be more prudent and serve the heir diligently. Now a significant maid and a minor concubine, she knew she must uphold her dignity, lest she provide fodder for gossip. You wretched creature! Green Willow thought, her fist striking air in frustration. Truly, she was a deceptive flower, a white lotus. She had nearly been fooled herself. At that moment, the second young lady, Guanyu, arrived with her maid, prompting Young Li to bow respectfully, with Green Willow following suit. Guanyu, with her cold demeanor and striking beauty, turned her frosty gaze upon Green Willow. Repeat what you just said. Green Willow's expression shifted as she lowered her head, her eyes darting nervously. I forgot, she stammered. This was bad. She had encountered the most formidable of the young ladies in the household. What good fortune could she expect now? Guanyu's cold laughter pierced the air. Forgot? My elder brother values tranquility, who in this house is unaware. You have always been undisciplined, but now you exhibit even less decorum, behaving like a shrew during the day, speaking rudely and crudely. You seem to relish flaunting a semblance of authority. One might mistake you for the true mistress of our household. I dare not. The second young lady has misunderstood. Green Willow's heart seethed with resentment, yet her words were forced into submission. I am not deaf. It was you who gossiped about the mistress behind her back. You were skilled at insidious schemes and dishonorable behavior, yet you disdain your position as a concubine. Why do you persist? Guanyu gasped, covering her mouth with a handkerchief as she coughed lightly, continuing her reprimand. The madam assigned you to serve in my courtyard. I cannot bear your airs. You should return whence you came, for I cannot accommodate your pretensions. Green Willow, thoroughly humiliated, fled in tears, her fade of weeping disguising her true embarrassment. Young Li silently rejoiced, relieved that she had refrained from arguing with Green Willow earlier. When she first entered the household, the stewardess had advised her that the Marquis of Yong'an belonged to the ranks of noble families, where genuine high society demanded discretion and caution. One's words could lead to downfall, light punishments could result in a beating or even being sold off, heavier consequences could be fatal. She had kept this lesson firmly in her heart. Guanyu shook her sleeves, still displeased by Green Willow's unruly behavior. Young Li hastily offered comfort. Second young lady, why allow yourself to be angered by Green Willow? It is hardly worth the trouble. The inner chamber has just sent over a mountain of precious tea, which you have always cherished. Allow me to brew you a cup. As a competent first maid, it was her duty to remember the preferences of her masters, especially since the second young lady was the heiress sister. Guanyu's expression softened slightly. Very well, I shall have some soon. And where is my brother? In the study, writing, Young Li replied. Is it true that you have become my brother's concubine? Guanyu inquired, her tone curious. Young Li, feeling a flush of embarrassment, nodded shyly. Chapter 006. Her unwavering loyalty is to test the prince's poison. Guanyu was acutely aware that being a concubine was no enviable position, yet she preferred the company of Yu Li, who served her brother, over those with ulterior motives like Lu and Tao. She said, rest assured, perform your duties diligently, and take good care of my brother. In the future, I shall ensure that you are treated well and made a concubine, arranging for servants to attend to you. After my brother's marriage, you may bear a son or daughter, thus elevating your status to a legitimate concubine. Though Yu Li currently held the position of a concubine, her status remained that of a lowly servant. Even if she were to be recognized as a concubine in the future, she would still be a lowly one unless she bore children, which would grant her the chance to become a legitimate concubine, a fortunate opportunity for a servant. Yu Li expressed her gratitude with a bow, thanking the second young lady for her kindness. Despite Guanyu's sharp tongue and relentless demeanor, she was fiercely protective of those in her brother's household. She had been observant of Yu Li since her arrival at Song Tao courtyard and had found her character commendable. Now that her brother had taken Yu Li as his concubine, her mind was at ease. It was far better than allowing other seductive women to lead him astray. Guanyu instructed her personal maid to present gifts, saying, take this fabric and make yourself 2 outfits. You now represent my brother's dignity and cannot afford to appear shabby. Yu Li, possessing a discerning eye, recognized that the fabric was exquisite brocade, a material unfit for a mere servant. She was overjoyed and expressed her gratitude again. Guanyu admired Yu Li's grace and composure, noting her unpretentious nature. I know your heart is pure and good. Should any of the coarse servants or maids dare to disregard your commands, come to me, and I shall support you. Yes, thank you, young lady, Yu Li replied with a radiant smile. Guanyu then went to the study to find her brother, while Yu Li instructed Qiu Shuang to boil water and brew tea. Once the tea was prepared, she carried it to the study. At that moment, Lu, weeping and wailing, sought out the lady of the marquis to complain, embellishing her tale that Guanyu had disdained the lady, claiming she did not wish for her to serve. The lady's maid, Granny Chow, pressed, what else did she say? Speak quickly. Wiping her tears with a handkerchief, Lu trembled as she recounted. The second young lady said that the lady is merely a secondary wife, and her grasp has grown too long. The Marquis's estate ultimately belongs to the prince, and it is not the lady's place to hold authority. The lady's countenance darkened, her fingers gripping the low table tightly. Did she truly say such things? The second young lady had no such intent. It was that Yuli who sowed discord, Lu replied. I believe that lowly maid, having latched onto the prince, now no longer regards the lady with any respect. Though Lu harbored resentment towards Gu Wanyu, she was aware that a servant discussing their master was a grave offense, even if it were true. If the situation escalated and the second young lady took offense, it could lead to dire consequences for her. It was wise to deflect blame onto Yuli. If the lady truly wishes to deal with Yuli, it is but a matter of a word. Surely the prince would not jeopardize his relationship with the lady for the sake of a mere servant. Granny Chow, however, was astute enough to discern Lu's ulterior motives and smirked. Do not tell me you concocted these tales out of desperation, seeking to use me as your weapon? Lu's heart raced. Maid, I would never. If I speak one falsehood, may I suffer a terrible fate. Granny Chow merely curled her lips in a sardonic smile. Who doesn't swear, in this grand estate, who truly believes such vows? Lu erupted into another fit of tears, lamenting her worthlessness for the lady. The lady, disgusted, commanded Granny Chow to have Lu dragged away for 10 strikes and then sent to the servants' quarters to wash the chamber pots. Lady, please show mercy. Lu had not anticipated such treatment when she sought the lady's favor. As she was taken away, begging for forgiveness, she could hardly believe how quickly her situation had deteriorated. This ancient era is far from the idyllic tales of novels. As Lu was led away to face punishment, Granny Chow turned to the lady and remarked, Madam, this lowly maid speaks without thought. The lady, examining the account books, coldly replied, Yu Jia has always believed herself superior to me. The siblings looked down upon me, the concubine raised to the status of a secondary wife. In my view, Lu's words were not entirely unfounded. Granny Chow responded, Madam, you have labored for the Marquis's household for many years. Your contributions have not gone unnoticed by the elder lady. Yet what good has it done? The lady closed the account book, her voice measured. In the end, I am merely a seamstress for others, while my son will never inherit the title. Though her son was the eldest, her past as a concubine forever stained his lineage, placing him beneath the legitimate son. Granny Chow refrained from further comment. This had always been the lady's burden, an unresolved grievance. While the prince remained. As evening approached and supper was served, Yuli stood by, attending to the prince's meal as usual. The supper consisted of 5 dishes and 1 soup. Gu Wanyu joined her brother for the meal, finding her appetite robust, while the prince expressed his discontent with a particular dish, the lotus tofu, which he deemed overly pungent. As a dutiful maid, Yuli quickly made a mental note to remind the cook to improve the recipe next time. The lotus tofu was prepared by soaking the curds in well water thrice to remove the bean odor, then simmered in chicken broth, finished with seaweed and shrimp. It was a dish the prince usually relished, yet this time it was evidently not executed well, but perhaps his palate was simply too discerning. Gu Wanyu certainly did not notice. The prince, with a detached demeanor, seemed to lack appetite. Yuli gently suggested, Your Highness, the pear stir-fried chicken is quite novel, perhaps you might consider trying it. The pear stir-fried chicken involved slicing the young chicken breast, frying it in lard, adding seasonings, and incorporating thin slices of pear and fragrant mushrooms, resulting in an exceptionally delightful dish. Yuli had tasted a few pieces from the kitchen and found it utterly delectable. Not that it was stealing, her unwavering loyalty was a test for the prince. Gu Wanyu remarked, Indeed, brother, you have been eating less lately. With the autumn chill upon us and your incessant studying, how can your body endure? Yuli sighed inwardly, thinking that the prince was indeed too picky. 2 days in the slums would humble him. The prince sampled the pear stir-fried chicken, taking a few bites before criticizing the chicken for being too tough. Yuli's lips twitched in despair. There's no saving him. Regardless, she relished her own meal without fuss. Gu Wanyu lamented, Brother, you appear thinner than the day before. At this rate, you will age prematurely. What do you think, Yuli? The pointed question left Yuli in a cold sweat. How could she dare to comment on the prince? As if sensing her discomfort, the prince's gaze turned icy. Am I truly looking older than yesterday? Yuli swallowed hard, thinking, surely I can't say you look younger. Chapter 007. The so-called impropriety. Gu Wanyu covertly signaled to Yuli, urging her to echo her words. Yuli quickly composed herself and remarked, The air is adorned with an array of virtues, possessing unparalleled talent and beauty, truly unmatched by any. However, the recent drop in temperature has caused your complexion to suffer slightly. Regardless, I implore you to partake in more nourishment. Gu Wanyu responded in agreement, indeed, indeed. As Yuli served him, she added, my lord, you may indulge in this fish, which nourishes the skin and sharpens the mind. This pigeon soup will invigorate your blood, allowing you to radiate with vitality. Under Yuli's flattery, the heir could not help but consume an extra half bowl. Gu Wanyu smiled with satisfaction. With Yuli present, she felt at ease. Yuli sighed inwardly, reveling in the self-cultivation of a first-rate maid. After their meal concluded, Gu Wanyu took the water offered by a servant to rinse her mouth, discreetly spitting into a spittoon before broaching the subject of Lulu with her elder brother. I had intended to return to the lady and dismiss Lulu from the estate. However, upon my visit, I witnessed the lady ordering Lulu to be beaten and then sent to the servants' quarters for labor. I thought it best to let it be. The heir's expression was indifferent. Is that of any significance to me? He never concerned himself with such trivial matters, as long as they did not infringe upon his presence. However, Yuli contemplated that Lulu, who cherished beauty and was previously a second-rate maid, had never been accustomed to arduous labor. How could she possibly endure being relegated to such menial tasks? Her thoughts were not rooted in sympathy but rather a sense of kinship. Having witnessed the fates of Hong Tao and Lu Liudai in the confines of this grand estate, one must tread carefully. The lives of the servants were as light as feathers in the eyes of their masters. This realization served as a warning to Yuli, reminding her not to become complacent due to favor, nor to forget her place in propriety. As twilight descended, Gu Wanyu departed with her maid, while Yuli instructed an elder servant to carry the lantern for her. As a personal maid, she meticulously considered every detail of the arrival and departure for the heir. When night fully enveloped the surroundings, Yuli, as per usual, prepared the bedding for the heir. He emerged from the cleansing chamber, donned in a moon-white nightgown. Walking slowly, Yuli lowered her gaze, standing respectfully by his side. She did not allow the fact that she had become a concubine to cloud her thoughts. Serving the fastidious heir required a keen sense of propriety, and if he held no designs, she must not impose herself upon him, lest she become an object of disdain. Though Yuli typically remained oblivious to the happenings beyond her needlework, she was astute in reading the nuances of her lord's demeanor, particularly his habits. Only by ensuring his complete satisfaction could she hope for a swift advancement. He cast her a glance, prompting her to fetch him tea. He took a sip and handed it back, but Yuli, momentarily unsteady, spilled some on his nightgown. Her eyes widened in shock. This was her first blunder as a maid, unforgivable. The heir regarded her with incredulity. The maid stammered, I shall wipe it for you. In her haste, she accidentally pressed against a sensitive area, eliciting a muted groan from him. However, Yuli remained oblivious, focused solely on rectifying her mistake. The heir grasped her wrist, his brow furrowed in restraint, his ears tinged with crimson. Enough! Faced with the heir's thinly veiled irritation, Yuli felt the impending dread of her darkest moment. Would the fastidious heir dismiss her? What could she do? Had she truly committed such a grave error to warrant expulsion? That night was my misstep. Do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards me in the future, he warned. Yuli was taken aback. The heir, turning his face away, continued, I have no interest in indulging in pleasures that distract from my studies. If you have intentions, you may wait until I elevate you to concubine status before acting upon them, but not now. With the spring examination approaching in March of next year, he could not afford to relax until then, aiming naturally for the top 3 positions in the palace examination. Settling for merely being a successful candidate would be a profound regret for him. Thus, he could not allow himself to be sidetracked by feminine allure. Yuli, perplexed, thought, why is it that despite speaking, I cannot comprehend your words? Her mind raced as she endeavored to decipher the heiress' meaning, fearing she might appear dim-witted for not grasping it. Eventually, she concluded, and began gently explaining, my lord, you misunderstand. I assure you, I harbor no improper thoughts towards you. I am well aware that the other day, it was due to Hong Tao's underhanded tactics that you were momentarily compromised. It is entirely my fault for failing to protect you. Should there be a second instance, I shall promptly summon a physician to attend to you, ensuring you do not suffer. Her earnest explanation darkened the heir's countenance. What do you mean by compromised by you? Such unfamiliar phrasing. Yuli felt equally helpless. As a maid, she could not directly remind her master that he had taken her body. He might misconstrue it as her trying to leverage him. A competent maid must never allow her master even the slightest displeasure. The heir released her wrist, regarding her with a curious gaze. To Yuli, it seemed as if he were wary of a predatory woman. Understanding dawned upon her, and she reiterated, my lord, rest assured, I am not a lecherous person. If I were to harbor any ulterior motives, you may punish me by sending me to the family temple to become a nun, and I would bear it without complaint. You do not wish for it, and I wish for it even less. The heir was rendered speechless by her words. While he occasionally appreciated her straightforwardness, it was bordering on foolishness. We cannot continue this conversation, otherwise, you will only become more astonishingly candid. The heir reclined on the bed, appearing somewhat irked. Yuli was left bewildered, wondering if he still suspected her. Nevertheless, she had explained herself and provided assurances. If he still doubted her, she was at a loss for what to do. The more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes. So be it. Just as she was about to lower the curtains for him, he suddenly ordered in a curt tone, "Recite the Tao Te Ching for me." Yuli nearly blacked out in disbelief. What nonsense! My lord, I do not know how. In the face of such an astute heir, a maid must never presume to be clever or feign understanding. At times, honestly admitting her shortcomings would prevent him from holding her in contempt. The heir got up and retrieved a copy of the Tao Te Ching from the shelf, stating, "Read it aloud. If you encounter any unfamiliar characters, ask me." Yuli pondered, "Did I say something wrong earlier that warrants this punishment?" Thus, in the dead of night, she found herself seated at his feet, stumbling through the recitation of the Tao Te Ching to soothe him to sleep. Yuli felt that her monthly stipend of 2 taels was utterly inadequate for the effort she was expending. Little did she know, the heir, reclining on the bed, spoke softly, "By the way, your monthly stipend could certainly use an increase." Chapter 008. A turn of fortune, he spoke, and in that moment, the young pair found herself no longer weary. Instantly invigorated, she sat upright, reciting the Tao Te Ching with utmost seriousness. "Heaven and earth are merciless, treating all creatures as straw dogs. The sage is also merciless, treating the common people as straw dogs." Yet, she stumbled over a phrase, struggling with the unfamiliarity of 2 characters. The young lord, eyes closed, seamlessly continued where she faltered, "Is it not like the sound of a flute? Empty yet unyielding, moving yet ever emerging. To speak too much brings exhaustion, it is better to remain centered." He also took the time to elucidate the meaning to the young pair, who listened intently. His voice was melodious, a clear and gentle tune akin to the strings of a zither, soothing to her ears. A sound she adored. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon, weariness overtook the young pair. Observing the young lord's stillness on the bed, she softly called out twice, but received no reply. Promptly, she closed the book and extinguished all but 2 lamps in the room, knowing he preferred a softer light while he slept. She then reclined on the adjacent couch and fell into a deep slumber. Though her rest was peaceful, that night, Green Willow found no solace in sleep. She lay on the communal bed in the attic, while the other maids had succumbed to slumber. Only she, in a corner, groaned in pain, drawing the ire of her companions. Everyone was aware of Green Willow's misfortunes. First, she was cast aside by the young lord, much like a ball in a game of kuju, and subsequently relegated to the second young lady's courtyard, only to be deemed too arrogant and ultimately sent to the miscellaneous quarters. Given such circumstances, Green Willow naturally garnered no respect from others, and her labor in the miscellaneous quarters hardly afforded her any dignity. The servants here were already burdened with toil and, by day's end, were filled with pent-up frustration, leaving little room for kindness towards one another. Thus, Green Willow faced both physical and emotional torment. Before her time in this world, she had never known hardship. She was raised in comfort, sheltered from want. Later, she rode the wave of the live streaming boom, adopting a persona of a socialite, effortlessly earning money through promotional sales, basking in self-assurance, and attracting the attention of affluent admirers. Yet now, thrust into this bewildering realm, reality dealt her a harsh lesson. It became apparent that even a modern individual was not a unique entity in this era. In a dynasty where social hierarchies were sharply defined, a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. She began to reassess her reality, silently vowing that she would not concede defeat. She was determined to escape this wretched place, employing whatever means necessary. The following morning, after a restful night, the young pair awoke early, quickly tending to her grooming and attire, awaiting the young lord's rise. Should he oversleep, it fell upon her as his personal maid to rouse him. Though such instances were rare, the young lord was known for his self-discipline and diligence, attending his classes at the Ministry of Rights Academy punctually each day. The minister had engaged renowned scholars from the Lu region, attracting numerous elite students, the young lord among them. Unless truly unavoidable, he would attend class come rain or shine. Once the young lord awoke, the young pair promptly led the matron in bringing water to assist him with his ablutions, meticulously aiding him in dressing. From his trousers to his shoes, she attended to every detail with great care. While the young pair occasionally appeared somewhat naïve in the young lord's eyes, she was exceptionally attentive in her duties. Following this, they partook of breakfast. The young lord typically adhered to the principle of silence while eating, yet he turned his gaze to the young pair and stated, "Today, you are to write 10 large characters and copy a piece from the calligraphy manual. I shall review your work upon your return." The young pair bowed her head in obedience, responding, "Yes." With that, the young lord departed for his lessons, and she prepared to return to her quarters to complete her assignments. Thus, tranquility reigned for several days. However, one day, the young pair learned from Bao Chui, a maidservant of Guanyu, that Green Willow had become the favored concubine of the eldest young master. Bao Chui had come to seek the young pair's guidance on needlework. While casually mentioning this development, the lady of the household had one son and one daughter, with the eldest son, Gu Yufeng, holding the title of eldest young master, while the young lord ranked second. The young lord's later birth was due to the passing of an elder sister at the tender age of 10. Confusion enveloped the young pair. Hadn't Green Willow been assigned to labor in the miscellaneous quarters? How then had she become entangled with the eldest young master? Would the lady of the house approve? Bao Chui explained. It is said that one night, the eldest young master returned home inebriated, and through a lapse in the servant's attentiveness, he stumbled into a pond and nearly drowned. When pulled from the water, he was unresponsive. In the midst of chaos, Green Willow appeared and rendered aid, reviving him. The young pair nodded in understanding, realizing the gravity of the situation. Bao Chui continued. Consequently, the next day, the eldest young master summoned Green Willow, taken by her appearance, and accepted her as a concubine. It is rumored that the lady of the house, grateful for Green Willow's timely intervention, tacitly consented to the arrangement. In contrast to the young lord's aloofness, the eldest young master is quite the dashing and carefree gentleman. Bao Chui cautioned the young pair, now that Green Willow has risen in status, one cannot be certain of her feelings towards you. It may be wise to avoid her to prevent unnecessary conflict. The young pair nodded in appreciation for the warning, yet Bao Chui reminded her, we entered this household together, in this place, we are vulnerable. If we cannot support one another, who will? A wave of reflection washed over the young pair. Bao Chui's parents were once part of the dowry brought by the young lord's mother, but after her father's passing, her mother had remarried, leaving Bao Chui to fend for herself in the household. Despite this, she would occasionally venture out to visit her mother and stepfather. In stark contrast, the young pair had no recollection of her relatives, lost to time, without a place to return to during festivals. As Bao Chui suggested, it was prudent to avoid Green Willow. However, working in the household made encounters inevitable. Indeed, when the young pair went to pay her respects to the lady of the house, she crossed paths with Green Willow. Having endured her own trials, Green Willow had gained valuable insights and recognized the challenges of navigating life in ancient times. She had gradually tempered her once fiery demeanor, cherishing her hard-won opportunities and lifestyle. No longer would she return to the foul quarters, scrubbing the latrines or enduring the scorn of others. Those days were behind her, forever. This time, when she visited the lady of the house to report on her duties, she brought along her specialty modern desserts. A delightful peach cream cake and rose milk tea, adorned with heart-shaped peach pieces. These treats were sure to please any young lady. Despite having borne 2 children, the lady of the house was still under 40, youthful and unable to resist such confections. Upon the young pair's arrival, she witnessed the lady of the house devouring the treats with unrestrained delight. Once the lady had savored a few bites, Green Willow offered the perfectly brewed rose milk tea, its fragrant aroma mingling with the freshness of the tea leaves. The lady took a sip, utterly satisfied. Green Willow understood that within the entire Duke's household, her only allies were the lady of the house and the eldest young master. As long as she endeared herself to these two, her future would be bright, paving the way for her ascent from concubine to the Duke's legitimate wife. Although concubines held a lowly status and traditionally had no hope of becoming the main wife, she had read novels that hinted at such possibilities. The lady of the house expressed her delight at Green Willow's offering, having consumed nearly half of the peach cream cake in one sitting. A lover of sweets, she found the combination of milk and tea utterly intriguing, leading her to regard Green Willow with newfound respect. Previously, she had perceived the maid as merely a pretty face lacking substance, but today, she recognized her usefulness. You excel at making these delightful regional desserts, the lady of the house praised. Green Willow, overjoyed, replied, if you enjoy them, I shall make them regularly for you. You are indeed thoughtful. The lady of the house, pleased, ordered Granny Chow to present Green Willow with a pair of red jade drop earrings as a reward. Green Willow immediately expressed her gratitude, casting a triumphant glance at the quietly observing young pair, as if to say, do you see, I have risen to favor, and now I am cherished. The young pair, however, remained impassive. Chapter 009. A provocation. Madame Ho indulged in a hearty meal and rinsed her mouth before turning her attention to Yuli, inquiring about the daily routines of the heir. The ordinary days were merely those, and Yuli recounted the details. Madame Ho remarked, now that both the eldest and second sons are yet to marry, as you have become part of their household, it is imperative that you serve them diligently, uphold your duties, and ensure that you do not conceive before the legitimate wife enters the household. Subsequently, old Madame Chow presented 2 bowls of contraceptive medicine for them to consume. Yuli and Green Willow exchanged glances, yet both resolutely lifted their bowls and drank them down. Yuli found it peculiar. She had been the heir's concubine for some time, and it was only now that Madame Ho thought to remind her to take the medicine. After they finished, Madame Ho continued, I cannot oversee your intake of this medicine daily. You must be aware of your own responsibilities. Should I discover that you have conceived before the legitimate wife arrives, you should be well aware of the consequences. In any respectable noble family, it is unacceptable for concubines to bear children before the arrival of the legitimate wife, nor is it permissible to take additional wives prematurely, otherwise, it would not only invite ridicule but also adversely affect the marriage prospects of the young ladies in the household. Yuli assured, "I shall certainly abide by my duties and heed your counsel, madam." Green Willow echoed her agreement, and they both took their leave. As Green Willow followed Yuli out, she taunted, "Sister Yuli, did you ever imagine I would emerge from the auxiliary courtyard so swiftly?" Her tone was laced with provocation and triumph. Yuli smiled and congratulated her, "Sister Green Willow." Green Willow believed she had discerned Yuli's true nature and gazed at her with disdain, though she moderated her words, "Now that we are concubines of our master, we must wholeheartedly serve him." Yuli, recognizing Green Willow's politeness, reciprocated, "Indeed, Sister Green Willow speaks the truth. It is our duty as servants." Green Willow resolved to embrace her role as a cunning strategist, ensuring that her talents would shine brightly. "I never anticipated that Madam would take such a liking to the hometown delicacies I prepared, even rewarding me with these exquisite earrings. It is truly a stroke of fortune, Sister Yuli. Should you wish to learn, I would be more than willing to teach you." With a smirk, she thought to herself that if the Navi Yuli wished to learn, she would ensure to impart the lessons thoroughly, even making her experience the hardships she had endured in the auxiliary courtyard. However, Yuli graciously declined, "Thank you for your kind offer, Sister Green Willow, but I have many matters to attend to in Songtao courtyard, and since the air does not favor sweets, it would be of little use for me to learn." Green Willow feigned a smile, "In that case, I shall not press you. Should you wish to learn in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Thank you, Sister Green Willow," Yuli replied amiably, leaving no room for criticism. Green Willow flicked her handkerchief and departed, dismissing the foolishness of arguing with someone she deemed beneath her. In the days that followed, she devised various means to prepare cakes and milk tea for Madame Ho. Yuli, however, remained indifferent to Green Willow's attempts to win Madame Ho's favor, believing that attending to the heir was her primary concern. After completing her daily tasks, she would retreat to her room to practice her calligraphy and memorize poetry, for the heir held high expectations in these areas. With the absence of Green Willow and Hong Tao by her side, Yuli gradually became more engrossed in her studies. She practiced writing from the heiress calligraphy book, producing commendable work, which earned his approval. The heir gifted her rabbit hairbrushes and high-quality paper and ink, urging her to practice diligently. One day, Gu Wanyu summoned her maid Bao Chui to invite Yuli to the water pavilion, stating that the old matriarch had invited a skilled artisan to teach the young ladies of the household some crafts, adding a touch of domestic amusement. Gu Wanyu intended for Yuli to join in the festivities. Upon her arrival, Yuli noticed that many of the young ladies from the household had already gathered in the water pavilion. Daughters from both the main and secondary branches were present, mingling freely without much restraint. Yuli spotted Green Willow, who had accompanied Gu Wanning, Gu Wanyu's younger sister. Gu Wanning was 1 year younger than Gu Wanyu and had recently developed a fondness for the cakes and milk tea that Green Willow had brought, inadvertently elevating Green Willow's status. This time, the artisan had come to teach the young ladies how to create hairpins, and she had brought Green Willow along to secure her position in the Ho residence and garner goodwill. Green Willow had also brought along her specialty desserts for everyone to enjoy. Yuli observed as Green Willow presented a beautifully decorated large cake, adorned with flower petals, which immediately captured the admiration of the young ladies. Green Willow deftly sliced the cake and served it to the ladies. Gu Wanning specifically offered a piece to Gu Wanyu, "Second sister, do give it a try." Gu Wanyu's expression remained indifferent. "I am unwell today and cannot indulge in sweets. I shall pass." Gu Wanning set the cake aside. "If that is the case, perhaps you would prefer to try some of Green Willow's finely brewed milk tea. It is quite delightful." "I cannot abide it," Gu Wanyu declined once more. The other young ladies exchanged glances, each aware of Green Willow's prior dismissal from Songtao courtyard due to disfavor, only to be returned to Madame Hope subsequently. Gu Wanyu had intended to have Green Willow serve her in her own courtyard, but she too had rejected her, leading to Green Willow's eventual assignment to the auxiliary courtyard. Such events had become common knowledge among those serving in the household. Remarkably, Green Willow's misfortune turned into fortune when she managed to save the eldest son from a drunken mishap while cleaning the latrines, thus becoming a favored concubine. Now, with Gu Wanning presenting Green Willow's creations to Gu Wanyu, there was an unmistakable hint of provocation, though the onlookers chose to remain silent, preferring to observe the unfolding drama without interference. Green Willow felt no fear of Gu Wanyu now, for she had found her own support in the form of her skills, which had won her favor with both Madame Ho and Gu Wanning. Should Gu Wanyu choose to make her life difficult, Green Willow knew well that even a dog must heed its master. As Gu Wanning openly challenged Gu Wanyu, it was evident that she was seeking her own satisfaction. Green Willow's heart swelled with delight. Yuli's gaze lingered on Green Willow, who merely shot her a sidelong glance. The artisan had begun her demonstration, teaching the young ladies how to create velvet flower hairpins, with all materials laid out. Gu Wanyu and her sisters gathered around a large Zeton table, while Yuli and Bao Chui settled at a smaller table nearby. Naturally, Green Willow joined them, her demeanor now one of haughty indifference towards Yuli. Yuli, undeterred, focused on the artisan's instructions, ready to apply her own hand to the task. Remembering a video she had watched prior to her arrival, Green Willow felt impatient with the artisan's lengthy explanations, opting instead to dive into her work. She aimed to showcase her skills, proving that even as a concubine, her talents could outshine those of the young ladies, making them reconsider their perceptions of her. Yuli cast a fleeting glance at Green Willow, who was already engrossed in her creation. The artisan primarily addressed the young ladies and paid little attention to the maids below. Should the young ladies require refreshments, the maids would need to attend to their needs. However, Yuli, being the heir's attendant, was exempt from this duty and could concentrate on her learning. Once the young ladies began their own projects, Yuli joined in as well. Bao Chui, having returned from attending to the second young lady, settled beside Yuli and quietly inquired about the artisan's instructions. Yuli, while working, softly shared the details with her. At that moment, Green Willow's creation began to take shape, and unable to suppress her laughter, she derided Yuli. "Look at you. You are so clumsy, how did the heir ever come to fancy you?" Infuriated, Bao Chui retorted, "If you are so capable, why not say that aloud?" Green Willow huffed, having learned her lesson from past experiences, and dared not speak up, content to mutter under her breath. "Though we are all mere servants, there are distinctions among us. Just look at me, I am exceptionally skilled." Holding her completed velvet flower hairpin, Green Willow beamed with pride. Yuli pursed her lips, then smiled brightly. "Oh, Sister Green Willow, your craftsmanship is truly impressive. How did you achieve such results? Please do share your methods with me." Her voice, neither too loud nor too soft, immediately captured the attention of the young ladies at the main table. Green Willow, who had been searching for a moment to showcase her talents, found the opportunity presented by Yuli quite fortuitous. Her heart swelled with triumph as she thought to herself how foolish Yuli was. Green Willow raised her voice slightly. "It is nothing, anyone can master it with a little practice." The artisan, noticing the exchange, praised, "Oh, this young lady is remarkably skilled, she has produced such a fine piece so quickly." Feigning modesty, Green Willow replied, "Oh, it is nothing much." Gu Waning, raising an eyebrow, instructed Green Willow to present her creation for inspection. Green Willow's heart leaped with joy, and unable to resist, she shot a triumphant glance at Yuli before eagerly presenting her work. Chapter 010 The Falling Out. Gu Waning fixed her gaze upon the finished product that Lulu had crafted within a brief span of time. Zhan Yang, possessing a discerning eye, recognized Lulu as the maidservant brought by the third young lady and thus offered her praise from the side. "Indeed, it has been executed splendidly. The stitching, the velveting, the finishing, there are no significant flaws in any aspect. If this is the result of your first attempt, you are undoubtedly quite gifted. A trace of a cold smile escaped Gu Wanying's lips. She, who could not even fathom the intricacies of stitching, found it absurd that her talents paled in comparison to that of a mere servant who had scrubbed chamber pots. She retorted with a biting tone, "My elder brother has indeed found himself a capable one, surpassing even myself by several degrees." The legitimate daughter of the second household chimed in, "Indeed, this maidservant's prowess casts us young ladies in a light of being ornamental yet ineffectual. One might mistakenly think she is the lady of the house while we are but the servants, so woefully foolish. Oh dear, I am so dim-witted that I cannot even manage a simple stitch. Alas, I am unfit for the tasks of a maidservant. I shall take my leave now." The taunts came in quick succession, roasting Lulu over an open flame, with one young lady even rising from her seat to deliberately spill her milk tea upon the ground. Lulu was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Just moments ago, these young ladies had praised her cake-making and the delightful taste of her milk tea. How swiftly their affections had turned. At that moment, Gu Wanyu finally spoke up, "Third sister, it seems I was blind to the talents of my second brother, allowing my elder brother to reap the benefits of discovering such a remarkable and capable maidservant, surpassing even us young ladies. It is indeed we who are foolish, unable to master even a simple flower. You should directly appoint Lulu as your teacher, it would make your learning much more convenient." Accustomed to her pride, Gu Waning could not abide such remarks. She immediately rose, unleashing her ire upon Lulu. "What are you still doing here? Hurry along and do not disgrace yourself in front of us. Do you not realize you have become a mere clown, foolishly showing off?" Lulu's face nearly turned green, her head bowed, trembling as she departed. Nearby, several other maidservants watched with barely concealed glee. Bao Chui stifled a laugh, casting a discreet glance at Yuli, who shook her head in warning, urging her to restrain herself. The masters were currently in a foul mood, and it was best for those in attendance not to attract attention, lest they suffer the consequences of thus. Bao Chui held back her laughter. Lulu left the pavilion, her head lowered, seething with indignation. She suddenly comprehended the taboo she had violated. She had dared to seek prominence in front of her masters. As Lulu departed the pavilion, she glimpsed Julie sitting quietly at a small round table, crafting velvet flowers. A deep resentment welled up within her, realizing she had unwittingly fallen into the trap set by that lowly maid. Julie had been in the household for many years, well aware of the rules of survival. Among these, seeking to outshine one's masters was a grave misstep. It was not that one could not showcase their intelligence, rather, it was imperative to gauge the occasion and to act appropriately, a true test of one's emotional intelligence and perceptiveness. In situations like today, where the masters were in charge, maidservants were merely there to amuse and occasionally to applaud the accomplishments of their superiors. At such times, one must never attempt to steal the limelight. Otherwise, the masters would feel humiliated, believing that their maidservants outshone them. Recently, Lulu had garnered the favor of the Countess and the third young lady due to her cake-making skills, leading her to become somewhat arrogant, forgetting her place. Yuli seized upon this weakness, imparting a fitting lesson. After the afternoon lessons, Bao Chui, nearly beside herself with laughter, pulled Yuli aside. She truly believes herself to be a master simply because she can whip up a few delicacies. Seeing her so flustered today nearly made me burst into laughter. Thank goodness I held it in. Watching the pompous Lulu receive a lesson from the equally arrogant third young lady was truly delightful. Yuli engaged in light banter for a while before returning to Song Tao courtyard with her materials for making hairpins. After a busy afternoon, she had yet to complete her velvet flowers. However, Gu Wanyu gifted her a small velvet flower she had made herself, instructing her to take the materials home and continue practicing according to the design provided by Zhang Yang, as they would have lessons again the following day. This course would last 3 days, offering ample opportunity to learn upon her return. The young lord also arrived. He was a diligent individual, often seen carrying a scroll of books on his. After Yuli assisted him with a simple wash, he quickly noticed the velvet flower adorning her hair. When did you acquire that? Yuli explained. The second young lady gifted it to me. This afternoon, the old lady invited a renowned hairpin maker to demonstrate the crafting process for the young ladies. The second young lady encouraged me to learn, but I am quite slow-witted and could not produce even a single flower. She then suggested I take the materials home to study the design at my own pace. The young lord replied, such trifles are of no consequence, do not forget your regular studies. Of course, the following 2 days of hairpin making lessons passed without a sight of Lulu. Yuli found her incessant chatter bothersome, and without Lulu's presence, things were much improved. However, Gu Wanning was not one to let matters rest. She often took jabs at Yuli. This was not due to any particular grievance against Yuli, but rather because Yuli was the young lord's favored maid, and the young lord was Gu Wanyu's elder brother. Naturally, Gu Wanning sought to bully Yuli to vex Gu Wanyu. Why, you ask? It stemmed from jealousy. Gu Wanyu was renowned in the countess' household for her beauty and talent, while Gu Wanning, born of the secondary wife, was also a legitimate daughter but inherently inferior due to her mother as passed. Constant comparisons to Gu Wanyu highlighted her deficiencies, leading Gu Wanying's mentality to become unbalanced, and she would frequently seek out opportunities to undermine Gu Wanyu. Yet Gu Wanyu was no pushover. When Gu Wanning insulted Yuli, she retaliated by disparaging Lulu, resulting in Lulu receiving the brunt of the fallout. Yuli, on the other hand, simply stuffed cotton in her ears, choosing to ignore their squabbles. While they quarreled amongst themselves, she concentrated on her hairpin making, contemplating the possibility of developing a side business to sell hairpins for profit. Earning money was of paramount importance. She delighted in the thought of her purse being plump. Though Lulu had recently fallen from grace due to her transgressions, the young ladies still appreciated her cake and milk tea, soon requesting her to bake for them again. Thus, Lulu exerted herself to please them with her culinary skills. Yuli, however, remained unconcerned with Lulu, immersing herself in her studies while also refining her hairpin making skills. Yet, Bao Chui soon returned to her with a tantalizing piece of gossip. Have you heard? Desiring to focus on her studies, Yuli thought to herself that it was difficult to remain oblivious to the outside world. How she longed to know, it was a tormenting curiosity. Chapter 011. She believes that heaven will favor the diligent girl. Yuli silently set down the plush flower hairpin in her hand and poured a cup of water for Bao Chui, inquiring, what has transpired? Bao Chui took a sip of water to soothe her throat before responding, today, I accompanied the second young lady to pay our respects to the madam, only to discover that she has been suffering from severe vomiting and diarrhea. The doctor, upon examination, attributed her condition to an excessive consumption of milk tea in recent days. He explained that milk tea is a cold and insubstantial substance, not to be overindulged, which infuriated the madam. She immediately punished Greenwillow, who had been the only one daily vying for the madam's favor, presenting cakes and that wretched milk tea. Now, it seems, her indulgence has led to this unfortunate ailment. Moreover, the fourth young lady of the second household also has a penchant for such treats. On one occasion, her wet nurse indulged excessively and fell ill. The doctor diagnosed her with a case of diabetes and forbade her from consuming such things. Consequently, the second madam has strictly prohibited the second household from partaking in these delicacies. Currently, Green Willow has been sentenced to kneel in the courtyard for 6 hours as punishment, which is quite a trial for her. Bao Shui has always disdained Green Willow's haughty demeanor, and now she feels a twinge of schadenfreude. She could not comprehend why, as all were mere serving maids, even if they became favored concubines, they were still maids. Why must Green Willow flaunt herself so arrogantly, as if she were the true mistress of the Marquis's residence? Yoli, however, felt relieved that she had declined Green Willow's offer to teach her about the cakes and milk tea from her hometown. Had she accepted and the young master suffered from an upset stomach, she feared the consequences would be dire. Bao Shui remarked, "You should heed her words with caution, her intentions are far from pure. Be more vigilant in your daily conduct." Yoli nodded, acknowledging that she had indeed been cautious. Previously, when she resided with Green Willow and Hong Tao, she was acutely aware of their natures. To avoid their schemes, she had feigned ignorance and neglected her studies assigned by the young master, yet by some twist of fate, he had chosen her as his foremost maid. Such is the way of fate. In the evening, upon the young master's return, Yoli reported the madam's condition. Although the Marquis's wife was a stepmother, she was still the young master's nominal mother, and as such, he was obliged to express concern for her health. A matter of filial piety that could not be taken lightly without incurring the ire of outsiders, the young master maintained a detached demeanor, saying nothing, for he had always been indifferent to that stepmother. Yoli tentatively suggested, "Perhaps I might transcribe a sutra on behalf of the young master to convey his sentiments, while also practicing my calligraphy." The young master did not object. Quickly, Yoli penned the sutra and presented it to the Marquis's wife, expressing that the young master had been troubled by her recent ill health and, due to his busy schedule, had entrusted her to write the sutra as a means of wishing her a swift recovery. It is no wonder that Yoli surpassed Green Willow and Hong Tao, as her eloquence was quite refined, coupled with her soft, gentle voice. Her words struck the Marquis's wife as sincere and comforting. The Marquis's wife perused the sutra, noting the neatness of Yoli's handwriting and the evident care taken in its transcription, and nodded in satisfaction, appreciating her thoughtfulness. She then rewarded Yoli with a plate of pastries, to which Yoli graciously thanked her. At that moment, Green Willow arrived. After enduring her punishment of kneeling for 6 hours, she could barely stand. Limping back to her quarters, Green Willow was utterly exasperated. How could the madam suffer such a fate from merely drinking milk tea? Was she not able to tolerate a delicate diet? Yet now that the damage was done, she knew she must find a way to atone, for the Marquis's wife was her foundation within the household. Believing that the Marquis's wife, a devout Buddhist, would appreciate a gesture of contrition, she resolved to copy sutras throughout the night to seek forgiveness. She toiled earnestly, despite injuring her knee, laboring under the dim light, her hands trembling yet determined to finish. Heaven help her, she had never exerted such effort for her own parents. She believed that heaven would surely favor diligent girls, and hoped the Marquis's wife would be pleased. At the very least, she ought to recognize her efforts. However, upon her arrival, she was taken aback to find Yoli there as well. A Green Willow darkly mused, could it be that this insufferable green tea had come to gloat over her misfortune? Indeed, such a spiteful act would be typical of her. Fortunately, she was prepared. Yoli bowed and withdrew. A Green Willow cast a surreptitious glare in her direction before respectfully addressing the Marquis's wife. "Madam, due to my negligence, I have inadvertently caused you distress. I have taken the liberty of copying sutras through the night in hopes of wishing you good health." The Marquis's wife smiled, remarking on the coincidence that Yoli had also brought a handwritten sutra. Green Willow was momentarily taken aback but quickly added, "Madam, you may not be aware, but when I, Hong Tao, and Yoli served together in Songtao courtyard, the young master would often teach us writing. Among the three of us, Yoli's skills were the least proficient, and the young master has punished her for her shortcomings on more than one occasion. I fear that her handwriting may tarnish your discerning eye and offend the divine." It was not mere boasting. The original owner's writing was, indeed, the finest among the three. Yet if Yoli had come to undermine her, she would not hesitate to retaliate. The Marquis's wife scrutinized the sutra Yoli had sent, her expression initially neutral, but as she continued to read, her brow furrowed more deeply. Had it not been for Yoli's work preceding it, she might have felt less discomfort at Green Willow's scribbles. After all, she was a maid. It was already commendable that she could recognize a few characters, and one could hardly expect perfection. Yet Green Willow had the audacity to claim she was the best writer, while Yoli was the worst. Was this truly the case? This wretched girl harbored a multitude of schemes. From the two sets of handwriting, it was evident that Yoli had approached her task with a calm mind, maintaining neatness throughout, while Green Willow's writing deteriorated into scrawl as she progressed, revealing her impatience. Was this truly a heartfelt gesture of goodwill? The Marquis's wife suspected that Green Willow had likely cursed her while writing. In a fit of frustration, she cast aside Green Willow's sutra, letting it fall at her feet. Green Willow's expression instantly shifted, and she promptly knelt down. Chapter 012 A Foolishness, a challenge to train as a time traveler. She initially held disdain for such elaborate etiquette, deeming it mere remnants of a decaying feudal society. However, she was soon overwhelmed by fear upon her arrival. Gradually, she came to realize that her master's favor and wrath were as unpredictable as the changing winds. A single word could plunge her into the depths of despair. At this moment, Green Willow was utterly terrified, dreading the prospect of being sent to the servant quarters to scrub the chamber pots. After kneeling heavily, her knees felt shattered, throbbing with pain. Yet, despite the agony, she could only endure in silence. The discontented voice of the lady echoed, "I observe you, devoid of heart and soul. Were it not for your saving my son, I would not spare you." Green Willow remained perplexed. "My lady, what have I done wrong? I beseech you to clarify, and I shall certainly amend my ways. At the very least, I wish to perish with understanding." The lady tossed her a copy of a Buddhist scripture transcribed by young pair, saying, "Return and copy this 10 more times, and learn to cultivate your mind." Green Willow hastily picked up the scripture and flipped through it in disbelief. Heaven above, she never anticipated that the foolish girl's handwriting was superior to that of the original owner. It seemed the girl had feigned ignorance in order to capture the attention of the heir, using punishment as a guise to interact with him. No wonder the heir had ultimately taken a liking to that wretched girl. Green Willow had once prided herself on having developed a resilient heart, impervious to all poisons, especially after attending a socialite training course where she acquired numerous skills. Yet now, she realized that young pair was far more cunning. Young pair appeared to be innocently pure and harmless on the surface, but in reality, she was a wolf in sheep's clothing. With her own copy of the scripture in hand, Green Willow limped away from the lady's residence, feeling utterly unfortunate. Why was it that everything she endeavored turned out wrong? After the lady departed, she sighed heavily, while old Madame Chow brought in nourishing soup, saying, "My lady, why bother to be angry with that maid? It is not worth the trouble." The lady replied, "Green Willow possesses a modicum of cleverness. Were she to apply it on the right path to assist my son, I would elevate her status. Yet, she is woefully unfit for significant tasks." She felt a weight of annoyance in her heart. Young pair, on the other hand, was commendable, able to maintain her composure. How had I not noticed her merits before? Had I known earlier, I would have implored the old matriarch to send her to my son as a concubine, so she might guide him to focus more on his studies. The lady was typically troubled by two matters. One was the inability to secure her son's legitimacy as the rightful heir, the other was her son's lack of ambition, spending his days indulging in wine and revelry. There were already 5 concubines in her son's courtyard, all of whom she had sent away to prevent them from corrupting his character, leaving only Green Willow and one other. Old Madame Chow remarked, "So, my lady now wishes to nurture Green Willow?" Unbeknownst to the hopeful Green Willow, she returned to her residence in a disheartened state, clutching the hand-copied scripture. Recently, having garnered the favor of the eldest son, Gu Yufeng, she was afforded the privilege of a private chamber adjacent to the main quarters. Green Willow meticulously examined young pair's transcription, her anger boiling within her. She longed to tear it to shreds, yet knowing she must copy it, she suppressed her fury. Why did this woman insist on stealing her thunder? It was hard not to suspect it was intentional. Filled with resentment, Green Willow could only grit her teeth and endure, though as she continued to copy, tears streamed down her face. Why must she suffer such indignities? She could have simply rested in the courtyard, yet here she was, forced to transcribe scriptures to curry favor, only to find her efforts in vain, bringing her nothing but vexation. Heaven, why do you treat me thus? I have strived so hard, what more do you want from me? In a fit of frustration, Green Willow unleashed a tirade against the heavens. Just then, a voice from outside announced the return of Gu Yufeng. Instantly, Green Willow donned a smile, hastily adjusting her appearance in the mirror to greet him. While the lady struggled to maintain control, she still held sway over men. Green Willow attended to the eldest son, while the young pair served the heir. Upon the heir's return, they dined together. After the heir had expressed his opinions regarding several dishes previously, young pair had conveyed them to the cook for improvement. This time, the heir ate without raising any issues. Post-meal, young pair massaged the heir's shoulders, a skill she had learned from the close maidservant who served the old matriarch. She believed it wise to acquire various skills while serving in high society. After all, such knowledge was her own. Once she had perfected her technique, she would even massage the embroiderers in the household, garnering their goodwill, which ensured they would impart more skills to her. As her needlework improved, she gained the favor of the old matriarch. A favored maidservant was far less likely to be bullied. Later, when she arrived at Songtao courtyard, she was kept behind by the heir due to her poor handwriting and was made to copy scriptures as punishment. She had even used her massage skills to please him. The heir, who spent his days studying, surely experienced aches and pains, thus requiring someone knowledgeable in such techniques to relieve his tension. At that time, he seemed to appreciate her efforts. As the heir enjoyed young Pear's massage, he perused her assignments, marking any unsatisfactory characters with a vermilion brush, instructing her to be more attentive next time. Moreover, he quizzed her on the meanings of her written characters. Although the heir appeared aloof, he was meticulous and detail-oriented, striving for perfection, and was quite critical. Young Pear reflected that it was precisely this trait of the heir that led him to assess the cultural qualifications of potential concubines. Now that she had become one, she was also among those whom he prioritized for cultivation, yet, she had not previously exhibited intelligence. In comparison, Green Willow and Red Peach had more advantages, being bolder and more proactive in their skills, with Green Willow being adept in dance and Red Peach in song. Why had the heir chosen the seemingly foolish young Pear? After the heir reviewed her work, young Pear cautiously voiced her inner doubts. My lord, I am quite dull-witted, lacking the comprehension abilities of Green Willow and Red Peach. Why did you choose me as your personal maid? The heir turned his keen gaze upon her, his eyes glimmering with amusement as he replied, foolishness presents a challenge worth training. Young Pear responded, very well, as expected of you. I suppose I was overthinking it. Unconsciously pouting her lips in displeasure, her glistening almond eyes appeared charmingly innocent. Observing her flustered expression, the heiress' lips curled into a rare smile. Chapter 013. People can indeed laugh in silence. After a brief respite, the young master ventured outside to engage in some physical activity. His self-discipline was nothing short of astounding, making him the most exceptional individual of his generation within the Marquisate. The ancestors of the yeoman Marquisate earned their title by serving the founding emperor, establishing a lineage that has endured for a century. However, in this current generation, most of the younger members of the family indulge in a life of leisure and revelry. The late Marquis's wife was exceedingly strict with the young master during her lifetime, instilling in him a character marked by self-discipline. Not only was he adept in literary pursuits, but he also diligently practiced martial arts every day. At this moment, he was honing his swordsmanship in the courtyard. Due to his rigorous training, his garments were often worn and torn. Generally, if they could be mended, he would allow it, but if the repairs were too conspicuous, he would discard them as they marred his appearance. After finishing his sword practice, he was drenched in sweat, and he summoned Yoli to assist him with his bath. Previously, his attendant Yen Yun had been responsible for his bathing, but since that incident when Yoli had bathed alongside him, she had not served him in that capacity again. Now, having been specifically chosen by him, she had no choice but to comply. She took the initiative to inquire with Yen Yun about the proper etiquette for assisting the young master during his bath. Yen Yun chuckled and shared a few pointers. First, one should use bath beans to cleanse the skin, followed by scrubbing the arms and back. These were fundamental skills. Yoli, always eager to learn, committed this advice to memory. Upon entering the cleansing room, she found the young master already seated in the bath. Yoli commenced the bathing process, her hands gliding over his skin, which was as smooth as jade, with well-defined muscles evident as he submerged in the water. His muscular chest was partially visible, and coupled with his stoic visage, he was undeniably alluring. Though Yoli had previously been innocent to such sentiments and held no thoughts in that regard, she was acutely aware of the affections that the willows and peach blossoms bore for him. Striving to maintain her focus, she held a white cotton cloth to scrub his arms, back, and neck. However, perhaps due to the overly slippery consistency of the bath beans, her other hand accidentally brushed against his firm chest. Startled, Yoli's delicate face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. The young master regarded her with a cool gaze, a hint of mockery lacing his voice as he remarked, "Am I not a man of virtue? Why do you react thus?" Yoli faltered, retracting her hand and avoiding his gaze. His memory was indeed sharp. He recalled her words from days prior and now used them to tease her. How embarrassing! To desire his physique was hardly a shameful thing, so why was she stammering? The young master had always been quite confident in his form. Feeling unable to defend herself, Yoli resolved to continue her duties diligently. It was impossible for her to admit disinterest in his body, attributing her slip to a momentary mishap. No, she could not voice such thoughts. The young master would undoubtedly take offense, and that would tarnish his dignity. After all, he was a man who valued his reputation immensely. Unable to bear her silence any longer, the young master expressed his displeasure, questioning her lack of response. Is there something amiss with my words? The qualities of an exemplary servant were suddenly ignited within Yoli as she composed herself, gazing earnestly into the distance, and proclaimed, "Young master, you are charming, graceful, and dignified, with an air of elegance that rivals even the most renowned scholars." "Oh, no! How could one compare to you, young master?" she internally lamented, having exhausted every flattering term she knew. The young master smirked, retracting his gaze, his tone languid as he instructed, "You shall write down all these words you just uttered for me. It is unacceptable to speak insincerely." Yoli nearly fainted. He added, "Once completed, hang it on your wall and recite it daily." Yoli responded with wide eyes, "Must I really say such things?" She had jokingly flattered him, yet he seemed to take it to heart. The young master, with an air of seriousness, continued, "You must do so." Her expression contorted in exasperation as he turned his head, catching her distressed visage, prompting her to immediately don a harmless smile and reply, "At your command, young master." "In my heart, you are always grand and noble. I wish to encapsulate all the beauty of the world in my words for you, to be etched in my memory." At that moment, Yoli wished to reward herself with a large chicken leg for her honeyed words. The young master raised his damp, pale hand to gently squeeze her soft cheek, his voice dripping with flattery. "Oh, my dear, you are quite adept at sweet talk." Yoli winced. "Young master, that hurts. It seems I can do nothing right when it comes to you." Releasing her, he commanded, "Proceed with your writing." Yoli bowed her head as she exited, only to turn back at the threshold to ask, "Must I include phrases like oil-tongued flatterer and sycophant as well?" This time, the young master was left speechless. He gazed at her clear, sparkling eyes and chuckled. Indeed, people can truly laugh in silence, yet, at that moment, Yoli felt a chill run down her spine. While the young master's laughter was charming, it also possessed an unsettling quality. He offered no response, merely granting her a look that suggested she should come to her own conclusions. Yoli promptly retreated. She returned to her quarters to freshen up. There would be time to present her work to the young master tomorrow. However, half an hour later, a servant knocked on her door, revealing that the young master was calling for her. Yoli felt a rush of anxiety and donned her sleepwear, hastily throwing on an additional robe before steeling herself to face him. At this moment, the young master, clad in a pale blue sleeping robe, reclined in a chicken wingwood rocking chair, a scroll of text in hand, half-lidded eyes fixed on her. "Have you completed it?" "Not yet, young master. I was just about to cleanse myself and light incense in preparation for sincere writing." Yoli's words sounded eloquent, yet to the young master, they came off as somewhat comical. Rising from his chair, Yoli's heart raced. What was his intention today? Was he singling her out? Was it merely a slip of the hand during bathing? What was the matter? Oh, was he worried she harbored ulterior motives? How absurd! What did he take her for? Yoli silently scoffed, often appearing docile, yet her mind was rife with thoughts. Regrettably, the young master lacked the ability to read minds, though his keen intellect allowed him to read the room adeptly. He retrieved paper and brush, motioning for her to sit at the round table in the chamber. Yoli, with no alternative, began to write. However, she momentarily forgot the words she had previously spoken, which had flowed from her lips without thought. Stealing a glance at the young master, she found him also observing her intently. Yoli quickly lowered her gaze, her agile mind racing as she resolved to write as much as possible. Surely, that would suffice, yet, when she reached the term dashing, her pen halted as she could not recall how to write elegant. This was awkward. Adding talented would suffice as well. In that instant, it felt as though she had taken a thrilling roller coaster ride in her mind. She penned 10 phrases describing a gentleman and then respectfully presented them for the young master's review. He scanned them briefly, muttering, "Charming and talented, Yoli gazed up at him with admiration, convinced he was truly deserving of such praise. "Behold my sincere gaze." Although feigned, she wished for him to believe her. The astute young master was not easily fooled, recalling that she had not described him in such terms earlier in the cleansing room. "You remembered that I called you charming and talented?" Yoli exclaimed, taken aback. "Indeed, you have a remarkable memory." She reluctantly admitted, "I momentarily forgot how to write elegant." The young master bore her no ill will and took her hand to write the term himself. "Do you comprehend?" Yes, I understand." He pointed out errors in her writing, correcting her on the character for elegant and providing the right strokes alongside it. Yoli felt utterly defeated. "Young master, you truly care about these compliments." He handed her the brush, his tone serious as he instructed, "Continue writing, include terms that describe you as well." At this moment, Yoli found herself in a state of mild exasperation. Chapter 014. How can the young master indulge in such fantasies? Yet, when commanded by the young master to write, she had no choice but to comply. She first opted for the simpler, more manageable phrases, such as smooth-talking and flattering words. The young master urged her to continue. Yoli found herself at a loss, unable to recall. The young master prompted her, fawning in obsequiousness. These terms were familiar in conversation, yet their written forms eluded her, and she hesitated to put pen to paper. The young master continued to guide her hand as she wrote. His patience left Yoli both surprised and flattered. The night was tranquil, with the rustling of pine and cypress leaves in the courtyard, and his gentle breaths fell upon her ears, causing her heart to flutter. "Why, young master, are you so close to me?" she exclaimed. "Your hair brushed against my nose, and I feel a sneeze coming on." She fought the urge to succumb to it, reminding herself to concentrate. The young master gently nudged her again. Yoli's cheeks flushed crimson as she held back until he finally withdrew, allowing her to regain her breath as she hastily rubbed her nose. Noticing her flushed complexion, the young master smirked and playfully tapped her forehead with his slender finger. "How can you entertain such thoughts, young lady?" Young-Li found herself at a loss for words, gazing at the heavens in exasperation. The young master's mood was evidently buoyant. Although it was late, the characters required rewriting by the morrow, and he instructed her to fetch the Tao Te Ching and read it aloud, urging her to clear her mind of distractions. "I assure you, you have misunderstood," Young-Li protested. "I truly have not." Yet, recognizing the perils of excessive speech, she chose to remain silent and obediently retrieved the Tao Te Ching from the shelf, sitting beside the young master to read. As fatigue washed over her, she was startled when he took her hand and slipped a ring onto her middle finger. It was a splendid golden ring adorned with a red gourd gemstone. Her slender, fair fingers complemented the ring beautifully. Young-Li felt a surge of joy mingled with confusion as she glanced at the young master. Why was he bestowing such a gift upon her? She had thought her earlier words in the purification room might have displeased him. "I understand," he said, "that my vow of abstinence for the upcoming spring examinations has caused you considerable discomfort. This is my compensation." "What do you mean?" Young-Li retorted. "What discomfort are you speaking of? There is no such thing." The ring felt like a hot potato on her finger, and she insisted, "Young master, I truly did not enough, you need not feign innocence." "I am fully aware," the proud young master declared. Young-Li, in a moment of agitation, abruptly stood, only to trip over her own garment, losing her balance and tumbling into his arms. The young master's gaze seemed to say, "See, I know exactly what you are thinking." Young-Li felt tears welling up in her eyes. As she attempted to rise from his embrace, he sighed in resignation and lifted her into his arms, saying, "Very well, just this once." "What do you mean?" she inquired as he carried her to the bed and began to loosen his garments, as if he were the one making a great sacrifice. "Young master, I truly did not mean it that way," Young-Li protested, still struggling against him. "Shoo," he hushed her, pressing her beneath him as her clothing was removed. He sighed, seemingly captivated by the beauty before him, and leaned in closer. Just as he prepared to cross the final threshold, he realized that Young-Li was experiencing her menstrual cycle. Young-Li felt utterly innocent. She had tried to explain, yet he refused to listen now. It was the abstinent young master's turn to feel vexed that he could only call for cold water to cool down the situation. Young-Li felt a pang of fear, worried that he might become angry with her and impose some form of punishment. The fate of Hong Tao loomed vividly in her mind. She remembered visiting her previously, bringing pastries, and seeing her in a dire state, beaten and unable to rise or care for herself. Young-Li anxiously awaited the young master to emerge from the purification room. As soon as he appeared, she knelt before him, bracing for his judgment. The young master paused. "What are you doing?" "I have erred and disrupted your leisure," she acknowledged earnestly. "Get up," he commanded coldly. Young-Li's legs trembled at the thought of Hong Tao. As the young master helped her rise from the ground. At that moment, a servant brought in a bowl of freshly brewed brown sugar water. Young-Li was taken aback when the young master instructed, "Drink it." Tentatively, she picked up the bowl, but it was too hot to hold, and she set it down again. The young master frowned. "These fools, do they not know to let it cool before bringing it in?" Young-Li murmured, "Brown sugar water is meant to be consumed warm for comfort." He paused, then replied, "Do not burn your mouth." "Yes," she replied, taking small sips, feeling quite touched by his care. The esteemed young master had never shown such consideration for another before. Observing her disheveled appearance, he, afflicted with a touch of obsessive perfectionism, reached out to straighten her clothing, helping her fasten her outer robe, causing her to blush. He shot her a sidelong glance, warning, "Do not entertain any improper thoughts. I am granting you an opportunity tonight, do not squander it, or I shall not tolerate further provocations." "What did I say that led you to misunderstand?" Young-Li retorted. After all, it was he who had been so fervent in his advances, yet, she only dared to voice her frustrations internally, maintaining a facade of innocence as she sipped her brown sugar water. Once she finished, she stated, "Young master, I am experiencing my menstrual cycle and do not wish to disturb you further. I shall return to my chamber to rest." The young master's brow twitched. It was the first time a young woman had described such matters to him so plainly. He pinched her chubby cheeks. "Do you not feel any embarrassment?" Young-Li considered for a moment, then lowered her gaze. "There seems to be no need for me to feel embarrassed in your presence." The young master felt momentarily at a loss for words, then scoffed lightly, "If that is the case, then you shall sleep here." Compared to Young-Li's small moments of sentiment, tonight was particularly tumultuous for Lulu. It was also her menstrual cycle. It is said that when young women share living quarters for an extended period, their cycles tend to synchronize. Previously, when Young-Li shared a room with Lulu and Hong Tao, their cycles indeed aligned closely. By all accounts, engaging in intimacy during one's menstrual cycle was frowned upon, but Lulu found herself in a rather precarious situation. Desperate to avoid returning to the common quarters for fear of using the latrine, she placed all her hopes on the eldest son, striving to win his favor. To please a man, one often had to resort to the bedroom. The eldest son was well versed in matters of romance, fond of a little drink, and when under the influence, he could be quite adventurous. None of the young women he had entertained had ever captivated him quite like Lulu. Lulu was adept at flattery and skilled in intricate maneuvers, effortlessly charming the eldest son, which only served to endear her to him. Regardless of her menstrual cycle, they engaged in an exhausting night of passion that left her in pain, leading to illness the following day. This illness persisted for several days, leading the matron to suspect that Lulu was merely avoiding her duties of copying Buddhist scriptures. However, after a physician examined her, the matron was informed that her illness was due to her menstrual cycle, resulting in fatigue. Lulu dared not speak of her nocturnal escapades with the eldest son. If such news reached the matron's ears, it would be disastrous. While the matron, being a woman herself, showed some understanding, she only instructed Lulu to recover before sending her the scriptures to copy. Regardless, the punishment of transcribing the scriptures could not be evaded. Lulu, upon hearing this from her maid, felt a surge of indignation, cursing the matron and her ancestors in her heart. Chapter 015 Practical proof of his self-control. In the eyes of Green Willow, Madame Ho represents a modern incarnation of a malevolent mother-in-law, a landlady who thrives on oppression and exploitation. Once she becomes the daughter-in-law, she will undoubtedly not spare this wicked matron. Fortunately, she is currently the most favored woman of the eldest son, albeit at the cost of her own health. Yet, this is merely temporary and worth the sacrifice. Thus, she relies on the rewards she receives from the eldest son to take good care of herself. Meanwhile, even in her illness, she does not remain idle but engages in drafting designs, a strategy to win the heart of her man. Although the eldest son shows little interest in a political career, he possesses a keen interest in the family's business, managing it from an early age. However, in recent years, the few shops under his purview have not fared well, prompting Green Willow, despite her ailment, to devise ideas to ensure that he remains dependent on her in the future. She aspires not only to be the eldest son's enduring partner but also to become his business associate. Only through lasting benefits can her position be secured. She is truly diligent, even drawing plans while unwell. Alas, who could have known that her intimate encounters with the eldest son during her menstrual period would come to Madame Ho's attention? Madame Ho, enraged, disregards Green Willow's illness and summons others to slap her several times, berating her. "My fine son has been led astray by you lowly maidens." Green Willow weeps. "I am wronged, my lady." Madame Ho, uninterested in her pleas, intends to sell her off. Fortunately, the eldest son returns just in time to plead for Green Willow and vehemently denies any impropriety in their quarters. Nevertheless, the incident spreads, and many engage in hushed discussions, including young Pear, who soon hears about it. She recalls the near-bloody encounter with the heir that night and is mortified. Had the heir forcibly taken her, what could a mere maid have done? Yet, he did not, demonstrating remarkable self-restraint. It appears he genuinely did not wish to proceed further, otherwise, he might have behaved like the eldest son. That evening, when the heir returns, Guanyu comes to dine with her brother and mentions the eldest son and Green Willow's affair. The heir immediately silences her with a glance. "As an unmarried maiden, how can you speak of such matters? If word gets out, what will become of your reputation?" Guanyu, startled by her brother's sternness, replies, "I, as your sister, merely wish to remind you that you too have a concubine now. Do not act as recklessly as the eldest brother." "Nonsense," the heir retorts gravely. "I would never engage in such behavior." Practical proof shows that he is a man of self-control, a fact that young Pear can attest to. As they retire for the night, young Pear massages the heir's shoulders, praising him as a paragon of virtue. She admits her naivety, lacking the guidance of a mother or sisters, and is unaware that one should refrain from intimacy during menstruation. "Fortunate am I to have your affection. Otherwise, like Green Willow, I might have fallen gravely ill. If the old lady and Madame Ho were to learn of this, I would surely be condemned." The heir bears an expression that suggests he finds her situation amusing, only to utter, "A gentleman must prioritize self-discipline and propriety above all. How can one indulge in matters of passion and neglect scholarly pursuits?" Young Pear, though not comprehending his words, senses their profundity. "Indeed, should you one day serve as an official, you shall surely be a benevolent minister for the country and its people," she flatters. The heir glances at her sycophantic demeanor. "Has your monthly cycle passed?" Young Pear softly replies, "There remains a little." The heir, with a cool detachment, continues, "If it has, and you still desire my company, I shall permit it once, but only once a month. No more." Young Pear, wishing her status allowed for more, suppresses her feelings. She can only maintain a calm demeanor. "Yes, esteemed heir, I shall obey." The heir, maintaining his austere facade, adds, "When the time comes, you shall lie upon this very bed, and I shall know." Wear as few garments as possible, a light wrap will suffice, perhaps the one embroidered with mandarin ducks at play, or the paired flowers will do. Young pair, feigning cheerfulness, responds, "You provide such detailed instructions." She is driven to madness by his words. In the following days, the heir finds it peculiar, repeatedly confirming with young pair whether her monthly cycle has indeed passed. Upon her assurance, he grows even more perplexed. If it has ended, why does she not seek him out? Yet, as a proud heir, he cannot lower himself to prompt her, lest she misconstrue his intentions. Meanwhile, Green Willow contemplates who might have betrayed her, speculating who could have whispered to Madame Ho. Soon, she identifies her target, another of the eldest son's concubines, Chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum, who appears docile, has often found herself at the mercy of Green Willow, who, now in favor, frequently commands her. It is entirely plausible that Chrysanthemum could have betrayed her. Thus, when Green Willow confronts her, Chrysanthemum naturally denies the accusation. Green Willow then reports the matter to the eldest son, seeking his intervention. Seeing Chrysanthemum weep profusely and recalling her generally mild demeanor, the eldest son deems her innocent and advises Green Willow to let the matter rest. Frustrated, Green Willow cannot press the issue further, yet she secretly torments Chrysanthemum, demanding she wash her clothes and massage her legs. Should Chrysanthemum refuse, Green Willow threatens to leverage the eldest son's influence against her. Thus, Chrysanthemum suffers in silence. On one occasion, young pair goes to the garden to gather fresh chrysanthemum petals to brew tea for the heir, only to find Chrysanthemum in tears. 2 years older than young pair, Chrysanthemum had once cared for her. Upon entering the household after becoming the eldest son's concubine, life became less comfortable, but Chrysanthemum did not strive for more, content with her lot. Seeing her in distress, young pair approaches with concern. "What troubles you?" Chrysanthemum wipes her tears. "I am here to gather chrysanthemum petals. Green Willow has been tormenting me. She insists I gather petals to make chrysanthemum cakes for the eldest son, but it is clear she merely craves them herself, using the eldest son as an excuse to command me." This is what most angers Chrysanthemum, feeling reduced to the status of a servant. Young pair, familiar with Green Willow's penchant for causing trouble, recalls how, when they shared a room, Green Willow would often order her around. Initially, in the spirit of harmony, she tolerated it, but eventually, she resolved to refuse. Being fellow maids, what could she do? Nothing at all. However, Chrysanthemum's situation is evidently different. The eldest son dotes on Green Willow and has a debt of gratitude toward her. When Madame Ho punished Green Willow, the eldest son personally interceded, showcasing his regard for her. In contrast, Chrysanthemum feels neglected. To oppose Green Willow openly would yield no favorable outcome. Young pair understands this, as does Chrysanthemum. "Do visit me at Songtao Courtyard when you have the time. I have plenty of treats you love. We can chat together," young pair suggests. Just then, Green Willow appears. "Oh, are we having a sisterly chat?" Since taking medicine for her condition, Green Willow has noticeably improved, her complexion much healthier. The eldest son has been favoring her, showering her with gifts, allowing her recovery to progress swiftly. She approaches, clad in a new green dress she adores, swaying her hips as she walks. Though the essence of the original Green Willow has shifted, perhaps even the modern sensibilities within her fail to recognize that her demeanor increasingly resembles that of the original. Chapter 16. The fragrant chrysanthemum cake. Green Willow had long regarded young pair as a rival, and upon witnessing her conversing with Chrysanthemum, her gaze turned decidedly hostile, a cold smile gracing her lips. "I knew it," she sneered. "Chrysanthemum has always been the obedient type. How could she dare to report me? It must be you, you shameless vixen, who incited her from behind." A young pair, "I am now the favored concubine of the eldest son, while you are merely a concubine of the second son. We ought to keep to our own paths, yet your hand stretches too far. Encouraging the concubines of the eldest son to act as your spies is truly treacherous. I will certainly inform the eldest son, compelling him to have the heir deal with you. If it were merely a dispute between two concubines, it would be a trivial matter. However, should it escalate to a conflict between the two young masters, the gravity of the situation would markedly shift." Green Willow had long desired retribution for the humiliation she suffered. Had it not been for young pair, she would not have been punished by the lady of the house to scrub the latrines in the back courtyard, a lifelong disgrace and nightmare. She had always sought an opportunity to make young pair experience the same humiliation. Young pair, undeterred, retorted, "Sister Green Willow, I fail to comprehend your reasoning. Now I merely came to gather fresh chrysanthemum petals for the heir's tea, and by chance encountered Sister Chrysanthemum for a brief chat. How could such a simple exchange be twisted into something so despicable in your eyes? If you possess evidence that I incited anyone against you, I shall have nothing to say. But if you are merely slandering me, I can endure it." Yet the heir cannot. You have served in Pinewave Courtyard and are aware of his temperament. He never tolerates deceit. Once a timid little maid, young pair had grown increasingly sharp-tongued. Yet her confidence stemmed from her association with the heir. She represented his dignity and had to be resolute when necessary. Greenwillow was momentarily silenced by young Pear's words. Indeed, she had no evidence. Her intention was merely to frighten young Pear and Chrysanthemum into confessing, yet young Pear's verbal prowess had evidently strengthened. In the original owner's memories, young Pear had always been timid and reticent. Now, with both Hong Tao and herself gone from Pinewave Courtyard, her audacity had only grown. Greenwillow felt a pang of resentment for the original owner, realizing she had been outmaneuvered by such a scheming little flower. Despite young Pear's denials, Greenwillow was convinced that it was young Pear who had instigated Chrysanthemum to harm her. Unable to confront young Pear directly, she vented her frustration on Chrysanthemum, criticizing her for dawdling and implying that it was no wonder the eldest son despised her. You give your heart and soul to others, yet they use you up and cast you aside. How can you be so simple-minded, unable to discern good from evil? Anyone with ears could hear that Greenwillow's words were veiled insults aimed at young Pear. Chrysanthemum, wishing to shield young Pear from trouble, interjected, Greenwillow, young Pear and I merely exchanged a few words upon meeting. It is not as complicated as you imagine. Greenwillow, however, was unwilling to believe her, forcing a smile that did not reach her eyes before turning to leave. With a sigh, Chrysanthemum turned to young Pear. I apologize for dragging you into this. With the heir backing you, you need not fear her. If Greenwillow speaks ill of you before the eldest son, I shall certainly explain the situation to him. Young Pear nodded. Take care of yourself as well. We have no collusion, so there is no need for fear. If enduring this treatment jeopardizes your safety, you must learn to rise against it. Chrysanthemum hesitated but eventually nodded before departing. Young Pear continued to pluck chrysanthemum petals, washing them thoroughly. Upon her return, some were set out to dry, while others were prepared to make chrysanthemum cakes for the heir. The heir was quite particular about his meals, which is why Pinewave Courtyard had its own small kitchen to cater to his tastes. Young Pear had developed a good rapport with the kitchen maids, allowing her to not only learn some culinary skills but also to utilize the kitchen. This time, she intended to try her hand at making chrysanthemum cakes. Once completed, she shared some with the kitchen maids and sent a portion to the second young lady of Mingwei residence. When the heir returned for lunch, he happened to sample the chrysanthemum cake she had made. The cake was soft, delicate, and imbued with the sweet fragrance of chrysanthemum, melting in the mouth and leaving a lingering taste. The heir's silence indicated his approval. His willingness to consume 2 pieces suggested he rather enjoyed it. The lunch also featured chrysanthemum stewed chicken, wherein several chrysanthemum flowers were slow-cooked with chicken for several hours until the meat became tender and flavorful. This dish not only provided rich nourishment but also possessed the properties of clearing heat, detoxifying, nourishing blood, and enhancing vitality. Additionally, there was a cold dish featuring chrysanthemum, combining fresh flowers with cucumbers and carrots to create a visually appealing and delectable salad. During its preparation, a suitable amount of salt, vinegar, and sesame oil was added to enrich the flavor profile. Young Pear now stood as the first maid before the heir, collaborating with the small kitchen to draft the meal plan for the day. She would report to the heir in advance, and upon receiving his approval, they would proceed with the preparations. After the heir finished his lunch and rinsed his mouth with chrysanthemum tea, young Pear seized the opportunity to inform him, My lord, this morning I went to the outer courtyard to gather chrysanthemum petals and happened to encounter chrysanthemum from the eldest son's courtyard. We exchanged a few pleasant words, but Greenwillow misconstrued it, believing I was instigating something between you and the eldest son. I am unsure if she will fabricate tales before the eldest son, potentially jeopardizing your brotherly bond. This matter required reporting, ensuring the heir was prepared to respond appropriately. The heir's expression remained indifferent as he acknowledged her words. I see. Indeed, Greenwillow had attempted to sow discord. Her aim was to incite enmity between the 2 brothers, hoping the eldest son would compete for the marquisate. Both were legitimate sons of the Marquis. If they did not strive, the eldest son still had a chance. After all, success is determined by effort. However, the eldest son was not a fool. He would not allow such trivial matters to trouble him, instead reprimanding Greenwillow. My second brother is usually busy, how could he concern himself with my affairs? Your perspective clearly lacks insight. Yet the maid had clearly seen Chrysanthemum and the heir's concubine, young Pear, whispering together in the courtyard, which was undoubtedly conspiring. Greenwillow adamantly proclaimed, the eldest son called for Chrysanthemum to inquire. Chrysanthemum merely stated that she had coincidentally encountered young Pear and that Greenwillow had misunderstood. My lord, Greenwillow always suspects that I am gossiping behind her back, but I am not. Now that this has reached the heir, should it escalate, it may jeopardize your relationship with the second master. Greenwillow twisted the handkerchief in her grasp, furiously retorting, Chrysanthemum, do you still dare to argue? Do you take the eldest son for a fool? The eldest son raised an eyebrow, casting a disapproving glance at Chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum, tears in her eyes, accused Greenwillow, who does not know you once served in Pinewave Courtyard. Because you could not win the heir's favor, you harbor resentment toward young Pere, and now you seek to instigate conflict between the eldest and second masters, hoping for revenge from the eldest son. Your malice is known to all. The eldest son regarded Greenwillow with renewed suspicion. Greenwillow felt an overwhelming urge to silence Chrysanthemum. How had this lowly maid's tongue grown so sharp? Turning to the eldest son, Greenwillow adopted a tone of feigned innocence. My lord, it was the lady who sent me to Pinewave Courtyard. In the name of the lady, how could I dare defy her? Heaven bears witness, my heart has always been loyal to you. The eldest son's expression softened, clearly charmed by Greenwillow's act, and he waved his hand, allowing Chrysanthemum to leave. With no choice but to withdraw, Chrysanthemum inwardly cursed the couple. What were they doing in broad daylight? What indeed? It was, of course, an intimate affair. After Greenwillow had spent the night with the eldest son, she resumed her whispering, I am not overreacting. You and the heir are not of the same mother. I have heard that the heir has always resented the lady's elevation from concubine to wife, and it is not impossible that he undermines you. If Chrysanthemum truly becomes the heir's informant, we must remain vigilant. The eldest son absorbed her words, prompting him to leave the room after rising, seeking out the heir. Chapter 017. My maid is most obedient and gentle. As the heir prepared to depart for his lessons, the eldest son joined him in the same carriage. Second brother, have you been busy with your studies lately? Not too much. The heir, with an indifferent expression, nibbled on the chrysanthemum cake made by the young pair. To those unfamiliar with him, the heir of the young Marquise appeared as cold as snow, seemingly unattainable. The eldest son reached out for a piece himself, exclaiming, This tastes delightful. It is said that you are quite discerning with your food, and it truly shows. Perhaps you could arrange for the cook to prepare a meal for me tomorrow? It was made by my maid, replied the heir, his tone unenthusiastic. The eldest son's eyes sparkled with mischief. Is this the concubine you acquired recently? Indeed. The willow and peach blossoms from your courtyard were quite lovely. I wished to have them, but my mother insisted they be sent to attend to you. Little did I know you had no interest in them. That concubine must be from the old matron's courtyard, for I believe I have never laid eyes on her. Plain and unremarkable, hardly worthy of my elder brother's notice. The heir spoke with deliberate intent. The eldest son burst into laughter. Second brother, you truly have a knack for jesting. To dismiss beauty in favor of the ordinary? I prefer those who are well behaved. This is where we differ as brothers. I, on the other hand, am drawn to those with a wild and spirited nature. A touch of personality adds flavor, he said, sensing the conversation had reached a suitable juncture. Your concubine and mine have had some past grievances. The last time mother was angry. I wonder, what is it you wish to convey, elder brother? The heir interrupted with a frosty gaze. I mean no offense, I merely suggest you keep a closer watch over your little concubine, lest she become spoiled by favoritism. The eldest son chuckled. The heir responded coolly, then allow me to offer a suggestion in return. Not if there is a maid in your household who enjoys gossiping and sowing discord between us, I would advise you to silence her tongue, perhaps serving it as a dish at supper. The eldest son was taken aback. The heir continued, my maid is the epitome of obedience and gentleness. She has never raised her voice, only enduring mistreatment. How could she possibly grow arrogant? If we are to discuss unruliness, it is worth noting that even the matron has reprimanded that particular concubine of yours more than once. I trust one need not elaborate further? The eldest son awkwardly rubbed his forehead, realizing he had misjudged, yet the heir was relentless, pressing, Dare I ask, elder brother, how do you intend to deal with your concubine? The eldest son hesitated. I am rather fond of the willow. She has even saved my life. If I were to dismiss her, outsiders would label me ungrateful. Besides, this time I was indeed at fault. I shall ensure she is adequately punished upon my return. The heir remarked, a treacherous maid must not be treated with leniency, lest she become a source of future troubles. Indeed, the eldest son laughed, it is merely a concubine. If I tire of her, I can always send her away. We need not take this too seriously. The heir replied, this matter pertains to my dignity. Should my maid act in such a manner, I would not easily forgive her. The eldest son believed him, recalling how a single peach blossom had been beaten nearly to death, illustrating that his younger brother was not one to spare the feelings of the delicate. Ah, reading countless volumes has rendered you quite heartless. Having met with disdain from the heir, the eldest son would certainly not return home with a pleasant demeanor toward the willow. I have always said my younger brother is proud and would never engage in such behavior. I know him well, yet your perspective has clouded my judgment, causing me to be ridiculed by him. At one point, he even considered silencing your tongue. Had I not intervened, you might have found yourself mute, the eldest son lamented. The willow, upon hearing this, instinctively covered her mouth in shock. It was true, she had witnessed Gu Yuhong's ruthless nature and knew he was capable of such actions. Fortuitously, she had found refuge with the eldest son. Otherwise, she would have been dealt with in an instant by Gu Yuhong. With this thought, the willow snuggled closer to the eldest son. Master, it was my foolishness, I shall not speak out of turn again. To divert the eldest son's displeasure, she quickly presented her design sketches. I know you have been troubled by the recent decline in shop profits. This online auction could help double your earnings. The eldest son's interest was piqued. Do elaborate. Thus, the willow explained her method for generating profit through the online auction. The target audience comprises affluent families. The capital is replete with wealthy and powerful households. These families have grown accustomed to indulgence and often suffer from various health issues, particularly the young ladies who rarely venture outside. If we can promote this online auction, akin to modern badminton rackets, it is bound to attract numerous customers. The eldest son listened intently, recognizing the potential in her proposal. He resolved to consult a carpenter the following day to craft several samples, to test the waters. He appreciated those who could offer him ideas. The willow, though wild in spirit, was also clever and often entertained him with amusing anecdotes, making it difficult for him to part with her. The willow felt fortunate to have aligned herself with a man who pursued progress. Had she continued to squander her time with the heir Gu Yuhong, she might have been lost to obscurity by now. This eldest son not only cherished her but also allowed her to fully express her modern talents and put them to good use. The willow silently vowed to assist the eldest son in surpassing the heir, becoming the true heir of the Yong'an Marquisate. As she daydreamed about the future, dusk descended upon the world. The young pair was once again summoned for her assignment review by the heir, a daily ritual he never neglected. After a period of concentrated study, devoid of distractions, the young pair's writing had improved remarkably. Each day, she would recite 2 poems for the heir. He reclined in his rocking chair, perusing her large characters while listening to her recitations. In the soft twilight, the young girl sat obediently on an embroidered stool, clad in a misty-hued nightgown. Her unadorned, oval face radiated a bright, fresh glow, akin to blooming peach and plum blossoms. As she gazed at the heir, her eyes sparkled with innocence and an earnest thirst for knowledge. The heir tilted his head in contemplation, quietly observing her. In his heart, he mused, in 1,000 years, there will be no surpassing beauty. A pleasing sight is a lovely person. The young pair felt a flutter of anxiety under his gaze. Had she erred in her recitation, or was her writing lacking today? Master, did I make a mistake? She inquired cautiously. The heir withdrew his gaze. Your progress is commendable, maintain this study habit, and in due time, you shall achieve greatness. Hearing this, the young pair was elated, yet could not resist adding, but I am merely a girl. Learning these things leads me not to an official position. What purpose will they serve in the future? The heir rose to fetch 2 account books, handing them to her. Study these closely. If you have questions, come to me. The young pair was taken aback. The heir was asking her to study account books. Chapter 018 Swatting Mosquitoes. In the present day, the lady of the Marquis oversees the household, primarily managing the estates of the Marquis. In contrast, the heir oversees his late mother's dowry. After successfully passing the imperial examination, he gradually took charge of his mother's possessions with the old lady's consent. Managing these affairs is typically the responsibility of the heir's future wife. However, since it was the heir who entrusted this task to her, there must be a purpose behind his decision, and thus she is determined to handle it with care. I shall attend to it diligently, Young Li vowed with earnest ambition. The heir briefly imparted to her the fundamental principles of bookkeeping to prevent her from becoming confused while reviewing the accounts. Young Li was earnest in her studies, and before she realized it, time had slipped away, and it was already the early hours of the night. She gently suggested that the heir take a rest. He gazed at her quietly, assuming he desired tea. She poured him a cup, but he merely huffed and turned his face away. Young Li's heart skipped a beat. Had she misinterpreted his intent? My lord, would you like me to massage your shoulders or rub your temples? It may help you sleep better, Young Li offered tenderly. The heir acquiesced and lay upon the bed, awaiting her service. She proceeded to massage his shoulders. In a languid manner, he began to recite poetry. The beautiful one, in anger, snatches the lamp away. Does the gentleman know how late it is? Young Li, momentarily perplexed by the deeper meaning, clumsily praised, your recitation is truly splendid. The heir pressed his lips together and recited another verse. The light gauze of the small tent hangs lightly. The jade skin bears no blemish. The peony's heart, as rich as rouge, is fragrant and worthy of praise. Young Li, feeling drowsy from his poetic musings, stifled a yawn. The heir seemed to revel in this carefree moment, reciting verses in the dead of night, while she pondered the idea of requesting a respite for sleep but hesitated. After all, how could a servant sleep while her master was awake? The heir sighed in resignation. Continuing further would be utterly inappropriate. He had chosen this foolish maidservant and thus must endure it. Go to sleep, he declared with unexpected benevolence. Young Lee felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. Rising to draw the curtains and returning to her bed, the heir lay there, an unsettling discomfort gnawing at him. Their previous intimate encounter had left an unfulfilled yearning within him, particularly tormenting him at this hour. He had been waiting for Young Lee to take the initiative, so he could reluctantly indulge her once, yet this simple-minded girl failed to grasp his intentions. Should he take the initiative instead? No, that would be utterly improper, leading her to believe he was overly enamored with her beauty. He resolutely dismissed the idea. He closed his eyes, striving to summon sleep, yet his mind was filled with images of her exquisite form. Unable to bear it any longer, he swung his legs over the side of the bed. If he were to be the one to initiate, so be it. He could hardly believe she would remain asleep. However, Young Lee was already deep in slumber, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. He approached her, attempting to rouse her, but whether it was due to the coolness of the night or sheer exhaustion, she remained unresponsive. Frustrated, he contemplated leaving but was compelled by curiosity to tug at her garment to discern the pattern of the robe she wore. He recalled having mentioned that she should wear a design of mandarin ducks frolicking in water or flowers blooming in pairs, as those were the only two patterns he had seen her don. However, this time, she wore a robe adorned with purple orchids. The heir gritted his teeth. Very well, I shall ensure to request a robe with that pattern next time. Unable to find solace in sleep, he observed Young Lee's undisturbed slumber, which stirred a sense of unease within him. In a moment of impulsivity, he leaned down and inhaled deeply at her neck. Young Lee, lost in a deep sleep, felt the sharpness of a bite and instinctively swatted at it, landing a resounding slap across his face. The esteemed heir, in her slumber, Young Lee delivered another slap, prompting the heir to grasp her delicate wrist and tuck her hand beneath the covers, his expression darkening as he returned to bed. The following day, awakened by her internal clock, Young Lee stretched and dressed, preparing for the day ahead. The maidservant Xiao Shuang and the day shift matron soon arrived. The matron, with keen eyes, noticed the telltale red mark on Young Lee's neck and began to tease her, suggesting that the young lady had evidently exerted herself the previous night. Why not indulge in a bit more sleep? Initially bewildered, Young Lee soon recalled the previous night's endeavors of poetry recitation, account studying, and massaging the heir, and thus replied, as servants, how could we awaken after our master? That would be a dereliction of duty. The two matron figures exchanged knowing glances, and one remarked, the heir dotes on you, he would not hold such matters against you. That simply cannot be, Young Lee insisted. How could I take advantage of my lord's affections and neglect my responsibilities? The heir does not tolerate such behavior. Although Young Lee recognized her current position as a favored maid, she held herself to the standards of a first-class servant. Having worked hard to attain this status, she was determined to cherish it. In truth, the heir maintained a virtuous disposition, focused solely on his studies, never demanding her company at night. Therefore, she resolved to fulfill her duties as a devoted maid. Young Lee hurriedly groomed herself. It was imperative to present herself well before her master. While she did not need to be exquisitely adorned, she must be clean and tidy, embodying a spirited demeanor, a lesson imparted by the matron on her first day in the household. Upon glancing in the mirror of her chamber, she noticed the prominent red mark on her neck. Oh, could it be that there were mosquitoes in the heir's chamber last night? Young Lee felt a surge of anxiety. If the mosquitoes had bitten her, it was one matter, but if they had disturbed the heir, it would surely be her fault. Thus, when she attended to the heir as he rose for his morning routine, she meticulously scrutinized his neck and face for any signs of mosquito bites. The heir, having endured an embarrassing incident the previous night, felt a tinge of awkwardness upon seeing her. Little did he know that the usually decorous Young Lee was now observing him closely. Could it be that she had discerned something from the previous night? The heir's gaze shifted evasively, only to land on the ambiguous mark adorning her fair neck. Had she truly noticed? He had to feign composure, ensuring she did not uncover the absurdity of his actions from the previous night. As Young Lee turned to fasten her belt, she continued her discreet observation. The heir, maintaining an outward calm, felt the tips of his ears flush with heat, unable to contain his irritation. What exactly are you staring at? Young Lee's heart fluttered, and she hurriedly explained, my lord, I was bitten by a mosquito last night, and I was wondering whether it disturbed your peaceful slumber. If so, it would be my dereliction of duty, and I shall ensure to thoroughly inspect the room to prevent such occurrences in the future. The heir, in a moment of exasperation, he chuckled softly. Where exactly were you bitten? On my neck. It's quite a sizable bump, Young Lee pointed out. The heir pressed his lips together. He was not one to laugh often, but it seemed he could not help himself. He playfully pinched her cheek and remarked, you slept so soundly last night. I called for you, and you did not awaken. Had a thief entered, I would have had to wait until the following day for you to collect my remains. Young Lee's eyes widened in disbelief. You called for me? And I slept through it, how could I be so negligent? Overwhelmed with guilt, she felt as though she might kneel before him, yet his grip on her cheek prevented her from doing so. Noticing her eyes brimming with tears, the heir released his hold. Young Lee was indeed heartbroken, primarily due to her self-reproach, feeling that she had failed in her duties as a close maidservant. With tear-filled eyes, she implored, My lord, I acknowledge my shortcomings. And no matter how you choose to punish me, I will bear it without complaint, but please, do not withhold my monthly wages. The heir. At a loss for words, he could only stare in silence. Chapter 19. She is willing to follow the young master. All the money for this month will be deducted, the young master threatened her. Miss Yoli felt as if her heart had turned to ashes, resignedly accepting her fate. Yes, I accept the punishment. Then she added, Young master, I have failed in my duties, perhaps someone else should take the night watch. The young master scrutinized her. What? Do you wish to evade responsibility? No, it is merely that I fear I may not have cared for you properly, causing you distress. If you still wish to employ me, should there be another incident, just call for me. If I do not wake, you may rouse me directly, otherwise, my monthly allowance will be jeopardized. All my hard work for an entire month would be in vain. At this moment, Miss Yoli was silently weeping within, her heart a vast ocean of sorrow. As the young master went to dine, she thought to herself that she was not a savage beast capable of such despicable acts. As was customary, Miss Yoli prepared his meal. After her recent blunder, she hoped fervently that she had not incurred his disdain. Noticing her anxious expression, the young master unexpectedly took her hand, startling her. Why is your hand so cold? He inquired. Miss Yoli replied softly, I do not know. I have just lost my monthly allowance, it pains me. The young master then pulled her to sit beside him. Join me for breakfast. Miss Yoli, apprehensive, protested, Young master, this is against the rules. Is it against the rules not to heed my words? His logical retort compelled Miss Yoli to sit down obediently. Autumn frost brought her a bowl of water chestnut porridge. It was the first time she shared a table with her master for breakfast, and she could not help but feel tense. The young master gestured for her to eat, and she took small bites. Once he departed to attend his lessons, Miss Yoli escorted him out of the courtyard. Suddenly, he turned back and whispered in her ear, Seeing you so well behaved, I shall not deduct your allowance. Her heart leapt, and her clear gaze sparkled with joy. Thank you, young master. Be sure to review the account books well. I shall inquire about them upon my return. Yes. Miss Yoli felt invigorated once more. After bidding farewell to the young master, she completed her tasks and returned to her chamber to focus on the account books. Had it not been for the young master's sudden cancellation of her punishment, she would have had no inclination to study them at all. At that moment, Granny Chow, a confidant of the lady of the house, arrived with some seasonal fruits. They were fresh pomelos and pomegranates sent from the estate, which the lady wished to present to the young master for his enjoyment. Thank you for your hard work, Granny, Miss Yoli said, offering her a handful of coins as a token of appreciation. This money was, of course, not her own. It was under the young master's purview, typically reserved for rewarding the servants. Granny Chow accepted the coins with a smile and added, I have heard that LV Lu has been venting her frustrations on you due to matters in the household. The lady has also heard of this. It is only right that she reprimands her for her shameless behavior in pursuing the young master. If she continues to trouble you, do not hesitate to inform me. Miss Yoli bowed gratefully. I have no qualms about bearing some grievances. I merely fear that this may tarnish the bond between the young master and the eldest young master. Granny Chow replied, Indeed, I shall discuss this with the lady. Thank you for your assistance, Granny. Miss Yoli personally escorted Granny Chow out of the courtyard. Before long, LV Lu came to apologize. However, her apology was not sincere. She had no choice, as the lady had sent Granny Chow to exert pressure on her. Thus, she came, but of course, she could not arrive empty-handed, so LV Lu brought several pomegranates with her. This was clearly a deliberate gesture. She knew these were sent from the estate and distributed among the various courtyards, yet she chose to present them to Miss Yoli, showing a complete lack of sincerity. Miss Yoli saw through her act but chose to remain silent, even foregoing the customary offering of tea. This moment, LV Lu returned to Sontao courtyard with a changed attitude. She sneered at Miss Yoli. You will always be fit only to serve as a concubine. Do you think I would ever be like you? No, I shall walk a path entirely different from yours. She was a modern woman, educated, insightful, and possessing a broad international perspective, certainly not someone of Miss Yoli's humble origins. Hence, she looked down upon her, even considering Miss Yoli merely a lowly maid who resorted to underhanded tactics. Miss Yoli did not comprehend her words. A different path. Was it not the case that becoming a concubine would lead to the best outcome? Aside from that, What other options existed? LV Lu disdainfully retorted. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. How could a woman who only plays deceitful games in the inner chambers possibly grasp my grand ambitions? She intended to stand upon the shoulders of the eldest young master, gazing out upon the world. Her badminton racket was merely a breakthrough into the ancient commercial realm. If the racket sold successfully, not only would the eldest young master regard her with greater esteem, but the lady would also take notice. As for Miss Yoli, who relied solely on her beauty to please her master, she would soon be forgotten, cast aside by the passage of time. Miss Yoli watered the flowers in the courtyard. If you have finished your words, please feel free to leave. I am quite busy with 2 account books to review. LV Lu could hardly contain her excitement, for the eldest young master had taken her design to the carpenter. The thought of establishing herself in this era made her feel elated. Therefore, she was eager to flaunt her superiority before Miss Yoli. Ever since I became associated with the eldest young master, my life has been truly comfortable. I have no chores to attend to, and all my needs are catered to. I hear you are still serving the young master? LV Lu feigned sympathy for Miss Yoli. Miss Yoli felt no envy whatsoever. She had been in the manor for 5 years and was well aware of the eldest young master's temperament, an indulgent spendthrift who sought pleasure above all else. There had been many concubines before her, and none had escaped his clutches. Eventually, the lady had dismissed them one by one. Miss Yoli thought to herself that if she were to catch the eldest young master's eye, she would inevitably meet the same fate of being casually dismissed. The young master, however, was different. She was willing to serve him. What was wrong with serving the young master? He taught her to read and write. He was her benefactor. Not only did he not demand tuition, but he also provided her with a monthly stipend. The only way she could repay him was by attending to his daily needs, which was quite manageable. She must not be ungrateful. Thus, after hearing LV Lu's words, Miss Yoli merely scoffed and turned away. Seeing herself dismissed, LV Lu immediately retorted, "Are you jealous of me?" Miss Yoli replied with a sarcastic tone, "If that thought makes you feel better, then so be it." LV Lu then noticed the marks on Miss Yoli's neck and laughed. "You are relying on the young master as your support, and that is why you oppose me at every turn, isn't it? But how long can one thrive by means of beauty? I shall watch for the day when he discards you." Miss Yoli calmly countered, "I do not rely on beauty, rather, it is well known that you do." LV Lu ground her teeth. "You claim you do not rely on beauty, yet what are those marks on your neck?" "Naturally, they are from mosquito bites. Do you take me for a fool? They are clearly marks left by the young master." LV Lu hissed ominously. "Be wary of becoming pregnant. I will inform the lady and have her deal with the child in your womb." With that, LV Lu issued her threat and turned to leave. Miss Yoli, filled with doubt, returned to her chamber and took up a hand mirror, examining herself in the light. "Are these marks truly from the young master?" she wondered. "Did they resemble his handiwork?" No, the young master was not that kind of person. He was pure-hearted and unworldly. Even finding the thought of intimacy once a month excessive, there was no way he would sneak into her quarters at night. Miss Yoli promptly dismissed the notion. The young master was absolutely not that kind of man. Chapter 20. This wretched maid, who always seems to delight in witnessing her misfortunes, has taken it upon herself to peel a few pomegranates and grapefruits, distributing them among Chiu Shuang and several other servants for a taste. Such indulgences are within her purview as a senior maid, for those who serve often reap rewards, which incentivizes them to labor with greater diligence in the future. Afterward, she returned to her chamber to continue reviewing the account books. As the hour drew near, she ventured to the kitchen to prepare a honey grapefruit tea for the young master, a concoction beneficial for digestion and alleviating heat in the body, particularly suited for autumn. She meticulously coated the grapefruit with a layer of salt to cleanse it, peeled away the skin and essence vital for expelling phlegm and soothing coughs. The grapefruit peel was sliced into shreds and soaked in salt for a quarter of an hour before being boiled 2 or 3 times in a small pot over a charcoal stove to eliminate bitterness. Next, she peeled the grapefruit flesh, combining it with the shredded peel, adding rock sugar and water, then brought it to a boil until the moisture evaporated, after which she allowed it to cool. Once these tasks were completed, Yuli returned to the account books. When the young master returned for lunch, Yuli served him the freshly made grapefruit tea, drizzled with honey for him to taste. He downed nearly half a cup in one go, and Yuli breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he preferred it less sweet, having added only a modest amount of honey. Thankfully, it suited his palate. The young master inquired, "What is this tea?" "It is grapefruit tea, my lady," she replied. "Given the dryness of autumn, which can lead to heat and coughs, I thought it fitting to prepare this tea, especially since the estate has recently delivered grapefruits and pomegranates. The grapefruit tea is particularly effective for expelling phlegm and soothing coughs. I added ample rock sugar and honey to counteract the bitterness." The young master nodded in approval, asking where she had acquired such knowledge. This question momentarily stumped Yuli. As she had forgotten, the young master did not press further, instead instructing, prepare more to send to the matriarch and second young Mississippi. Yes, my lord. After lunch, the young master inquired about the account books. Yuli had diligently noted her areas of confusion while studying, bringing them forth for clarification. The young master maintained a consistently gentle and patient demeanor when instructing Yuli, appreciating her earnest approach to learning. He could discern from her clear eyes that her pursuit of knowledge was genuine, not merely an attempt to please him, a stark contrast to Hong Tao and Lulu. Noticing her thorough preparations, he expressed satisfaction and provided meticulous guidance. As the young master had classes to attend later that afternoon, Yuli refrained from prolonging her presence, ensuring his resting quarters were free of mosquitoes before she felt at ease. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Searching for mosquitoes," Yuli replied. "I thoroughly inspected the sleeping quarters inside and out this morning and found none. I have checked again, so you may rest assured." Had she not mentioned it, he might have almost forgotten the matter. "You are indeed diligent," he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Yuli, mistaking his tone for praise, responded, "It is merely my duty." The young master playfully tapped her on the head with a curled finger. "What now?" she inquired. Before heading to class, the young master asked Yuli to prepare more honey grapefruit tea for him to take along with some grapefruits and pomegranates to present to his teacher or classmates. The following day, Yuli meticulously jarred the prepared grapefruit tea and personally delivered it to various residences, beginning with the matriarch. As Yuli had originally been sent to serve in Songtao courtyard by the matriarch, she enjoyed a particularly warm relationship with her. Upon learning that Yuli had become the young master's favored maid, the matriarch said nothing but generously rewarded her with a pearl hairpin upon receiving the honey grapefruit tea. Since becoming the favored maid, Yuli had frequently received gifts, which brought her considerable joy, filling her heart with delight at her burgeoning treasury. After departing from the matriarch, Yuli proceeded to deliver tea to the countess. Although the young master had not specifically instructed her to do so, it was a matter of propriety. She feared that if the countess learned she had delivered tea to the matriarch yet neglected her, it might lead to trouble. Thus, she willingly made the delivery to ensure peace. Upon arriving at the countess's residence, she found Lulu receiving a reprimand. The countess had previously punished Lulu by making her transcribe Buddhist scriptures, and now had her doing so again, intending to instill a sense of calm in her, as she was often preoccupied with the young master. Lulu despised copying texts, and now, having crossed into another realm, she found herself in a similar predicament, leading to her growing agitation, though she dared not express it to the countess, recalling vividly her past experiences in the servant quarters. This was an era devoid of human rights, and she was merely a maidservant in the Earl of Yongen's household, where the countess held absolute power over her life. In short, her very existence was at the countess's mercy. Elder Chow gestured for Yuli to enter, and she respectfully announced, "Yesterday, the madam sent many grapefruits and pomegranates, so I made honey grapefruit tea with the peel for the young master to relieve phlegm and soothe coughs. He found it delightful and specifically instructed me to send some to you for moisture relief. However, it is a cooling remedy, so please do not consume it in excess." In this regard, Yuli felt it necessary to offer a word of caution, recalling how the countess had suffered from ailments due to overindulgence in milk tea. Many remedies come with prohibitions against excessive consumption, though moderation poses no issues. The countess replied nonchalantly, "You are thoughtful." But knowing the young master as she did, she suspected he would not concern himself with her well-being, attributing any such care to Yuli's efforts. This girl certainly knew how to curry favor with her master. In contrast, Lulu was a source of constant worry, entirely focused on her own desires rather than the welfare of her master, indulging in reckless behavior. The countess accepted the gift, and Yuli withdrew respectfully. Lulu shot Yuli a spiteful glare, resentful that this wretched maid always seemed to be in the right place at the right time to witness her humiliation. She seethed with anger, vowing that she would make this maid pay for her insolence. At that moment, the countess spoke, "You ought to learn from Yuli. How is it that she understands how to serve her master, while you seem preoccupied with sabotaging the gentleman?" Lulu retorted, "Madam, do not be fooled by her apparent innocence. In truth, she is quite promiscuous, reveling in nightly escapades with the young master." "Is that so?" the countess inquired, intrigued. "Indeed, I have seen it with my own eyes. Her neck bears the marks of her indulgences." "I was embarrassed just to glance at her," Lulu exclaimed, striving to tarnish Yuli's reputation. The countess furrowed her brow, deep in thought. She had previously inquired about Yuli's relationship with the young master, to which she always responded positively, claiming their encounters were infrequent due to the young master's focus on his studies. The countess had believed her, thinking the young master truly indifferent to women. Had it not been for Hong Tao's scheming, he would not have favored Yuli. And now, with Lulu's allegations, the countess began to wonder if Yuli had been deceiving her all along. Seeing that the countess seemed to be swayed by her words, Lulu intensified her slandery. Just then, a maid entered with contraceptive medicine for Lulu to take. The countess did not concern herself with whether Yuli might become pregnant. Her primary focus was her own son, and she would not allow Lulu to bear a child before marriage, fearing it would tarnish her son's reputation. Thus, she closely monitored Lulu's medication regimen. Lulu felt utterly miserable but could only grit her teeth and endure the treatment. The countess coldly commanded, "I do not care about others, I only care about you. Return and transcribe the Heart Sutra 10 times and the Diamond Sutra 10 times. At that moment, Lulu felt as though she might perish from despair. Alas, she was merely a favored maid, not a nun destined for a life of celibacy. Why must she endure such an endless cycle of transcribing scriptures? When would this torment ever end? Chapter 021. The proud young master's restless heart. Yuli once again visited Mingyue courtyard to deliver honey pomelo tea. Guanyue's health was frail, and she had been coughing incessantly through the night. Her maid, Bao Chui, was overjoyed upon seeing Yuli bring the tea, having heard of its beneficial properties. Guanyue engaged Yuli in conversation, inquiring, "Does my brother enjoy this?" Yuli replied, "Indeed, he does. It is precisely because he loves it that he took a pot to class, instructing the maid to bring some for you and the old madam as well." Gu Wanyue remarked, "He is intent on excelling in next year's imperial examination, dedicating himself to his studies. Though our family may appear affluent to outsiders, we too have our struggles. My health fluctuates, and I am unable to assist him much." Though Gu Wanyue outwardly exuded strength, the early loss of her mother and sister left her with many unexpressed sentiments that she could not share with her brother, rendering her increasingly melancholic over time. Yuli comforted her, saying, "Second miss, your well-being is the greatest reassurance for the young master. He entrusted you with the bird's nest last time. You must consume it regularly and take good care of yourself. Once he achieves his degree, he will surely seek a suitable match for you." The Yong'an Marquisate was indeed a prestigious family, and Gu Wanyue was bound to find a worthy suitor. However, having lost her mother at a young age and with her father preoccupied with numerous concubines and offspring, she often felt neglected. Although the old madam provided some protection, her resources were limited. If her brother were to succeed, it would undoubtedly enhance her prospects for marriage. One could say that the young master was Gu Wanyue's greatest support within the Marquisate. After conversing with Gu Wanyue for a while, the second miss gifted Yuli some of her handmade cosmetics and fragrant balms, which Yuli cherished greatly. After expressing her gratitude, Yuli departed from Mingyue courtyard, only to encounter Green Willow emerging from the ladies' chamber. Green Willow's face was clouded with resentment, and her eyes betrayed an unmistakable fury upon seeing Yuli. Yuli felt perplexed. What has happened to her? Green Willow, unable to contain her anger, exclaimed, "Why are you so adept at currying favor? Are you a lapdog?" Yuli thought to herself, Green Willow was merely venting her frustrations on me due to her own grievances with the old madam. Does she truly believe I am so easy to bully? After a moment of silence, she replied earnestly, "This is simply our duty as maids." The mere thought of having to transcribe countless Buddhist scriptures made Green Willow want to scream. Before Yuli's arrival, everything was fine, but now her own tasks had become burdensome. Clearly, the old madam was comparing Yuli with her. Green Willow retorted, "If you wish to be a dog, then go ahead, but don't drag me down with you." Feigning surprise, Yuli responded, Who is barking like a dog?" Green Willow, irritated, snapped, "Hey, I'm talking to you." "Oh dear, who in the garden has a dog that barks so loudly? It truly deserves a beating." Yuli deliberately sought out the source of annoyance before walking away. Realizing too late that she had been insulted, Green Willow stomped her foot in frustration. While she spent the night laboriously copying scriptures, Yuli was engrossed in reviewing 2 account ledgers and discussing them with the young master. The 2 ledgers provided insights into the daily expenditures of Songtao Courtyard and the income and expenses of the restaurant under their name. When the young master proposed to take over his mother's estate, he also mentioned that the daily living expenses for himself and his sister would be covered by him. These ledgers were typically managed by a separate accountant for Songtao Courtyard, who would come to review them periodically, and now that Yuli had become the head maid of Songtao Courtyard, it was only natural for her to assist in overseeing these accounts. The young master also wished for her to familiarize herself with the restaurant's finances to see if she could offer any insights. Yuli summarized the expenditures for Songtao Courtyard based on the young master's teachings on ledger management. Although the young maid rarely ventured outside, she had acquired a good understanding of market prices. For instance, when purchasing ingredients for the kitchen, she noted when certain items were priced excessively high. The young master expressed satisfaction with her diligence, inquiring, "How do you know the market situation outside?" "I often visit the kitchen and have become familiar with the cooks. During my free time, I chat with the gatekeepers, and recently, I've shared some pomelos and pomegranates with them, which encourage them to converse with me," Yuli explained. The young master lightly tapped her on the head with a scroll, saying, "You're not foolish, but I hope you remain so." Yuli, emboldened by their rapport, began to jest with the young master. He smiled. "You were already a bit dull, don't blame me for that." Yuli playfully stuck out her tongue and began to knead his shoulders. The young master enjoyed her ministrations, finding relief in her touch. The procurement of ingredients was indeed a lucrative endeavor, and if one did not provide a little incentive, how could the subordinates work diligently? Indeed, Yuli agreed. However, while the subordinates are carrying out their duties, we cannot remain willfully blind. Should matters exceed the bounds, it will be necessary for you to intervene. Me? Yuli exclaimed, surprised. Yes, you are now my trusted aide, responsible for both major and minor affairs within this courtyard. For matters you can handle independently, there is no need to consult me. The young master then handed her the key to the storeroom. Instantly, Yuli felt the weight of her responsibilities increase, and she excitedly declared, "I shall not disappoint your trust, young master." "Good," he replied, before continuing to discuss the restaurant's finances. The young master was particularly interested in this restaurant due to its poor management, which had resulted in ongoing losses throughout the year. From the ledgers, it is evident that the menu has remained unchanged, and such stagnation will inevitably deter patrons from dining here, Yuli noted. "Oh? I would like to hear your detailed analysis," the young master encouraged. Feeling a bit shy, Yuli admitted, "Having served the young master for some time, I have observed that you do not favor eating the same dishes repeatedly. As a result, the cooks have put in great effort to create new recipes, and I believe that regular patrons of the restaurant feel similarly." The young master was surprised that his own dining habits had inspired such insights in Yuli. "So, we should update the restaurant's menu?" Yuli continued, "That is merely my humble opinion. There are other significant factors as well, such as the attitude of the waitstaff. During my rare outings with Bao Chui, I've noticed that if the service is poor, it ruins the dining experience." The young master nodded. "Your observations are quite astute." Accustomed to a life of luxury, he had not paid much attention to these finer details. His usual grand attire and entourage commanded respect wherever he went, making it difficult for him to perceive the actual service issues within the restaurant. Pleased by the young master's praise, Yuli felt a surge of happiness. The young master added, "Find an opportunity to take you out for a stroll." Hearing this, Yuli was thrilled. "Really, young master?" Since entering the estate, her outings had been few and far between. The prospect of accompanying the young master was truly delightful. "However, it also depends on your performance," he teased. "You can rest assured that I will serve you diligently. I have never been careless," Yuli asserted, exhibiting a touch of pride. In truth, she found it difficult to be modest. Serving the young master was her vocation, and she strove for perfection in all things, never believing she fell short. If the young master were to suggest improvements, she would naturally endeavor to enhance her service. Her inability to be humble grew more pronounced. The young master was tempted to pinch her cheeks but thought better of it, wishing to preserve her lovely visage. He was quite taken with Yuli's appearance. Gazing at her was a source of comfort. Although Green Willow and Hong Tao were not lacking in charm, the young master preferred Yuli's demeanor, her innocent doe-like eyes evoking a sense of tender affection. "Yuli," he said, "if there are areas where my service is lacking, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall surely make the necessary adjustments." "Of course," she replied, "but what is it that you wish for me to improve upon? I fear I may not understand your intentions." "You should ponder that yourself," he replied cryptically. Yuli, feeling anxious, asked, "Young master, I am rather dull-witted, could you perhaps be more explicit?" "Not at all," he said, rising from his rocking chair to sit beside her on the bed, tapping his slender fingers against the edge. However, Yuli could not decipher his hints and continued to assist him as usual. "Go, fetch the Tao Te Ching and read it to me," he commanded. "At once." Yuli responded promptly. Could it be that the young master wishes to become a monk, she mused. Yet, knowing he enjoyed it, she began to read. Reading the Tao Te Ching would also allow her to learn many unfamiliar characters, thereby expanding her vocabulary. Little did she know, the young master was restless and sought the calming influence of the text as a bedtime reading. The following day, Yuli took the key to the storeroom and began inventorying the valuables. Now that she had taken charge of the affairs of Sontao Courtyard, she was determined to be thorough in her responsibilities. The greater her responsibilities grew, the more her capabilities must align to ensure she did not betray the young master's trust. She could hardly have dreamed that she would even manage the young master's storeroom, filled with an abundance of rare treasures, a testament to his wealth. Not only did she need to conduct a careful inventory, but she also wished to select a few items to present as gifts to the young master. After a busy day, just as dusk was falling, Yuli was unexpectedly summoned by the old madam for a discussion. She found it curious that the old madam would call for her at such a late hour. Upon arriving, she discovered that the old madam had just returned from a game of cards at the Earl's residence and was now bathing, leaving Yuli to wait. Anxious about the impending return of the young master, Yuli felt the urgency of returning to her duties, yet the old madam seemed to be deliberately prolonging her wait. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the old madam emerged from her bath, donned fresh garments, and beckoned Yuli into her inner chamber for a conversation. "Have you made any progress in your relationship with the young master?" the old madam asked languidly as she sat before the vanity, allowing the maid, Chow Mama, to style her hair. Yuli was taken aback by the question, having been asked the same just days prior. "The young master does not treat me with intimacy, I merely attend to his daily needs and have no other involvement," she replied. "Is it that he does not favor you?" "I cannot say for certain. The young master's thoughts are inscrutable to me." The old madam chuckled softly. "Is it truly ignorance, or do you simply wish to avoid the truth?" Yuli, with her head bowed, widened her eyes slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 022 Alas, I have truly chosen the right master. Madame Ho heavily dropped the hairpin in her hand, producing a dull thud. "Then how is it that I have heard you have been spending entire nights in the young master's chamber, requesting water several times throughout the night?" Upon hearing the displeasure in her voice, Yoli immediately knelt down, exclaiming, "Madam, you have misunderstood me. I was merely keeping watch for the young master and nothing more." Madame Ho scoffed, "You and Greenwillow, both are temptresses who ensnare the young master. If you were to ruin his health, it would be only fitting for me to punish you both severely." Yoli lowered her head, biting her lip tightly. Given that Madame Ho had already concluded she was the one indulging the young master nightly, any attempt at defense would only stoke the flames of anger, leading to her own demise. Such an action would not be wise. After all, she was already a favored maid, and no one would believe her denial. It would be more prudent to first acquiesce to Madame Ho's sentiments and then actively admit her faults. The master desired a compliant servant, not one who could not discern their standing. Thus, Yoli replied, "Madam, you are absolutely correct. It is all my fault. I shall be more vigilant in the future." Seeing Yoli's agreeable attitude, Madame Ho's expression softened somewhat. "You may rise and speak." Yoli stood up, still keeping her head bowed. At this moment, Madame Ho's voice was gentle. "I know you are usually honest. It is the young master who has indulged himself, and it is only natural for him to make excessive demands at night. However, as you serve him, you must take on the responsibility of advising him. How could you allow him to act recklessly?" "Indeed, madam, you are right," Yoli echoed, following her lead. "You and Greenwillow, I still have a preference for you. Do not emulate those base creatures who are merely greedy." "Yes, thank you for your kindness, madam." At this point, Granny Chow interjected, "Madam is elevating you, so you must remain loyal to her. Always align with her in matters. The affections of men are fleeting, and there will come a day when he tires of you. When the legitimate wife enters the door, if she finds you pleasing, you may remain. If not, Madam may very well sell you off or find you a good family, all depending on her whim." Yoli bowed her head submissively and replied, "I understand. My future depends entirely on Madam's grace." Noticing Yoli's perceptiveness, Madame Ho exchanged a knowing glance with Granny Chow. Granny Chow then retrieved a dark blue vial from her sleeve and handed it to Yoli, saying, "The young master has been studying hard, returning late each day. Madam is truly concerned for him, and thus has specially sought this elixir from Taiching Temple. It will alleviate his fatigue. You must find a way for him to take it tonight, without mentioning it is from us." At that moment, Yoli's hands trembled uncontrollably, but she fought to maintain her composure. Was Madame Ho intending to harm the young master, or was she merely using her as an instrument? Was she being treated as a scapegoat? Seeing Yoli hesitate to accept it, Granny Chow chuckled, "What? Are you worried Madame would poison the young master?" Yoli quickly took the vial, forcing a smile. "Madame cares for the young master, she would never do such a thing." However, Madame Ho's voice took on a haunting tone. "Once he consumes it, he will be able to sleep for a day and a night. The Taoist said it is to conserve energy and strengthen the foundation." This statement was clearly a reminder to Yoli that whether she complied or not, Madame Ho would be aware of her actions. Yoli could only say, "Then I shall express my gratitude to Madame on behalf of the young master." Following this, Granny Chow escorted Yoli out, reminding her, "Little girl, you must recognize who your true master is. If you genuinely serve Madame, your future will surely hold a good outcome. Rather than being at the mercy of the legitimate wife, being a favored maid is only slightly better than being an ordinary servant. In the future, you will be seen as a thorn in the legitimate wife's side, and few have a good ending. If you are wise, you should seek a strong backing at this time." With her eyes cast down, Yoli replied, "Granny, do not worry. I am well aware. She then returned to Sanda courtyard. Upon her arrival, Yan Yun hurried over, saying, "The young master has returned and was somewhat displeased not to see you. He is currently in the study." Yoli usually greeted the young master promptly upon his return. "All right, I will go to him at once." Yoli rushed to the study to see the young master, who was categorizing his newly purchased books. However, upon his return, he had heard that Madame Ho from Lanqing Courtyard had summoned Yoli for a conversation. Yoli replied, "Madame was concerned for the young master and inquired about some usual matters, to which I responded as I typically would." Xiu Shuang approached the door to ask Yoli, "May the young master have his dinner?" Yoli went to inquire, and the young master simply nodded, so she ordered the meal to be served. The food was brought to the study for him to eat. As Yoli attended to him during the meal, her mind was somewhat elsewhere. The perceptive young master quickly noticed her distraction but chose not to address it. During his bath, he did not call for her assistance either. Yoli held in her thoughts until bedtime, when it was just the two of them, and then she relayed the matter of the pills instructed by Madame Ho to the young master. From the beginning, she had no intention of hiding this matter. However, she felt the need to be cautious before disclosing it. The young master, with a cold expression, took the vial from her hand, opened it, and poured out a black pill. He instructed someone to summon Yan Yun and directed him to have the pill examined for its composition. The room fell silent, the candlelight flickering as he sat in the rocking chair, gazing at her. "Madam must have promised you something in return. Should you choose to align with her, it may not be impossible for you to achieve a bright future." Yoli approached, kneeling to massage his legs. "From the day I became the young master's favored maid, I have pledged my loyalty. To be loyal means there can be no wavering in my heart. The reason I did not mention this sooner was merely concern that walls have ears, and I feared it might cause unnecessary trouble." The young master scrutinized her face, as if probing for something. Yoli felt weary. Navigating between Madame Ho and the young master was indeed mentally taxing, yet, sometimes loyalty is not merely spoken, it must be demonstrated sincerely to dispel any doubts others may harbor. When Yoli raised her eyes again, they were filled with innocent allure, evoking pity. "You, my lord, have taught me to read and write, to learn civility and reason. You are my master and also my benefactor. Even if I were to die 1,000 deaths, it would never suffice to repay your kindness." A smile flickered across the young master's face. Yoli pressed on, "Should you ever find yourself in peril, I too shall not survive alone." Finally, warmth returned to the young master's expression as he patted her head. "Good maid." Yoli silently lamented in her heart. Indeed, with greater responsibilities come greater dangers. It would be wonderful if the young master could provide her with a bit more silver as compensation in the future. The young master remarked, "Since you are so well behaved, I shall take you out for a day of fun tomorrow." Yoli's heart soared from sorrow to joy, but soon she recalled, "But what of Madame's pill? If it is poison, she would use your hand to kill me, casting you as a scapegoat, leaving her unscathed. If it is not poison, merely a test of your loyalty, such small maneuvers will continue. It is better to let her see clearly whom I truly serve." The young master did not intend to play along with his stepmother's games. Yoli sighed. Would she then be targeted by Madame Ho? "What is wrong?" The young master observed her troubled expression and inquired. "Green Willow has never been favored by Madame. She has either been slapped or punished with copying. Now I fear I may follow in her footsteps." Yoli confessed her worries. As a maid, she merely sought a small measure of stable happiness. Who could endure being targeted daily? The young master pondered for a moment before saying, "You are my favored maid, you need only be responsible to me, the rest is of no concern to you. Tomorrow, I shall clarify this with her." He managed the estate himself, having long achieved financial independence, and would not be bound by a stepmother's control. Yoli secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, young master." Having the young master as her backing felt truly comforting. "You must diligently manage your courtyard for me. Once I see your progress, I shall entrust you with the shop. With your abilities, no one will dare bully you." Upon hearing this, Yoli grew even more excited. "I shall certainly strive to make you proud." She then rose to knead his shoulders and neck. "Alas, I have truly chosen the right master." Yet, the young master found himself perplexed each night. Why did his favored maid not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards him? Each time she attended to him at bedtime, she fell asleep almost instantly. This was something he could not help but admire. However, the usually proud young master could not stoop to wooing his favored maid. He would make her willingly yield to him in time of the next morning. At the break of dawn, Yan Yun waited outside. He had returned early the previous night but, upon seeing the young master asleep, refrained from disturbing him unnaturally. He also worried about any clandestine activities between the young master and Yoli, so he chose to wait until the next day to report. The young master summoned him into the inner room to speak. Yen Yun reported truthfully, I took the pills to the old physician for examination. He stated that it is not poison, but rather a tonic containing astragalus, nodo ginseng, and ginseng. The young master exchanged glances with Yoli, then instructed Yen Yun, today I am unwell. Go to the minister's residence and request a day off for me. Yes, Yen Yun replied and exited. Yoli began combing the young master's hair, and indeed, he had anticipated correctly, it seemed Madame was indeed testing her loyalty. If they had not examined the pills, then they would have tacitly agreed that the pills were toxic, and feigning illness would be easily discerned by Madame, proving she had not poisoned him while maintaining a facade. However, if she had poisoned him, the likelihood of being discovered by the young master was higher, and her fate would mirror that of Hongtao. Madame Ho's cunning was truly extraordinary, her depths unfathomable. Thankfully, the young master appeared to understand his stepmother well and was capable of navigating this situation with meticulous thought. Yoli felt her life was precariously hanging in the balance, yet, she always understood that her loyalty could not waver. Otherwise, the young master would not tolerate her. This time, she had managed to navigate through safely. The young master took Yoli to the old matriarch's courtyard to pay his respects. Typically, he would visit the old matriarch each day to pay his respects and, in passing, greet Madame Ho present there, which spared him the trouble of visiting her courtyard separately. However, this was the first time he brought Yoli along. The old matriarch always beamed upon seeing her grandson. Has this girl been taking good care of you? Yes, she has been attentive, thanks to your excellent guidance, grandmother, the young master replied. The old matriarch, pleased by his words, said, once your elder brother marries a legitimate wife, it will be your turn. Not if you like, you may elevate Yoli to the status of concubine to continue serving you. Thank you, grandmother. The old matriarch continued, you should be preparing for next year's imperial examination. This is of utmost importance. If there is anything you wish to eat or use, just tell your mother. Madame Ho chimed in, old matriarch, I have been keeping an eye on these matters, and I would never allow Hungur to suffer in any way. At this moment, the young master politely replied, I must also thank mother for the tonic given yesterday. I took it last night, and upon waking this morning, I feel refreshed and invigorated. This statement was clearly laced with subtlety. Madame Ho pursed her lips slightly. Oh, what tonic? The old matriarch immediately inquired with curiosity. Chapter 023, Watching the tigers fight from a mountain, reaping the benefits of the fisherman. In response to the probing gaze and inquiries of the old matriarch, Lady Ho remained calm and composed as she explained, this medicine was procured by my daughter-in-law a few days ago from the esteemed Master Chongshu of Taiching Temple. It possesses the virtues of nourishing fluids, enriching the blood, strengthening the spleen, benefiting the lungs, and replenishing qi while elevating yang. Considering that Honggu has been diligently pursuing his studies, and the heir is amenable to good counsel, I wish to express my gratitude to mother for her concern. However, in the future, when administering medicine to my son, it would be prudent to inform him in advance, as the secrecy may lead to misunderstandings regarding my heartfelt intentions. The old matriarch keenly sensed the underlying discord and instinctively glanced towards her daughter-in-law, Lady Ho. Lady Ho gently clarified, Honggu is rather obstinate, he refuses to consume the tonics I regularly present, hence, I thought it wise to coax him into taking this rare qi-boosting pill, and thus summoned Yoli to assist in this endeavor. Yoli, standing behind the heir, bowed her head in silence. They were all cunning foxes, and had it not been for her involvement, one might have almost believed the ruse. Nevertheless, the heir's remarks, ostensibly expressing gratitude towards Lady Ho, were in fact a subtle means of placing her under scrutiny in front of the old matriarch. Those who were discerning could grasp the intricacies of the situation. At last, the old matriarch comprehended, stating, I appreciate your good intentions, but the act of taking medicine must be consensual. What is this secrecy? I, as an elder, do not appreciate being deceived into taking medicine without my knowledge. Lady Ho's face flushed with embarrassment. It was indeed her folly, and she would not dare to repeat such a mistake. The old matriarch then turned her attention to Yoli, admonishing her as well, you too, how can you deceive your master into taking medicine? Yoli appeared anxious, prompting the heir to interject, grandmother, my maid would never dare to deceive me. Her timid nature betrays her thoughts. She has conveyed my mother's good intentions, which I find quite reasonable, and I am grateful for my mother's sincere concern. Yoli marveled at the heir's eloquence. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the top scholar. The old matriarch cast a sidelong glance at the silent Lady Ho and remarked, that as well, as long as you find this maid satisfactory, should you require further assistance, do not hesitate to inform your grandmother. Understood, grandmother, the heir replied, bowing before he departed with Yoli. Once they left, the old matriarch gradually withdrew her affectionate demeanor, fixing a piercing gaze upon Lady Ho. Your actions of late have become increasingly erratic, sneaking medicine to Honggu, what reasoning is behind this? Are you also clandestinely administering medicine to Gu? Lady Ho immediately rose from her seat, bowing slightly. Mother, my intentions were purely benevolent, devoid of malice. Gu is not your biological child. It is already commendable that you can coexist harmoniously. Why engage in actions that invite disdain? The old matriarch, visibly displeased, retorted, Gu respects you as his stepmother. His words are already quite courteous, yet you must remain aware of your boundaries. Your reprimands are just, and this time I have indeed acted foolishly. I assure you there shall be no next time. Lady Ho conceded. As she exited the old matriarch's courtyard, her expression was dark and stormy. Ever since Yin Yun left the residence the previous night, Lady Ho had received word that Yoli had informed the heir of the medicine. She realized that Yoli was no longer a useful informant to her. However, the medicine she provided was not harmful. She thought the heir would not discover her misstep, yet she was taken aback when she found herself suddenly reported to the old matriarch the very next morning. This indicated that her actions had already come under the scrutiny of the old matriarch. Henceforth, should anything go awry in Songtao courtyard, the old matriarch would likely suspect her involvement. Upon returning to Lanxing courtyard, Lady Ho vented her frustration. I shall ensure that wretched maid meets her end without a burial. It was intolerable that a mere maid had outmaneuvered her, a woman of pride. Yet, Yoli had emerged from the old matriarch's courtyard and now had the heir's protection, making it difficult for Lady Ho to take action against her. Old Madame Chow whispered, Madam, she is but a lowly maid. There is no need to sully our hands. Ah, that Green Willow is not a docile individual. It would be better to let them destroy each other, while we watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits, old Madame Chow proposed. Yoli and Green Willow were merely maids. If they stirred up a significant commotion, not only would the heir be displeased, but even the old matriarch would not tolerate it. Lady Ho chuckled, send for Green Willow. Yes, came the reply. Green Willow was summoned early in the morning, having spent the last few days transcribing Buddhist scriptures. Lamenting her plight upon reviewing her work, Lady Ho was thoroughly dissatisfied. Your handwriting is utterly unpresentable, not even a fraction as good as Yoli's. Green Willow, already weary from her labor, felt even more disgruntled at being compared unfavorably to Yoli. She possessed the pride of a modern individual and looked down upon Yoli entirely, yet, she could not retort to Lady Ho's comments, only humbly responding, Madam, your criticism is warranted. I shall strive to improve and one day catch up to Miss Yoli. While saying this, she inwardly cursed Yoli profusely. Lady Ho smirked slightly, adding, You have much to learn from Yoli. Do not spend all your time in the inner chambers compromising your virtue. Had I known you would turn out this way, I would have requested the old matriarch to send Yoli to serve my son. In short, Green Willow endured a lengthy lecture from Lady Ho, wherein every third sentence praised Yoli's virtues while belittling Green Willow. With her frustration unresolved, Green Willow yearned to confront Yoli. After inquiring about Yoli's whereabouts, she discovered that Yoli had accompanied the heir out of the residence. How infuriating! Green Willow had not stepped out since her arrival, spending her days transcribing Buddhist scriptures and her nights attending to the heir's needs, leaving her utterly exhausted. Yet, this Yoli had the audacity to go out and enjoy herself with the heir. How despicable, a scheming white lotus, how could she possibly win the heir's favor? Green Willow seethed, her jealousy distorting her demeanor. Meanwhile, Yoli was quite content accompanying the heir on their outing. The heir first took her to a jewelry shop, one of his establishments. The shop consisted of 3 floors, each dedicated to selling clothing, cosmetics, and jewelry. Yoli did not indulge in the delusion that the heir had brought her there for her own benefit. With the Mid-Autumn festival approaching, it was likely he was selecting gifts for the ladies of the household. The shopkeeper personally welcomed them, leading them to a private room for tea, while staff brought forth an array of exquisite items for their selection. As this was Yoli's first outing with the heir, she donned a veil, standing gracefully beside him. The heir was indeed there to select gifts for his grandmother and younger sister. Using Yoli to model the jewelry, he picked out a set of headpieces for both his grandmother and sister and had Yoli try on some clothing as well. They ended up purchasing quite a bit. At noon, they dined at Shitting Tower, another of the heir's enterprises. Yoli had previously reviewed the accounts of this establishment. However, they unexpectedly encountered the eldest son in Green Willow. Green Willow, initially fuming as she returned to Yuhua courtyard, was taken by surprise when the eldest son announced he wanted to take her out for a stroll. This delighted Green Willow, dispelling her earlier moodiness, and she quickly prepared herself to accompany him. They soon crossed paths with Yoli. Upon seeing Yoli, Green Willow's teeth gnashed in anger, but she refrained from showing it in front of the heir. Though the heir appeared refined, he harbored a cold heart, and Green Willow dared not risk offending him. The eldest son greeted the heir and, upon noticing Yoli's delicate appearance and veil, inquired, who is this young lady? The heir replied coolly, she is my maid. The eldest son, observing Yoli's figure and attire, mistakenly assumed she was the heir's mistress, only to realize she was merely a maid. Thus, she was the very Yoli Greenwillow often derided. However, as she was just a maid, the eldest son did not dwell on it. Seeing the heir heading to dying, he insisted on joining. Since both the heir and the eldest son were dining together, Yoli and Greenwillow could not share the same table, and thus were assigned to a separate private room next door. Greenwillow, having taken the time to prepare herself, looked quite striking, creating a stark contrast to Yoli's simplicity. It was evident that the eldest son held a genuine affection for Greenwillow. Having just purchased many items, Greenwillow cast a scornful glance at Yoli. "Did the heir not buy you anything?" Yoli shook her head. "The heir brought me out to select gifts for the old matriarch and the second young lady for the Mid-Autumn Festival." As the dishes were served, Yoli focused on her meal, refusing to engage in any verbal sparring with Greenwillow. Her demeanor represented the heir's image, and she would not tarnish it with petty quarrels. Greenwillow, hearing this, chuckled. "Ah, you seem to be quite content with your role, unlike me, where the eldest son insists on showering me with gifts. I am fortunate to have accompanied him today, otherwise, I would be as destitute as you." She deliberately belittled Yoli to flaunt her own superiority. Lady Ho often compared her to Yoli, yet Greenwillow could not fathom where she fell short. The eldest son had taken her out today not only for her beauty but also for her acumen in business. Her feathered badminton racket proposal had been accepted, and the eldest son had taken a liking to it, planning to invest in production for sale. As she contemplated her rising status, Greenwillow's disdain for Yoli deepened. "Compare yourself to me, you must be joking." Yoli remained focused on her meal, while Greenwillow rolled her eyes. "You must not have dined on fine delicacies since following the heir. You are but a servant." Greenwillow often looked down on the servants in the residence, viewing them as born to servitude, toiling away under the whims of others unlike herself, who defied fate, striving for upward mobility and aligning herself with the eldest son to rise through the ranks. She felt quite satisfied with her current circumstances. Meanwhile, what did Yoli possess? A mind full of schemes focused solely on pleasing men, devoid of any real intelligence, destined to be exploited by the legitimate wife. Lady Ho valued her. What a farce! Noticing Yoli's quiet demeanor, Greenwillow continued to boast. "I feast on gourmet delicacies daily, I am utterly tired of it." Yoli, biting her chopsticks while observing Greenwillow's pretentious display, waited for her to finish before innocently saying, "You work diligently transcribing scriptures daily and endure hardships at night. How can you not eat more?" Greenwillow's face turned an ashen green in an instant. Chapter 024. She swears not to rest until revenge is taken. Greenwillow was incensed. Her anger stemmed from the fact that young pair had spoken the truth. The incident where she and the eldest son had fought valiantly in battle had led to her punishment by the madam, and this was something that many would come to know. Moreover, she had been the target of mockery from the maids and servants below. Young Pair's words struck a fatal blow. With a seemingly innocent smile, Young Pair said, "I have no intention of competing with you, nor do I wish for you to target me at every turn. We are both mere servants in the Marquis's household, and should be supporting one another instead of being adversarial." Greenwillow scoffed. "Your words are sweet, yet why did you not speak so when you were plotting against me in secret? What was it when you sought to gain the upper hand before the madam? Now that you have won her favor and she protects you while making me suffer, is that not a result of your own actions?" Young Pair furrowed her brow. The madam protected her. Upon reflection, and seeing Greenwillow's excessive agitation, she wondered if the madam intended to use Greenwillow to eliminate her. Young Pair replied, "I have not sought the madam's favor, nor have I sought to overshadow you. You have indeed won the affection of the eldest son, so why must you hold this against me?" Young Pair could not express herself too plainly. As a maid, she was not permitted to openly discuss her master's affairs. Furthermore, she could not confide in Greenwillow, uncertain if she would be betrayed. Greenwillow's resentment towards Young Pair was not a recent development. The seeds of hatred had been sown since they had shared the menial tasks in the back courtyard. Young Pair fell silent, lowering her head to continue her meal. At that moment, the waiter brought in soup, and Greenwillow stood, ostensibly to assist the waiter but deliberately splashed it onto Young Pair's face. Though Young Pair was focused on her meal, she was not oblivious and quickly dodged out of the way. The sound of the chair crashing to the ground and the waiter's startled cry attracted the attention of the young master and the eldest son next door. Greenwillow seized the opportunity and rushed to the eldest son, feigning tears. "Master, I was nearly scared to death. This waiter is so clumsy, he almost scalded me with the soup." Thankfully, I reacted swiftly. The waiter, flustered, knelt and protested his innocence. "I am wronged." The eldest son paid him no heed and kicked him away, calling for the manager to deal with the situation. Young Pair quickly interjected, "Eldest son, I can testify that this matter has nothing to do with the waiter." Only then did the eldest son notice Young Pair's appearance. Previously, he had only seen her veiled, but now he could fully appreciate her beauty. What a strikingly lovely young lady. Usually, young pair spent her time in the courtyard and had little opportunity to encounter the eldest son. Given the multitude of maids in the Marquis's household, it was understandable that he might not know each one by sight. Upon seeing young pair, he thought to himself, no wonder my usually ascetic second brother has begun to stray from his vows. The young master caught a glimpse of the eldest son's lecherous gaze and promptly blocked his view, addressing young pair, speak honestly. Young pair replied, just now, when the waiter brought the soup, Sister Greenwillow insisted on meddling, and it was she who caused the chaos by splashing it on me. Instead of feeling remorse, she shifted the blame entirely onto the waiter, and I simply could not stand by and watch. The waiter, appearing quite young and frail, probably around 14 or 15 years of age, would not have taken on such a job if he were not from a poor family. Hearing young pair's defense, he immediately cried, what the noble lady said is true, I truly did not do it on purpose, it was this green-clad lady who insisted on taking my job and splashed the soup on her. The young master cast a cold glance at Greenwillow. Just as she attempted to argue, the eldest son struck her on the head with his fan, chastising her for behaving like a maid even while dining out. What were you trying to prove by showing off to the waiter? Greenwillow bit her lip and lowered her head, acknowledging, you are right to chastise me, master. The young master, with a stern expression, said, my maid's face was nearly disfigured. How do you propose to address this? In response, the eldest son directly plucked a hairpin from Greenwillow's head, stating, though it was a careless mistake on the part of my maid, a mistake is still a mistake, and I offer this as compensation. Greenwillow's hair came undone, and her eyes widened in shock. What humiliation! This was the phoenix butterfly gold hairpin the eldest son had just bought for her, costing over 20 taels, a sum that a common maid would take 2 or 3 years to earn in the Marquis's household. And now it was being handed to young pair for nothing? The eldest son personally presented the hairpin to young pair, speaking with great courtesy, I am deeply troubled for having startled you, my lady. His flirtatious gaze lingered on young pair, hinting at amusement. The young master snatched the hairpin from her hand and tossed it before the waiter, saying, this is compensation for the kick the eldest son mistakenly delivered to you. Thank you, esteemed gentleman. Thank you, the waiter exclaimed, feeling that his earlier misfortune had been rectified. The eldest son's expression soured, clearly displeased. Was the second brother trying to embarrass him? Not only was he upset, but Greenwillow was also infuriated, seething at being made to compensate others with her belongings, only for the waiter to benefit. Yet, once something was given away, it was unreasonable to expect its return. The young master wiped his hands with a handkerchief and tossed it on the ground, showing his disdain for the hairpin that had made contact with Greenwillow. Her face darkened with humiliation. How dare Gu Yuheng humiliate her so? Greenwillow took mental note of this. The waiter quickly gathered his things and exited. The manager awaited instructions outside. The young master gestured for young pair to don her veil, which she promptly did. He then turned to the eldest son, stating, this wretched maid has always been cunning. Now that I am present, she dares to lay a hand on my maid, clearly disregarding my authority. His words, light as a feather, elevated what was initially a quarrel between two maids to a matter of the master's dignity. The master's face was, of course, of utmost importance. Greenwillow hurriedly knelt, exclaiming, young master, I am truly wronged. I never intended to harm young pair. It was merely an act of kindness gone awry when the waiter was unable to manage, and I ask for your discernment. The young master was not inclined to believe her lies but turned his gaze to the eldest son. No matter how much a maid might argue, it was inconsequential. What mattered was how her master would decide to handle the situation. The eldest son kicked Greenwillow, chastising her for her lack of discipline. Get up and apologize to the young master at once. Greenwillow fell to the ground, drowning in humiliation. Why, she had thought she had secured the eldest son's favor, believing he would speak on her behalf in such a situation, yet, to her dismay, he too had humiliated her. Tears streamed down Greenwillow's face, her sense of injustice overwhelming her. The eldest son continued to press, if you remain obstinate, I shall send you back to the back courtyard immediately. Startled, Greenwillow quickly rose, kneeling before the young master and bowing her head, it is entirely my fault. I implore you to forgive me. The young master scoffed, you ought to apologize to my maid. Greenwillow, who had always been proud, had never regarded young pair as significant, she would always rebut her at every opportunity. Now, to have to apologize to young pair shattered her spirit. Seeing that the eldest son would not speak on her behalf, and recognizing her own powerlessness, she could only redden her eyes and plead, young pair, it is all my fault. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me this once. Young pair cautiously glanced at the young master. Greenwillow did not believe she had done anything wrong. She was merely bowing to authority. The young master snorted and immediately took his leave with young pair. Greenwillow was left heartbroken. She swore she would not rest until she avenged this grievance. The eldest son helped her to her feet, gently saying, do not blame me for treating you this way. Even if you have a grudge against Gu Yuheng, you cannot be so brazen. I cannot risk a confrontation between you and Gu Yuhong on your behalf. Green Willow wiped her tears with a handkerchief, acknowledging, I understand, Master, you have been very protective of me, it is all my fault for putting you in a difficult position. Though she was seething inside, she had no choice but to endure until she had grown her wings. The eldest son admired Green Willow's ability to endure, sparing him the trouble of having to placate her, and noted that she needed to be more thoughtful in her actions if she wished to achieve great things. Yes, I will certainly remember today's lesson, Green Willow replied, tears in her eyes. Young Pear had already returned to the carriage with the young master. Thank you for standing up for me just now, Young Pear said. If I do not stand up now, will I allow others to walk all over me in the future? The young master's expression was still displeased, clearly still upset over the earlier events. Young Pear gently asked, Young master, are you concerned about whether I was scalded? No, he replied, I anticipated that you would be quick to evade. Young Pear remained cautious when alone with Green Willow, wary of potential schemes against her. The young master regarded her, you are quite clever. Young Pear smiled and continued, I carefully sampled the dishes at the food ding building, the food itself is not the problem, but there has been a lack of innovation for too long. For regular patrons, that may diminish its allure. Additionally, the presentation of the dishes is lacking. In such a prime location, those who dine here are typically of higher status and would pay more attention to aesthetics and the quality of service beyond just the meal. The young master had previously shown her the accounts of the food ding building and brought her there to eat, indicating that he wished to hear her analysis and suggestions. After listening attentively, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. If that is the case, please draft a complete improvement plan, and I shall instruct the manager to implement the changes. Young Pear felt apprehensive. I merely wanted to share my thoughts on the meal. How could I propose a plan? However, the young master insisted, this establishment has been underperforming for quite some time. If your suggestions yield results, I will entrust its management to you and grant you a share of the profits. Young Pear's eyes widened in astonishment. Was the young master jesting? A share of the profits, even a small percentage from such a large establishment would be a considerable income. The young master remained unfazed, I am not joking. Young Pear felt a surge of excitement yet feigned calmness, but what if the changes I propose do not work? Your observations have indeed pinpointed the existing issues. Even if they do not succeed, they surely cannot make things worse. If there are no results, I shall not hold you accountable. With his assurance, Young Pear felt relieved. Upon returning, she personally delivered the gifts the young master had purchased to the old matron and the second young lady. When she returned, the young master handed her a parcel, saying, This is for you. Young Pear was both surprised and delighted. Is this for me? Inside the parcel was a set of jewelry, a fashionable outfit, and some cosmetics. She had always thought the young master was buying mid-autumn festival gifts for the madam or other ladies. Chapter 025 Is the young master not that exquisite beauty, Yen Ruyu? The young master merely permitted her to take it without further elaboration. Naturally, Yoli did not inquire any further and happily took it away. The young master has indeed grown increasingly generous towards her, perhaps it was due to her recent suggestion for improvements at the shitting restaurant. Upon returning to her quarters, she promptly drafted a proposal, which she completed swiftly. When she presented it to the young master, he was first struck by the significant progress in her handwriting, and secondly, he noted the thoroughness of her work, which even included 4 new recipes. From where do these recipes originate? The young master inquired. Yoli replied truthfully, Have you forgotten, young master, these are all dishes you commonly enjoy. Whenever you raised concerns while dining, I diligently took note, hence the new improved recipes. I believe that if even you find them delightful, the patrons will surely appreciate them as well. The young master mused to himself, acknowledging the girl's earnest dedication to serving him. Indeed, he had not misjudged her worth. He continued to peruse her work, noting that she had also included a dessert honey pomelo tea intended as a complimentary offering to enhance patrons' fondness for the restaurant. You seem quite knowledgeable about the art of management, the young master remarked, genuinely pleased with her suggestion. Yoli shyly smiled, I am but a simple servant, merely expressing my humble opinions, whether they yield results remains to be seen once implemented. The young master nodded, and Yoli further suggested, Young master, Sister Lin from the kitchen has always taken great care of your meals. Most of the recipes I have compiled are from her expertise. She works diligently, and if she could be compensated for guiding the shitting restaurant, it would certainly be beneficial. She was aware that Sister Lin had a sick daughter at home and was in dire need of financial assistance. By supporting her, it would prevent ill-intentioned individuals from exploiting the situation, and the young master could have greater peace of mind regarding his meals in the future. The young master absorbed her words, declaring, Let it be as you wish. If her dishes prove profitable, I shall reward her 50 taels for each. Yoli calculated, with 6 recipes listed, if all were well received, Sister Lin could earn 300 taels, enough to purchase a modest home. The young master entrusted the proposal to Yen Yun, instructing him to deliver it to the restaurant's manager, ensure that the manager implements these improvements and prepares the dishes as outlined. Tomorrow, send Sister Lin to the restaurant for guidance. I shall visit soon to inspect. Should I find any negligence, there will be consequences. Understood, Yen Yun replied and departed, elated that her ideas had been embraced. Yoli went to the small kitchen to share the news with Sister Lin. Upon hearing it, Sister Lin was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Yoli, thank you for recommending me, thank you, thank you." Tears welled in her eyes. Life had been harsh for her husband had passed away 2 years prior, and her daughter had long suffered from poor health, requiring constant medication. As a woman, securing stable employment was no easy feat, especially with mounting medical expenses for her daughter and the need to pay for her 14-year-old son's schooling. The prospect of him marrying in the future added to her worries. Thus, when Yoli approached her with this opportunity, Sister Lin was deeply moved. If successful, even earning 100 taels would be a blessing. Yoli replied, "It is too early to express gratitude. Focus on guiding at the shitting restaurant tomorrow. If it succeeds, there will be silver, if not, there is nothing we can do." That is indeed true, but it is still a path forward. If it succeeds, I will surely repay you generously, Sister Lin promised. Yoli smiled, "There is no need, simply do well, and the young master will not treat you unfairly." After conversing for a while, Sister Lin offered Yoli freshly steamed buns. Yoli returned to her chamber with the buns, and her maid, Xiushuang, returned from outside. Yoli shared a bun with her. Xiushuang said, "Sister Yoli, did you hear? Green Willow from Yuhua Courtyard has actually begun playing the pipa. Just now, I passed by and heard Sister Juhui complaining that Green Willow has been playing for some time now. The young master must like her." Yoli understood Green Willow's situation. Having offended several masters in the household, she had only recently gained favor with the young master, and if she did not put in extra effort, she risked being cast aside once the young masteress' official wife arrived. The Yong'an Marquisate was a place of great wealth, and serving a young master held promise, but if sold off, her future could lead her to serve an old man or fall into the clutches of unsavory patrons, leaving her uncertain fate. Thus, it was crucial to hold on to the present, which was still favorable. Yoli found herself somewhat in the same predicament as Green Willow and often contemplated such matters. Fortunately, the young master was kind, having granted her the prospect of becoming a concubine, allowing her to pursue education and now engage in external business affairs. Yoli felt optimistic about her future. Therefore, she did not dwell excessively on what lay ahead. She focused on enjoying her meals, sleeping well, and dedicating her time to learning, which occupied the majority of her daily schedule. Each day felt fulfilling. While chatting with Xiushuang, Baotsue, the second young lady's maid, arrived. Baotsue asked, "What are you two discussing?" Yoli smiled, "You are in for a treat. These buns just came out of the kitchen. Do try one." Baotsue eagerly accepted a bun. Xiushuang noted, "We were just talking about Green Willow playing the pipa." Baotsue laughed, "Not only do you know, but the second young lady is also aware. I've heard that Green Willow is to perform for the masters at the Mid-Autumn Festival." Yoli was puzzled. Perform? Baotsue playfully tapped her forehead. "Oh, Yoli, you spend all your time hidden away in Songtao Courtyard, oblivious to everything except practicing your calligraphy and memorizing poetry. You becoming quite the bookworm. This is the task assigned by the young master, which he inspects every night. If I do not apply myself, it would be a disservice to his efforts." Yoli had her own justifications. Baotsue and Xiushuang shared a laugh, and the three settled down for tea and conversation. Baotsue advised Yoli, "Your status has changed, and the young masteress' expectations of you have increased. However, you must still pay attention to the happenings in the outer courtyards." Green Willow initially held grievances against you, but since becoming the young masteress' concubine, her flattery has increased. I worry that if she wins the favor of the old lady and the mistress, you may not fare well. Yoli replied, "I will focus on my own responsibilities. How could she prevent me from having a good outcome?" Baotsue countered, "You have truly become a bookworm. Until you officially become the young masteress concubine, everything remains uncertain. A concubine is merely a step above a servant, and it may indeed be the source of trouble. Consider this. The young masteress wife has not yet arrived, and her character is unknown. While she may not concern herself with us servants, she may very well hold grudges against those who have served the young master." Yoli had pondered these matters as well. Previously, she had avoided competing with Green Willow and Hongtao to prevent drawing the young masteress' attention. Even being a tea-serving maid was preferable to being a concubine. Yet, her fortune had been remarkable, and she had caught the young masteress' eye. Thus, she resolved to accept her fate, for worry would change nothing. She chose not to fret over what had yet to transpire, as it would only burden her heart. Focusing on her duties was paramount. Now that the young master had tasked her with managing the courtyard and engaging in business affairs, should the young masteress wife truly look down upon her, she could volunteer to handle outside business. Being a female manager would suffice, as it would at least provide an avenue for her. She believed the young master would not refuse her. With this thought, Yoli was determined to study diligently, hoping to become capable and gain the young masteress' trust. However, Baotsue encouraged Yoli to learn from Greenwillow, stating, "When I arrived earlier, the second young lady instructed me to remind you to practice what she has been teaching you, in addition to your studies. Spend more time on it these next few days, as she will be testing you soon." Yoli nodded with a smile. Before long, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. The household was adorned with colorful lanterns, bustling with excitement. The young master naturally did not attend the academy that day but rested at home, where Yoli presented him with a gift. Traditionally, the Mid-Autumn Festival involved the exchange of gifts. Yoli gifted the young master an exquisitely embroidered sachet, although she prepared various items for him daily. Gifting him something on this occasion felt distinctly special. Given that the young master had previously bestowed a gift upon her, she felt it was only proper to reciprocate. The young master playfully toyed with the sachet she gifted him, acknowledging the importance of mutual exchange. "Yoli," he remarked, "you have already given me a gift recently. This is merely a token of appreciation. Though humble, it carries weighty affection." The young master would not think her stingy, would he? No matter, she had also fashioned a net for him. The young master smirked slightly, then turned to retrieve a book and a brand new calligraphy workbook from the shelf, adding, "And here is a workbook for you as well. Write diligently." Yoli was taken aback. "Ah, what is this? Do you not like it?" the young master teased. Yoli feigned an exaggerated smile. "I adore it, I simply cannot put it down." The young master pinched her cheek. "Your enthusiasm is quite exaggerated." Yoli regained her seriousness, insisting, "I speak nothing but the truth. My words come from the heart. I am not one to be swayed by wealth. As the saying goes, in books, there are houses of gold, in books, there are exquisite beauties." The young master nodded in appreciation. "Indeed, you can now articulate your thoughts quite well. Pray tell, what purpose do you have for this beauty?" Yoli hesitated, struggling to find a response, prompting the young master to gaze at her playfully. Taking a step closer, she looked at him with longing. "Young master, are you not that exquisite beauty?" The young master exclaimed in surprise, then laughed, lightly tapping her head with the book in his hand. "You are becoming increasingly adept at flattery. Are you suggesting something to me?" Yoli's lips twitched. He continued, "If you desire it, tonight would not be out of the question." Yoli thought to herself, "I should not have said that." Realizing she had been misunderstood, she began to clarify, "Young master, what I meant was." However, before she could finish, the young master produced a pearl-inlaid gold bracelet from his sleeve, nearly blinding Yoli with its brilliance. "What did you mean by that?" he inquired nonchalantly, holding the gold bracelet. Yoli, captivated by its beauty, could only gaze at it in awe. "What a stunning gold bracelet!" Chapter 26. The Mid-Autumn Talent Show. The young master brought over some fragrant ointment to help her smooth her hands, making it easier to slip into the bracelet, which fit quite well. Young Pear whispered, "My lord, is this truly a gift for me?" "Guess," he replied. Young Pear, not one to play games, directly assumed he was gifting it to her, saying, "My lord has already bestowed upon me numerous precious items. I cannot possibly accept this gold bracelet." "But I insist," the young master began, yet Young Pear hurriedly interjected. "Since it is the young master's gracious gift, how could I be so ungrateful as to decline such kindness? I shall accept it." "Bring it here," he commanded, playfully pinching her delicate nose. "Look at you, so eager for riches." Young Pear found herself unable to refuse. The bracelet was simply too exquisite, adorned with a circle of pearls, each one round and lustrous. Its quality was undeniably exceptional. At that moment, Young Pear gazed at the young master with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "My lord, you are truly too kind to me. I shall dedicate myself wholly to you, even unto death, for you are worth it." The young master chuckled at her earnestness. He possessed countless treasures and intended to lavish her with riches, knowing that such indulgence would refine her tastes, making her less likely to covet anything lesser. Meanwhile, a banquet was underway at the residence, where Guanyu arrived with Bao Chui, intending to join the young master. Tonight, everyone was to accompany the old matriarch for a feast, during which they would guess lantern riddles and partake in various games, creating a lively atmosphere. However, the Marquis was away at war and would not be returning, so while it was not a true reunion, the old matriarch still wished for a lively gathering. Young Pear, concerned about the candles, remained at Song Tao courtyard to prevent any accidents. With little else to do, she and her maidservants enjoyed food and moon-gazing in the courtyard. At that moment, Bao Chui came to find her, saying, "Come on, the second young lady sent me to fetch you for the riddle guessing." The courtyard is adorned with many lanterns, each with a riddle beneath it, and there are rewards for each correct answer. "But the maids will be watching," Young Pear protested. The young master also asked me to bring you. Bao Chui insisted, pulling her along. The old matriarch enjoyed a bustling atmosphere, encouraging the young ladies to gather and guess riddles while the men feasted in an adjacent room. At that moment, Green Willow was also present, playing the pipa for the old matriarch and the guests. Green Willow sought to win favor with the old matriarch through her connection with the eldest son. Although she was not particularly skilled in riddles, her ability to play the pipa, albeit modest, surprised many. Moreover, Green Willow was confident and played with verve, prompting applause from the audience. The old matriarch rewarded her with snacks and praised her, bringing Green Willow great satisfaction and pride. Her success also reflected well on the Marquis's wife, for everyone knew that Green Willow hailed from her household and was now the favored concubine of her son. A talented concubine naturally commanded respect. Meanwhile, at the menace table, the eldest son basked in the envy of his peers, who lauded his discerning taste. He could not help but feel a swell of pride as he turned to the young master, saying, "Brother, did you ever imagine that what you disdain would instead become my treasure?" The young master merely scoffed but said nothing. Then, from the corridor, young Pear appeared, gliding gracefully under the lanterns. Her attire was simple yet elegant, radiating a freshness akin to a moonlit night, blooming Sirius, captivating all with her beauty. The young master sipped from his wine, contemplating that even if his maidservant possessed no skills, it mattered little, for he would teach her. As young Pear followed Bao Chui through the garden, she listened intently to the lantern riddles. Bao Chui explained, "All you need to do is write down the answers." Young Pear nodded, seriously studying each riddle. She would not let any opportunity for a prize slip by. In the past, she had saved money by secretly selling embroidered goods, but now, with the young master occasionally gifting her fine items, her little treasure trove had grown even more substantial. Yet, she still yearned for the prizes. At that moment, the third young lady, Gu Waning, spotted young Pear and remarked, "Even someone like Green Willow can play the pipa. Surely, young Pear, serving the second young master, must possess some remarkable talent as well. Why not let her come forth and showcase her skills? It would surely amuse us all." The old matriarch chuckled, saying, "Young Pear is my pupil. I know her capabilities well. As long as she serves your second brother well, that is the greatest skill she could possess." Gu Wanyu concurred, "Grandmother speaks wisely." Gu Waning, intent on outshining Gu Wanyu, could not directly attack her sister, so she targeted young Pear instead. "Grandmother, I merely think that if even someone as simple as Green Willow can play the pipa so well, and given that the second brother is renowned for his talents in the capital, surely young Pear, having followed him for so long, must have picked up a skill or two worth showcasing? Since it is a family gathering tonight, it would delight everyone to see her perform, wouldn't it?" The old matriarch nodded and summoned young Pear to ask her some questions. Gu Wanyu shot a sideways glance at Gu Waning, who merely smiled in response. Prior to this, she had learned from Green Willow that young Pear possessed no real talent and was quite foolish. The only reason the second brother chose young Pear as his concubine was to avoid his mother's arrangements, and since young Pear was favored by the old matriarch, she had gained an advantage. Gu Waning sought to humiliate both the young master and Gu Wanyu through young Pear, hoping to relieve her mother's grievances. Young Pear felt slightly vexed, wondering why she had been called forth. As she entered the banquet hall, she passed by Green Willow, who offered her a contemptuous smile. Green Willow had certainly captured the spotlight tonight, her chin held high as if looking down upon young Pear. She had never regarded young Pear as her equal. How could a mere maidservant, sold into the Marquis's household, compare to someone who had attended elite training sessions? Tonight, everyone would realize that Green Willow, being so much more accomplished than young Pear, would overshadow her presence beside the young master. They might even think that the young master had poor judgment in his choice of companions. This thought brought a hidden satisfaction to Green Willow. She had longed for an opportunity to exact her revenge, but as a lowly concubine, she could do little against the esteemed heir of the yeoman Marquis. However, if she could cause the young master embarrassment in such a setting, it would be immensely gratifying for her. Upon seeing young Pear arrive, the old matriarch inquired, "What have you learned while serving your master?" Young Pear lowered her gaze and replied, "The young master teaches me a few characters in his spare time." "That's wonderful. It would be beneficial if you could help your master with the household accounts in the future," the old matriarch said, pleased with young Pear's earnest character. After all, having a servant who could read a few words was far better than having a complete ignoramus. Gu Waning chimed in, "Even Green Willow knows how to play the pipa, what can you do?" Young Pear was reluctant to compete with her master in front of others, so she naturally claimed to have no skills. However, at that moment, Gu Wanyu interjected, "Today is a rare occasion for our family to enjoy the moon together. The maidservants have been showcasing their talents for our amusement, some singing songs, others reciting stories, and others playing the pipa. Young Pear, why don't you play the guqin?" She then instructed Bao Chui to fetch her guqin. The old matriarch was taken aback. "Oh, young Pear can play the guqin?" Gu Wanyu smiled and explained, "She has been practicing recently, inspired by her brother." I cannot say how well she plays, but please, grandmother, offer your feedback so that this girl may improve. The old matriarch chuckled. Very well, young pair, just play, there is no need to be nervous. Even if your playing is not perfect, your eagerness to learn is reward enough. Young pair suddenly grasped Gu Wanyu's intentions. She had been summoned to perform in front of the old matriarch to showcase her talent. Playing in front of so many people made her nervous, but now that she was in this position, she could only brace herself and carry on. A Green Willow watched young pair's cautious demeanor with a cold smile. A girl sold into the Marquis's household, even if taught to read and write by the young master, had never been seen playing the guqin before. Even if she had recently learned, her skills would likely be at the level of a primary school student. The young masters and young ladies present, especially the old matriarch, had all been nurtured in the arts since childhood. They would easily discern young pair's level of skill, and she would surely not impress them. Although it was not a grave error, in comparison, the young master would undoubtedly lose face before his elder brother. After all, he had chosen a foolish maid over someone far more accomplished. Green Willow thought darkly, while young pair began to pluck the strings of the guqin. Chapter 027. Astonishing youngly endeavored to maintain her composure, as if oblivious to the presence of others, her delicate hands effortlessly gliding over the strings of the guqin. The ethereal sound, reminiscent of mountains and flowing waters, captivated all present in an instant. How could this humble maid produce such exquisite music? The elderly matriarch observed closely, her hands instinctively keeping time. Gu Wanying curled her lip in disdain, while Green Willow felt a pang of frustration. How could a mere maid, skilled only in embroidery, also master the guqin? In the adjacent room, the gentleman at the banquet also heard the enchanting notes of the guqin. After all, they were all scions of noble families. Even if they had never played themselves, they had often listened to others perform. One of the Gu family's young men remarked, "This piece is splendid. Could it be played by our second sister?" Who could forget that Gu Wanyue was renowned as a prodigy in their household, excelling in all arts, particularly the guqin? It must surely be her, as this melody used elegance. Indeed, no one would dare contest that if second sister claimed the second place, no one else could claim the first. As someone had imbibed too much, they began to boast and belittle, asserting that the pipa could never match the grace of the guqin. With the emergence of the second Mrs. Prowess, all other performances were utterly overshadowed. The eldest son had no retort. He could hardly argue that his pipa playing surpassed that of the Gu family's daughters. Such a statement would only invite ridicule. All he could muster was, "Second sister's guqin skills have indeed improved remarkably. My pipa cannot possibly compare. It is as if one is in the clouds while the other is in the mire." The guests laughed jovially as they drank. Another Gu family scion jested, "I initially thought that our elder brother's maid would perform next, but it seems it is the second miss instead?" The young master furrowed his brow, pondering the matter. He was well acquainted with his sister's style of playing, but this performance bore little resemblance to hers. Her melodies were typically gentle and melancholic, imbued with a subtle sorrow, while this piece began with a hint of apprehension, only to evolve into a joyful rhythm. The young master concluded that this could not be his sister and called for someone to ascertain who was playing. The maid returned shortly, reporting that it was Miss Yunli who was performing. The young master was taken aback, astonished. When had she learned such skills? How was he unaware of this? Someone inquired. "Who is Yunli?" The eldest son teasingly replied, "Naturally, she is the recent addition to my younger brother's household. I never expected that he would train her so well that even a maid could master the guqin." The crowd soon understood it. Truly, the illustrious Gu Juyuan was remarkable. Acquiring a maid with such talent was no small feat. Who could claim that their maids were equally gifted? It was astonishing that two sons of the main branch had such proficient maids. The bar was set exceedingly high. Gu family's second uncle remarked, "Her guqin skills are commendable, far surpassing that of the earlier pipa performance. No wonder the ladies near Hanggu chose this over others." The eldest son, under the influence of wine, declared, "A maid is merely a plaything. No amount of talent can truly please us men. My maid serves more practical purposes." He praised Green Willow, primarily for her cleverness and business acumen. Practicality was his priority. He held little interest in matters of the guqin. He indeed found the pipa playing woman quite enchanting. Others chimed in, teasing him about his past escapades with Green Willow. The eldest son, seasoned in the realm of flirtation, was unabashed and even engaged in light-hearted banter with the Gu family. The young master found him vulgar and ignored him, focusing instead on the guqin piece until its conclusion. As Yunli finished her performance, she approached the elderly matriarch, who inquired, "Was this also taught to you by your master?" Yunli replied, "I often serve beside the young master, who frequently plays the guqin. I absorbed some techniques by observation. I hope I did not embarrass you, my lady." Before the matriarch could respond, Gu Wanying interjected, "A maid should focus on serving her master well rather than learning things beyond her station. One must wonder if she even fulfills her duties properly." Gu Wanyue immediately countered, "Didn't third sister insist that Yunli perform? Why is it acceptable for elder brother's maid to play the pipa but not for second brother's maid to play the guqin?" Gu Weining hastily retorted. Green Willow had some pipa skills when she was purchased, while Young Li was entirely untrained. To achieve such Guqin proficiency would require immense effort. What purpose does this serve for a maid? Gu Wanyue disregarded her, directly addressing the matriarch. Grandmother knows that second brother enjoys playing the Guqin. Young Li merely wished to learn and entertain him during his leisure. She has diligently practiced and even sought my guidance, demonstrating her commitment to serving him. Is it not unjust to criticize her for this? With Gu Wanyue's charming plea, the elderly matriarch chuckled, acknowledging Young Li's dedication. When she had sent Young Li to second brother's quarters, she had believed her to be intelligent and dutiful, yet had worried about her reticence and feared she might bore second brother. However, it appeared that she had indeed been earnest in her efforts. The matriarch's remarks clearly indicated her support for Young Li, causing both Gu Weining and Green Willow to bristle. At that moment, the second wife of the branch family, Lu, seized the opportunity to speak. The matriarch is skilled at guiding others. Every maid who leaves her care excels in some way. It is evident that third miss is at fault and should drink a cup in penance. Madame Ho shot Lu a sidelong glance, a cold smile curling her lips, yet she said, Weining is still young and rather outspoken, often speaking jestingly. However, jokes aside, if she were to offend her second sister, it would be regrettable. Weining, quickly apologize to your second sister. Reluctantly, Gu Weining complied, bringing her cup to Gu Wanyue in contrition. The elderly matriarch chuckled, pleased that everyone had gathered for merriment, enjoying conversation and laughter. Yet, with sisters in close proximity, disagreements were inevitable. As long as their hearts were united, they were all her beloved granddaughters. Upon hearing the matriarch's words, Gu Wanyue refrained from pressing her advantage. She offered Gu Weining a semblance of respect, raised her cup in salute, and took a small sip, thus putting an end to the earlier discord between the sisters. Young Li understood that she had been summoned by Gu Wanyue today, likely to compete with third Miss Gu Weining. While Gu Weining appeared to target her, it was clear that her true aim was to undermine her master, as there was no sense in attacking a mere maid. The elderly matriarch inquired, what piece did you play earlier? It sounded quite unfamiliar. Young Li replied, it is the composition of second miss. I am merely a novice showcasing my lack of skill. Indeed, the piece she had performed was one composed by Gu Wanyue herself. In choosing to perform this piece, she aimed to avoid drawing too much attention to herself. If her performance shone too brightly, it might invite envy. Thus, she deliberately selected Gu Wanyue's composition, ensuring that if she performed well, it would reflect positively on Gu Wanyue, and if she faltered, her status as a maid would shield her from harsh judgment. As expected, upon hearing that Young Li had played a piece composed by Gu Wanyue, the elderly matriarch's face lit up with delight, showering praise. Are is the most talented girl in our household, blessed with intelligence from a young age. Suitors have long since been lining up at our door. The matriarch's pride in her granddaughter was palpable. Gu Wanyue blushed, replying, Grandmother, you always tease me. I am merely praising you. Do not be so unaware of kindness. The matriarch chuckled. Lu, seated at the same table, added, the second miss is simply shy. Whether it be poetry, painting, or music, none can challenge you. It would not be an exaggeration to say you are the most outstanding girl in our household. This statement darkened Gu Weining's countenance as she fumed silently in her seat. Her intention had been to humiliate Young Li and mock Gu Wanyue, yet it had instead served to enhance Gu Wanyue's reputation. Chapter 28 The chaotic mid-autumn feast. Young Li, having successfully completed her performance, quietly withdrew from the banquet. After playing a piece, the matriarch rewarded her with a plate of mooncakes and a pair of exquisite pearl earrings entwined with gold, perfectly complementing the pearl bracelet that the heir had gifted her earlier. Bao Chui was filled with envy. Young Li graciously shared the mooncakes with her. As she savored the delicacies, Bao Chui remarked, in the past, people said your studies were futile, but today they proved invaluable, earning you great face. I noticed that even the Green Willow seemed to blush with envy. Young Li replied, you know me well, I have never been one to seek the spotlight. I learned to play the Guqin merely to pass the time. Thankfully, I did not embarrass myself today. If I had, it would have been a minor disgrace for me, but a serious affront to the heir. What does it matter? The second miss has your back. After all, it was she who encouraged you to perform, not that you insisted on it, Bao Chui retorted. At that moment, the Green Willow emerged from the shadows, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I wondered how it was possible for the heir to notice you, who was always so meek. It seems there was indeed some underhanded maneuvering at play. How infuriating, after practicing diligently for so long, all she got was a plate of mediocre pastries, while Young Li, with a mere casual performance, received a pair of pearl earrings. The old lady was certainly biased. What made her inferior to Young Li? It was obvious where her loyalties lay. With the heir, Bao Chui immediately shot back. How can you speak so? Just because you can play the pipa, does that mean Young Li cannot learn to play the Guqin? Green Willow ground her teeth in frustration. How could she not be angry? Every time she tried to impress the masters and showcase her skills, Young Li always managed to overshadow her. This time, she had hoped to win the matriarch's favor with her pipa skills, but Young Li's arrival had rendered all her efforts in vain. Now, everyone was discussing Young Li and Gu Wanyu, who would remember how well she had played. Young Li truly was her nemesis. Young Li interjected, "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. We, as servants, perform whether it be through storytelling, singing, or playing instruments, solely to bring joy to our masters. There are no underhanded tricks involved. Sister Greenwillow, I kindly ask you to choose your words more carefully." Bao Chui chimed in, "Exactly, even if Young Li could not play, the heir still likes her. After all, she is quite beautiful." Young Li was indeed strikingly beautiful. Bao Chui considered herself attractive, yet standing beside Young Li made her feel rather dull. Young Li's skin gleamed like the brilliance of pearls, radiant as the moon, captivating all who beheld her. In truth, Greenwillow was not lacking in beauty either. Her features were delicate and charming, and when she smiled, she exuded a certain allure. However, her complexion had recently appeared somewhat sallow, particularly under the dim nightlight, making her look even more lackluster. In contrast, even in such an environment, Young Li's clear eyes sparkled with brilliance, her skin as flawless as jade. Greenwillow could hardly suppress her jealousy, wishing to mar Young Li's visage. As a modern woman, it was utterly humiliating to repeatedly lose to a mere servant from ancient times. Her pride was deeply wounded. "Fool!" Greenwillow scoffed coldly. "Have you ever heard the saying, 'Beauty fades, love departs'? Relying on mere looks to rise in status never ends well. The heir will surely tire of you. Who is scheming against me?" A cold voice interjected. Greenwillow's spine stiffened as she turned to see the heir, her heart racing with panic. How unfortunate! Why was it that every time she spoke, she either encountered Gu Wanyu or the heir? Her misfortune seemed boundless. Bao Chui seized the opportunity to report, "Heir, it was Greenwillow again. She lacks skill in playing the pipa and insists on making trouble for Young Li, even claiming that you will one day tire of her." Greenwillow immediately denied it. "I said no such thing." "Do not slander me. You did say it." Bao Chui pressed on. At that moment, a voice called from beside the third Miss, "Greenwillow, the eldest master seeks you." Greenwillow quickly made her escape. The heir summoned Yan Yun, instructing, "Go tell the eldest master to rein in his concubine's tongue. If she spreads any more rumors about me, I will no longer show him any courtesy." Dealing with a servant was a simple matter, but one must be mindful of their master. The heir was merely giving face to the eldest master. Yan Yun complied immediately. Young Li stepped forward. "Heir, shall we return to the courtyard?" Later, the heir replied, and Bao Chui had already taken her leave. The heir settled down on the corridor, and Young Li stood beside him, gently massaging his temples to ease the discomfort brought on by the wine. He relished Young Li's ministrations and casually inquired, "When did you learn to play the guqin? I often see you playing, which piqued my interest. While you attended school, I practiced on my own. Whenever I encountered difficulties, I would ask the second miss for guidance. Over time, I learned a bit. I had planned to master it and play for you, but little did I know the second miss would request a performance today," Young Li explained, surprising the heir. He was astonished by her innate talent. Simply listening and practicing could yield such impressive results, a rarity indeed. "Had you never learned before?" the heir asked. Young Li chuckled. "I have been in this household since I was young. Where would I have learned?" The heir continued, "What did your family do before? Why were you sold?" Young Li fell silent at the question. The heir curiously urged, "What is wrong?" Young Li's voice trembled as she replied, "I do not know. I cannot recall anything from my past." "Very well, I shall not press further," the heir said, standing to embrace her before calling for an elder maid to carry a lantern and escort Young Li back to Song Tao courtyard. "Heir, please drink less," Young Li said, still concerned as she prepared to leave. He acknowledged. "I shall return for some sober tea." Young Li agreed, following the elder maid back. The heir returned to the banquet, where the eldest master had already learned of the earlier incident. However, at this moment, he was somewhat inebriated and, fueled by emotion, vented his frustrations at the heir. "Second brother, are you dissatisfied with me? Why do you always have a problem with my concubine? If you have grievances, just say so, let us speak plainly." Initially, the heir intended to ignore him, but the eldest master grew increasingly outrageous, eventually resorting to physical confrontation. The heir, not one to be trifled with, retaliated, and the two brothers began to fight at the table. This commotion quickly reached the matriarch, who hurried over. The brothers were separated by the crowd, and it became clear that their quarrel was over Greenwillow. No one would have imagined that two prominent sons of the young and marquis would come to blows over a concubine. Those unaware of the situation might think both brothers were vying for Greenwillow's affection, one who had rejected her and one who cherished her, resulting in a dispute over ownership. Thus, Greenwillow, who coveted attention, finally found herself in the spotlight. The matriarch personally ordered someone to reprimand Greenwillow for her loose tongue, which had incited discord between the brothers. Greenwillow, believing she was protected by the eldest master, thought she would escape unscathed. Little did she know that an elder maid, acting on the matriarch's orders, would deliver 10 stinging slaps to her face, instantly swelling it and causing her immense pain. Once again, her loose lips had brought her physical suffering. The marquise was beside herself with fury. As a mother, she could not absolve herself of blame for her son's brawl earlier. She had felt uneasy about Gu Wanying's deliberate provocation of Gu Wanyu at the dinner table, but had chosen to remain silent for the sake of family harmony. However, with her 2 grandsons fighting, the matriarch could no longer contain herself. After dispersing the banquet, she chastised the marquise in front of the second daughter-in-law, naturally scolding her for failing to discipline her children, allowing the eldest master to cause a ruckus over a concubine, and for Gu Wanying's lack of respect towards her sister. The marquise felt utterly humiliated, her heart heavy with resentment. Chapter 29 reveals my inadequacies as a servant, as I nearly tarnished your reputation once more. The esteemed Lady Ho felt a mixture of grievance and vexation. A splendid mid-autumn feast had turned into an occasion for her mother-in-law's unwarranted scorn. Initially, she had intended to showcase her skills on the pipa, diligently practiced by Greenwillow, to bring honor to herself and her eldest son. However, to her astonishment, that wretched maid managed to incite a brawl between 2 young masters of the Ho residence. She had indeed underestimated her capabilities. The second daughter-in-law, Lady Lu, fanned the flames, saying, "Old madam, please do not be angry. It is likely that my elder sister-in-law, preoccupied with household matters, has inadvertently neglected the upbringing of the children." The mere mention of this caused the old lady's wrath to intensify, as she pointed an accusatory finger at Lady Ho, asserting that if the management of the household left her so overwhelmed that the children were poorly supervised, then the second branch should take over. Lady Lu's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Meanwhile, Lady Ho's heart raced with alarm. "Old madam, this incident is entirely my daughter-in-law's fault. I assure you she will discipline the children to prevent such occurrences in the future." She resolved that tomorrow, her son Feng would extend an apology to Hong, for it was utterly disgraceful for a respectable young master to engage in conflict with his brother over a maid lacking propriety. If word of this were to spread, it would surely invite ridicule. The old lady was genuinely incensed by the matter, glaring at Lady Ho with disdain. Not only did the old lady seethe, but Lady Ho also felt deeply embarrassed, conceding to her mother-in-law's ire before retreating. As young Pear emerged from her bath, she yearned to check if the young master had returned, only to overhear the gatekeeper gossiping about the earlier incident while sipping tea and munching on mooncakes. She learned that the young master had clashed with the eldest son over Greenwillow. Young Pear was taken aback over Greenwillow. The 2 maids spoke with conviction, one speculating, the young master likely still harbors feelings for Greenwillow, having spent so much time in the courtyard. Now that she belongs to the eldest son, he must be feeling envious. Greenwillow is quite charming, and the eldest son is evidently fond of her. It's no wonder they quarreled, added the other. Young Pear, pondering their words, chose to discreetly withdraw. She found their assertions hard to fully believe. Based on her understanding of the young master, it seemed improbable that he would engage in a physical altercation over affection for Greenwillow. The more plausible explanation was that Greenwillow had spoken out of turn earlier, provoking the young master, who then sent word to the eldest son. It was common knowledge that the eldest son had feelings for Greenwillow, and it was likely he acted to defend her honor, leading to discord with the young master. Anxious for the young master's safety, Young Pear, accompanied by Chiu Shuang and carrying a lantern, set out to find him. But as she exited the Songtao courtyard, she encountered Gu Wanyu, who had come with Bao Chui. Young Pear greeted her, saying, "Second miss, I heard that the young master had a confrontation with the eldest son. How has the situation unfolded?" Gu Wanyu replied, "There's no need for concern. They only exchanged a few blows before being separated by others. My elder brother had consumed quite a bit of wine and was in a foul mood. He has since been taken to sober up. As for my second brother, he has gone off with other young gentlemen to enjoy the moon and recite poetry." Upon hearing this, Young Pear felt a measure of relief. Gu Wanyu had come to wait for her brother's return due to her own worries, but it had grown late, so she advised Young Pear to be particularly attentive during her service that evening. Young Pear nodded in agreement, and Gu Wanyu returned home with Bao Chui. The young master, having indulged in ample wine, was assisted back by Yin Yun. Young Pear hurried to greet him and helped him lie down to rest. She prepared a mouthwash for him, encouraging him to cleanse his palate before resting, and offered him a hangover remedy she had prepared in advance. As she examined the young master for any injuries sustained during the skirmish, he suddenly grasped her hand and began to mumble in his sleep. Straining to listen, Young Pear discerned that he was calling out for his long-departed mother. On this day, meant for family reunions, he had lost his mother long ago. As night deepened and the dew thickened, Young Pear tucked him in securely. Unexpectedly, he pulled her into his embrace, rolling over with her. Startled, Young Pear froze, unsure of how to react. The young master appeared to be heavily intoxicated and fell asleep while still holding her. After a quarter of an hour had passed, Young Pear attempted to shift, but found herself unable to break free. Another 15 minutes went by, and as she tried once more, the young master playfully smacked her rear, seemingly annoyed by her movements disturbing his slumber. Young Pear surrendered to the situation, her mind racing with worries about the potential implications of being found in his arms by the young master upon waking. His willingness to embrace her was one matter. His intoxication was quite another. As a servant, failing to maintain appropriate boundaries could easily lead to his disdain. Overwhelmed by her thoughts, young Pear eventually drifted off to sleep. The following morning, as the young master stirred, young Pear awoke as well. She had not slept well throughout the night, as she was unaccustomed to sharing a bed. Although she had previously slept alongside Green Willow and Hong Tao, there had always been some distance between them, with separate bedding. Now, being held by the young master left her feeling entirely out of sorts. In her heart, the young master had always been an unattainable figure, someone she could not afford to be enamored with. As he sat up, his slender fingers pressed against his temples, young Pear quickly rolled out of bed to prepare tea for him. After a few sips, the young master gazed at her with bleary eyes. Young Pear hastily clarified, "Young master, please do not misunderstand. Nothing happened last night. You were merely yearning for your mother and mistook me for her, which is why you held on to me. It was my fault for not extricating myself sooner, nearly tarnishing your honor once again." The young master, caught off guard while sipping tea, nearly spat it out. Young Pear promptly patted his back. "Please do not be upset, young master. Alcohol can lead to misunderstandings. You ought to drink less in the future. This time it was merely me, but if it had been another maid with more predatory intentions, who knows what might have transpired?" The young master stared at her in disbelief. Young Pear obediently fell silent, having only wished to clarify the matter to prevent him from thinking that she harbored lingering feelings for him. Following his instructions, she summoned the other maids to bring hot water for his bath. She prepared clean garments and entered the purification chamber to assist him in disrobing. The young master typically bathed at dusk, but having indulged in wine the previous night, he had retired early and was only now taking his bath. As young Pear entered, she inadvertently caught sight of his arousal. I did not see that," she thought to herself. She was adept at maintaining her composure, ensuring that no hint of surprise crossed her face, regardless of the peculiarities she encountered. The young master regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze as she calmly assisted him into the bath. Once settled in the warm water, he closed his eyes to rest. Young Pear gently massaged his temples, alleviating the discomfort of his hangover, and when he requested water, she promptly handed it to him. As a devoted maid, young Pear's service was impeccable. Suddenly, the young master muttered, "I still feel unwell. Should I summon a physician?" "No need, you are capable of healing yourself," she replied, perplexed. Chapter 030. You always approach matters so thoroughly. Can you discern what I am currently pondering? It wasn't long before Yuli realized the implications of his words regarding healing. He actually expected her to assist him with her hands? Yuli mused, Huanglian is not bitter, but life is. How pitiful it was for her, a mere servant, to be tasked with such duties for her master. Fortunately, she remained optimistic. She thought to herself, at least the young lord did not engage in any peculiar activities upon her, so using her hands would suffice. She could wash thoroughly with soap and rose petals afterward. With this thought, her grip unconsciously tightened, causing the young lord to gasp slightly. Observing the sudden change in his expression, Yuli hurriedly inquired, "Young lord, are you all right? This is my first time, and I lack experience. Please, do let me know if you feel any discomfort." The young lord's face darkened, and he pressed his lips together, silently urging her to continue. Yuli admitted to herself that she wished to conclude swiftly, and with her hands growing weary, she became somewhat reckless toward the end. However, the young lord truly had remarkable endurance, managing to hold on until the very end. Afterward, he appeared lazily satisfied, lifting her chin with a hint of mischief in his eyes, and asked, "Whose woman are you?" Yuli's mind went blank for a moment. Naturally, she was the young lord's. Perhaps he was still under the influence of alcohol. The young lord, with his long fingers gently caressing her delicate cheek, only spoke when her anxious heart threatened to leap from her chest. "You served me well just now." Yuli sighed in relief internally. She had feared she hadn't performed adequately. The young lord languidly rested his arms on the edge of the bath, playfully inquiring, "How should I reward you?" Yuli lowered her gaze, responding in a soft voice, "It is my duty to serve the young lord. As long as you are content, that alone affirms my efforts. I ask for no reward." As long as the young lord did not feel embarrassed, she was fine with it. However, should a reward be necessary, that would certainly be welcome. The young lord suddenly leaned closer, causing Yuli to instinctively recoil. He said, "You always handle matters with such thoroughness. Can you fathom what I am currently thinking?" This question left Yuli utterly perplexed. Could it be mind reading? Alas, she lacked such abilities. The challenge was insurmountable. In the humid atmosphere of the room, Yuli scrutinized the young lord's hazy visage, and in her naivety, she implored, "I am but a dull servant. I beseech you to enlighten me." The young lord said nothing. Rising from the bath, Yuli fetched a white cotton cloth from the rack to dry him off, but he instructed her to stop and exit first. She complied and stepped outside. Shortly thereafter, the eldest young master arrived to apologize to the young lord. Upon regaining his senses, the eldest young master expressed his remorse sincerely, bringing gifts as well. Although the young lord might not readily forgive him, he still provided an avenue for reconciliation. Thus, the mid-autumn incident drew to a close, with Green Willow bearing the brunt of the consequences. Not only had she been humiliated, but she was also now the target of the Countess's wrath, facing punishment of transcribing Buddhist scriptures and being summoned periodically to learn etiquette from the Countess. Had it not been for the eldest young master's intercession, Green Willow might have faced Sale. When Yuli sought guidance from Gu Wanyu regarding her musical skills, she unexpectedly encountered Green Willow along the way. The latter's face was swollen, resembling a large steamed bun. Her once bright eyes were now reduced to mere slits. The old lady's servants were quite formidable. A single slap could draw blood from someone's lips, and enduring 10 such blows was beyond the capacity of most. Yuli mused that had she been in Green Willow's position, she would likely have met her end on the spot. According to Ju Rue, due to this incident, the eldest young master had refrained from visiting Green Willow's quarters. Following these events, Green Willow no longer dared to provoke Yuli. After all, her misfortunes stemmed from her own indiscretions, particularly her impolite remarks toward Yuli. While it was common for servants to bicker privately, Yuli had the backing of both the young lord and the second young lady, which rendered Green Willow at a distinct disadvantage. Although the eldest young master was currently somewhat lenient toward her, his support paled in comparison to that of the young lord. Additionally, following the mid-autumn altercation involving both young masters, Green Willow had found herself in the eye of the storm, inciting the displeasure of both the old lady and the countess, forcing her to adopt a more submissive demeanor. Concealed behind a tree, Green Willow watched Yuli depart, silently vowing to reclaim what she had lost tenfold, 100-fold from Yuli. One day, she would ensure that Yuli was firmly beneath her heel. Time flowed like a river, swiftly leading to the double ninth festival. On this day, the sun shone brightly, with not a cloud in sight. As was customary, the old lady and the countess set out for Cian Temple to pay their respects, with Gu Wanyu, Gu Waning, and other young ladies from the household accompanying them. Yuli had submitted a request to the young lord the day prior, wishing to accompany Gu Wanyu in seeking blessings, to which he agreed. The carriage of the young and marquis's residence rolled grandly to the gates of Cian Temple, with Yuli serving Gu Wanyu alongside Bao Chui. Upon arrival, Yuli and Bao Chui disembarked first, assisting Gu Wanyu down from the carriage. Gu Waning also alighted, and Green Willow stealthily followed. With the eldest young master absent, Green Willow sought to ingratiate herself with Gu Waning, who had a fondness for Green Willow's cake and milk tea, often praising her for it. Consequently, Green Willow had prepared a new variety of cake to please Gu Waning, who readily agreed to her visit. Green Willow lamented her unfortunate circumstances. Not only had she inexplicably traversed into this realm, but she also faced a series of misfortunes. Thus, she had taken to transcribing Buddhist scriptures, hoping to dispel the ill fortune clinging to her. On this bustling day at Cian Temple, throngs of worshippers gathered, their voices mingling into a lively din. Renowned locally, Cian Temple was nestled among the mountains and was said to possess great spiritual efficacy. On the 1st and 15th days of each month, or during significant festivals, it attracted a multitude of dignitaries and their families to offer prayers. Only just arriving, the old lady and the countess encountered familiar faces. The order for incense offerings at Cian Temple was strictly arranged. The first day of the festival was reserved for the nobility, hence there were no common folk present. Yuli and Bao Chui closely followed Gu Wanyu. The purpose of Gu Wanyu's visit was to seek three blessings. First, for her brother's academic success, praying for his name to shine on the honor roll. Second, for the health and longevity of her family, particularly for the old lady and the safety of her father stationed at the border, and third, naturally, for a suitable husband. As Gu Wanyu bowed before the Buddha, Yuli and Bao Chui stood by with incense and candles, and nearby, the third young lady, Gu Waning, knelt on a cushion, attended only by her two personal maids, while Green Willow, her reputation tarnished, did not accompany them. Approaching the age of marriage, Gu Waning too sought a worthy partner. After her three bows at the altar, as she turned to leave, her gaze fell upon Yuli, her eyes reflecting a fierce animosity. Chapter 031 Provocation. Initially, Gu Waning had not been particularly hostile towards Yuli. Her animosity stemmed merely from jealousy towards Gu Wanyu, leading her to direct her ire at Yuli, though Yuli was never her primary target. However, ever since the mid-autumn banquet, where Yuli displayed her remarkable piano skills, bringing honor to Gu Wanyu and causing Gu Waning considerable embarrassment, especially after being reprimanded by their grandmother, Gu Waning's resentment towards Yuli intensified. Furthermore, since that event, the maids and servants have frequently recounted the mid-autumn performance, unanimously praising Yuli for her exceptional playing and striking beauty, with some even claiming that Yuli's looks surpassed those of the third young lady. This gossip reached Gu Weining's ears, igniting her fury. How could she, a legitimate daughter of a marquis, be outshone by a lowly concubine? Gu Weining had always been conscious of her appearance, taking great care in her grooming, and had never regarded the maidservants with any significance. Yet, after this reminder, she began to scrutinize those around her who were reasonably attractive, dismissing several of her own maids who did not meet her standards. Now, as she gazed at Yuli, she noticed details she had previously overlooked. Yuli had always been modest in her attire, rarely drawing attention, and she instinctively lowered her head in greeting when encountering her betters, which had caused Gu Weining to disregard her. Her pride as a legitimate young lady led her to believe she was the most beautiful in the world, but now, as Gu Weining examined Yuli closely, she observed her graceful figure, long neck, snow-white skin, elegantly drawn brows, and cherry-like lips, particularly noting the refined and prominent nose. Gu Weining had never been entirely satisfied with her own nose, and recently, perhaps due to indulging in cakes and milk tea, she had gained a bit of weight. In comparing herself to Yuli, she could not help but acknowledge that Yuli's beauty was indeed somewhat excessive. The eldest son, known for his exacting standards, would not favor someone lacking in beauty, which sparked a thought in Gu Weining's mind to ruin Yuli. Anyone who appeared more attractive than her was a target for her disdain. Yuli, not oblivious to her surroundings, could feel Gu Weining's piercing gaze fixed upon her. Sensing the animosity that lingered in the air, she surmised that Gu Weining's wrath was fueled by the embarrassment she suffered at the mid-autumn banquet. But what could she, a mere maid, do in the face of her mistress's displeasure? She had heard that Gu Weining had been in a foul mood lately, dismissing several maidservants from her quarters, and Yuli could only feel grateful that she did not serve in Gu Weining's household. Otherwise, she would surely face dire consequences. While Yuli was lost in her thoughts, Gu Wanyuet approached Gu Weining, questioning, "Why do you stare at my maid so intently, third sister?" It was evident that Gu Weining's murderous intent was difficult to conceal. Gu Weining quickly retracted her scornful gaze and replied, with a hint of sarcasm, "I merely thought that this concubine from second brother's residence possesses a slight charm." Gu Wanyuet instantly grasped the underlying issue. Her third sister was envious of Yuli's appearance. Gu Weining had always been petty and enjoyed toying with others. Anyone who offended her would inevitably face her wrath. Thus, Gu Wanyuet responded nonchalantly, "She is but a willow-like figure. How could she possibly compare to you, third sister?" This remark brought a sense of comfort to Gu Weining. It was rare for her second sister to praise her, and she relished the compliment. After all, Yuli was merely a lowly maid, born of humble origins, with parents unknown, likely beggars. How could she possibly stand in comparison to Gu Weining? Having mentally triumphed, Gu Weining departed with her other sisters. Yuli sighed in relief within her heart. As long as she was not under the scrutiny of that petty third lady, she could avoid future troubles. When the ladies were led by the host to the main hall for the prayer meeting, Yuli hurried to offer her own prayers. Her requests were simple. First, for the eldest son to achieve the highest honors. Second, for the future lady of the house to be kind and amiable, and third, to reunite with her biological family. Having been sold into the household at a young age, Yuli had no recollection of her past, yet she often dreamed of vague, joyful memories. She believed her parents had not intended to sell her. With sincerity, she prayed before the Buddha, bowing 3 times and, despite her usual frugality, offering incense money, having heard that the wish tree at Cin Temple was particularly effective. This was her first visit to Cin Temple after many years at the Marquis's residence, and she wished to convey all her heartfelt desires to the divine. Upon reaching the wish tree, she noticed Lulu also making wishes. Their eyes met, and neither found the other agreeable. However, after previous confrontations, Lulu dared not provoke Yuli further. Refraining from even uttering any ill omens, she resolved to behave herself and leave a good impression in front of their masters, especially before the deities, suppressing her former arrogance. Thus, she earnestly prayed, writing her wishes on a prayer tablet. Yuli did the same. Lulu glanced over, chuckling, "Oh, wishing for the future lady of the house, are we?" Yuli chose to ignore her. Lulu, unable to resist her old habit of provoking, continued, "We are but lowly servants. With your current favor from the eldest son, once the future lady arrives, how could she possibly tolerate your presence?" Yuli paused in her writing, and sensing that Lulu's words struck a nerve, Lulu pressed on, "In truth, we are all unfortunate souls without deep-seated enmity. Why not let bygones be bygones? We could even cooperate in the future, supporting one another." Though Yuli and Lulu shared a common plight, Yuli had no desire to forge a friendship with someone like Lulu, who might betray her at any moment. Lulu, looking down on Yuli, dismissed her as a mere servant, believing her to be steeped in antiquated thoughts, merely dreaming of the future lady's kindness, as if she herself had no ambitions beyond being a concubine. She aspired to be the future matriarch of the household. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that although Yuli possessed little talent, the eldest son and Gu Wanyue shielded her. It was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Lulu exerted herself to win favor, yet could not elicit the same protection from the eldest son in Guwaning that Yuli received. She could not comprehend where she had fallen short in comparison to Yuli. Yuli hung her own prayer tablet, while Lulu, seeing the stubborn girl remain unfazed, continued to sow discord. I know we have had our differences in the past, but I have come to a profound realization. Since we are both unfortunate, why must we continue to make things difficult for one another? I understand you may not believe my words right away, but I wish to kindly remind you that the closer you grow to the eldest son, the less the future lady of the house will tolerate you. Having hung her prayer tablet, Lulu departed. She believed Yuli was timid and conflict-averse. If she took her words to heart and distanced herself from the eldest son, failing to serve him well, she would surely face his disdain. Being a concubine placed one in a precarious position, with no perfect choices available. However, should Yuli incur the eldest son's displeasure, it would mean her early elimination from the competition. Chapter 032 Overcoming Weaknesses. This matter, if Green Willow can comprehend, then young pair undoubtedly can as well. Residing at the bottom tier, where perfect answers elude, one can only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Hence, she came today to make a wish. Young pair hung up her wish card, not forgetting to clasp her hands together and bow thrice. Only a fool would distance themselves from the heir. She must firmly cling to the heir's leg, indulging in luxury and abundance. In the future, when the heir recalls the affection from their past service, she could at least secure a position as a lady manager upon leaving the mansion. Although young pair appears innocent and naive, she possesses a clear-headedness in her own opinions. She harbors no grand ambitions. Her sole desire is stability. At this moment, the young ladies are accompanying the matriarch and the marquis's wife in the grand hall for a religious ceremony, and young pair goes to switch shifts with Bao Chui, allowing her to pay her respects as well. Bao Chui complies and departs. A young monk brings over tea, and young pair takes a cup of sweet red date tea. Green Willow also approaches to grab a cup, deliberately trying to get closer to young pair. Have you heard? A concubine from the Minister of Personnel's household died suddenly last night. Green Willow specially comes to share various pieces of gossip, concerning which concubine met an untimely demise, which maid was sold to a brothel, or which mistress was beaten to death by the rightful wife. Young pair sees through Green Willow's little tricks and chooses not to engage further, merely observing the spectacle. After all, squabbling among servants is deemed highly disgraceful in the eyes of their masters. Regardless of who is right or wrong, it ultimately tarnishes the master's reputation, which is a grave offense. Yet, having a mosquito buzzing incessantly by her ear is equally vexing, so young pair softly replies, Sister Greenwillow, your beauty is unparalleled, and your talents are diverse. Why do you tremble in fear? Originally intended to intimidate young pair, Green Willow finds the compliment quite pleasing, her lips curling into a smile that she cannot suppress. Clearing her throat, Green Willow retorts, you are not lacking either. Young pair shakes her head, though I, like the willow, have caught the heir's attention due to my service. Even he has remarked on my lack of talent and beauty. The only virtue I possess is my obedience, which pales in comparison to your allure, Sister Greenwillow. Young pair's words only serve to inflate Greenwillow's pride further. But the heir has chosen you. Young pair responds, it is merely because the heir is focused on his studies, unwilling to be distracted by beauty, hence he chose someone as plain as me. If he had selected Sister Greenwillow, would it not be an endless spring night? By choosing me, he can devote himself entirely to his studies, which only proves my utter lack of charm. Green Willow realizes that young pair's words are a veiled compliment to her beauty. Everyone enjoys hearing flattering remarks, and Green Willow was no exception. Before her time traveling, Green Willow was indeed a beauty, albeit an artificially enhanced one, and she remains quite satisfied with her current appearance, her figure voluptuous and her smile captivating. While young pair is also beautiful, she embodies a more innocent and pure aesthetic, which does not align with Green Willow's taste, leading her to believe that young pair's flattery is sincere. Young pair resorts to these sweet words solely to mitigate Green Willow's jealousy, hoping to dissuade her from targeting her, thereby preventing any ulterior motives or attempts at sowing discord. However, the more young pair praises her, the more invigorated Green Willow becomes. You truly are not clever enough. While your looks may suffice, you lack the cunning I possess. Just look at me, escaping from the common quarters. If it were you, who knows where you'd be buried? Indeed, young pair replies dismissively, quietly walking away. It is futile to say more, it is wiser to speak less. Yet, wherever young pair goes, Green Willow insists on following. Young pair grows increasingly impatient. Green Willow, oblivious to her annoyance, continues to disparage her. You lack talent and beauty, and you hold no allure for the heir. In the future, you will merely end up being sold off by the rightful wife. If you were to befriend me and heed my counsel, I would ensure to lend you a hand in your times of misfortune. How does that sound? Young pair, puzzled, inquires, Sister, you too are but a concubine. How could you possibly assist me? Since the harsh lessons of the Mid-Autumn Festival, young pair had thought Green Willow would exhibit some restraint, yet upon visiting the Cian temple, she discovers that Green Willow remains unchanged. Setting aside their differing positions, young pair feels a certain admiration for Green Willow. Even after being beaten, scolded, and reviled, she persists with unwavering determination, her ambitions soaring despite her lowly status. Young pair has always been cautious by nature, learning from her mistakes and striving not to repeat them. In stark contrast, Green Willow embodies an entirely different character. Young pair grows curious about her. The Green Willow she once knew was not like this. In the past, although somewhat daring, she still valued her dignity. After such harsh reprimands from their master, she would have hidden away in tears, not brazenly flaunting her lack of shame as she does now. Yet, the current Green Willow seems devoid of any sense of propriety, brimming with ambition. Young pair even begins to suspect that she may have been possessed. However, such an unfathomable notion is hard for young pair to accept. She decides to observe a little longer. Upon hearing young pair's words, Green Willow scoffs, "A concubine, only someone as inflexible as you would dream of such a role, your servitude ingrained in your very bones. What is so appealing about being a concubine? You will forever remain beneath the rightful wife. If they choose to sell you, they will do so regardless. Any children you bear will be illegitimate, never able to stand in the light." Young pair frowns at this. While Green Willow's words hold some truth, altering one's status as a servant is exceedingly difficult. She is alone and vulnerable. Even if the heir were to set her free in the future, the outside world is fraught with peril. Reflecting on that dream, young pair concludes that it is best to remain faithfully by the heir's side. With that thought, she walks away again. The Green Willow aims to thoroughly indoctrinate young pair, striving to pull her onto her side. Once a person harbors delusions and dissatisfaction, they will seek change of this, then, becomes their fatal weakness. Green Willow seeks to invade young pair's vulnerabilities to manipulate her, ultimately aiming to secure the heirship for the eldest son. Once the heir disappears, the title could pass to the eldest son. Young pair wishes to disregard Green Willow's ramblings, but Green Willow persists in following her. Young pair attempts to evade her, but Green Willow relentlessly pursues her with modern ideologies, fervently espousing her views. Nobility and royalty, do they possess any innate superiority? I can become the rightful wife, and so can you. It is all a matter of human endeavor. Suddenly, a group approaches from around the corner, their attire indicating they hail from a wealthy family. Young pair instinctively steps aside. The leading lady, accompanied by her young daughter, casts a glance at Green Willow, who had just been spouting nonsense. "Which young lady is this?" the lady inquires, eyeing Green Willow with skepticism. Young pair bows, replying, "We serve the young and Marquis' household." The young lady, holding a handkerchief to her lips, chuckles, "Ah, so you are merely a servant maid. I mistook you for a young lady." Green Willow rolls her eyes in defiance. As a modern individual, she despises such condescending remarks. One day, she vows to rise to the top and trample underfoot these self-proclaimed noble women. Just then, the Marquis' wife approaches. "Oh dear sister, why have you only just arrived?" The lady greets the Marquis' wife, "By you, is this green-clad maid from your household?" The Marquis' wife gives Green Willow a cold glance. "Yes, but did this little wench offend you with her words?" "I happened to pass by and overheard her claiming she wishes to be your rightful wife," the lady remarks as she enters the hall with the Marquis' wife. The young lady casts another glance at Green Willow, who is equally scrutinizing her. At this moment, Bao Chui returns, and young pair quietly inquires about the identity of the lady. Bao Chui, having served Gu Wanyu and accompanied her to various gatherings, recognizes many noble women and discreetly explains that is the wife of Earl Changi, and the young lady beside her is the third daughter of the Shang family, who is betrothed to the eldest son. They will marry by the end of the year. Green Willow, upon hearing this, feels as if her world is crumbling. How unfortunate can she be? Why is it that every time she speaks carelessly, someone is always there to overhear? Is there no respite from this? The Green Willow angrily points at young pair, convinced that she has been betrayed once more. Before leaving, she had repeatedly reminded herself to remain silent, yet young pair's incessant flattery had lulled her into complacency, causing her to speak far too freely. This is nothing short of a blatant conspiracy. Bao Chui, sensing Green Willow's distress, hurriedly pulls young pair away. Young pair feels utterly innocent. She had not wished to engage with Green Willow's chatter, but the latter insisted on following her, forcing her to endure a torrent of outrageous remarks. Now that Green Willow has been caught, it is unjust to blame her. Bao Chui quietly asks young pair what has transpired, and she whispers an explanation. Bao Chui responds, "She deserves this. She is one who forgets the pain of past lessons. To even utter the desire to be a rightful wife is foolishness. Does she not recognize her own station?" In Bao Chui's eyes, once one becomes a maid, one must possess self-awareness. Moreover, the young and Marquis' household is not an ordinary family. The masters are of noble birth, and the young masters will undoubtedly seek wives from families of equal standing. Even if they were to choose from lesser families, it is utterly inconceivable that they would select a maid of servitude. Such a notion would only incite laughter. The fact that Green Willow entertains thoughts of becoming a rightful wife is nothing short of delusional, young pair frets. While it was Green Willow who initiated the conversation, we still spoke in the same vicinity. I am concerned that this matter may implicate me. The folly of a servant dreaming of impossible aspirations is a grave taboo in the household. Should a malicious person take advantage of this, it could lead to dire consequences. Fear not. We shall explain to the second young lady later, and she will speak on your behalf. All right. Green Willow's earlier declarations have reached not only the Marquis's wife but also the matriarch, who has caught wind of the incident. However, given that it was a servant who spoke, they must endure it in front of outsiders for the time being. Once the ceremony concludes, young pair privately approaches Gu Wanyu to clarify the situation, and Gu Wanyu, understanding the context, assures her not to worry. Meanwhile, Green Willow hastens to explain to Gu Waning, third young lady, it was all young pair, she keeps insisting she wants to be a rightful wife, and her words led me astray. Just as Lady Shang passed by and overheard, she might think that I harbor inappropriate desires. You must help clarify this. Gu Waning gasps in surprise, that wretched young pair wishes to be a rightful wife? Chapter 033. The confounding third young lady indeed, emboldened by the favor of the young master, she has developed inappropriate ambitions, even claiming that Green Willow deliberately remains silent to tantalize Gu Waning. What else did she say? Speak up, urged Gu Waning impatiently. Green Willow added fuel to the fire, declaring that her beauty was not inferior to that of the young ladies of the manor, and if the lady could elevate a concubine to the position of a legitimate wife, why could she not aspire to the same? This remark pierced Gu Waning's sensitive nerves, confirming that the wretched maid was anything but docile. Just wait until I tear her tongue out, she fumed, lifting her skirts as she stormed off to find young pair, intent on giving her a proper lesson. However, upon hearing from the maids that young pair had gone nearby with the second young lady to admire the osmanthus blossoms, Gu Waning immediately rushed over with her entourage. Green Willow smirked, relishing Gu Waning's foolishness, finding it easy to manipulate her. Once Gu Waning escalated the matter, it would become difficult to discern right from wrong. If she was destined to face punishment, then young pair should not expect to escape either. If she could not eliminate young pair directly, she would use others to do so. Green Willow was convinced that young pair was her nemesis. Misfortune seemed to befall her the moment they crossed paths, and she could not afford to wait another minute to rid herself of her. Indeed, there was a grove of osmanthus trees near Cien Temple, and now was the season when the golden blossoms filled the air with their delightful fragrance. Ji Yuanyue and several young ladies of noble birth had come to enjoy the scenery, with young pair and Baotsue attending to them. Shang Ruling, the daughter of the Earl of Changi, was acquainted with Gu Wanyu and had previously seen Green Willow, whom she found quite displeasing. After inquiring, she learned that Green Willow was the concubine of Gu Yufeng, the eldest son of the Gu family. Moreover, she had heard that Gu Yufeng had fought with the young master Gu Yuhong during the Mid-Autumn Festival over Green Willow, which only fueled her disdain. Although Green Willow was merely a concubine and not worth her attention, she felt a surge of indignation. Thus, she discreetly inquired about Green Willow's character from Gu Wanyu. Though Gu Wanyu was Gu Yufeng's sister, they were not of the same mother, and seeing that Shang Ruling was soon to marry her elder brother, she refrained from speaking too freely, wary of causing any trouble. Shang Ruling did not press further, as she had already devised a plan. She would ensure that the wretched maid would not remain once she was wed, for out of sight meant out of mind. When Gu Wanyu wished for water, young pair promptly brought her tea. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Wanyu said to Shang Ruling, just now, Green Willow engaged my maid in conversation. I wonder if she said anything improper that might have offended you. If so, please let me know, and I shall personally apologize on another occasion. Shang Ruling glanced at the demure young pair, who seemed to pose no threat, and admitted that there was nothing of concern. It was Green Willow's lack of decorum that was truly alarming. My mother and I stood listening for a while, and it was indeed inappropriate. In truth, young pair had not uttered anything that could have reached Shang Ruling's ears. Even if she had, it bore no direct consequence to her. At most, it would lead to some mild disdain. Moreover, since Gu Wanyu had pointed out that it was her maid, Shang Ruling felt obliged to show some consideration. Who did not know that Gu Wanyu was the legitimate daughter of a marquis, with an elder brother poised to inherit the title? The young master was renowned as a brilliant scholar, not relying on family connections for official positions but striving to achieve them through his own merit, having already earned the title of the top scholar, an extraordinary feat among noble families, indicative of his remarkable academic talent and promising future. Conversely, the Shang family, though titled as earls, wielded little real power and was filled with inept individuals. Truth be told, being matched with Gu Yufeng was already a respectable outcome for Shang Ruling, but she harbored greater hopes for the young master Gu Yuhong. He was a highly sought-after figure among the young noble women in the capital, and Shang Ruling was no exception. Unfortunately, during their previous encounters, Gu Yuheng had claimed to prioritize his studies and was not inclined to consider marriage until after he became a top scholar. However, if she had to wait until then, Shang Ruling felt she would have no chance, as Gu Yuheng was already a hot commodity in the capital, and once he achieved his scholarly success, he would be even more desirable, potentially even sought after by the princess. With her own impending 18th birthday approaching, she could not afford to wait any longer, so she reluctantly settled for Gu Yufeng, at least to remain in proximity to the young master. Thus, from any angle, Shang Ruling had no intention of offending Gu Wanyue. Her sole focus was on dealing with Green Willow. If the Gu family could rid themselves of Green Willow before her marriage, it would be the ideal situation. Shang Ruling was not mistaken. Gu Yuheng was indeed the most sought-after gentleman in the capital's noble circles. The numerous young ladies surrounding Gu Wanyue were eager to befriend her, hoping to gain favor for future opportunities. However, young pair was unconcerned with others' thoughts. With Shang Ruling to vouch for her, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Even if Green Willow sought to tarnish her reputation, it would now be futile. As the young ladies enjoyed the blossoms, Gu Weiniang arrived, clearly heading for young pair, her tone brimming with hostility. "Young pair, come with me, I have words for you." Gu Weiniang's voice was sharp. Young pair's mind raced. She suspected that Green Willow had been gossiping about her in front of Gu Weiniang. Gu Wanyue spoke calmly, "Third sister, what brings you here? Young pair is in my service. Even if she has erred, it is only proper that you inform me first." The other noble ladies echoed in agreement. Indeed, third young lady's actions seem rather improper. After all, the second young lady is her elder sister. How can she treat her maid so brusquely? In my household, such behavior is unheard of. Gu Weiniang found herself momentarily at a loss, feeling humiliated by the disapproval of others. Shang Ruling, unable to say much, as Gu Weiniang was to be her future sister-in-law, stepped in to inquire, "What is the matter, Sister Weiniang?" Gu Weiniang whispered to Shang Ruling that Green Willow was brought here by me. She meant no harm. It was young pair who spoke thoughtlessly, causing trouble for her. Shang Ruling's lips pressed together in silence. Not only had she just heard the maid express her ambitions of becoming the mistress of the household, but Gu Yufeng had also fought with the young master over that very maid. Regardless of how Gu Weiniang tried to explain, it would not change Shang Ruling's disdain for Green Willow. Furthermore, Gu Weiniang's sudden confrontation was likely instigated by Green Willow. Shang Ruling felt that if even her future sister-in-law was so protective of Green Willow, it was evident that Gu Yufeng truly dotes on that wretched maid. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She longed to marry into the Gu family immediately and rid herself of that maid at once. "Sister Weiniang, there are so many people here. If you wish to create a scene, this is hardly the time. But if it escalates, none of us will come out looking good. It would be better to return and discuss it with your mother," Shang Ruling urged, suppressing her irritation. Gu Weiniang considered this and found some merit in Shang Ruling's words. "Sister Shang, why don't you accompany me to consult my mother?" Chapter 034. This future sister-in-law is not to be underestimated. Shang Ruling subtly curled her lips, deciding to momentarily set this matter aside. As young ladies of a prestigious family, why should we cause such a stir over a maid's affairs? If word were to spread, wouldn't it merely serve as a source of amusement for others? This future sister-in-law is indeed a troublesome one. How vexing. However, Gu Weiniang harbored a dislike for Yuli. It wasn't that Yoli had offended her initially, but rather that Yoli was associated with Gu Wanyue. The two sisters had engaged in a covert rivalry on numerous occasions, often to Gu Weiniang's detriment due to maid-related issues. This time, she intended to seize the opportunity to embarrass Gu Wanyue. Shang Ruling, on the other hand, felt that the sister-in-law was merely favoring Gu Yufeng's concubine, which left her feeling somewhat resentful. Gu Weiniang, noticing her future sister-in-law's reluctance to assist her, stormed off in frustration. Yet, calamity soon befell her. A piercing scream echoed from ahead, prompting the crowd to rush over. To their astonishment, Gu Weiniang had tumbled into the thicket. The osmanthus garden was elevated, requiring one to ascend a set of moss-covered steps from the temple. Caution was necessary to avoid slipping. Gu Weiniang, arriving in a fit of emotion, lost her footing and tumbled down. Nearby noble ladies gathered to gawk, gossiping amongst themselves. Shang Ruling could only stand in silence, utterly embarrassed. Gu Wanyue remained composed, instructing her servants to rescue Gu Weiniang. Yoli noticed Green Willow, who had been lurking at a distance, hiding behind an elm tree. Upon witnessing Gu Weiniang's fall, she could only feign concern and rush over to help. Gu Weiniang had fallen quite badly, and with so many onlookers, the unrefined girl wept loudly. Shang Ruling felt no inclination to acknowledge her as a sister. Law. Gu Wanyue arranged for a servant to escort Gu Weiniang to a meditation room to recover. With matters unfolding in such a manner, Gu Wanyue lost interest in the osmanthus blossoms and departed with Yoli and Bao Chui. Shang Ruling followed suit. As she walked away, she pondered how much better it would have been had she been betrothed to Gu Wanyue's brother from the outset. Gu Wanyue's composure had left a favorable impression on her. In contrast, Gu Weiniang appeared to be a source of trouble, likely to bring her endless headaches in the future. Alas, the news of Gu Weiniang's fall quickly reached the old matriarch and the Marchioness. The Marchioness hurried to the meditation room to check on her daughter. Gu Weiniang lamented, "Mother, that Yoli spoke ill of you. I intended to confront her on your behalf, but who would have thought that the steps would be so treacherous?" The Marchioness furrowed her brow. "What did Yoli say about me?" "She said you were once a concubine, later elevated to the main wife, so if you can do it, so can she. Such a servant who gossips behind one's back deserves to have her tongue cut out." Gu Weiniang's heart swelled with rage, wishing nothing more than to see Yoli suffer. The Marchioness, possessing a measure of wisdom, calmly countered, "Who told you this?" "Green Willow," Gu Weiniang replied, unaware that she was being manipulated. The Marchioness inhaled deeply but refrained from expressing her anger publicly, opting instead to speak to her daughter with a measured tone. "You must not act rashly, remain here quietly for now." "But that Yoli was sent by the matriarch to serve your second brother. These connections cannot be severed at your whim. If you take matters into your own hands, you risk displeasing not only your second brother but also your grandmother." At that moment, Gu Wanyue and Shang Ruling arrived. Shang Ruling bowed respectfully to the Marchioness. "Aunt, I hope Weiniang is well?" "She is fine. It is kind of you to visit her," the Marchioness replied warmly. Shang Ruling proceeded to check on Gu Weiniang. Outside, Gu Wanyue conversed with the Marchioness. "Mother, today's incident stemmed from Green Willow's loose tongue, resulting in a farcical situation. This maid stirred up trouble before the third sister, inciting her to confront Yoli in the osmanthus garden. With a crowd of noble ladies present, it truly became a spectacle, tarnishing our family's reputation." The Marchioness staggered slightly, her complexion paling. Gu Wanyue continued, "Moreover, I observed the third sister speaking to Sister Shang, and I fear she may misinterpret the situation." The Marchioness instantly grasped Gu Wanyue's implication. If the Shang family realized their favoritism towards a concubine, it would indeed be a source of ridicule that Green Willow must be dealt with. As noon approached, Xian Temple prepared a vegetarian feast. Yoli, Bao Chui, and other servants received a bowl of plain noodles. Green Willow deliberately approached them, much to Yoli's annoyance. Why must she persistently linger like a stubborn shadow, always trying to pin the blame on her? Green Willow spoke in a low voice, "If I can't have a good time, neither will you." Yoli retorted coldly, "I advise you, if you wish to avoid an early demise, it would be best to refrain from stirring up trouble." Green Willow smirked, "Wasn't today's incident all you're doing?" Bao Chui, having shifted positions with Yoli, interjected loudly, "You always blame others when trouble arises. They say misfortune comes from careless words, can't you learn to control your tongue?" Her voice carried, drawing the attention of nearby servants. Green Willow felt a wave of humiliation wash over her and left in a huff, both embarrassed and angry. A servant approached, commenting, "Since the eldest son took Green Willow as a concubine, her temperament has grown increasingly arrogant." "Indeed," Bao Chui replied. "Her attitude has become more brazen, constantly taking advantage of Yoli's good nature." Another maid chimed in, "Yoli's performance during the Mid-Autumn Festival outshone Green Willow, which undoubtedly stirred some resentment within her. Everyone showcased their talents to win favor, yet Green Willow seemed solely focused on competition. Who could she blame for that? Bao Chui's disdain for Green Willow was not newfound, and she engaged the other servants in lively discussion, while Yoli discreetly tugged at her sleeve, urging her to be cautious with her words. With other household servants present, any gossip could tarnish their family's reputation, and Bao Chui might face repercussions. Finally, Bao Chui ceased her remarks after finishing her noodles. Yoli and Bao Chui set off to find Gu Wanyue. Gu Wanyue was dining with family elders and sisters in a designated dining area, while the Shang family was present, engaged in conversation about the upcoming marriage of their children later in the year. The atmosphere was rather pleasant. Yoli, Bao Chui, and other servants waited outside. Green Willow intended to attend to Gu Weiniang, but the Marchioness had forbidden it. The more Green Willow thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling perpetually unlucky and blaming Yoli for her misfortunes. Initially, she had hoped to use Gu Weiniang to deal with Yoli, but now Gu Weiniang had become a liability. Yet, letting Yoli off the hook was not an option for Green Willow. She had observed that the noble ladies present were all vying for Gu Wanyue's favor, though their true intentions lay with the heir. Thus, a cunning idea sparked in her mind as she approached those ambitious young ladies, ready to spin her web of intrigue. Chapter 035. Indeed, what was destined to come has arrived. After a round of provocation from Green Willow, the noble ladies became aware that young pair was not merely a maid but also a concubine to the heir. Consequently, young Pear found herself the subject of scrutiny and gossip among the noble women, while being recognized as a first-class maid might still hold some dignity. After all, attaining such a position is often considered the pinnacle of a maid's career. Being labeled a concubine is somewhat disreputable. Despite the higher status that a concubine might hold within the household, to the noble ladies, a concubine is merely a lowly figure who has sullied their future husbands, rendering her a common enemy. How many admirers does the heir possess in the capital? Young Pear has now become a thorn in the side of many noblewomen. She overheard others mentioning how Green Willow had been gossiping with the noble ladies, evidently revealing her status. It appeared they were intent on making her feel miserable. However, Green Willow underestimated young Pear's resilience. As a servant, one must possess a strong mental fortitude to endure the trials of such a life. Fortunately, young Pear soon returned home with her masters, blissfully unaware of the noble lady's opinions, which she chose to disregard, considering them non-existent. After all, she had no need to participate in the various gatherings of the upper-class ladies and thus was spared from undue pressure. Yet, upon their return, the lady of the house forbade Green Willow from riding in the carriage, insisting she walk back instead. Green Willow was crushed. The carriage ride had already taken over an hour, and walking back was nothing short of a death sentence. Moreover, the safety of society in ancient times was far inferior to that of the modern day. A frail woman alone on the road was susceptible to numerous dangers, with no one to whom she could voice her grievances. Nevertheless, the lady's command was absolute, and none dared defy it. Thus, Green Willow was abandoned. The members of the Shang family naturally witnessed this event, and the lady's actions served to convey a clear stance toward them. Green Willow seethed with rage. At that moment, young Pear lounged in the carriage, leisurely enjoying pastries, her gaze fixed inward. Bao Chui discreetly relayed the gossip circulating among the noble ladies, prompting Gu Wanyu to reassure young Pear, "Do not fret. When my brother chooses a legitimate wife in the future, she will certainly be well educated and sensible, ensuring you will not suffer any grievances." Young Pear smiled and nodded. In truth, she felt incredibly fortunate. Both the heir and the second young lady treated her with kindness, standing by her in times of need. She had no reason to feel discontent. The idle chatter of others held no weight in her heart. Living her life well was her primary concern. Upon returning to the estate, it was already late afternoon. Young Pear made her way to Song Tao Courtyard, where the heir had already returned. According to Yin Yun, the heir had attended classes for a short while in the morning before joining his teacher and classmates for a mountain excursion, and was currently bathing. Young Pear had brought a basket of fruits and offerings from Xian Temple, claiming that eating them would ensure safety. She shared some with Yin Yun, set aside a few for the heir, and instructed Qiu Shuang to distribute the remainder. When she entered the sleeping quarters, the heir had yet to emerge, so she tentatively knocked on the door. Upon hearing his voice, she entered. He murmured, reclining against the side of the tub, his eyes closing once more. "Come here and wash my hair." "Certainly," young Pear replied. Rolling up her sleeves, she deftly untied his hair ribbon. With a bucket of warm water and a gourd ladle nearby, she dampened his hair before applying the shampoo. Each time she washed his hair, she took care to massage his scalp, a luxury much appreciated by the scholar who often overexerted his mind. The old matriarch also enjoyed massages and had kept several servants skilled in this art. Young Pear had learned many techniques from her. Too many skills can never weigh one down, young Pear thought, grateful for her past diligence. As the heir luxuriated under her ministrations, he lazily inquired, "Did anything interesting happen at Xian Temple today?" The blessing ceremony was quite lively today, with many noble ladies in attendance. The second young lady met numerous acquaintances, engaging in delightful conversation. I even accompanied her to admire the osmanthus flowers and collected some to bring back, intending for the kitchen to prepare osmanthus cakes and sweet dumplings for you to taste, young Pear replied, seated on a stool, continuing her massage. Her voice was melodious and soft, at times reminiscent of a yellow oriole's clear and vibrant song, and at others, echoing the cheerful notes of a lark, soothing to the ears. "Did you enjoy your outing?" he asked. "Indeed, I've served in this household for many years but had never visited Xian Temple until now. I specifically went to pray for you and to obtain a talisman for your protection." The heir smiled. "And what did you wish for yourself?" With a glint in her beautiful eyes, she replied, "I prayed that in the coming year, you would marry a woman of unmatched beauty and exceptional talent, one who was virtuous and well-matched to your status." This was indeed the truth, but she felt compelled to express it to the heir, ensuring he understood that she harbored no inappropriate thoughts regarding his future wife. Her greatest reliance in the household was the heir, and she could not allow any rumors, especially those instigated by Green Willow, to lead him to misunderstand her intentions. While other matters could be navigated, the notion of a maid harboring ambitions for the position of a legitimate wife was a grave taboo and a source of mockery within the household. Should the master grow suspicious, her situation would become truly untenable. The heir furrowed his brow and cast a glance back at her. Young Pear felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing he might doubt her sincerity, so she quickly added, I also obtained a wish token, which I hung on the wishing tree, specifically to pray for a good marriage for you. She had evidence to support her claim. Furthermore, the heir recognized her handwriting. Should Green Willow attempt to stir trouble again, she would not be afraid. The heir chose not to elaborate further and allowed young Pear to continue washing his hair. Green Willow returned only when darkness fell. Utterly exhausted and filthy, the lady of the house intended to reprimand her, but Green Willow resorted to her dramatic skills, only to be ignored and confined to the woodshed until the following day. The next day, the heir took young Pear to pay respects to the old matriarch, at which point the lady of the house deliberately broached the subject of Green Willow. She insinuated that young Pear and Green Willow had conspired together to covet the position of the legitimate wife. Young Pear, standing just a few steps away, was immediately drenched in cold sweat. As anticipated, the moment had indeed arrived. The lady of the house had been intent on her ruin and would not let such a golden opportunity slip by. The heir frowned. At that moment, the old matriarch interjected, that wretched Green Willow was known for her loose tongue. Yesterday, Eugene mentioned to me that only Green Willow spoke such nonsense, and this can be substantiated by the maid from the Shang family. She even praised young Pear for being well-mannered. The lady of the house was momentarily silenced. She had not anticipated that Gu Wanyu would drag the Shang maid into the fray. This left her at a loss for words. It was then that the heir spoke up. I know my maid best. She is typically obedient and sensible. Just yesterday, she prayed for good fortune in marriage for me. How could she indulge in such baseless rumors? Moreover, Green Willow was known for her indiscreet tongue and wild claims. Such behavior has previously warranted punishment from you, mother. How could you still believe her fabrications? The lady of the house found herself under a relentless barrage from both the grandmother and grandson, unable to counter their assertions, and could only force a smile, saying, if that is the case, then it must indeed be Green Willow's baseless chatter. I shall have her dealt with immediately. At that moment, Gu Wanning arrived, weeping and lamenting. Grandmother, it is clear that young Pear has overstepped her bounds. Had it not been for her, I would not have fallen into such a predicament, bringing about this embarrassment. Chapter 036. How can this not be considered true love? It is well known that Yoli was trained by the old lady and sent to Songtao courtyard to serve the heir. The events of yesterday were already clear-cut, yet Gu Wanqing still felt compelled to approach and utter such words. The old lady's expression was evidently displeased, and her tone naturally grew stern. How can you blame Yoli for your own clumsiness? Your second sister has informed me that you, without any evidence, dared to reprimand Yoli in front of numerous noble ladies. The young ladies of the Shang family remained silent, yet you were the first to become agitated, intentionally seeking to tarnish the reputation of our whole residence. Those unaware might think that our Gu family has failed to instill any decorum in our daughters. This admonition was ostensibly directed at Gu Wanqing but was, in reality, aimed at the whole lady. How could the whole lady be unaware? She promptly reacted, chastising her daughter Gu Wanqing on the spot. I see you truly must have hurt your head. You dare to blame the maidservant who attends your second brother. You should quickly apologize to your grandmother and your second brother. It was unnecessary to feign an apology. Even if she did so verbally, she would harbor resentment within. Thus she was sent to the ancestral hall to kneel and reflect for a good while. The old lady had previously disapproved of her eldest son's legitimization of a concubine, believing it unworthy of the esteemed family. When the concubine was legitimized, it caused quite a stir, yet her son, blinded by infatuation, thought the Fong family was reasonable and knew their place. However, legitimizing a concubine was bound to disrupt the household. As it turned out, the Fong family had raised Gu Yufeng to be of mediocre talent, solely indulging in frivolities, lacking ambition for accomplishments, while their daughter Gu Wanqing was also raised to be reckless and hot-headed, which displeased the old lady immensely. Upon hearing that Gu Wanqing had been rude in public yesterday, she was already irked, thinking that the child had fallen. That would suffice. She never expected that the commotion would continue at dawn. The old lady could not simply turn a blind eye. Children must be disciplined. If they do not learn proper conduct at home and continue to act recklessly, how will they endure hardships upon marrying into another family? Gu Wanqing did not anticipate such a consequence and immediately began to cry in grievance. Grandmother, the old lady waved her hand, as an elderly matron had already arrived to take Gu Wanqing to the ancestral hall for punishment. The whole lady, her face filled with shame and anxiety, could only excuse herself for the time being. The heir comforted the old lady for a while until Gu Wanqing arrived. The two siblings exchanged silent glances, and Gu Wanqing went to tend to their grandmother while the heir led Yoli away. Upon returning to the courtyard, the heir turned to Yoli. What exactly transpired yesterday? Yoli smiled awkwardly, explaining that Lvaya had also gone to Cien Temple to serve the third young lady, privately claiming she wished to reconcile with the maidservant. When Yoli ignored her, Lvaya persisted in approaching her, uttering strange words, which were fortuitously overheard by the lady and young lady of the Shang family. Did she truly say those things? The heir had previously regarded Liu as foolish and never imagined she harbored such intentions. Yoli nodded anxiously. However, I did not respond to her. Afterward, I immediately informed the second young lady about this matter, and she, in the presence of the young ladies from the Shang family, sought confirmation that it was indeed Liu alone who spoke, with no involvement from me. The heir was perplexed as to why she would utter such audacious words. Yoli shook her head. In truth, she had pondered this matter on her way back yesterday. She realized that Liu's repeated provocations were merely incitements. Liu aimed to coax her into competing and seizing. For once a person's heart entertains delusions, mistakes are bound to occur. In Yoli's view, harboring ambition was not inherently wrong. After all, who would wish to remain a lowly maidservant their entire life? Even if one became a concubine, they would still suffer indignities. Yet, a maidservant without support could not bear the repercussions of such delusions, for it would be a disdain for noble families, a trampling of their dignity. Should she entertain such unworthy thoughts, not only would the old lady not spare her, but even the heir would likely scorn her. Each of them could dispose of a maidservant as easily as crushing an ant. It was precisely because Yoli understood her circumstances that she would not be easily led astray by Liu. The heir gently grasped her delicate chin, and as Yoli contemplated this, a sudden unease washed over her. The heir's unexpected movement startled her, her autumn-like eyes widening in surprise. With a soft expression, the heir asked, "So you returned yesterday feeling anxious about this matter?" Yoli forced a smile and nodded. "Yesterday, you had just returned from climbing the mountain, having exhausted yourself all day. I did not wish to trouble you with this matter, yet I feared that you might hear the rumors and doubt me, thinking I harbored improper thoughts, which left me quite frightened." "Foolish girl," the heir chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, "I know precisely who you are. How could I trust Liu over you?" His words evidently comforted Yoli, who expressed her gratitude for his trust. "In the future, if you have any concerns, speak to me rather than keeping them hidden in your heart." "Yes." The heir prepared to leave for class, and Yoli accompanied him to the door. This matter seemed to have reached a resolution. However, what surprised Yoli was that Liu, who should have been punished, was unexpectedly protected by the returning eldest son. How could this not be seen as true love by outsiders? In any case, the eldest son was determined to protect her, which greatly angered the whole lady. Bao Chui rushed to inform Yoli of this news. Yoli remarked, "I truly envy Liu. Despite her repeated mistakes, the eldest son is still willing to shield her." "Bao Chui, do you think that if I were to commit a grave error one day, the heir would also be willing to protect me?" She had always been cautious in the residence, and even though the heir held her in high regard, she did not dare to take his favor for granted. She endeavored to avoid any blame, fearing that if she were to err, she would be punished, and at that point, the heir could not save her. Yet Liu seemed utterly unconcerned about such matters, acting according to her whims without any fear. Such audacity was likely bolstered by the support of the eldest son. Setting aside their adversarial relationship, Yoli genuinely felt envious. Bao Chui replied, "What are you thinking? The eldest son is far more ruthless than the heir. Do you truly think the eldest son has affections for Liu? In truth, it is because Liu's contrivances have earned him money, which is why he is so protective of her." Yoli was astonished. "Is that so? What else could it be?" Bao Chui explained. "But can the old lady and the madam truly agree to this now?" Yoli continued. Regardless, the eldest son was always eloquent and managed to negotiate with various parties, even gifting presents, and in the end, the whole lady only allowed Liu to be given 10 lashes before releasing her. Bao Chui sighed. "What contrivance did Liu create to earn such money?" Yoli asked curiously. "I heard it is a sort of racket for 2 players, something called a badminton racket. The eldest son had the carpenter produce a batch in advance, and they sold quite well," Bao Chui explained. "How did she come up with such a clever idea?" Yoli pondered. While they lived together before, she had not noticed Liu's ingenuity, but now Liu truly seemed transformed. She had previously made cream cakes and milk tea, and now she had created a racket for 2 players. However, upon hearing this, Yoli had no choice but to lower her head and continue embroidering socks for the heir. "Aren't you the least bit worried?" Bao Chui inquired. "Liu has always viewed you as an enemy. Now that she has smoothly passed this obstacle, who knows how she will deal with you next time?" Yoli replied, "Worrying is futile. I can only face whatever comes. Serving the heir well is what truly matters." No matter how arrogant Liu became, she was merely a concubine in the eldest son's household. Even if she wished to take revenge on Yoli, she had to consider whether she could provoke the heir. After all, the heir had a notoriously difficult temperament. Bao Chui nodded in agreement. "Indeed, as long as you serve the heir well, you will have everything. The second young lady will also look after you. And you, Sister Bao Chui, had it not been for your constant support, I cannot imagine what I would have suffered," Yoli said as she took a red plum blossom gold filigree flower from her jewelry box and presented it to Bao Chui. "Oh, why are you giving me this? I don't want it." "Take it, I should have given it to you a long time ago, I just remembered," Yoli insisted. After some reluctance, Bao Chui accepted it and admired herself in the mirror. "Is it beautiful?" "Very beautiful," Yoli assured her. Yoli then gifted her a purse she had personally embroidered. Bao Chui gleefully accepted it. Before long, Liu's creation became a sensation in the whole residence. The young ladies vied to play with it, and the gentlemen also joined in the fun. However, the heir showed no interest. He was displeased with the eldest son for protecting Liu, yet, since this was a matter concerning the eldest son's courtyard, and Liu had already faced punishment for slandering Yoli, the heir could not raise the issue again. Gu Wanqing, however, remarked that the old lady had consented to temporarily keep Liu because she was helping to earn money, and when the new bride from the Shang family arrived, they could deal with her then. After all, Liu was merely a concubine. How she was treated was ultimately a matter of their master's word. The eldest son had promised that once the business stabilized, the future bride would be free to handle Liu as she saw fit, and he would not interfere. Yoli found this notion even more terrifying. She had noticed the dissatisfaction of the Shang family young ladies towards Liu while at Xian Temple. Should they wait until the new bride arrives to deal with Liu, she would surely be left with no place to rest. Did Liu know this? If she did, would she still be so eager to serve the eldest son? It seemed that presently, Liu had no other choice. However, Liu was still highly favored by the eldest son. Though she had engaged in many outlandish acts, it appeared that the more outrageous she became, the more the eldest son favored her. This demonstrated the significant differences in aesthetic preferences between the heir and the eldest son. The heir preferred gentle, sensible, and obedient young women and despised those who flaunted themselves and acted rebelliously. Conversely, the eldest son, having grown weary of docile maidens, found himself drawn to bold, flirtatious, and audacious women. Currently, with Liu being the favored concubine and emboldened by the money she had helped the eldest son earn, she looked down upon the servants in Yuhua courtyard. Zhuhui was left in a pitiable state, completely marginalized, and reduced to being Liu's servant. As Yoli exited Gu Wanqing's courtyard and passed by the lakeside, she encountered Zhuhui, who was secretly wiping her tears, and approached her with concern. Knowing Zhuhui was in a difficult situation, she felt a deep sympathy. Zhuhui lamented, "Liu always thought I was the one who reported her, and knowing that I was previously close to you, she has constantly sought to trouble me. Now that her cleverness has earned the eldest son money, he values her greatly, and she claims to have more ways to earn money, making the eldest son even more attentive to her, to the point where she no longer regards me." Zhuhui lifted her sleeve to reveal a patch of red marks from burns on her arm, saying, "When I offered her tea, whether hot or cold, she always found fault, and eventually, I spilled it, burning my arm like this." Yoli felt a surge of anger upon seeing this but then reconsidered and asked, "Was it you who privately informed the madam about the matters in Liu's quarters?" "Of course not. You do not understand, the madam has placed numerous spies in Yuhua courtyard, and nothing that occurs in the eldest son's quarters escapes her notice. However, this is not something I can control. If I were to easily disclose who it was, the madam would not spare me." Zhuhui sighed. Yoli fully understood her predicament and devised a plan for her. The eldest son is inextricably linked to indulgence and often travels outside. When he returns, the most important thing is rest. If you can regain the eldest son's favor, it could also help to curb Liu's arrogance. Liu's continued favoritism from the eldest son was certainly not advantageous for Yoli, and if she could assist Zhuhui, it would also benefit herself. Chapter 037. The young master has changed. Showering affection on a maid. Yet I find myself at a loss, for I lack the sweet words of Green Willow, nor do I possess her exquisite skills. How then could I ever hope to win her favor? Chrysanthemum is well aware of her own worth. Consequently, young Pear imparted to her the massage techniques she learned from the old lady's courtyard, enhancing them with her own improvements. Young Pear is an exceptionally astute learner. In similar circumstances, she invariably absorbs knowledge more abundantly than others. Her massage techniques quickly endeared her to the young master, and if such cerebral pursuits delighted him, how much more would they captivate the eldest son? A few brief lessons were more than sufficient for Chrysanthemum to master the skills. Eager to learn, she devoted 2 days to practice, and as fate would have it, when Gu Yufeng suffered from a headache after drinking, Chrysanthemum seized the opportunity to serve him tea, neglecting her. Once she began to massage him, Gu Yufeng felt a wave of relief. By the time Green Willow arrived, it was too late. Gu Yufeng insisted that Chrysanthemum stay the night, infuriating Green Willow. What further exacerbated her anger was that Gu Yufeng retained Chrysanthemum for 3 consecutive nights. Green Willow deemed this unacceptable. The eldest son, Gu Yufeng, is her foundation in the Marquisate. Should she lose his affection, her future would be dire. Thus, she continued to devise strategies to excel in selling badminton rackets. However, as Chrysanthemum's massage skills flourished, Gu Yufeng became increasingly reliant on her. In the Yuhua courtyard, 2 women engaged in a subtle yet fierce rivalry, making for a most captivating spectacle. Now, not only must Green Willow contend with Chrysanthemum, but she must also strive to regain the favor of the Marquis's wife. She has committed far too many foolish acts. Apart from the eldest son, who still supports her, both the old lady and the Marquis's wife hold her in disdain. This is a perilous predicament, akin to having insufficient insurance against risk. Hence, she never ceased her efforts to curry favor with the Marquis's wife. On this particular day, Green Willow presented a highly sought-after badminton racket to the Marquis's wife, hoping to showcase her commercial value. She is not merely a pretty face, she possesses a keen business acumen, which is invaluable. A woman's physical allure may be easily obtained, yet a woman with a sharp business mind is a rare treasure. Green Willow tirelessly extolled the benefits of badminton, asserting that it promotes blood circulation, sharpens the mind, and enhances sleep quality, while the Marquis's wife feigned disinterest in the gift. Once Green Willow departed, she found herself intrigued to try it. Given her perpetual struggles with sleep and poor circulation, if this racket could help alleviate her discomfort, it would be most welcome. Thus, she enlisted old Madame Chow to try it in her courtyard. On that day, the young master did not attend class. Instead, he took young Pear out of the estate to inspect the improvements at the Sherdingle restaurant. Following young Pear's suggestions, the restaurant underwent significant renovations, elevating the presentation of the dishes and introducing several new signature meals. Sister Lin, diligent in her duties, shared the improved recipes with the chefs without reservation. The new dishes included a spicy chicken, fresh peach pork liver, yellow braised shark fin, stuffed fish maw, white sauce duck rolls, and emerald shrimp. In addition to providing numerous distinctive cooking methods, she also imparted various techniques for making broth. The art of crafting broth is a crucial culinary skill. There is a saying that to achieve delicious dishes, one must have good broth as a base. The kitchen of the restaurant frequently requires several types of broth for seasoning during cooking. Thanks to the combined efforts of Sister Lin and the chefs, the variety of dishes at Sherdingle has expanded, and the quality has improved significantly. As a result, business has seen a marked uptick recently. When the young master and young Pear arrived, they specifically ordered these new dishes to sample. The young master, known for his discerning palate, found them quite satisfactory. Thus, young Pear praised Sister Lin's contributions, prompting the young master to declare rewards for her, not only bestowing additional silver but also promising that if the restaurant's profits increased this month, everyone would share in the bounty. The shopkeeper was overjoyed. Young Pear lauded the young masteress' wisdom. He gently ruffled her hair, stating that if the restaurant flourished, they could consider opening another branch in the capital next year, with her in charge. Young Pear was elated. The prospect of being a female manager was far more enticing than being a mere concubine, if only the young master would permit her to manage the establishment directly. However, she understood that once such a request was made, the young master might rescind her authority over the restaurant. Young Pear, seldom out in public, took the opportunity to observe the establishment thoroughly, noting areas for improvement and suggesting several enhancements to the shopkeeper. Her insights left the shopkeeper astonished. Young Pear seemed less like a maid and more like an experienced businesswoman, displaying a remarkable talent for commerce. After sampling various dishes at Sherdingle, young Pear pulled the young master toward a nearby market to browse and acquire small trinkets. The young master indulged her, patiently accompanying her throughout their exploration. They visited the tile workshop, where performances abounded. Young Pear delighted in rewarding street performers with coins, sharing treats like candied hawthorn and roasted chestnuts with monkeys, and eagerly joining in on any spectacle she encountered. The young master made no objections. He simply held her hand and assisted her with her purchases, allowing her to enjoy herself. It was his first time bringing her to the tile workshop, and young Pear shed her usual decorum, revealing her youthful exuberance, which fascinated the young master. It was evident that the estate's rigid customs had stifled her true nature. Witnessing her radiant joy lifted his spirits as well. Yen Yun and several other attendants accompanied them, providing protection. He too sensed a change in the young master. It was unfathomable that he would dote on a maid in such a way. In the past, the young master was devoted solely to scholarly pursuits, indifferent to female charms and stern with those beneath him. Now, he was even helping to carry her belongings, an utterly inconceivable transformation indeed. The young masteress' affection for young Pear had reached an extraordinary level. A closer look revealed that her attire was now more luxurious than before. It was clear she had been groomed as a concubine, even taking charge of the restaurant prematurely. It seemed likely that the young master might soon favor his concubine over his wife. In any case, Yen Yun dared not show anything less than respect towards young Pear. They continued their leisurely excursion, with young Pear particularly keen on lingering at various food stalls, sampling unique delicacies. If she found something delightful, she would discuss with the young master the possibility of purchasing the recipe, ensuring that their establishment could offer a diverse range of dishes to attract more customers. Gu Yufeng was genuinely impressed by her entrepreneurial spirit. It was indeed a challenge to avoid making a profit during their outings. As they ambled along, they passed the store where the eldest son was currently selling badminton rackets. Thanks to Green Willow's marketing strategies, the rackets were now sold out. The eldest son, accompanied by Green Willow, was inspecting the business when they unexpectedly encountered the young master and young Pear. The eldest son was always cheerful and greeted the young master with a smile, casting a lingering glance at young Pear. At that moment, she was adorned in a strapless top, draped with a jade-colored embroidered long-sleeve shirt, paired with a pomegranate skirt. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with a delicate jade hairpin, and she wore exquisite emerald drop earrings. Her overall appearance was both simple and dignified, exuding an air of elegance that made it difficult to discern whether she was a maid or a lady. With a veil partially concealing her face, only her sparkling eyes were visible as she stood quietly beside the young master. The eldest son acknowledged young Pear's beauty but noted her excessively demure demeanor, contrasting sharply with Green Willow's vivacity. However, it was the allure of a beautiful woman that held the greatest sway. The young master instinctively positioned himself in front of young Pear, prompting the eldest son to realize his lapse in etiquette. "Since my younger brother has taken the time to venture out, would you care to join me for a drink nearby?" he inquired. The young master, repulsed by the eldest son's gaze upon young Pear as if he were coveting a cherished possession, responded curtly, "Not interested." "Why not visit my shop? The badminton rackets I gifted you should be ready for a test," suggested the eldest son. "Not yet," replied the young master, his distaste for the eldest son's lingering gaze palpable. The eldest son, in high spirits due to the success of his store, brushed off the young master's cold demeanor, jesting, "I owe my good fortune with Green Willow to my younger brother's generosity," and offered a playful bow, his intentions unmistakably teasing. At that moment, Green Willow, exuding confidence, leaned against the eldest son with her exquisite makeup and alluring demeanor, casting a provocative glance at young Pear, as if to demonstrate how foolish it would be to forsake her. Yet the young master did not spare her even a glance, harboring a deep-seated disdain for her type. Young Pear, spotting a flower and bird shop ahead, turned to the young master and said, "Young master, I wish to choose a parrot for the second young lady to alleviate her boredom." "Very well, let us go together," he replied, wrapping an arm around young Pear as they proceeded. The eldest son watched their intertwined figures with contemplation. His younger brother, usually so aloof, had unexpectedly developed an attachment to a mere concubine. How amusing! Green Willow also wished to accompany them, playfully clinging to the eldest son's arm, adopting a modern woman's assertiveness, as if to overshadow any rival. Young Pear intended to select a parrot for Guwanyu, out of gratitude for her long-standing kindness. In truth, she desired one for herself, but as a maid, it was inappropriate to voice such wishes, especially without her mistress's approval. However, the young master himself picked out a striking blue-green parrot, its vibrant feathers and charming appearance captivating him. "Perhaps I shall keep one for my own amusement," he mused, knowing full well that, given his academic commitments, it would ultimately be young Pear who would care for it. The mere thought brought her joy. The young master glanced at her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Green Willow had intended to flaunt her lifestyle before young Pear. Little did she know that the eldest son had encountered a beautiful woman at the flower and bird shop. Unfazed, he engaged in spirited conversation with her at the entrance. Green Willow seethed with jealousy, her instincts screaming that they were likely old flames, and given the woman's provocative attire, she suspected that she might even be a courtesan. The eldest son certainly had a penchant for indulgence. In a flurry, Green Willow approached to assert her claim, wrapping her arm around the eldest son's, embodying the modern woman's assertiveness, as if to vanquish a rival. Chapter 38. The gentle prince. The woman did not engage in petty squabbles with her, merely casting a flirtatious glance at the eldest son before departing. Green Willow, feeling a twinge of jealousy, could not deny her feelings. After all, it was the eldest son who had always been there for her, and to claim she was unaffected would be disingenuous. While the eldest son may not possess the outstanding stature of the prince, he was certainly not short, boasting handsome features and a generous disposition. If she could secure his affections, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. However, the eldest son's reputation as a notorious flirt left Green Willow feeling quite insecure. The prince and young Pear had already procured a parrot, with young Pear handling the payment, which of course came from the prince's purse. The two birdcages were carried by a young servant. Young Pear attentively listened to the shopkeeper's advice on how best to care for the parrot. As they exited the flower and bird shop, Green Willow was still in a huff with the eldest son, hoping he would promise not to pursue that woman again. After all, she was remarkably talented, possessing both beauty and intelligence. Her previous failures, she reasoned, were merely due to bad luck, thus, she could not fathom any other woman being as capable as she. The eldest son found her behavior utterly unreasonable. He believed that whether or not he sought the company of women was none of her concern, and it was preposterous for a mere concubine to think she had any authority over him. He had previously found her capricious nature somewhat amusing, but in the current public setting, he prioritized his reputation amongst the gentlemen and reprimanded her sharply. Green Willow, feeling wronged, shed tears, prompting the eldest son to soften for a moment and offer her a few comforting words. Young Pear watched in astonishment. Was this truly how interactions between men and women unfolded? The eldest son seemed overly indulgent towards Green Willow. Despite their differences, young Pear could not help but feel a flicker of envy in some respects. Greenwillow simply sought a response from the eldest son, and now that he was willing to console her, she naturally seized the moment, reveling in young Pear's envious gaze, which only swelled her pride. Her look seemed to convey, "You, young Pear, are merely a servant, while I, Greenwillow, have the power to captivate a man." Noticing young Pear's improper gaze, the prince took her by the hand and led her away. It was only upon entering the carriage that young Pear found herself unable to suppress the thought, if she were to act spoiled towards the prince, would he also indulge her? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the prince's displeased voice rang out, "What was that look you just had?" Young Pear's heart skipped a beat, and she was momentarily bewildered. The prince continued to scrutinize her, asking, "Why did you regard the eldest son in such a manner? Do you harbor feelings for him?" Young Pear stammered in response, No, your highness, you misunderstand. I was merely observing their quarrel. I found it amusing." Heavens, how reckless she had been to entertain such thoughts of acting spoiled towards the prince. Perhaps the prince's kindness towards her had led her to mistakenly believe he was a compassionate man. In truth, he had no penchant for coddling. "Amusing? What is amusing about it?" the prince retorted, finding the earlier scene distasteful. "Only a libertine like the eldest son would indulge a lowly maid such as Greenwillow." Young Pear offered an awkward smile, unable to articulate why she found it amusing. Perhaps it was the sight of a servant playfully expressing her whims to her master, who was willing to indulge her, that struck her as entertaining. Alternatively, it could be that since her arrival at the estate, she had always been cautious and never truly relaxed, making her yearn for such moments. Yet, these inner thoughts were ones she could never share with the prince. Their statuses were fundamentally disparate, their perceptions would inevitably differ. The prince continued, "My elder brother is utterly foolish to treat a servant in such a manner, disregarding propriety and decorum." Young Pear lowered her gaze in silence. She nearly forgot that the prince was well versed in the classics, holding decorum and etiquette in high regard. To act spoiled around him would surely lead to ruin. Cautiously, she offered to massage his legs, suggesting, "You must be weary from accompanying a mere servant for so long. Allow me to prepare a foot bath for you upon our return." "Very well," the prince acquiesced, suddenly recalling something. "In the future, when encountering the eldest son, do your utmost to avoid him and do not engage in conversation." Young Pear thought to herself that as long as she served the prince diligently, all would be well. After all, he maintained a respectable demeanor and did not engage in licentious behavior. She merely needed to always regard him as her master. Though the prince was stern with his subordinates, he was also a man of clear rewards and punishments. As long as she performed her duties well, he would not deliberately be harsh with her. Upon their return to the Duchess' residence, they learned that the Duchess had injured her back quite severely. As her nominal son, the prince naturally felt compelled to pay a visit. Young Pear first placed their purchases in her room and instructed Autumn Frost to care for the newly acquired parrot. Noticing the rain beginning to fall, she took up an umbrella, holding another in hand, and set off to meet the prince. Arriving at Orchid Fragrance Courtyard, Young Pear inquired with a familiar maid about the circumstances of the Duchess's injury. She learned that the Duchess had been playing with a feathered shuttlecock invented by Greenwillow when, in a moment of distraction, she had injured her back. The maid remarked, "I suspect Greenwillow must have come specifically to bring misfortune upon our mistress. Whatever she brings, our mistress seems to suffer for it." Young Pear pursed her lips. While this notion was rather absurd, it was not entirely unfounded. Greenwillow truly seemed incompatible with the Duchess. Previously, a gift of milk tea had resulted in the Duchess suffering from diarrhea, and now, with a shuttlecock, she had injured her back. One might think Greenwillow was deliberately plotting against the Duchess. However, that was not the case. Greenwillow was far too eager to curry favor with the Duchess to entertain any malicious intent. Her good intentions had simply gone awry, yet the damage had been done, and it was now up to the mistress to decide whether to forgive her. To be honest, sometimes serving in this household, doing less may be more prudent than doing more, for in speaking and acting sparingly, one is less likely to commit errors. However, to strive for advancement, one must inevitably take action, and with that action must come the necessity of avoiding mistakes. Thus, those who manage to rise above the rest are indeed rare and exceptionally astute. Young Pear felt fortunate. From the outset, she had served under the old matriarch, diligently tending to her duties without much hardship. Now, in the prince's service, she found a place to apply her skills, and he treated her with leniency even when she made minor errors. As long as she was proactive in acknowledging them, it would not matter. As Young Pear pondered these thoughts, she asked the maid, "I heard that the eldest son has been profiting from the sale of Greenwillow's shuttlecocks." The maid replied, "Indeed, otherwise he would have dealt with that wretched maid long ago. However, we cannot place the blame for the Duchess's injury entirely on Greenwillow, for the physician stated that the Duchess's prolonged inactivity in the rear courtyard led to her body being unaccustomed to sudden movement, resulting in the injury. The eldest son had just returned to the estate with Greenwillow when he learned of the Duchess's back injury from playing with the shuttlecock, prompting him to rush over. He believed it was his mother's improper handling of the shuttlecock that had caused the mishap and found it unreasonable to blame Greenwillow, especially since others had played without issue. The Duchess, already in a foul mood from her injury, was further incensed by her son's logic, yet she could only swallow her indignation in silence, mentally marking Greenwillow for future retribution. Once the shuttlecock business stabilized, she would ensure Greenwillow faced dire consequences. All of this was for the sake of money that if she could endure, she would bide her time. However, her back injury would not heal quickly, and the old matriarch seized the opportunity to propose that the second daughter-in-law, Lady Lou, temporarily manage the household. Lady Lou had long coveted the authority of the household but had been firmly kept at bay by the Duchess, who never granted her an opportunity. Now that the Duchess was incapacitated, it was the perfect chance for her to seize control. Yet, the Duchess had always been wary of this sister-in-law and was adamant about not allowing her to assist. Thus, the old matriarch suggested that the young ladies also take part in managing the household to gain experience for their future marriages. The eligible young ladies included the second daughter, Gu Wanyu, the Duchess's biological daughter, the third daughter, Gu Waning, and the fourth daughter, Gu Wanji, born of Lady Lu. The Duchess did not oppose the old matriarch's proposal, though Lady Lu was far from pleased. This was likely her closest opportunity to grasp the reins of power, yet it slipped through her fingers once more. As the prince emerged from within, young pair hurried to greet him, holding the umbrella over him. Ji Wanyu and Gu Waning surrounded the old matriarch as they exited together. The old matriarch remarked, "The rain is heavy outside. You should each return and contemplate how to manage the household, to formulate a plan so that when you enter your marital homes, you will have some understanding and avoid becoming a source of ridicule." "Yes," the two granddaughters replied, bowing. The old matriarch, surrounded by her maids and servants, returned to her quarters. Ji Wanyu coughed delicately, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Given the chilly weather, she had already begun to feel unwell, though she had made an effort to conceal it while indoors. Noticing his sister's pallor, the prince took the initiative to escort her back to her quarters. A casual glance revealed young pair struggling to hold the umbrella, half of her body still exposed to the rain, prompting him to take the umbrella from her and insist she use one for herself. Chapter 039. To plump myself up so that I may not be disturbed when warming your bed. Upon arriving at Mingwei residence, where Gu Wanyu resided, the maidservants had kindled a charcoal fire inside to warm the room for her, while also serving her hot tea to soothe her body. Gu Wanyu was quite delicate and could not withstand the cold. Despite her usual eloquence when speaking with others, she was, in fact, rather frail, preferring to remain in her courtyard, engrossed in reading, playing the zither, or engaging in chess. Truly a young lady well versed in literature. The heir perceived his sister as a delicate flower, unable to weather life's tempests, and thus refrained from burdening her with business matters, lest she become troubled and deteriorate in health. He remarked, "Your health is poor. If you lack the energy to manage affairs, then politely decline. You need not put yourself through such distress." The maidservants also served hot tea to the heir and Yu Li. After taking a sip, Gu Wanyu expressed, "I find it rather tedious to be cooped up in the courtyard all day." "Just in time, Yu Li has selected a parrot for your amusement, which will be sent to you shortly," the heir replied nonchalantly. Gu Wanyu turned to Yu Li with a smile, "Is that truly so?" "Indeed, with proper care, the parrot will learn to speak and sing, making it the perfect companion to alleviate the boredom of the second young lady," Yu Li responded cheerfully. "You are indeed thoughtful," Gu Wanyu remarked. "It was chosen personally by the heir for you," Yu Li added. The heir shot a glance at Yu Li, knowing full well that it was her selection. This girl always seemed to think of him and endeavored to win his favor. Ji Wanyu's smile broadened. If her brother had chosen it himself, it would hold a different significance, she stated. "Brother, you are increasingly understanding of your sister's feelings, which is why I wish to attempt managing affairs, so that I may assist you in the future." Her brother consistently regarded her as fragile and was reluctant to involve her in mundane matters, yet she longed to share the burden. She hoped that by taking on this responsibility, she could demonstrate to him her capability. The heir responded, "What need have I for your assistance? It is most important that you take care of yourself. Now that autumn has arrived, you must be especially mindful of your health. Is there any remaining bird's nest that was sent previously? If it has run out, I shall arrange for more to be delivered." Bai Chui mentioned that the second young lady consumes it daily, and there is still enough for a few more days, came the reply. "Very well, I shall have more sent over along with a bottle of rose essence." Though the heir seldom voiced his concerns, he was ever mindful of his sister's health, sending an unending supply of nourishing delicacies that elicited envy from all who beheld them. Gu Wanyu nodded with a smile. While his concern was evident, the heir remained opposed to her involvement in managing affairs. He wished for her to rest well and enjoy her days leisurely in her courtyard, free from the burdens of trivial matters, lest they exacerbate her ailments. Although she had always complied with her brother's wishes, Gu Wanyu found herself resolutely persistent on this matter, even invoking the opinion of the old matriarch. The heir, disinclined to engage in disputes, rose and walked away. Outside, the rain intensified, and the heir took an umbrella for himself, while Yuli held her own and followed behind. Guanyu observed the scene with keen interest and remarked, "Bai Chui, have you noticed? My brother seems to be speaking more than before and is showing a newfound inclination to care for others." Guanyu herself was quietly astonished by her brother's transformation. In the past, while he had shown concern, his words were few, merely issuing orders for items to be sent, burdened by the weight of responsibility following their mother's passing. Though he often appeared indifferent, it was clear that he had become somewhat more open. Another significant detail was that previously, Yen Yun was always by her brother's side, and he would never have considered holding an umbrella on a rainy day. A servant had once been dismissed for hastily offering him an umbrella, yet now, out of compassion for Yuli, he had taken the initiative to do so. It was noteworthy that he, born a favored child of destiny, blessed with extraordinary academic prowess and a shining star of the Marquisate, was accustomed to being attended to in all matters of life, never needing to perform menial tasks. He had seldom considered the feelings of others, acting according to his whims. However, the heir was evidently undergoing a quiet transformation, perhaps unbeknownst even to himself. After returning to the courtyard with Yuli, he instructed that a new batch of bird's nest and rose essence be sent to Mingwei residence the following day, a detail that Yuli had noted during her visit. While bathing, he told her, "Make sure to keep some of the bird's nest and rose essence for yourself tomorrow." Yuli, taken aback by the attention, felt a surge of happiness but still attempted to decline. It wouldn't be proper for a servant to partake. The heir cast her a sidelong glance and replied, "Very well then." Yuli felt a pang of disappointment. One mustn't be too hypocritical, she thought. Just as she lamented her missed opportunity for nourishment, the heir added, "In the future, when I consume bird's nest, you shall also partake. As for the rose essence, if you do not wish to drink it, then it shall be discarded." Yuli's spirits lifted once more. Who could understand such a roller coaster of emotions? The heir lazily declared, "You should plump yourself up a bit, for when you warm my bed, I should not be disturbed by discomfort." Yuli gasped, feeling hesitant to inquire when such a thing might occur, fearing that her question might lead the heir to misconstrue her eagerness. The self-absorbed heir often engaged in such banter, leaving her somewhat apprehensive. However, before bed, the heir indeed ordered 2 servings of bird's nest to be prepared, and Yuli consumed hers before sleeping. She felt elated, for being in the heir's company was indeed a life of indulgence. If the future lady of the heir were amiable, she would willingly embrace the role of a contented parasite. The following day, the rain continued to pour. As the saying goes, an autumn rain brings a chill, yet the heir ventured out, and Yuli brought the finest bird's nest and rose essence to Mingwei residence, accompanied by Qiu Shuang, who carried the parrot cage they had purchased. Yuli had chosen a moonring parrot for Guanyu, known for its vibrant plumage, featuring a red collar and green body. The shopkeeper had remarked that this parrot possessed a gentle disposition, and with proper care, it would become quite affectionate towards its owner. Guanyu was delighted to receive the parrot from Yuli. Yuli handed over the bird's feed to Bai Chui and shared some key points about its care, to which Guanyu listened attentively, clearly eager to nurture her new companion. During their conversation, Yuli noticed that Guanyu seemed somewhat unwell. It turned out that she had caught a chill the previous day and had been coughing since morning. Concerned, Yuli wished to summon a physician, but Guanyu declined, saying, "It is unnecessary, this is merely an old ailment of mine, please do not inform my brother, lest he worry. You should refrain from managing affairs under these circumstances, as it may only exacerbate your condition," Yuli advised. Guanyu replied, "I understand that you and my brother are worried for me, but I am well aware of my own health." Yuli chose not to press further, recognizing that it was her mistress's determination, and it was not prudent for a servant to intervene excessively. Bai Chui escorted Yuli out of the courtyard and remarked, "Our young lady merely wishes to prove that she is not entirely without merit. Seeing you manage the household and handle financial matters so adeptly, she feels that if her health permits, she too could share some of the burden with the heir. Thus, she is determined to demonstrate her capabilities in managing the household." Yuli nodded. "I see now, the second young lady indeed possesses a strong will." Yuli continued, "When you return, please prepare some soup for the second young lady using my method. 3 segments of scallion whites, 5 slices of ginger, and 2 chen of perilla leaves. These ingredients dispel cold. I have taken similar remedies when afflicted with chills, and they provide great relief the following day." Bai Chui replied, "Understood. I shall prepare some for the second young lady shortly." With that, Yuli departed. Chapter 040 of the Butler's Resolve. On the following day, Yun Li visited the second young lady again. Upon hearing from Bao Chui that the second young lady had taken her recommended remedy, she felt much better and had begun to learn the affairs of the household alongside the third and fourth young ladies at Lan Xian courtyard. Thus, Yun Li felt reassured. As days passed, the second young lady delved deeper into her role as a steward, leading the way while the younger third and fourth young ladies followed. The third young lady, Gu Waning, possessed a rather impulsive and impatient temperament. In contrast, the fourth young lady, Gu Wanji, had little interest in such matters. However, her mother, Lady Lu, insisted she participate, so she joined in the bustle. Only Gu Wanyu acted with a steadier demeanor, her thoughts more comprehensive, grasping concepts with ease. Such wisdom even stirred envy in Lady Ho, who compared her with her own lackluster daughter, further fueling her ire and leading her to discreetly admonish her biological daughter. Unfortunately, Gu Waning remained oblivious to her mother's good intentions, interpreting her actions as disdain for her abilities. Currently, all matters of household management were entrusted to Gu Wanyu. With her natural intelligence and penchant for extensive reading, she demonstrated remarkable observation skills, allowing her to handle tasks with relative ease. She had also been keenly aware of various issues within the household, seizing this opportunity to present her insights to Lady Ho. Lady Ho wholeheartedly supported her, encouraging her to take charge, and urged her daughter to learn diligently from Gu Wanyu, further bolstering Gu Wanyu's confidence. Recently, Gu Wanyu addressed the security concerns regarding the household's nighttime operations. Many of the night watch women would indulge in drinking and gambling during their shifts, posing significant safety risks, a concern that had long troubled the old matriarch. Consequently, Gu Wanyu took the lead in summoning the night watch women, issuing a stern decree that forbade gambling and drinking within the household. Violators would face severe punishment, yet, some daring souls continued their reckless behavior. These women were seasoned veterans of the household, having served for generations, often with familial ties to the estate. They were cunning and difficult to manage, believing that Gu Wanyu, due to her youth and seemingly fragile demeanor, lacked authority and would not command their respect. In her desire to prove her capabilities to her mother, Gu Waning attempted to apprehend the offenders, only to find herself embroiled in a heated altercation, even resulting in physical confrontation. The situation escalated into a chaotic uproar, with each party justifying their actions. Even when Gu Waning reported the incident to Lady Ho, the latter refrained from imposing any punishment on the servants, instead verbally admonishing her daughter for her impulsiveness, which only fueled Gu Waning's frustration. She could not fathom why her mother was never satisfied with her efforts, feeling that the situation was blatantly unfair. Did her mother truly fear the servants? Meanwhile, Gu Wanyu, displaying remarkable resolve, ordered the troublesome watchwomen to be bound and punished with a beating, in addition to imposing a 2-month deduction of their wages as a penalty. This display of authority immediately instilled fear in many. Notably, Gu Wanyu acted independently, without consulting Lady Ho, adhering strictly to established rules. The blatant disregard of her orders warranted such punishment, especially when they engaged in fights with the household maids, which constituted a serious offense. Upon learning of Gu Wanyu's actions, Gu Waning felt further vexed. How had she not considered such a straightforward solution? Had she known it would be so simple, she would have directly confronted those women herself, thereby avoiding her mother's reprimand. At this juncture, the heir had been away from the estate, accompanying the crown prince on a hunting expedition, and upon his return, Yunli recounted Gu Wanyu's recent management endeavors in detail. The heir, however, did not appear particularly pleased. Rather, his expression was grave. Yunli was puzzled, as Gu Wanyu had managed splendidly. Why was the heir not delighted? Managing the household could easily lead to conflicts, and the heir harbored concerns that the young lady might offend individuals whom Lady Ho preferred to avoid. The intricacies of household management were far more complex than they appeared. While Yunli currently assisted him in managing the courtyard, regardless of the outcome, he bore the responsibility. Gu Wanyu, however, faced a different situation. With her biological mother deceased and her stepmother harboring ulterior motives, should anything go awry, Lady Ho would undoubtedly urge her daughter to distance herself from the issue, casting Gu Wanyu as the scapegoat. Yet, despite these risks, Gu Wanyu thrived in her role, deriving unprecedented satisfaction from her newfound confidence, making it difficult for her brother to dampen her enthusiasm. As Yunli massaged the heir, she reassured him, saying, "Rest assured, my lord, I will convey your words to the second young lady," urging her to remain vigilant. If we inhibit her involvement, she will surely be discontent. Her recognition by the old matriarch is a positive development. Her happiness will undoubtedly benefit her health. Upon hearing this, the heiress' demeanor softened. Indeed, nothing was more important than his sister's happiness and well-being. Even if she offended some servants with his presence, it was hardly a grave concern. Given Gu Wanyu's commendable management, Lady Ho entrusted her with organizing the Chrysanthemum Appreciation Banquet. The old matriarch had acquired several rare varieties of chrysanthemums and wished to host an event to delight the esteemed ladies of high society. Since Lady Ho had yet to fully recover from her injury, she delegated full authority to Gu Wanyu. Moreover, Lady Ho instructed her daughter, Gu Waning, to follow Gu Wanyu's lead and refrain from acting impulsively. This directive was echoed by the old matriarch to Gu Waning as well. As for the fourth young lady, Gu Wanji, she was inherently compliant and did not require much guidance. However, the proud Gu Waning found it intolerable. Despite her diligent participation in the management efforts, the accolades seemed to rest solely on her elder sister's shoulders. Now, everyone insisted she learn from Gu Wanyu, igniting her resentment. She was merely a year younger than Gu Wanyu and believed herself no less capable, yet, it appeared that all the attention was directed toward Gu Wanyu, leaving her in the shadows. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. After leaving Lan Xian courtyard, she vented her frustrations to her maid, crying, "What truly sets me apart from my second sister, mother continually advises me against striving for superiority, even instructing me not to draw attention at the banquet. If I do not showcase my talents, how will I ever attract a worthy suitor? No matter how exceptional my second sister is, her frail health limits her prospects. If she successfully manages the banquet, those noble women will surely regard her with newfound respect." This was Gu Wanying's greatest fear. Her mother had once been a concubine, only later elevated to the status of a legitimate wife by formal ceremony, allowing her and her brother to be recognized as legitimate offspring. However, the children of the stepmother would always be perceived as inferior to those of the original wife, and she was unwilling to remain overshadowed by Gu Wanyue. At that moment, a passing maid named Lulu overheard their conversation and bowed respectfully. Third young lady. Chapter 041. A young pair assists in organizing the chrysanthemum banquet. Gu Waning cast a disdainful glance at her. She had grown weary of Green Willow. Although she appreciated the cakes and milk tea that Green Willow made, the frequent indignities brought forth by her actions had become intolerable. With her mother now suffering from a strained back, her feelings towards Green Willow had understandably soured. Were it not for her elder brother's unwavering support, Green Willow would have long been sold off. Life for Green Willow in the manor had also become rather grim. Initially, she had aspired to cling tightly to the leg of the Marquis's wife, hoping to secure a future ally. However, their personalities clashed, leading to disharmony in all aspects. The old lady despised her, and the favored Zhu Rui in her own courtyard further divided the affection. Now, she relied solely on her scant business acumen to maintain her remaining dignity and favor, but this was hardly a sustainable solution. Her desperation to alter her circumstances was palpable. This was indeed an opportune moment to demonstrate her loyalty and cleverness. If she could regain Gu Wanying's favor, it would naturally lead to her speaking on Green Willow's behalf in front of the Marquis's wife. The more compliments she received, the brighter her future would shine. Thus, Green Willow surveyed her surroundings before softly saying, "I am aware of the third young lady's troubles, and since they are yours, they are also mine. I may have a strategy to alleviate your concerns." As Gu Waning walked, she fixed her gaze upon her. "Come to my courtyard." She was well aware that Green Willow was full of cunning ideas. A smirk played at the corners of Green Willow's lips. Her opportunity had finally arrived. She had waited long enough. And no matter the angle, she could not allow Gu Wanyu to flourish. Gu Wanyu already harbored a dislike for her, and young pair's smooth sailing was a direct result of Gu Wanyu's support. If she could undermine Gu Wanyu's spirit and render her despondent, it would diminish her voice in the manor, making young pair's position precarious. Moreover, the young master was preoccupied with his studies, especially with the upcoming spring examinations, and would only become busier, leaving little room to attend to young pair. When the time came, it would be all too easy to orchestrate her downfall. In the realm of domestic strife, she felt she had the upper hand. Green Willow followed Gu Waning to the courtyard, presenting her nefarious scheme. Gu Waning deemed it feasible and entrusted Green Willow with the task entirely. She further promised that, upon success, she would surely speak favorably of her to her mother and provide her with opportunities to showcase her strengths before the old lady. Green Willow eagerly accepted this grand proposition. The young master was also quite occupied lately, managing external affairs while balancing his studies. Hence, he suggested that young pair assist Gu Wanyu as a deputy in organizing the chrysanthemum banquet. Although young pair lacked experience, her intelligence and meticulousness, coupled with her prior management of the dining hall, made her a preferable choice compared to the servants from Mingyu's courtyard. In times of need, they could consult together. Gu Wanyu was indeed overwhelmed with preparations for the chrysanthemum banquet, and the young master's suggestion to have young pair assist her brought her immense joy. Now, every decision rested on her shoulders, with others merely executing her will. Young pair's presence meant she had someone to deliberate with. While young pair appeared obedient, she possessed her own opinions and ideas, which was precisely what Gu Wanyu sought. Leading young pair to admire the chrysanthemums in the garden, Gu Wanyu introduced the exquisite varieties of the yellow and white Wanling chrysanthemum resembling a lotus, the pink peach blossom chrysanthemum, the white sandalwood fragrance chrysanthemum, the round yellow golden bell chrysanthemum, and the large pure white joyful chrysanthemum. They were indeed stunning, and in 3 days, invitations would be extended to various families for the flower viewing. If these flowers were not properly cared for, it would certainly become a laughingstock. Young pair eagerly took on the responsibility of nurturing the chrysanthemums. The young master's favored potted orchids and pine trees were also tended to by her with great care, giving her some insight into plant care. She vowed to nurture these prized flowers well, awaiting the esteemed guest's arrival. "That is splendid, I appreciate your efforts," Gu Wanyu said. "Where is the need for such formality, second young lady? It is my duty," young pair replied humbly. Thus, Gu Wanyu assigned staff to young pair for her to direct. Gu Wanyu still had other matters to attend to, such as finalizing the guest list and sending out invitations. The banquet itself was no small endeavor, requiring the selection of ingredients, determination of dishes, and decoration of the venue. In addition to organizing the chrysanthemum banquet, Gu Wanyu had to manage the myriad trivialities within the manor, which was indeed a source of great stress. Gu Wanyu's constitution was inherently frail, though she maintained her health meticulously. Excessive toil would inevitably take a toll on her. Young pair, having experienced Gu Wanyu's constant care, could not bear to see her overexert herself. Thus, she offered her assistance in planning the banquet. Having recently managed the dining hall, she had gained some experience. She intended to recommend the new dishes developed by the dining hall, but since several main courses had already been predetermined by the old lady and the marquis's wife, with the head chef being from the main kitchen, young pair focused on suggesting new appetizers and pastries to Gu Wanyu. After sampling them, Gu Wanyu found them delightful and decided to have the dining hall supply them for this chrysanthemum banquet. The highlight dish would be the renowned hairy crabs from Yangcheng Lake, a rare gift from the old lady's family, intended to serve as the centerpiece of the feast, aptly named the crab banquet. The old lady was originally the legitimate daughter of a marquis, born into a prestigious family, and had married into the Yong'an Marquisate, living a life of wealth. Since the young master and Gu Wanyu's mother passed away, the old lady had personally raised them, ensuring that they were not mistreated by their stepmother and allowing them to thrive. Thus, the young master and Gu Wanyu felt a deep bond with the old lady. Among the Gu family's daughters, the old lady regarded Gu Wanyu as a talent worth nurturing. Hence, she imparted her years of experience in managing household affairs, teaching her how to keep the wicked servants in check while balancing kindness and authority. Gu Wanyu did not disappoint her expectations. Young pair accompanied Gu Wanyu to inspect the batch of hairy crabs. Each crab was indeed plump and large, with clean shells of a bluish-gray hue, smooth and glossy, appearing fresh and translucent, making young pair's mouth water. After tending to the day's matters, young pair returned to Song Tao Courtyard, only to encounter Zhu Rui from Yuhua Courtyard along the way. Zhu Rui, upon seeing her, did not engage in conversation but discreetly warned her as they passed. "I noticed Green Willow was getting close to the third young lady again," whispering together. "I don't know what they are up to, so be vigilant." After delivering her message, she hurried away. Although Zhu Rui was aligned with the eldest young master, she ought to support his younger sister, Gu Waning. However, young pair had aided Zhu Rui in the past, and without young pair's patient guidance, Zhu Rui would not have been able to regain a sliver of the eldest young master's favor. Out of both emotion and reason, Zhu Rui felt compelled to repay this kindness. Zhu Rui was also aware that Gu Waning was displeased regarding the household management, and now that young pair was helping Gu Wanyu organize the chrysanthemum banquet, it was prudent for her to offer a warning to prevent any potential troubles from arising. Young pair took note of this advice, and upon returning to Song Tao Courtyard, she found the young master had just arrived as well. Chapter 042. Of the charming heir. Seeing the weariness etched between his brows, Yoli refrained from burdening him with her troubles and instead remarked that Gu Wanyu was managing affairs quite smoothly. She then casually suggested, "Your Highness, I noticed that the hairy crabs from Yangcheng Lake appear exceptionally plump today. Perhaps we should have Sherdang Tower procure a batch for us to sample?" The heir teased her with a knowing glance. I see you're merely craving them." Yoli chuckled, realizing she could not escape his keen observation. He playfully tapped her forehead with his finger. "Since you're in charge of Sherdang Tower now, if you believe we should order some, then let it be so." However, the Yangcheng Lake hairy crabs are a rare delicacy. The ones we currently have were sent from the old matriarch's family, the Yiyang Marquis, and they are scarcely enough to go around. The heir pondered for a moment. As luck would have it, I attended a gathering today where a son of a royal merchant mentioned he had acquired quite a few Yangcheng Lake hairy crabs. I could inquire if he would sell some to us. Yoli's excitement was palpable. "Your Highness, I entrust this matter to you, but please, let us keep some for ourselves. There won't be enough to sell at Sherdang Tower." "Indeed, if we have leftovers, we can offer them for limited sale at Sherdang Tower." The heir raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Limited sale? How novel." Yoli grinned. "I learned it from Green Willow. She sells rackets at the eldest young master's shop and initially introduced the concept of limited sales, which attracted many eager buyers." "I believe it's quite an effective strategy," the heir replied. "Her dubious methods are best left unlearned." Yoli reasoned. "One can extract the essence while discarding the dross. Not all of her ideas are without merit." The heir found himself at a loss for words against her logic. Yoli continued, "As for the hairy crabs, let us procure as many as possible. The more, the better. I shall prepare a sumptuous crab feast for you, with spicy stir-fried crabs, crab vermicelli casserole, crab roe tofu, fresh crab congee, and steamed crab dumplings." The heir chuckled. "I understand now. Your talents in the culinary arts are truly blossoming." Yoli humbly replied, "It is my duty to tend to your highness's needs." With a playful pinch to her chubby cheek, the heir mused to himself how endearing his servant had become. He indulged her whims and spoiled her, fostering an increasingly comfortable rapport between them. He cherished her vibrant spirit, and her radiant smile brought him immense joy, yet, he sensed that she still possessed a certain naivety when it came to matters of intimacy. The next day, Yoli visited Mingyue residence to discuss Green Willow's growing closeness with Gu Waning. She refrained from mentioning Zhu Rui, merely stating, "I've heard that Green Willow has been spending considerable time with the third young lady, which could lead to trouble." Gu Wanyu responded dismissively, "Am I to fear that wretched maid? If she dares to cause a scene, she shall be dealt with severely." Yoli chose not to press further, for while suspicion lingered, Green Willow had not yet committed any misdeeds. Nonetheless, a sense of unease gnawed at her given Gu Wanyu's previous reprimands of Green Willow. The latter's vindictive nature could very well lead to retaliation. Yoli contemplated the upcoming chrysanthemum banquet, which would host many esteemed ladies from high society. A mishap could tarnish Gu Wanyu's reputation, particularly given the pressure from the Marquesas to allow Gu Wanyu to take the spotlight. Yoli suspected the Marquesas was scheming something in the shadows. Recalling the heiress' previous remarks about Gu Wanyu's management, Yoli began to connect the dots. Gu Wanyu's position as steward had likely alienated her from several of the lower-ranking maids, who might harbor resentment and disrupt the banquet's proceedings. The more she pondered, the more she felt that the chrysanthemum banquet would not unfold smoothly. Ultimately, the precious chrysanthemums were of utmost importance, and she needed to ensure their safety. Moreover, the freshly caught hairy crabs were central to the feast, and any error was unacceptable. Thus, she reminded Gu Wanyu to keep a close watch on the crabs, while asserting her own responsibility over the chrysanthemums. Gu Wanyu acquiesced. Yoli proceeded to the garden to inspect the chrysanthemums, which appeared to be thriving. The maids were watering the flowers, and Yoli meticulously observed each one for any signs of unusual behavior. In her discreet scrutiny, she unexpectedly encountered Green Willow, who was also covertly observing. Their eyes met, and Green Willow quickly averted her gaze, prompting Yoli to pursue her cue. Yoli no longer bothered with pleasantries, abandoning even the respectful titles. Green Willow turned, sizing her up. Previously, it was Yoli who had been the target of Green Willow's scorn, but now, it was peculiar to see Yoli approaching her. "What do you want?" Green Willow asked, her tone laced with an unwarranted sense of superiority. Despite her past failures, Yoli replied, "We have both served the heir and shared a room. Although we are now on separate paths, I feel compelled to advise you, while you still have the eldest young master's protection, you must tread carefully. Should you lose that support, you will find yourself utterly forsaken." Green Willow scoffed, "As if we are not in the same boat. Without the heir and the second young lady's backing, you are nothing more than a worthless life." Her words dripped with malice. Yoli chose not to engage in circular arguments. "My life may indeed hold little value, and it is not worth anyone's effort to protect it. But if you thwart the ambitions of our masters, you may find even that meager life slipping away." Green Willow glared at Yoli, who met her gaze unflinchingly. Do not act in ways that will lead to regret. If the eldest young master is willing to shower you with affection, seize the opportunity. It is far better than all else. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? What are you, anyway? Green Willow shot Yoli a disdainful look before turning to leave. She was intent on orchestrating a grand scheme that would topple the esteemed Jomon Marquiate and show these so-called masters what it felt like to be looked down upon. After enduring their bullying for long enough, it was time for her to exact her revenge. Once she dealt with Gu Wanyu, she would turn her sights on the heir, determined to bring the lofty man down from his pedestal. Watching Green Willow's hurried departure, Yoli realized she had failed to sway her, and it seemed Green Willow was poised to take action. She, too, needed to implement her own strategies. Thus, Yoli summoned help from Songtao Courtyard, organizing a night watch over the flowers. Acknowledging the arduous task, she promised to compensate them, ensuring they would put forth their best efforts. 2 days passed without incident. On the final night before the banquet, the heir turned chilly. Aware of Yoli's recent busyness, the heir refrained from assessing her progress but decided to test her arithmetic skills that night, wishing to observe her proficiency with the abacus. The heir had truly cultivated her in every aspect, and fortunately, Yoli was diligent in her studies. Not wanting to disappoint him, just as she was engrossed in her calculations, the heir offered her golden silk red dates and bird's nest soup. It was the first time Yoli had been fed by him, leaving her both flattered and startled, yet she accepted. "Your Highness, I can manage on my own. Have you finished your calculations?" "Not yet." "Then focus on your work." Yoli found it challenging to concentrate with his attention on her, but since he had asked her to continue, she complied, while he continued to spoon-feed her the delicacy. He seemed to relish this act of nurturing, and she noticed he had grown a bit rounder recently. Yoli mused, "I feel rather like a lamb awaiting slaughter." Yet, as she dined sumptuously alongside the heir, it was hardly surprising she would gain weight. With a hint of sweetness lingering on her lips, the heir gently wiped it away with his warm fingertip. Yoli's ears flushed crimson as she pondered what had come over him. He suddenly leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear, his words laced with intimacy. "Enough, do not count any more." Yoli's heart raced, her almond-shaped eyes widening in surprise. What was he intending? As she gazed into his deep, enchanting eyes, it felt as if she were being drawn into a mesmerizing whirlpool. Then, the air took her hand, guiding the still-dazed Yoli toward the bed. Chapter 043. The Thief Catcher. The night was as cool as water, and at this moment, the young Lee was reluctantly seated on the bed. Just as she attempted to rise, the young master pressed her shoulder down, compelling her to remain seated. The delicate features of the girl were illuminated by the soft glow of the lamp, exuding an enchanting allure. She was inherently beautiful, her skin as fair and smooth as cream, her almond-shaped eyes and exquisite nose reminiscent of a celestial maiden from a painting. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her as radiant as spring blossoms and luminous as the autumn moon. The charming little concubine, when she smiled, seemed to make the entire galaxy revolve around her. The young master gazed at her as she grew day by day, his eyes increasingly unable to look away. At this very moment, seated beside her, he noticed her anxious demeanor and gently inquired, "Do I appear fearsome?" Young Lee quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "Of course not. Young master, you possess the grace of a dragon and the elegance of a phoenix. Your bearing and looks are extraordinary, far beyond what ordinary people can aspire to." While this statement contained an element of flattery, it also rang true. The young master was indeed a rare gem among men, unmatched by most. "Is it my strong demeanor that instills fear in you?" the young master pressed further. No, the young master is fair in his dealings, gentle in his treatment of others, and particularly kind to the servants. I hold nothing but admiration, certainly no fear." Young Lee's words were entirely sincere. Regardless of how the young master treated others, he was exceptionally good to her, often rewarding her generously, and never scolding her harshly for her shortcomings. He was remarkably patient. "Then why do you not dare to look at me?" the young master pressed on. Young Lee hesitantly raised her gaze to meet his, and under the intensity of his gaze, she candidly replied, "Young master, tomorrow is the chrysanthemum banquet, and I am concerned that those prized flowers may be harmed. Therefore, I intended to keep watch in the garden tonight while you rest." They had previously maintained a respectful distance, each sleeping apart, and she had not anticipated the young master would suddenly harbor such thoughts. Had it been any other time, she would have acquiesced, but tonight was different. With her mind preoccupied with pressing matters, she found it difficult to focus on attending to him in bed. The young master was taken aback, not expecting this reasoning. "Isn't there someone watching over them? Why go to such lengths?" he questioned. "Besides, they are just a few pots of flowers. What could possibly go wrong?" The young master typically devoted his time to studies and recent social engagements, unaware of the recent intrigues within the household. Young Lee, not wishing to burden him with her worries, had kept her concerns to herself, resulting in his lack of awareness. "This evening, I must speak the truth," Young Lee confessed. "A few days ago, I received a discreet warning that someone might take advantage of the chrysanthemum banquet to stir trouble. Thus, I have been particularly cautious these past few days, and with the banquet approaching tomorrow, I believe they will act tonight." Who possesses such audacity? The young master's heart ignited with anger upon hearing this. How dare they create chaos beneath my very eyes? They must be tired of living. Young Lee continued to respond honestly, wishing to prevent the young master from misinterpreting her intentions as an excuse to evade his affections. In truth, it was one of the young master's concubines, Juhui, who alerted me. She noticed that the maid Liu has been spending considerable time with the third young lady. Feeling resentment toward the second young lady for her superior management skills, may seize this opportunity to embarrass her. While Juhui cannot intervene directly, Liu might take it upon herself to act, both to curry favor and seek revenge. The young master listened intently, and Young Lee added, "However, none of this has transpired yet. Much of it is mere conjecture on my part. I sincerely hope it remains just that, but to be on the safe side, I wish to personally guard those prized flowers." The young master regarded her thoughtfully. "So you will not sleep then?" "I cannot rest with such thoughts on my mind. To keep watch, I even brewed a pot of strong tea to remain alert," Young Lee replied with a cheerful smile. The young master pressed his lips together. "You, who usually sleep so soundly, are suddenly unable to do so? You fall asleep the moment your head touches the pillow, and I often worry that should a flood occur, you might perish in your dreams." Young Lee did love her sleep, but in critical moments, she could not afford to be careless. "Young master, tonight I shall endure a bit of hardship for your sake. I will go keep watch now." She rose to fetch the strong tea. The young master, clad only in his night attire, followed her outside. "Do not go, I will send more people to keep an eye on things." "But I must see for myself," she insisted. "I promised the second young lady that I would carefully watch over those flowers. If anything were to go wrong, I would have no face to see her." Young Li was indeed a responsible person. Moreover, she did not wish for Liu's schemes to succeed, although she had no desire to engage in conflict with Liu. Should she attempt any underhanded tactics against her, she would not hold back. You, over such a trivial matter, are so concerned that you cannot rest. What will happen when you face monumental tasks? The young master said helplessly. Young Li smiled again. Young master, you jest. I am but a speck of dust. How could I undertake any grand endeavors? You should rest early. I shall take my leave. Since Young Li had not changed out of her nightgown, she took the prepared strong tea and snacks and left. The young master called out to her, then deliberately fetched a brocade cloak lined with fur. The night is chilly. Wear this to avoid catching a cold. Young Li felt a surge of surprise and gratitude. Normally, she would be the one meticulously preparing such things for him, yet now the esteemed young master took the initiative. Touched, Young Li took the cloak and was about to leave when the young master immediately instructed the night shift matron to accompany her with a lantern. Once Young Li departed, the young master found it impossible to rest. They usually spent their days and nights in each other's company. She would keep him entertained, whether by testing his writing skills or quizzing him on poetry and arithmetic. Those moments were both light-hearted and enjoyable, allowing him to drift into peaceful slumber to the sound of her gentle voice. Now that Young Li was away on another watch, he felt a persistent unease. After tossing and turning for a while, it was already the second watch of the night, and the young master could no longer bear it. He rose, donned his clothes, and set out to find Young Li in the dead of night. His concern grew just as he arrived. Young Li had successfully apprehended the thief. Earlier, Young Li had been roasting by the fire with the matrons, enjoying some snacks, as the autumn night was still quite cold. Wrapped in the cloak given by the young master, she felt warm and content amidst the cool breeze. As the favored concubine of the young master, the servants dared not neglect her. However, Young Li was not one to flaunt her status. She treated everyone with her usual kindness, yet, during their conversation, she noticed a certain matron named Zhou casting furtive glances, seemingly waiting for someone. Young Li, sensing something amiss, decided to play alone. I cannot endure any longer, I must return to rest, she stated. As soon as she left, Matron Zhou began gossiping with another matron, remarking, Young Li is becoming increasingly like a matriarch. One would think she is the mistress of Songtao Courtyard. Another matron, named Lin, cautioned, Young Li is quite good, you should refrain from speaking ill of her, lest the young master punish you. Matron Zhou scoffed, a concubine is just a concubine. How noble can she be? Just now, she refused to let us drink. After all, how can we endure this night watch without a bit of wine? As she spoke, she slyly produced some wine from a corner. Lin matron protested, No, drinking will lead to trouble. The second young lady has been strict lately. Didn't she just punish someone for misbehavior? If we drink and something goes wrong with the flowers, what shall we do? You, becoming increasingly timid. Who would dare to ruin those flowers? It's not as if we are starving for entertainment, Matron Zhou insisted, pushing the wine. Unable to resist the temptation, Lin matron eventually succumbed and drank a few cups. Yet, after just a few sips, she began to feel drowsy, leaning against a pillar as she dozed off. Matron Zhou chuckled to herself, and then a shadow darted past her. She pretended not to see, however. What she did not foresee was that Young Li had returned unexpectedly, catching the thief in the act. Chapter 044 A quiet conspiracy. The thief caught was a young maidservant. Under the cover of night, she had poured boiling water over a potted flower. Fortunately, Yuli returned just in time to intervene holding a lantern. Yuli illuminated the thief's face, only to discover that it was not Green Willow, but rather Dong Yun, the maidservant attending to the fourth young lady, Gu Wanji. At this moment, Dong Yun was so terrified that her face drained of color. Any thoughts of escape were futile, as she was restrained by two matrons from Songtao Courtyard, leaving her to tremble and plead for mercy on her knees. While Yuli was still in shock, the young master arrived with his entourage. Upon seeing the culprit, he could not immediately recall her identity, prompting Yuli to remind him, Young master, this is Dong Yun, the maidservant of the fourth young lady. Just now, I witnessed her pouring hot water over this potted flower. The soil is still warm, and I have already instructed someone to replace it. Though it was done swiftly, it is still troubling. What puzzled Yuli most was how this incident could possibly involve the second household. Could it be that they wished to sabotage tomorrow's chrysanthemum banquet? From a motive standpoint, it seemed plausible, as the second lady, Lu, had always coveted the authority of the main household steward. With the countess having recently injured her back, Lu had seen a potential opportunity, yet Gu Wanyue's capable management of the household and her assumption of the banquet's preparations must have irked Lu. At this moment, Dong Yun was weeping profusely, claiming that her actions were a moment of folly, beseeching the young master for mercy and a reprieve. The young master furrowed his brow, aware that this matter implicated the second household and could not be dealt with privately. He resolved to present it to the old matron the following day for her judgment, instructing that Dong Yun be kept under strict watch. However, Yuli insisted that they pause, interrogating Dong Yun, Do you have any accomplices? If you do not confess the truth, not even the king of hell could save you. Trembling in fear, Dong-yun stammered, unable to speak. Yuli then whispered to the young master, suggesting that they also detain Jo Posey, who had been on duty during this time frame. Additionally, Lin Posey, who had been negligent due to intoxication, was to be doused with cold water to awaken her for questioning. Earlier, while conversing with the two night watch matrons, Yuli had discerned that Jo Posey was acting suspiciously. Regardless of whether Jo Posey was an accomplice, she bore undeniable responsibility for allowing an intruder to easily access and damage the prized chrysanthemums. Jo Posey, now apprehended, shouted her protests, claiming it was merely a mistake that allowed the thief to slip through. "Young master, please show mercy." The young master waved his hand for Yen Yun to bind both Jo Posey and Dong-yun, silencing them as they were taken away. The incoming shift workers were all filled with trepidation. The young master issued a stern command that if any of the flowers were harmed in the latter part of the night, they would face severe consequences, prompting the matrons to work with utmost diligence. He then dispatched additional personnel before escorting Yuli back, yet, the more Yuli pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. Upon returning to Songtao Courtyard, she expressed to the young master, "Young master, I feel there is something suspicious about this matter." The young master, also contemplating the situation, noted, although the second aunt has long desired stewardship, her conflict with the countess is merely superficial. With the younger generation now managing the household, there is no direct conflict of interest for her. Furthermore, the chrysanthemum banquet represents the family's honor. She has no reason to jeopardize it and harm her own children. "I share your thoughts," Yuli replied. "However, I firmly believe this incident is inextricably linked to Green Willow, who has managed to remain perfectly concealed. I cannot comprehend why, hence I wish to personally inquire with Dong-yun about the true motives behind this." As she spoke, the young master concurred, "I shall also inform the second aunt and fourth sister to hear their perspectives. Although night has fallen, it is better to act swiftly to prevent further complications." Thus, the two parted ways, acting in synchrony. Yuli proceeded to the woodshed where Dong-yun and Jo Posey were detained. Upon seeing Yuli, Jo Posey began to cry out for justice, but her mouth was obstructed, rendering her words inaudible. Yuli ordered that Jo Posey be taken out first, then removed the cloth from Dong-yun's mouth, questioning her, "Was this deed instigated by the fourth young lady?" Dong-yun, her spirit crushed, replied, "No, it has nothing to do with the fourth young lady." "Then it must be the second lady?" Yuli pressed. "No, truly not. It was entirely my own doing." Dong-yun realized her fate was sealed, her expression hollow and weary. Yuli paced before her, "You have no past grievances with the second young lady, and as a maid of the household, why would you risk committing such a self-destructive act in the dead of night? Your parents are also in the other courtyard under supervision. If your actions were exposed, it would inevitably implicate your family. What possessed you to do this?" Tears of regret streamed down Dong-yun's face as she fell silent, understanding her doom. Unexpectedly, Yuli inquired, "Were you coerced by someone threatening to expose your secret affair with your cousin?" Dong-yun's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yuli in shock. Yuli sighed. She had once dreamed of existing within a tale of misfortune, yet before leaving the count's residence, she had heard whispers of the household's affairs. The scandal of Dong-yun's clandestine romance with her cousin had become known, leading to her disgraceful expulsion from the household. While Yuli did not possess absolute certainty of the truth, her earlier probing had yielded a revealing response from Dong-yun. Dong-yun demanded, "Who is it that dares to slander me?" Yuli observed that Dong-yun remained reluctant to confess, which was understandable. A woman engaging in an extramarital affair before marriage was a grave breach of propriety. If discovered, she would face public scorn, and the penalties could range from corporal punishment to imprisonment. Yet, Yuli recognized that human emotions could lead to irrational actions, and it was inexcusable for Dong-yun to harm others in an effort to conceal her own transgressions. She needed to extract the truth from Dong-yun. Feigning nonchalance, Yuli remarked, "Oh, I heard it from the Rainhua courtyard. Initially, I thought it was merely a rumor." Dong-yun pondered this statement. The Rainhua courtyard was where Green Willow had assured her that as long as she complied with the task, her secret would remain safe. Little did she expect such betrayal. That incident was known to heaven and earth, to herself, her cousin, and the one privy to it, Green Willow. Since Yuli was aware, it was evident that Green Willow had been indiscreet, breaking her promise and betraying her trust. Dong-yun's face flushed with anger as she admitted, "It was Green Willow who set me up. She provided me with silver to carry out this scheme." Just then, the young master entered with the second aunt. Upon hearing that Dong-yun, from her daughter's courtyard, had poured hot water on the prized flower, she was taken aback and insisted on clarifying the matter. As they arrived, they overheard Dong-yun's confession. In a fit of rage, the second aunt lunged at Dong-yun, exclaiming, "You wretched girl, how could you commit such an act for the sake of silver? You have utterly disgraced our household. The second aunt struck Dong Yun twice, but it was Yu Li who intervened, saying, "Second aunt." Dong Yun acted out of momentary confusion. "Thankfully, she is willing to confess, which helps clear your and the fourth young lady's names." However, the second aunt remained furious, retorting, "Green Willow sought to commit a nefarious act without involving her own people from the Rainhua courtyard, instead attempting to corrupt those from our household. This is clearly an attempt by the Fong family to frame us, and I cannot let this go unpunished." Chapter 045 of the disturbance of Green Willow in the dead of night, a commotion erupted with considerable fervor, startling not only Madame Ho, who was slumbering, but also the elderly matriarch. The Shoan Hall was ablaze with light at this late hour. The couple from the second household, along with the young heir, Prince Li, had all arrived. However, Madame Ho feigned a backache to excuse her absence. Dong Yun and Green Willow were forcibly brought forth. Green Willow cried out in protest. Dong Yun, now consumed with loathing for Green Willow, revealed the deeds she had committed. She lamented that the monthly allowance was insufficient, and that Green Willow had bribed her to undertake tonight's mischief. Succumbing to temptation, she acquiesced. Green Willow vehemently denounced her as inhumane and categorically denied the allegations of bribery, even exposing Dong Yun's own disgraceful conduct, asserting that Dong Yun was attempting to ensnare her to obscure her own scandal. Dong Yun steadfastly refused to concede, insisting that Green Willow, driven by jealousy towards the second young lady, had orchestrated this. She claimed to possess evidence, a silver ingot, approximately 30 taels, hidden in her trunk, which she asserted was the bribe from Green Willow. The matriarch ordered an immediate search, and indeed, the ingot was discovered. Green Willow continued to cry out in innocence. At this juncture, the elder son was at a loss for words, genuinely unaware of the situation. Nonetheless, the severity of the matter, involving the first household paying off individuals from the second household to sabotage the banquet, weighed heavily. Seeing that no one believed her, Green Willow clutched the hem of the elder son's garment, pleading for his trust. "My lord, I am truly wronged. I merely chanced upon Dong Yun in a compromising situation with an outsider, and she has thus sought to implicate me. You must stand by me." The elder son, unable to restrain himself, defended Green Willow, asserting that a single silver ingot was insufficient evidence. His defense was not solely for Green Willow but rather for the first household. If the consensus were to deem that the first household had incited Green Willow to sow discord, the rift with the second household would become irreparable, leading to the matriarch's disdain. Green Willow, profoundly moved, felt a surge of affection. Even at this critical moment, the elder son was willing to believe her. Her resolve intensified. She declared with fervor, "I swear I have done no such thing. If I am guilty, may my intestines rot and may I suffer a most wretched fate." It was a jest, for she was a materialist, unyielding to the notion of oaths. If oaths held any weight, would all who swore them not be dead by now? The assembly was momentarily stunned by Green Willow's audacious vow. Young Li genuinely admired her mental fortitude and audacity, while the air was filled with Green Willow's shamelessness was indeed appalling. She should have been sold off immediately to avert future troubles. Regret consumed her. How could she have ever trusted that wretched Green Willow? Now, entangled in a web of mistakes, she felt she could no longer exist. If she were to perish, then Green Willow must accompany her to the grave. Thus, Dong Yun too began to swear. Anyone could swear. She would firmly assert that Green Willow had directed her actions. Green Willow, harboring old grievances against the second young lady, had seized this opportunity to humiliate her, and she had indeed paid Dong Yun to commit such vile acts. Every word she spoke was true. If there was even a hint of deceit, may she be struck down by divine wrath. Dong Yun, fueled by fury, vowed to bring Green Willow down with her. Green Willow was nearly driven to madness, lunging at Dong Yun in a fit of rage. The heir commanded that they be separated. Green Willow's curses were loud and boisterous, reminiscent of a shrew, causing the elder son to avert his gaze in embarrassment. The matriarch and those from the second household were utterly speechless. Lu Shi dismissed both Green Willow and Dong Yun, firmly believing that this was a scheme orchestrated by Madame Ho against her. She insisted on appealing to the matriarch for justice. Uncle Gu, who typically refrained from meddling in household affairs, found himself displeased, suspecting that Madame Ho was indeed behind the turmoil. At that moment, Madame Ho, supported by her servants, arrived, vociferously declaring her innocence. Elder matriarch, I have kept to my chambers these past days and have not encountered Green Willow. I am genuinely unaware of her intentions to commit such heinous acts. I beseech you to see the truth. Lu Shi immediately engaged in a heated argument with her. Normally, she could tolerate much and maintain a facade of civility, but in the face of such a grave matter, her patience had worn thin. Realizing that she must act swiftly or risk her own downfall, Green Willow feigned desperation, threatening to take her own life to prove her innocence. Young Li, standing behind the heir, wrote a character on the heir's shoulder, who immediately grasped the implication and summoned, Zhou, tell us, who bribed you beforehand? Dong Yun openly confessed, asserting it was Green Willow who had enticed her, promising to facilitate her entry. The initially defiant Zhou was suddenly subdued, acknowledging, it was indeed Miss Green Willow. She said that Dong Yun wished to enter the garden to gather some saplings and asked me to assist her. I had no ulterior motives and never anticipated such a grievous act would occur. I implore the elder matriarch to show mercy." The matriarch, who had been simmering with anger, immediately lashed out. "You old wretch, even now, you refuse to speak the truth. Had they not promised you benefits, would you have engaged in such underhanded deeds? If you conceal anything further, I shall have you executed on the spot." Jo, trembling with fear, quickly confessed that it was indeed Greenwillow who had promised her that if she helped Dong Yun enter, her son could be transferred to the elder son's establishment to manage the accounts. "I was merely momentarily foolish." Greenwillow, in her last desperate struggle, dared not reveal Gu Waning's involvement. Doing so would seal her fate, leaving her without any means of rescue. She could only implore the elder son once more. "My lord, I am wronged." Yet, at this juncture, her stubbornness held no weight. Madame Ho instructed her son to return home first, declaring that she would handle the matter. The elder son had no choice but to depart. If he intervened further, all parties would face ruin. Greenwillow, weeping and calling for the elder son, watched as he walked away without a backward glance. Lucier continued to beseech the matriarch for justice, demanding an explanation from Madame Ho. The two engaged in an unending quarrel. Seeing the matriarch's fatigue, the heir suggested, "Grandmother, it is late. Perhaps we should secure the individuals involved for the night and deliberate on the matter after the banquet tomorrow." The matriarch acquiesced to his proposal. Young Li assisted the matriarch, who grasped her hand, expressing gratitude for her timely intervention, which had prevented those miscreants from succeeding. "I shall remember this favor," she said. The maidservant humbly declined any credit, fearing she had disturbed the matriarch's rest. The matriarch cherished Young Li's sense of propriety, her modesty, and her unassuming nature. Together with Granny Gue, Young Li carefully escorted the matriarch back to her chamber to rest. The heir, standing outside, instructed Madame Ho and the second aunt to cease their disputes, insisting that all matters could wait until the morrow. Uncle Gu, prioritizing the greater good, took Lucier back to his quarters. Madame Ho, supported by her maidservants, wore a grim expression. "Hunger, do you also suspect that I orchestrated tonight's events? The truth and falsehoods would be revealed after this day." The heir responded affirmatively. Madame Ho merely tugged at the corner of her mouth. Young Li had emerged from within, greeting Madame Ho with a bow. The matriarch had already retired. "Shall we return as well?" The heir no longer engaged with Madame Ho and simply took Young Li's hand, leading her back to his quarters. Madame Ho glared ominously at their departing figures, her gaze fixated on Young Li. Chapter 046, The Young Master Warms the Bed for Young Pair. Madame Ho found it exceedingly difficult to suppress her fury as she was assisted by her servants back to the orchid courtyard, where she unleashed a torrent of anger. Coincidentally, her daughter Gu Waning arrived at that moment. In truth, Gu Waning had been acutely aware of the disturbances caused by Greenwillow that evening, yet she refrained from showing herself, fearing that Greenwillow might divulge her involvement. Thus, she had dispatched her maid, Dujuan, to gather information. Fortunately, Greenwillow proved to be relatively astute and did not betray her. However, the gravity of the situation left Gu Waning utterly terrified, concerned that Greenwillow would eventually expose her, prompting her to seek her mother's counsel. Madame Ho was initially unaware of the events that had transpired, but upon hearing Gu Waning recount the tale, she was infuriated and struck her daughter across the face, exclaiming, "I told you to refrain from meddling. Why did you not heed my warning?" Gu Waning, feeling aggrieved, wept bitterly. Her intention had merely been to slightly tarnish her elder sister's reputation during the flower appreciation banquet the following day, never anticipating that Greenwillow would resort to bribing individuals from the second household. This was not her design, it was entirely the folly of Greenwillow, with whom she had no genuine connection. Though Gu Wanying's disposition was somewhat domineering, she was still a sheltered young lady, unaccustomed to facing the repercussions of her actions. Yet, with Greenwillow's apprehension, she felt utterly at a loss. If her aunt were to uncover that she had orchestrated these events, she would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire household. Not only would Gu Wanyu seek retribution, but even her grandmother would likely question her severely. The more Gu Waning pondered, the more fear gripped her heart, causing tears to stream down her cheeks. Madame Ho's face turned a shade of green in her fury. Leaning against the headrest of her bed, she sipped from the ginseng soup offered by old Mistress Chow, gradually calming herself. "If you still possess some sense and do not wish to drive me to despair, you must remain prudent for the next few days and refrain from speaking of this matter." As for Greenwillow, Madame Ho was confident that she would not dare to speak recklessly. Madame Ho held firm trust in Greenwillow. As her son's concubine, she was part of the main household, the only reliable ally. Should that wretched maid dare to betray her master, her fate would be sealed. Although Greenwillow's actions often fell short of Madame Ho's expectations, she believed the maid understood the gravity of the situation. Seeing Madame Ho's fatigue, old Mistress Chow gently ushered Gu Waning back to rest. Upon her return, Madame Ho was still awake, prompting her to soothe. "Madam, the third young lady is still young and naive, but she has a good heart. It was all instigated by Greenwillow." Yet, Madame Ho's thoughts were occupied with another matter. The events of the evening were clearly orchestrated by the young master and young pair, aimed directly at her. Old Mistress Chow, attending to Madame Ho's need for rest, reassured her, "Fear not, even if Green Willow has been captured, the chrysanthemum banquet tomorrow will not proceed smoothly." The two exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the implications. Madame Ho had her own schemes in mind, yet her daughter, Gu Waning, had foolishly inserted herself into the fray, resulting in an embarrassing situation that could tarnish their reputation. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for it would not impede the events of the following day. If the young master intended to target her, then she would ensure that Gu Wanyu became the subject of ridicule before the esteemed ladies of the household. Madame Ho's heart hardened with resolve. At this hour, the moon was bright, yet the stars were few, and the night was brisk. A young pair was escorted back to Pine Wave Courtyard by the young master, the commotion surrounding the theft having escalated until the early hours of the morning. With the wind cold and biting, the young master arranged for a warm meal for young pair to sustain her. Young pair, fatigued to the bone, was compelled by the young master to eat something before freshening up and changing into her nightgown, intending to rest upon her small bed. However, the young master patted the side of his bed, inviting her over, and shifted to make space. Startled from her yawning state, young pair felt a jolt. Surely he did not intend to engage in intimacy with her at this hour? Her heart sank at the thought, yet, the young master's command was not to be disobeyed, and she cautiously approached, lying beside him. The moment she settled down, her sleepiness intensified. She thought to herself, if the young master desired her, so be it, she would simply sleep. Hoping to drift off, she closed her eyes, anticipating his advance, yet to her surprise, the young master did nothing but hold her close as they slept. Young pair was bewildered. The enemy remained still, so she too remained still. The young master nuzzled against her neck, resembling a languorous leopard. Young pair felt a tickle and softly murmured, "Young master, are you tired?" Came his gentle reply. "Sleep, I will hold you." His voice was tender as he whispered in her ear, wrapping his long arms around her waist, claiming her in a possessive embrace. Inhaling the fragrant scent of sandalwood emanating from him, young pair's heart raced uncontrollably, yet she could not resist the weight of sleepiness. In the cocoon of his gentle embrace, she gradually succumbed to profound slumber. The following morning, young pair learned that the old matron had risen early and dealt with the individuals involved in last night's incident, administering punishment with 20 lashes each. Old Mistress Zhou could not withstand the severity and fainted on the spot. Dong Yun, though able to endure, was taken away for treatment due to the pleas of the fourth young lady, Gu Wanji. Fortuitously for Dong Yun, she shared a childhood bond with the fourth young lady, who defied her mother's opposition to advocate for her. Green Willow, however, wailed and claimed to be pregnant, a declaration that shocked both the old matron and Madame Ho. It was known that the eldest son had yet to officially marry. Should Green Willow be found with child, it would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation. Thus, regardless of whether Green Willow had truly fainted, the old matron ordered a concoction for an abortion to be prepared for her. Green Willow did not expect the old matron to be so ruthless, administering the procedure with such familiarity, without a hint of hesitation regarding the fate of her grandson's concubine. The discomfort of the potion was excruciating, causing Green Willow to writhe in agony. Naturally, Gu Wanyu was privy to these events and felt a surge of anger, fully aware that this incident was directed at her. Yet, recalling the previous night's turmoil, she felt a pang of fear. It was only due to young pair's meticulous care that she had avoided disgrace today, leading her to feel immense gratitude toward her. Many distinguished ladies from prominent families arrived that day, and the old matron, along with the now recovered Madame Ho, donned their finest attire to receive their guests. Thankfully, young pair's vigilance ensured that the flowers bloomed beautifully. Gu Wanyu was increasingly appreciative of young pair's contributions. Without her attentiveness, the chrysanthemum banquet would have been a farce. Gu Wanyu grasped young pair's hand, promising, "After the banquet, I will surely commend you before the old matron." Young pair humbly replied, "It is merely my duty. Ultimately, it is the young master who cares for you, prompting me to be ever vigilant and to look after the second young lady. I dare not take credit." Young pair's words were artfully chosen, neither boasting nor lacking in humility, and they subtly mended the rift that had previously existed between the siblings. Gu Wanyu found comfort in her words, lamenting, "Though my brother disapproves of my learning to manage the household, he still looks out for me. In this vast residence, he is my only ally." Gu Wanyu, resplendent in her attire, wished for a young pair to accompany her in greeting the guests. Suddenly, a servant arrived with news that trouble had arisen in the main kitchen. Gu Wanyu instructed Bao Chui to accompany young pair to investigate. Upon arriving at the kitchen, young pair discovered the head chef in a state of distress. "What has happened?" she inquired. "The Yancheng lake crabs have spoiled, and several black fish have perished," the head chef lamented. "Quickly, inform the second young lady. This matter cannot be delayed." Bao Chui, incensed, retorted, "Why is this only being revealed now? Did the crabs and fish suddenly spoil or die?" A kitchen maid interjected, "Are you implying that we intentionally let them spoil or die?" "The kitchen is your responsibility. Regardless of how it happened, you must bear the consequences." Bao Chui, with her stubborn nature, stood her ground. This exchange incited discontent among the other maids, leading to a cacophony of complaints and threats to strike. Young Pair took hold of Bao Chui, urging, "You go inform the second young lady, I will handle the rest." Though Bao Chui was furious, she had no choice but to notify the second young lady. Young Pair observed the turmoil in the kitchen, fully aware of the brewing storm. Chapter 047 The Peril of Flattery. Gu Wanyu, the former stewardess, had previously resolved issues concerning the gates at night, addressing the undesirable behavior of the servants who indulged in card games and drinking. However, many of the servants in the mansion were relatives, and offending this group meant they would eagerly target Gu Wanyu, a young girl, waiting for the perfect moment to make her suffer. Perhaps there were ulterior motives at play, yet now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The immediate crisis demanded resolution. In a hurried manner, Gu Wanyu arrived and grasped the situation, her face flushed with anger. Meanwhile, the cooks and maids continued to shirk responsibility, claiming ignorance. Young Li lifted her skirt and pulled Gu Wanyu outside to speak, urging her not to panic, for fortunately, they had discovered the issue in time, leaving room for remedy. However, it was already too late to procure the necessary ingredients, especially the coveted Yangcheng Lake herring crabs, of which they had no knowledge of where to acquire. Gu Wanyu had not anticipated that, having narrowly escaped last night's troubles, the situation would escalate today. Although the event was a chrysanthemum banquet, it had turned into a crab feast, and the rarity of these crabs was well known to the guests. The Countess had already mentioned their presence, yet if they were absent at the banquet, it would surely be a source of ridicule. How could she explain this to the old matriarch? For the first time, Gu Wanyu felt utterly exhausted. Just as Young Li was about to say something, Granny Gue, close to the old matriarch, and Granny Chow, associated with the Countess, arrived. Granny Gue inquired, "I have heard that there has been a mishap in the kitchen. The old matriarch has sent me to ask if the banquet can proceed as planned." Granny Chow, with a smirk, leaned in to observe, "What shall we serve our esteemed guests today?" Granny Gue's expression grew grave as she remarked, "The guests today are all from distinguished families. If they are served these, it will surely bring ridicule upon our household for being miserly and negligent. What shall we do?" Gu Wanyu, twisting her embroidered handkerchief, lamented, "If my negligence causes our household to lose face, I willingly accept the punishment." Granny Chow smirked, "Then I shall return to report to the Countess." With that, she turned to leave. Granny Gue, still contemplating possible solutions, was interrupted by Young Li, who spoke, "Granny, please return, the banquet shall commence as planned." This statement left not only Granny Gue stunned but also Gu Wanyu perplexed. Granny Chow returned quietly to inform the Countess, "Madam, the banquet cannot proceed, the fish and crabs have spoiled." The Countess merely raised the corners of her mouth, saying nothing. Having managed the household for many years, she was well aware of the cunning nature of the servants beneath her. She had deliberately initiated reforms through Gu Wanyu to position her as the scapegoat for the long-standing grievances harbored by the servants. How easy would it be for an inexperienced young lady to assert control over them? Coincidentally, with the chrysanthemum banquet approaching, it would serve as an opportunity for Gu Wanyu to encounter a setback amidst such grandeur. The Countess, having felt embarrassed by Gu Yuhong, sought to turn the tables on him by humiliating his dear sister. With the banquet now in disarray, how would Gu Wanyu secure a suitable match in the future? The Countess, shaking off the gloom of last night, engaged in cheerful conversation with the other guests. Meanwhile, the old matriarch remained unfazed by Granny Gue's report. Ji Yuaning had long been aware of the kitchen's turmoil and awaited the spectacle of Gu Wanyu's embarrassment. Had she known this would occur, she would not have heeded Lulu's slanderous words and involved herself in the ill-conceived flower-destroying scheme. After returning home last night, she had come to terms with her decision, relieved that she had not genuinely participated. If Lulu insisted on implicating her, she would simply deny it, and who would believe her? With this understanding, Gu Wanning felt quite elated, eagerly anticipating the moment her elder sister would falter. Yet, as they waited, the time for the banquet arrived, and to their surprise, the maids indeed presented steaming dishes, including the Yangcheng Lake herring crabs, with an abundance of fish and meat, all exquisitely prepared. The Countess and her daughter, Gu Wanning, were utterly astonished. What could possibly be the explanation for this? The old matriarch, beaming with delight, praised Gu Wanyu in front of the guests. "My granddaughter has recently taken up the role of stewardess, managing everything with remarkable skill. This chrysanthemum banquet, entirely orchestrated by her, truly reflects the grace of her late mother." The other guests echoed their agreement. Indeed, she is a worthy daughter of the Countess household. Her capabilities are undoubtedly exceptional. The second young lady has grown increasingly beautiful, akin to a captivating flower. Had my child possessed even half the qualities of the second young lady, I would awaken each night with a smile. Every guest lauded Gu Wanyu's beauty and competence, much to the discomfort of the Countess, who found herself perplexed. It was evident that Gu Wanyu had offended a plethora of servants while managing the household, causing chaos in the kitchen. How then had the banquet progressed so smoothly, especially with the old matriarch referencing Gu Wanyu's mother? What position did that leave her as the stepmother? The countess twisted the handkerchief in her grasp, her heart darkening, yet she maintained a facade of a benevolent stepmother, engaging amiably with the guests. Indeed, my heir has blossomed beautifully. I have always relied on her. This chrysanthemum banquet was entrusted entirely to her, and she has not disappointed the trust placed in her by me and her grandmother. A female guest remarked, "The second young lady is splendid. I also find your third young lady to be quite graceful. She merely mimics the delicate airs. How could she possibly compare to you?" The countess replied with a smile. Gu Wanning, already feeling discontented with the praises heaped upon Gu Wanyu, now found her mother's excessive flattery unbearable, further undermining her own position. She fought back tears, forcing a smile, feeling a deep sense of resentment. Why must it be this way? As the banquet concluded successfully, Gu Wanyu bid farewell to the guests, and the old matriarch was in high spirits. In front of her, Gu Wanyu emphasized Yun Li's contributions, stating, "Grandmother, my granddaughter nearly encountered a mishap, yet thanks to Yun Li's assistance in managing the kitchen, we successfully hosted this chrysanthemum banquet. I am too timid to take credit." Gu Wanyu aimed to elevate Yun Li's status in the old matriarch's eyes, hoping to secure her future as a concubine. It was no easy feat for a concubine to gain acceptance. If the legitimate wife entered the household, the concubine would be dismissed. However, if the old matriarch supported her, Yun Li's prospects would improve significantly. The old matriarch joyfully took Yun Li's hand, addressing the gathered members of the Gu family. "I have long recognized this girl as intelligence. Her successful capture of the thief in the garden last night and her adept management of today's banquet demonstrate her diligence and willingness to alleviate her master's burdens." The old matriarch's praises for Yun Li forced the countess to feign a smile, although her heart was filled with resentment. Yun Li, with her head bowed and a gentle smile, humbly replied, "I cannot take credit. It was the young master and the second young lady who recognized my efforts, and it is all thanks to the old matriarch's excellent guidance. They say the young master favors me, but it is truly your taste that delights him." Yun Li's words delighted the old matriarch, who found her flattery sweet as honey. It is fortunate she is thorough in her work and possesses a modest nature. Otherwise, I would hesitate to send her to Honggur. The others joined in laughter. The countess remarked, "This time, Yun Li's efforts in organizing the chrysanthemum banquet deserve ample reward. Without her, our household would have faced a grave embarrassment today." This remark carried significant weight, subtly undermining Gu Wanyu's capabilities while simultaneously elevating Yun Li. However, to praise a concubine at the expense of her master's dignity was nothing short of a double-edged sword. Chapter 048. The elimination of Yun Li is imperative. Yun Li, with her keen intellect, quickly discerned the schemes of Madame Ho. Thus, she responded with caution. "This time at the chrysanthemum banquet, I merely fulfilled my duties. The real laborious efforts were undertaken by the second young Mississippi. Many decisions were made in consultation with her, and her decisiveness far surpasses my own. If there are rewards to be given, they ought to be bestowed upon the second young Mississippi." Her eloquent remarks brought a sense of comfort to both the old matriarch and Gu Wanyu. Madame Ho, however, could only manage a hollow smile. "This wretched servant is adept at sweet-talking and cunning." Lucier seized the opportunity to undermine Madame Ho, smiling as she remarked, "Our moon girl is truly exceptional in both beauty and talent. One must consider who her mother is, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of the State, born into nobility, possessing unparalleled grace. Moon girl has inherited all her mother's virtues. To call her the finest young lady of the Ho family would scarcely do her justice." Though her words appeared to praise Gu Wanyu, they simultaneously denigrated Madame Ho's lineage to nothingness. It is well known that Madame Ho herself hailed from a modest family, only rising to prominence when her brother attained an official position, allowing her to be elevated to the status of the primary wife. Yet, her background pales in comparison to that of the original wife. Not to mention, Lucier herself came from a prestigious lineage, which made the years of being overshadowed by Madame Ho all the more unbearable. Madame Ho, skilled in the art of patience, felt her face flush with indignation upon hearing this, her fingers clenching tightly, nearly biting her lip in frustration. Gu Yuaning quietly observed from the sidelines, nervously twisting the silk handkerchief in her hands, her expression betraying her discomfort. Lucier, however, cheerfully encouraged her to learn from her second sister. This remark ignited a tempest of jealousy within Gu Wanning. Would she forever be inferior to her second sister? At this moment, Madame Ho was hardly preoccupied with her. She merely maintained her composure, stating, "It is indeed the old matriarch who knows how to instruct others. I, as a daughter-in-law, must learn from you." If the first and second households were to be at odds over the affair concerning Lu, the catalyst for this discord was. Thus, Madame Ho found herself in a passive position, bearing the brunt of Lucier's oppression while attempting to appease the old matriarch. The weight of her frustrations was almost unbearable. Young Li perceived this, and naturally, Gu Wanyu did as well. Gu Wanyu harbored her own criticisms of Madame Ho. After all, Lu was affiliated with the eldest son's household, and it was challenging to believe that Madame Ho was not behind Lu's misdeeds. Gu Wanyu even suspected that the kitchen incident had been orchestrated by Madame Ho as well. At that moment, the old matriarch turned to Madame Ho with a serious expression. You truly ought to learn from me. One red peach has already surfaced, and now we have another Lu. The treachery displayed by Lu last night reveals her ill intentions. It would be wise to dispose of her promptly to avoid further distress and to spare Fengge from being implicated. These words left Madame Ho with little dignity. The old matriarch, irked by the events surrounding Lu and the kitchen debacle, was quite dissatisfied with Madame Ho, believing the chaos to be a direct result of her poor management. Madame Ho could only force a smile, tightly pressing her lips together, and replied, yes. Gu Wanning, witnessing her mother's humiliation, felt a surge of resentment. The old matriarch was greatly pleased with Gu Wanyu's performance today and admired Young Li, thus bestowing rewards upon them. Gu Wanyu did not neglect to deal with the inefficient servants in the kitchen, and under the old matriarch's directive, she not only punished them but also imposed a 3-month fine and reassigned them from their coveted positions. After receiving her reward, Young Li expressed her gratitude and departed with Gu Wanyu. Madame Ho's gaze remained fixed upon Young Li's retreating figure, her expression darkening with various shades of displeasure. Gu Wanning accompanied her mother back to the courtyard, where Madame Ho, clearly unwell, instructed her daughter to return first. As Gu Wanning stepped out of the courtyard, she bitterly questioned her maid, Duan, given that the ingredients were ruined, how could that Young Li possibly have the means to prepare the replacements? Just moments ago before the old matriarch, Gu Wanyu and Young Li had not elaborated, and the old matriarch seemed to have forgotten to inquire. Duan whispered, I inquired earlier and learned that Young Li went to Song Tao courtyard to summon a cook, and the ingredients were freshly transported from the Shi Ding Lu. What? Gu Wanning could hardly believe it. The coveted Yangcheng Lake Harry crabs were not so easily acquired. It was clear that the Shi Ding Lu had prepared them well in advance. I think so too, Duan continued. I also heard that the heir has appointed Young Li to manage the Shi Ding Lu. Presumably this was her own suggestion. Gu Wanning seethed with resentment. I truly underestimated this maid before. Duan agreed. The second young miss has been unwell these past few days and preoccupied with banquet preparations, leaving many matters unattended. Had it not been for Young Li, the current situation would undoubtedly be disadvantageous to the second young Mississippi. The more Gu Wanning pondered, the more furious she became. You are right. This Young Li has repeatedly crossed me. The last time at Cin Temple, I was humiliated because of her. Now that she has become the heir's favored concubine, she no longer regards me. Duan added, now that Young Li is basking in the heir's favor, not long ago, she even disrespected the mistress in front of the old matriarch. This debt has yet to be settled. Gu Wanning yearned to make a significant impression on her mother and saw Young Li as the perfect target for her ambitions. In your opinion, how should we deal with this wretched maid? Gu Wanning was ablaze with urgency to take action against Young Li. Duan suggested, if we could protect Lu and have her deal with Young Li in the future, we could simply observe from the sidelines. But she has already committed such misdeeds. She is no longer welcome in the Ho residence. How could I possibly protect her? Moreover, she is involved with the eldest brother. What would my involvement signify? Gu Wanying's brow furrowed in distress. She realized she must distance herself from Lu. Should others discover her connection with Lu, it would spell disaster for her. Duan proposed, I think, previously, Young Li and Lu had been close for quite some time. Lu may well be aware of Young Li's weaknesses. We could certainly inquire before Lu was expelled from the residence. It would only require a bit of silver, and she would likely comply. Gu Wanning found Duan's reasoning sound and resolved to seek out Lu for answers. The elimination of Young Li was indeed a necessity. Thus, Gu Wanning turned back to find Madame Ho. Mother, I believe my sister has gained such prominence due to the assistance of that maid. Now that this maid not only oversees Song Tao courtyard but also manages the Shi Ding Lu, her intentions are suspect. I fear for our eldest brother, lest he be deceived by her and bring disgrace upon our Ho family. I implore you to take decisive action. Gu Wanying's words struck a chord with Madame Ho. After her last attempt to test Young Li's loyalty had backfired, leading to the heir's retaliation and the old matriarch's suspicions, it was clear that all misfortune stemmed from Young Li's influence. However, at that time, the heir was doting on Young Li, and with the old matriarch's support, Madame Ho found it impossible to confront Young Li. And now that Young Li had repeatedly achieved merit, further endearing herself to the old matriarch, Madame Ho felt she could not afford to provoke trouble. To do so would only incur the old matriarch's disdain. Gu Wanning expressed a desire to save Lu, proposing to use her against Young Li. This suggestion was met with disapproval from Madame Ho. Given Lu's precarious situation, it was already suspected that her actions were orchestrated by the first household. For now, it was best to distance themselves from Lu to gradually dispel any suspicion. There was no reason to invite trouble. Mother, I merely believe that my second sister's current success is solely due to young Li's assistance. If I exert myself, I may not be inferior to her, Gu Wanning candidly expressed her feelings to Madame Ho. Madame Ho pressed her lips together, returning to her quarters, where she finally said to her daughter Inger, I do not intend to suppress you, there will be ample opportunities for you to learn in the future. You are my child, and I will naturally teach you the intricacies of managing our household. My intention was for your second sister to learn the ropes of management and banquet planning, hoping she would know when to retreat. I did not foresee that she would emerge so prominently. With a sigh, she could not help but express her exasperation. Gu Wanning began to understand her mother's intentions, which made her even more determined to persuade her. Mother, you need not worry excessively. My second sister's health is frail. Come winter, she will fall ill and pose no threat to it is young Li who is the true peril. If we allow my second sister to continue in her role, she will soon regard us with disdain. Madame Ho was utterly weary of Lu and harbored no faith in her capabilities. Gu Wanning sought to continue her persuasion, but Madame Ho was no longer inclined to listen. Truth be told, she had once considered elevating Lu, but after being repeatedly undermined by her, she was now thoroughly disillusioned. Her relationship with Lu had simply never been harmonious, and she had suffered enough. Moreover, addressing young Li did not necessitate Lu's involvement. Madame Ho had already devised a plan to render young Li out of favor. However, she would not disclose many details to her daughter to prevent her from inadvertently revealing too much. Today, Gu Wanyu was the most jubilant, returning to Song Tao courtyard with young Li just as the heir arrived. Gu Wanyu eagerly chattered about the banquet, expressing gratitude for her brother's foresight and preparation, stating that without it, she would have faced disaster. The heir replied nonchalantly, it was not my foresight. It was young Li who insisted on having Yang Cheng Lake Harry crabs. Fortunately, I knew a merchant's son and asked him to procure some, but he refused payment, insisting on gifting them to me. I presume that you anticipated a shortage of ingredients today? The last inquiry was directed at young Li, who blushed and smiled, explaining, I did harbor concerns regarding this matter, but I did not wish to seem overly anxious. I merely used my desire to eat as an excuse to prepare more. If the banquet proved unnecessary, we could always enjoy them ourselves or sell the surplus at the Shi Ding Lu. There would be no loss. Gu Wanyu then realized that, from beginning to end, young Li had orchestrated everything without seeking credit, attributing her success to the heir's arrangements. Yet, it was precisely this rare quality of humility that endeared her to Gu Wanyu. Young Li, how did you come to possess such remarkable insight? While others think one step ahead, you envision 2 or even 3 steps beyond, Gu Wanyu inquired. Young Li, massaging the heir's shoulders, replied with a grin, I am but a product of the heir's guidance. Any cleverness I exhibit is a testament to your teachings, I would never dare claim the credit. Chapter 49 of The Heir's Temptation. Young Li remained as humble as ever. Gu Wanyu smiled and remarked, it's no wonder the old lady favors you, assigning you to serve my elder brother. Your keen intellect is truly endearing. Brother, as long as I am here, you must not let young Li suffer in the future. The heir smiled without a word. I speak the truth. You must promise to grant young Li the status of a proper concubine. Not if she is to be a lowly one, I shall not condone it. Concubines are ranked, with lowly ones typically being of humble origins, while a proper concubine is of significantly higher standing. A noble concubine often hails from a family of reasonable means. For instance, the current Madame Ho was once a noble concubine, and her status rose considerably when her brother passed the imperial examination and secured an official position. Young Li, having been sold into the Ho residence, was bound by a death contract. Given her status, to attain even the position of a lowly concubine would be considered a blessing. However, Gu Wanyu was unwilling to see young Li relegated to such a meager role. She desired her to be a proper concubine, even if she bore no children, for she must not be a lowly one. Seeing that the heir remained silent, young Li, concerned that Gu Wanyu's words might displease him, said, being able to serve the heir is already a tremendous fortune for me. I do not dare to wish for more. The heir turned to look at her. This girl always spoke with such decorum, never allowing her masters to feel uncomfortable, which indeed showcased her cleverness and understanding. Yet, the heir found her demeanor somewhat disingenuous. That night, as they prepared for bed, the heir loosened his collar, revealing his jade-like chest, propping his head lazily on one side, watching as young Li entered. She approached the heir, her expression unruffled, yet she could not discern whether he desired her company in bed. Peel an orange for me, the heir commanded. Young Li complied, carefully peeling the fruit. The heir was quite particular about his food. As he ate the orange, he requested her to peel the outer skin of the segments, so he could consume the pulp. Given the heir's demeanor, it seemed he wished to be fed, so young Li offered him the fruit. The heir shook his head, insisting on feeding himself. Yunli was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. Was this truly the aloof and high-minded heir? How had he become so brazen? Though she usually obeyed, this was a matter she found difficult to embrace, hesitating to take action. Is it truly so difficult? The heir inquired, raising an eyebrow. Just then, Yunli could no longer suppress a sneeze. Having been occupied these past few days assisting the second young lady with the chrysanthemum banquet, she suspected she had caught a chill and did not wish to transmit her illness to the heir. Her words were sincere. She had felt unwell since the previous night and had even consumed a remedy to dispel the cold, but it seemed of little effect. The heir scrutinized her closely, noting her pale complexion and lack of vitality. Considering the recent sudden drop in temperature, particularly during the night, and her relentless efforts managing household affairs and the banquet preparations, it was no surprise that she felt unwell. With this in mind, the heir's earlier intentions were quickly subdued. "Come to bed," he commanded. Yunli's heart fluttered, and she cautiously replied, "My lord, I have caught a chill, perhaps it would be best to refrain." She genuinely felt unwell, and if she were to pass her illness to the heir, it would be a grave misdeed. After all, he was preparing for the crucial spring examination and could not afford any setbacks in his studies. However, the heir, with a sharp glance, pulled her onto the bed. "What do you take me for? Am I one to be enslaved by mere beauty? Besides, you possess no beauty that could ensnare me." His words struck Yunli to the core. With a playful pout tinged with dissatisfaction, she retorted, "If I lack beauty, then why did you not choose the willow green or peach red beauties to serve you?" The heir, maintaining his cool demeanor, replied, "Because they were all unattractive. Naturally, I chose the least unappealing." Yunli was left speechless. Should she be pleased or offended? The heir urged her to lie down, ensuring they were both covered by the blanket. "Should you fall ill tomorrow, do not blame me," she warned. "I shall reward you if I fall ill," he replied, to Yunli's bewilderment. "Ah," she exclaimed, puzzled. "Just the right excuse to take a couple of days off to rest and clear my mind," he mused. Yunli could not help but laugh. She never expected the diligent heir to have such a desire for leisure. Indeed, it was quite surprising. As they lay together that night, the heir's bed was warm, and Yunli relished the lingering scent of sandalwood that enveloped her. Having spent much time in his presence, she too began to carry the fragrance. She nestled closer to him, prompting the heir to ask, "Shall I fetch an extra blanket?" I shall get one," Yunli replied, wishing to cover herself to avoid disturbing his rest with her movements. Yet the heir insisted she remain still, stating he would retrieve it for her. Yunli felt a flutter of anxiety. The heir had never engaged in such rough tasks before. As he returned with a blanket, Yunli suggested, "My lord, I wish to cover myself with my own blanket." With a discontented hum, the heir replied, "Is my blanket a burden to you?" Yunli explained, "I worry that I might toss and turn at night, disturbing your rest." "Your concern is rather superfluous," the heir remarked. He returned to bed, lying down once more, and then, while propping himself on one elbow, he wrapped an arm around her waist, casually stroking her side. You've gained a bit of weight recently," he noted. Yunli chuckled. "What garment are you wearing today? Let me see," the heir said, reaching to unfasten her sleeping robe. Yunli, feeling bashful, pushed his hand away. "What, am I not allowed to look?" he teased. "Such beauty as mine would surely tarnish your eyes," Yunli countered, cleverly turning his earlier words against him. The heir relented, withdrawing his hand. Yunli thought to herself, the heir truly knew how to provoke her. Annoyed, she contemplated teasing him, but then remembered her current discomfort and feared she might transmit her illness to him. She turned her back to him, deciding to sleep instead. "Let us rest for now. Once I feel better, I shall charm him again." She could not believe she had no allure whatsoever. The heir noticed her turning away and mused, could it be she is truly upset? Does this carefree girl even concern herself over such trivial matters? He pondered for a moment. While the girl was indeed lovely, flattery might spoil her. What if she began to emulate the flirtations of the willow green and peach red beauties? He preferred Yunli's innocent allure, untainted by vanity. The heir reached out, gently shaking her shoulder. "Are you angry? Have you grown so petulant that even jesting is forbidden?" Were it not for his affection, he would have long since pinned her to the bed, but he indulged her whims. Yet, this little girl could not handle such tenderness. A few playful words had already soured her mood. Seeing Yunli still ignoring him, he turned her around, only to discover she had actually fallen asleep. The heir sighed in resignation. He had known it all along. This girl was an open book, and her ability to fall asleep swiftly was a constant source of envy for him. Unable to resist, he pinched her cheek and left a mark on her delicate neck, a signature of his mischief. In her slumber, Yunli murmured softly, swatting at him with her hand. The heir had anticipated her move and narrowly evaded her strike. while Young Li turned over and continued to sleep peacefully. Chapter 050. The arrival of beautiful maidens competing for favor. On the following morning, Young Li's biological clock roused her from slumber, and she discovered herself nestled in the embrace of the young master, her form entwined around him like an octopus. Oh dear, Young Li felt utterly mortified. She had always believed that one ought to sleep alone in their own bedding, otherwise, such a position was decidedly improper. Glancing at the young master, who remained in deep slumber, she silently sighed in relief. Thankfully, he had not yet awakened. With great care, she extricated her limbs and stealthily rose from the bed to dress. The young master turned with a smile in his sleep. Before long, Young Li learned that Green Willow had been dismissed from the residence by the lady of the house, her fate now uncertain. However, as a mere secondary maid, she could hardly concern herself with such matters. Winter Cloud had also been sent away, taken under the care of her own family, and naturally, old Madame Zhou could not escape punishment either. It was merely a case of fate's whims. Although Young Li felt a twinge of sorrow, she did not dwell on it for long, focusing instead on recuperating from her cold. After the Chrysanthemum Appreciation Banquet, she found herself with a newfound leisure. At least her mind was no longer perpetually taut, nor was she constantly preoccupied with the thought that Green Willow might conspire against her. Her spirits lifted considerably. As she convalesced, she also attended to the accounts, never one to be idle. Young Li's prowess with the abacus had only grown sharper. However, soon after, the lady of the house arranged for 2 new maidservants to attend to the young master. To Young Li's astonishment, they bore a striking resemblance to her, innocent and pure in visage, their eyes wide and clear. Rumor had it that they were exceptionally talented, skilled in both the Guqin and culinary arts. Young Li's heart sank at this revelation. How very clever of the lady of the house! It was undoubtedly a direct affront to her. Young Li had long anticipated such a move, knowing that her assistance to the second young lady had drawn attention, inevitably inviting trouble upon herself. Yet, given the circumstances at the time, she had no choice but to act as she did. The young master and the second young lady had treated her with such kindness that she could not bear to allow anyone to bully them. Thus, Young Li had no regrets. If the lady of the house sought to target her, then let it come, she would simply fend off the onslaught as best she could. Young Li awaited the young master's return to make a decision. Should he choose to retain the newcomers, she would have no recourse. After all, he was the true master of Songtao Courtyard, while she was merely a maid tasked with managing the household. Young Li had always maintained a clear understanding of her identity and status, never allowing the young master's favor to cloud her perception of who she was. Even if Green Willow had once enjoyed great favor, should she jeopardize the interests of her masters, she would be cast aside like a worn-out shoe. Young Li recognized this lesson well. However, with the cold weather, her illness had worsened slightly, prompting her to instruct Xiao Shuang to attend to the young master and to discuss the new maidservants with him before she took some rest. Xiao Shuang was timid, having never properly served the young master, who was notoriously fastidious. She hesitated to approach him, yet with Young Li unwell, Xiao Shuang had no choice but to steel herself and attend to him. Upon entering, the young master, noticing her but not seeing Young Li, inquired, "Where is Young Li?" Xiao Shuang had grown accustomed to his habit of seeking Young Li upon his return. Gathering her courage, she stammered, "Today, the lady sent 2 maidservants to attend to you. I observed that Young Li's complexion was not well. She mentioned feeling unwell and could not serve you today, so she instructed me to attend to you and asked how to arrange for the 2 new maidservants before retiring to rest." The young master frowned. Could it be that she is ill from distress? He strode directly to the chamber to check on Young Li. She was suffering from a cold, feeling dizzy and fatigued, and when the young master arrived, he found her resting on the bed, concern etched across his face. He reached out to feel her forehead, then instructed Xiao Shuang to summon Yan Yun to fetch a renowned physician from the city. Once the doctor arrived, took her pulse, and prescribed medicine, the young master asked Yan Yun to accompany him out to procure the necessary herbs. When Young Li awoke to find the young master by her side, she felt a pang of guilt. "Young master, I cannot serve you today. Perhaps you should allow the newcomers to." The young master had never witnessed Young Li in such a fragile state and felt a surge of compassion. He would not allow her to say more. "Rest well," he insisted. He then instructed the kitchen to prepare some light porridge and simple dishes to be sent to her chamber, and he directed Xiao Shuang to prepare the medicine. After Young Li had her evening meal, the young master personally attended to her, ensuring she took her medicine and rested. In truth, Young Li felt quite anxious. It was she who served the young master, yet now he was caring for her. It was a source of great trepidation. She lamented her ill-timed illness. With the arrival of the 2 new maidservants, her position felt precarious. If she did not take measures, her recently secured status as a first maid would soon be relinquished. Young Li felt a knot of anxiety in her heart, uncertain of the young master's intentions. She sensed her allure to him might be waning, and now with 2 new maidservants who fit his tastes, he might very well choose to keep them. There was little she could do to influence the situation. She merely endeavored to fall asleep. When she finally awoke, it was the next day. Hearing the melodious strains of a guqin, she called for Xiao Shuang. The latter brought her tea, saying, "The new maidservants are quite talented." This morning, one played the guqin while the other brewed tea for the young master. Young Li's heart plummeted. Xiao Shuang, feeling indignant on her behalf, lamented, "Sister, you have devoted yourself to serving the young master and assisting the second young lady, yet it seems it is all for naught against the allure of the newcomers. The young master truly disappoints." Young Li coughed lightly. "Xiao Shuang, do not speak so foolishly. Who the young master favors is not for us, as servants, to question." With that, Xiao Shuang fell silent and busied herself with preparing Young Li's breakfast in medicine. As Young Li sat quietly, listening to the guqin sound, she never anticipated that her streak of good fortune would end so swiftly. Reflecting on the situation, she recalled how Green Willow had repeatedly erred yet had been shielded by the eldest young master. Could it be due to her adeptness in serving him? Young Li pondered, realizing that as a maid and concubine, her shortcomings lay solely in that regard. She found herself grappling with her feelings. Furthermore, that night with the young master had left an indelible mark, a memory clouded by pain. Thus, whenever he hinted at intimacy, she often felt resistance within her. Yet the young master was astute. How could he not discern her reluctance? Young Li chastised herself for her lack of appreciation. Having already become a concubine, she should not be so finicky. It was only a matter of time before she fell out of favor. However, faced with this reality, she found herself with few options, forcing herself to engage in embroidery. Though she had lost the young master's favor, her skills remained intact, and she had no fear of not earning a living. When a maid brought in hot water for her to wash, Young Li did not wallow in despair. Despite her internal turmoil, she resolved to persevere. Xiao Shuang returned with breakfast and medicine. Young Li consumed her meal earnestly, took her medicine, and resumed her embroidery. The guqin's music outside eventually ceased. Before long, the young master arrived. As Young Li attempted to rise and greet him, he gently pressed her back down, lifting her front robe to sit beside her with The young master reached out, brushing his hand against her face. "Today, I shall stay with you." Young Li was taken aback, but upon recalling the two new maidservants, she managed a forced smile. Very well. She understood that the young master was merely using her as a distraction, his thoughts lingering on the newcomers. "With your health in such a state, you ought not to be embroidering." "It is quite taxing," he remarked, removing the embroidery frame and her needlework supplies and placing them aside. "Let us converse." "You should not remain here, young master. I am still unwell." Young Li's emotions threatened to spill over, and she turned her face away. "A mere cold cannot infect me, can it?" The young master chuckled. "If it does, it would mean your illness is quite severe." When Young Li raised her gaze again, her eyes were already glistening with unshed tears. As a mournful melody lingered in the air, she suddenly collapsed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 051. Serving the young master. Startled by her unexpected gesture, the young master found himself momentarily befuddled. Nevertheless, he instinctively wrapped an arm around her, offering comfort. "What troubles you? Are you still unwell? I shall summon the imperial physician at once." Yoli shook her head, her voice trembling as she replied, "It is solely my fault for not recognizing my duties and failing to serve the young master well. Now that the young master wishes to replace me with someone new, I harbor no resentment. I only ask that you send me back to the old lady's courtyard." The young master grew increasingly perplexed. Gently, he pushed Yoli away from his embrace, observing her tear-streaked face, where two streams of sorrow cascaded down her cheeks, her sobs unceasing. He offered her a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "Pray tell, in what manner have you failed to recognize your worth?" Yoli enumerated her shortcomings, lamenting her failure to fulfill her obligations as a concubine. "Is that so?" the young master inquired, raising an eyebrow. Yoli nodded, her eyes brimming with tears as she confessed, "The young master hinted at my duties, yet I failed to grasp them immediately. That is indeed my transgression." Clearing his throat, the young master retorted with feigned obstinacy, "When have I ever hinted at anything to you?" At that moment, Yoli's mind raced. Indeed, the young master had given no hints. As a concubine, she ought to have taken the initiative. If the young master found her lacking, it was a consequence she deserved. With that thought, she buried her face in her hands and wept. Seeing her distress, the young master quickly pulled her into his embrace, soothingly saying, "What nonsense is this? When have I ever turned away from you?" Through her sobs, Yoli managed to articulate, "The two maidens sent by the lady are exceptionally talented and charming. I am utterly incomparable. I understand the young master's preferences." "Exceptionally talented?" The young master chuckled, recalling their lackluster performances. Their music was akin to a lazy donkey plodding along, and the tea they brewed was scaldingly bitter, a torment for the palate. "I had them sent away just moments ago." Yoli was taken aback. Had she wept prematurely? Nonetheless, she remembered the beautiful melody she had heard earlier. Surely, the lady would not send inferior maidens if she intended to share her favor. The young master must be nitpicking, yet, such thoughts were insignificant. What mattered was that they had been dismissed. The young master gazed down at her, teasingly remarked, "It seems your reflections reveal a lingering fondness for this young master. Your tears suggest a profound regret for not having had more intimate encounters, but if that is the case, once you are well, I shall indulge you." "You are indeed yourself," Yoli replied, realizing that he was projecting his desires onto her. Fortunately, there was still a flicker of interest from the young master. She could not afford to retreat in this regard. With glistening eyes, she regarded him, her expression a blend of shyness and allure, evoking a sense of pity and seduction. The young master had offered her an opportunity, and she intended to seize it firmly. As the young master beheld her delicate beauty, his heart was ensnared, and without thinking, he lowered his lips to hers in a fervent kiss, the intensity of their embrace overwhelming. Yoli was taken aback by the kiss. They had never shared such a moment before. In a strict sense, this was their first kiss, lacking any finesse or skill, yet, Yoli endeavored to respond in kind, and the young master reciprocated with fervor. As Jiao Shuang entered the room, she was met with this unexpected sight and hastily retreated, her heart racing. What had she just witnessed? Was she destined to bear witness to such intimate moments? At that moment, Gu Wanyu arrived with Bao Chui to inquire after Yoli's health. Upon hearing from Jiao Shuang about the young master in Yoli's clandestine activities, Gu Wanyu, an unmarried young woman, felt her cheeks flush and hurriedly entrusted Bao Chui with the gifts she had brought, departing in a flurry. Bao Chui couldn't help but steal a glance at the tightly shut door. Was Yoli not suffering enough? Even while gravely ill, she had to attend to the young master's needs, and so early in the day. It was truly unbearable, with the previous incidents involving Green Willow and the eldest son, and now Yoli tending to the young master's desires while unwell. It was evident that being a concubine was no ordinary task. Bao Chui felt fortunate to have served the second young lady, who had promised her a bright future, but for Yoli, it was a hard lot indeed. She silently shed tears of sympathy for her dear friend. In truth, the young master and Yoli had merely shared a brief kiss, engaging in no further activities. Regardless of the young master's thoughts, he would never indulge in lascivious acts while Yoli was unwell. However, the tale of Yoli's hardship spread throughout Song Tao courtyard and beyond, eventually reaching the ears of the old lady. With a heavy sigh, the old lady reflected on Yoli's unwavering dedication to serving the young master, having also assisted Gu Wanyu in organizing the chrysanthemum banquet, ultimately leading to her exhaustion. Yet, even in her weakened state, she still had to attend to her grandson's needs, which seemed excessively burdensome. Upon hearing that the two talented maidens sent by the lady had been dismissed, it became evident that the young master was not swayed by mere beauty. It was Yoli who bore the brunt of labor. The old lady concluded that rather than allowing her grandson to indulge in various temptations, it would be wiser to invest effort in Yoli, who was a proper and principled young woman, devoid of the wiles of seduction. Contemplating this, the old lady recognized Yoli's invaluable contributions and promptly dispatched someone to retrieve some expensive supplements from the storeroom, sending them to Yoli for her recovery. Additionally, she instructed that no more maidens be sent to Song Tao courtyard. The old lady was well aware of her daughter-in-law's intentions. None of the maidens sent were of reputable standing, merely a collection of charming temptresses. Thus, Yoli received a plethora of gifts, some from the second young lady, others from the old lady, and a continuous stream of supplements from the young master, who even arranged for a seamstress to take her measurements for new winter garments. Yoli shared some of the supplements with those who served her, ensuring their loyalty and dedication. In return, the young master later summoned the palace physician to tend to her ailments, preventing any lingering afflictions. Yoli's recovery was swift. She soon regained her health, her complexion blooming with vitality. That evening, she began to attend to the more intimate aspects of their relationship. While Yoli felt a sense of awkwardness, the young master too wrestled with his own discomfort. On one hand, he wished to avoid distractions from his studies, yet he could not suppress his thoughts of Yoli. He had previously hinted for her to take the initiative, yet to no avail. Now that Yoli had come to her own realization, she took the lead, unfastening the young master's sleeping robe. But he maintained his proud demeanor, feigning reluctance as if to suggest that it was she who longed for him. Once she had loosened his garment, Yoli followed suit, donning only a delicate pair of undergarments. In that moment, she resembled a blossoming peach, dewy and radiant, her skin as pure as freshly fallen snow, her eyes gleaming like autumn waters. Her delicate fingers brushed against the young master's face as she gently called out, "Young master." Startled, the young master immediately enveloped her in his arms, their lips meeting in a fervent kiss. Soon, they found themselves collapsing onto the bed, the curtains drawn, and the unmistakable sounds of their intimacy echoed through the chamber. Chapter 052. He realized he was sinking. Time slipped away unnoticed as the rain gradually ceased and the wind stilled. He embraced her, drenched in sweat, engaging her in conversation. After another half hour, the tent was once again filled with sounds that elicited a sense of embarrassment. Yunli, having been worn out throughout the night, slept deeply, only to awaken to find the young master had long since vanished. As she stirred, it felt as though she were being crushed beneath a wheel, her body on the verge of collapse, particularly in certain uncomfortable areas. though it seemed as if they had been treated with some balm. Though it was not her first experience, a considerable time had elapsed since that initial encounter last night. She had been utterly exhausted, yet the young master's vigor was relentless. When the second round concluded, he called for water, and they bathed together, where he playfully requested her once more amidst the gentle splashes of water. In that moment, she possessed no strength to resist, surrendering entirely to his whims, after which he tenderly dried her and applied ointment, and as soon as she touched the bed, she fell into a deep slumber. She was simply too fatigued. Youngly, dragging her weary body from the bed, stirred the servant Chiu Shuang, who promptly brought warm water for washing. Youngly inquired about the time, to which Chiu Shuang replied, "It is already 1/4 past the Chen hour." "Ah, I cannot believe I have slept so late," Youngly thought, as she had never before slumbered this long since arriving at the manor. "The young master instructed us not to disturb you, allowing you to rest more," Chiu Shuang remarked, casting a sympathetic glance at the myriad marks adorning Youngly's neck. "My lady, you have endured much." Youngly could only nod, feeling both bashful and weary. This was precisely why she had so fervently wished to avoid attending to the young master's needs. It was undeniably exhausting, yet, amidst this fatigue, there were moments of unexpected pleasure, far less terrifying than the first time. The young master had grown increasingly gentle with her, no longer aloof and imposing as he had been during their initial encounter. Youngly had previously prepared some contraceptive medicine, and she instructed Chiu Shuang to brew it for her consumption. As a concubine, it was imperative that she did not conceive before the legitimate wife entered the household, a grave taboo. Should she be discovered, she would face the same fate as Lulu, forced to terminate the pregnancy. Youngly had no desire to endure such suffering, thus, she resolved to obediently take her medicine. She attended to various trivial matters around the courtyard as usual, spending some time with the parrot Dudu. Dudu, who often listened to her play the piano, could now hum along to a few tunes and would announce the arrival of guests with delightful enthusiasm. Due to Dudu's clinginess, Youngly occupied herself in the flower hall, writing, reciting poetry, and practicing embroidery, tasks she diligently pursued daily, even during illness. Consequently, her penmanship improved rapidly. She could now respond to the young master's poetic verses with ease. The young master expressed great satisfaction with her progress, particularly appreciating her earnest attitude toward learning. Dudu would accompany her, either singing sweet melodies or quietly perched nearby, exhibiting utmost devotion. By noon, the young master returned following the passionate events of the previous night. Youngly found herself unable to meet his gaze, yet he remained composed and unruffled. Both he and Youngly maintained their faades, serving one another as they typically would. At the dining table, once the attendants had withdrawn, the young master suddenly pulled Youngly into his embrace, and she found herself perched on his lap. The unexpectedness of it left her momentarily dazed as he kissed her, rendering her mind a blank canvas. Was he truly so forward? They were still dining, after all. Heaven knows, after last night, the young master could think of nothing else but her, completely distracted from the learned discourse of the esteemed scholar. Fortunately, he managed to maintain his composure, otherwise, the teacher and classmates might have detected the slightest hint of his distraction. However, the young master did not overindulge, merely bestowing a fleeting kiss before withdrawing, his fingers playfully twirling a strand of her hair as he teasingly inquired, "Did you think of me this morning?" True to her nature, Youngly swiftly replied, "Indeed, from the moment I opened my eyes, you have occupied my thoughts." The young master found her response most gratifying, yet he pondered whether his performance last night had perhaps been too effective. Youngly mused, this young master is becoming increasingly audacious. At times, she felt a strong desire to chastise him. Nevertheless, she shyly nodded in agreement. "Young master, please do not jest. It is rather embarrassing." With a slight twist of her waist, she rose from his lap to serve him soup, while he propped his head on one hand, gazing intently at her. "What have you been doing this morning?" He had never realized how uncontrollable the longing for someone could be, constantly thinking of her every expression and gesture, the memories of their intimate night together flooding his mind, impossible to shake off. He recognized he was sinking deeper into this abyss, yet, it was her he desired, willingly forsaking self-discipline and pride, eager to journey with her to the enchanting realms of fantasy. At that moment, his gaze was imbued with both desire and intensity, and Youngly could not help but feel her heart race uncontrollably. Her breathing faltering, she responded cautiously, continuing to write, recite poetry, and glance through the newly delivered account books from the dining hall, noting that last month as profits had doubled. She thought to focus her efforts on developing new dishes to continually attract both new and returning customers. The young master grasped her hand. "Your progress is remarkable. You possess a natural talent for business. Henceforth, 1/10 of the dining hall's monthly profits shall be yours." Youngly was elated, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master." The prospect of 1/10 of the dining hall's profits was no small sum. It would surely allow her to purchase property and land without a hitch. Thoughts of her newfound fortune danced in her mind. Indeed, it was advantageous to be by the young master's side. No wonder Lulu exerted herself so diligently in the bedroom. Men certainly revel in such pleasures. After just one night with the young master, he had become more generous towards her. Yet, the way he looked at her now was decidedly peculiar, lacking the innocence it once held. During his afternoon rest, he insisted on having her lie beside him, showering her with kisses and caresses. Had she not repeatedly expressed her discomfort, he likely would have pursued her further. Young master, what happened to your promised restraint? Previously, he had stated that such encounters could only occur once a month, yet now he clung to her incessantly at night. Despite his nighttime attentiveness, he remained relatively restrained, never crossing the line into disregard for her well-being. When she expressed discomfort, he would cease his advances. Young Lee merely lamented the necessity of regularly consuming medicine. Who wishes to take bitter, black concoctions daily? Yet, given the young masteress' considerable needs at night, she had no choice but to comply with the contraceptive regimen. One morning, as Young Lee requested someone to brew the medicine, the young master, having forgotten something, returned shortly after departing, only to be greeted by the pungent aroma of the herbal concoction wafting through the courtyard. Frowning, he inquired, "What is that medicinal scent?" Caught off guard while playing with Dudu, Young Lee hesitated, unsure how to respond. Deep down, she believed the young master was well aware of the implications. Although he had never explicitly demanded she take the medicine, each time they were intimate, it was a foregone conclusion that she would need it to prevent pregnancy, an unspoken rule within the household. Seeing her hesitation, the young master sensed something amiss. "Are you unwell?" Young Lee replied, "Young master, I am not ill. The medicine I had prepared is for contraception." Chapter 053 Enhancing Vitality and Nourishing the Kidneys. The heir displayed a fleeting look of surprise, which was soon replaced by a contemplative silence. Young Lee inquired, "Is there something troubling you, my lord? Shall I fetch it for you?" The heir, lost in thought, made his way to the study. With Young Lee trailing behind, he picked up a manuscript and suddenly turned to her, saying, "From now on, refrain from consuming those medicines." Young Lee blinked at him, puzzled. Every remedy has its drawbacks. If taken frequently, it could harm your health. The heir realized he had been remiss, having forgotten such matters in recent days, consumed by youthful desire and neglecting the fact that she too could conceive. Yet, in his subconscious, he continued to regard her as a mere girl. That he wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his forehead against hers, and added, "I shall not engage with you in such a manner any longer." Young Lee felt her cheeks flush crimson. Embarrassed, she urged him, "My lord, you must leave quickly. Do not linger. I speak the truth, you must not drink those medicines again, unless the day comes when I can no longer restrain myself. An occasional indulgence is acceptable," the heir rambled on, almost pleading for her to silence him. Young Lee's unease grew, fearing that his words might reach unwelcome ears. One must understand that the servants are often quite eager to gossip about their master's private affairs. Before departing, the heir seized the opportunity to plant a gentle kiss on her soft lips. Such intimacy transformed their relationship, blurring the lines of master and servant, rendering them more akin to an ordinary couple. Young Lee found it increasingly difficult to maintain the boundaries of their past. Once the heir had left, she returned to examining the account books. The business at the Sherdeng building was flourishing. Much to her satisfaction, however, she was taken aback to learn that the elder brother's badminton venture, once thriving, was now facing significant troubles. It turned out that the badminton rackets designed by Greenwillow were primarily wooden, leading to an unwieldy weight that caused discomfort during play. The swift flight of the shuttlecock resulted in frequent damage, and due to its novelty, production costs were high, making replacements expensive. Greenwillow had originally targeted the affluent demographic, dismissing concerns over high prices, believing that with clever marketing, portraying badminton as a sport exclusive to the wealthy, and staging demonstrations with hired actors, demand would soar. Initially, the wealthy, drawn by novelty, flocked to the sport. Yet, as time passed, the drawbacks became evident. Many affluent individuals led sheltered lives, lacking any substantial fitness routine. Thus, they found themselves unaccustomed to the physical exertion and suffered injuries, particularly the ladies, who rarely ventured beyond their homes. As complaints and grievances accumulated, the elder brother's shop faced a barrage of criticism and even legal action from prominent families demanding restitution. This debacle had become a source of amusement in the capital. Consequently, the elder brother found himself in a precarious predicament. Much to the fury of the countess, the second wife, Lu, seized this opportunity to report the matter to the matriarch. Coming from a prestigious background, the matriarch had always prided herself on her family's dignity, and she was infuriated to see her grandson's reputation tarnished by a mere concubine. The countess was utterly exasperated. She lamented her gullibility in believing Greenwillow's deceitful words, regretting not having dealt with the wretch sooner. In contrast, Young Lee's recent management of the Sherdeng building thrived, a fact that the countess was well aware of. Consumed by envy, the countess resented how Young Lee seemed to excel at everything, outshining her own daughter. Was she truly just a servant? The matriarch felt a swell of pride, believing that her training had produced an exceptional maid, one who could serve the gentleman while also managing a business, making her the epitome of a dutiful wife. Occasionally, she would subtly mock the Countess's apparent ineptitude in nurturing her own offspring. Lu, meanwhile, was relentless in her mockery of the Countess. Once, they had maintained a facade of civility, but following the incident involving Green Willow bribing Dongyun from the second household, Lu became convinced that the Countess had orchestrated the plot to frame her, solidifying a rift between the sisters-in-law. As a result, Lu was no longer courteous towards the Countess. The Countess's relationship with the heir was already strained, worsened by her offense to Gu Wanyu during the recent chrysanthemum banquet, which left her relations with her stepchildren in tatters. The matriarch's disdain for the Countess only fueled Lu's audacity. The Countess was acutely aware of her precarious situation but felt powerless. Constantly simmering with frustration, she contemplated how to undermine Youngli, yet it was evident that Youngli's status had significantly risen. She was no longer an ordinary maid nor merely a concubine. With the heir's backing and the matriarch's support, any attempt to act against Youngli required careful consideration, rendering her unable to act impulsively. The Countess belatedly recognized the formidable challenge posed by Youngli. When had she grown so formidable? Gu Wanning, the Countess's daughter, learned of the elder brother's business troubles, which had escalated to such a degree that she was now being distanced from her peers, leaving her feeling humiliated and furious upon her return home. Seeking solace, she approached her mother, fully aware of the Countess's grievances against Youngli. "Mother, I have a plan that could diminish Youngli's standing with the matriarch and lessen her importance in my brother's eyes." "Oh? Pray tell," the Countess replied, her desperation prompting her to entertain her daughter's suggestion, as she was in dire need of curbing the heir's household's arrogance. Ji Yuaning elaborated on her scheme, and the Countess, upon considering it, nodded with resolve. Unbeknownst to Youngli, danger loomed on the horizon as she collaborated with Sister Lin in the kitchen to develop new dishes. To encourage innovation at the Sherdeng building, Youngli incentivized the cooks with bonuses for their successful creations, fostering enthusiasm among Sister Lin and the entire kitchen staff. When the heir returned, Youngli presented the newly crafted dishes for his tasting: fish-flavored winter melon, clear braised tripe, clay pot lamb, and medicinal pig kidney soup. The heir relished the meal, and as Youngli served him soup, she inquired, "How do you find these dishes?" "Acceptable," he replied. "Which dish do you believe could serve as the main offering at the Sherdeng building?" "Both the clear braised tripe and the clay pot lamb are commendable." After sipping his soup, he asked, "What is this?" "Pig kidney soup, enriched with yucamia, goji berries, and yam. Sister Lin assures me it is beneficial for you," Youngli replied with a cheerful smile. The heir regarded her with a knowing gaze, inquiring, "Beneficial in what way?" "To nourish your body," Youngli exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by his question. "Isn't it meant to nourish the entire body?" The heir mused aloud. Pig kidneys inherently aid in bolstering energy and nourishing the kidneys. The yucamia, goji berries, and yam all serve to complement these effects. Ali, are you concerned that I might not satisfy you at night? Youngli felt as if her mind had exploded in embarrassment, her face aflame. "My lord, I was unaware. I shall be more cautious next time." "Indeed, it proves beneficial for me. There is no need for you to fret," the heir replied with a teasing smile. Youngli ground her teeth in frustration. He was already quite vigorous. If he continued to bolster his vitality, would she be able to endure? Was Sister Lin not setting her up for failure? As the scene unfolded, Youngli observed the heir consuming 2 bowls of the vitality-enhancing pig stomach soup, unable to look on without trepidation. Chapter 054. The arrival of relatives. As night fell and it was time for rest, the young lord eagerly pulled on Yoli to test the efficacy of the nourishing soup. Exhausted, Yoli found herself rather powerless against his growing fervor. "My lord," she weakly advised, "scholarly pursuits take precedence. One must not be distracted by mere beauty." "But you are not merely beauty," he retorted, frustrated. Yoli, driven by a surge of emotion, playfully bit his shoulder, only to further ignite his primal instincts. Even the self-restrained young lord could not deny that Yoli was a natural enchantress, her form seemingly sculpted from snow. Especially as she was still in her developmental years, her quality of life was exceptional, enhancing her already captivating figure. Coupled with the young lord's indulgence, her innocence became tinged with a hint of alluring charm, ensnaring him in a delightful torment from which he could not escape. Most importantly, she was a woman he had meticulously nurtured. In the warmth of their cozy chamber, as the wind stilled and the rain ceased, Yoli finally found a moment to catch her breath, tearfully resting upon him. "My lord, I understand you are strong and vigorous, but one ought to—" Yoli pouted, "Whether you tire or not is beyond my knowledge, but I am genuinely fatigued." Despite the protests in her heart, her words came out soft and melodious. "You are to take the imperial examination, my lord. You must not overexert yourself, lest it affect your performance on the day." "Indeed, you speak wisely." Seeing he truly heeded her words, she pressed on, "Then let us say—" "Is that a jest?" Yoli was taken aback. Who had put forth such a notion prior? perceptive to the young lord's displeasure, she immediately softened, her eyes glistening with tears. I too cherish my time with you, my lord. Each encounter brings me immense joy, however, I cannot allow my selfish desires to jeopardize your well-being. Do you truly mean that? You genuinely enjoy our encounters? His concern was palpable, yearning for her to share in his pleasure. Yoli nodded resolutely. She did enjoy their time together, yet the frequency was becoming overwhelming. If the young lord were to suffer due to her, surely the old lady would not spare her wrath. After much persuasion from Yoli, the young lord agreed to exercise restraint, promising to space their encounters further apart that day. Yoli was at Songtao courtyard practicing the zither. Occasionally, when the young lord practiced his calligraphy, he would ask her to accompany him with her playing. However, Yoli felt her skills needed considerable improvement and did not wish to disrupt Gu Wanyue's lessons. She often practiced alone, diligently honing her craft. The quality of her playing was not of utmost concern to the young lord. Rather, he appreciated her earnest dedication to learning. Recognizing her natural aptitude, he decided to invite a female zither instructor to teach her. Thus, while the young lord attended his classes, Yoli remained fervently engaged in her studies, tirelessly pursuing knowledge. When he returned, she was always brimming with questions, their conversations seemingly endless. The young lord often looked at Yoli with an expression akin to that of an artist admiring a finely crafted masterpiece. On this particular day, while Yoli was engrossed in her zither practice, Mama Gue, the old lady's confidant, arrived, stating that the matriarch wished to see her for an important matter. Yoli complied without hesitation. The old lady frequently summoned her, primarily to inquire about the young lord's daily affairs and to admonish her not to indulge him excessively at night, lest it harm his health. Upon her arrival, she noticed Madame Ho and the two young ladies, Gu Wanyue and Gu Weiniang, were also present. Yoli greeted them respectfully. Child, do you recognize this person? The old lady inquired, gesturing towards a man and woman standing to the side, their heads bowed. The man, appearing to be in his 20s and clad in a grey long robe, suddenly exclaimed, Sister, I am your brother. At last, I have found you. Instinctively, Yoli took a step back, the scene feeling eerily familiar. Was it not a scene from the story in her dreams from a few months prior? Just last night, she had dreamt of it again, the details even more vivid and precise. It dawned on her that the scheming Luli, envious of her elevation to a first-class maid, had orchestrated this charade. Knowing her heart's longing was to find her family once, she had indeed suffered under the stigma of being a slave. When a supposed relative suddenly appeared, claiming they had never sold her but were seeking her, having been devastated by her abduction in childhood, it had moved her to tears. According to the laws of the realm, proving her abduction would automatically annul her slave status. She had bid farewell to the old lady and the young lord, believing she would gain her freedom and reunite with her family. Little did she know, she was walking into a den of wolves, deceived into being sold to a notorious brothel. When she finally confronted her captor, she seized the opportunity to slay him, only to find herself imprisoned. She had always believed it was merely a dream, an illusion not to be taken seriously, yet today, someone had truly come to the Hofu seeking her. A cold sweat broke out across her body. The false brother continued to weep. Sister, you were never sold, rather, you were abducted as a child. Our parents sold their possessions to search for you, but to no avail. Our mother passed away in tears, and our father, consumed by guilt, took to drink. One day, your betrothed saw you walking with another man and recognized you immediately. My wife and I inquired far and wide until we found you here. Yoli listened intently. How astonishing, their tale was identical to her dream, undoubtedly the work of the expelled Luli. Even after being cast out, she still schemed against her. How remarkable. However, the old lady and the others present were moved to tears by this meticulously crafted story, even Madame Ho dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief. The false sister chimed in, My family has always been on good terms with the Wei family. I was promised to the Wei family's eldest son, while my brother was betrothed to the Wei family's younger daughter. We grew up together, sharing laughter and joy. Since my sister's abduction, my brother has been consumed with grief, and now we have finally found her. Madame Ho urged, If that is the case, Yoli, quickly return home with your family and reunite. Just as Yoli was about to speak, Gu Wanyue, who had been silent until now, interjected, Without proof, we cannot simply take their word for it. Gu Weiniang promptly countered, Sister, that is unreasonable. The situation is clear, what more proof do we need? They have faced immense hardship in their search. If they were not truly related, why would they go to such lengths? Gu Wanyue replied, We cannot yet ascertain their true intentions. We must not rely solely on their words to determine the truth. The false brother quickly asserted, I have proof, my sister has a pink birthmark on her shoulder, resembling a peach blossom. Chapter 0. Someone accuses the heir of usurping another's wife. The lady of the marquis immediately summoned Granny Chow to verify Young Li's situation. However, Young Li refused, explaining, What this gentleman states is indeed true. I do possess a faint pink birthmark on my shoulder, yet this is hardly a secret. When I lived with my sisters, Green Willow and Red Peach, they were already aware of it. Gu Wanning scoffed, their knowledge is one thing, but what does it concern your kinship? Young Li replied calmly, what I mean is, since it is not a secret, now that both Green Willow and Red Peach have left the residence, should they spread the word, it would not be surprising if someone with ill intentions took advantage of my situation. Gu Wanning, being quite young, felt a flicker of insecurity. How could this lowly maid be so astute? Gu Wanyu quickly interjected, Young Li's argument holds merit, that wretched Green Willow has always been scheming against you, and now that she has left the estate, who knows what mischief she may have concocted. As she spoke, she cast a pointed glance at the lady of the marquee and Gu Wanning. The lady remained composed, but Gu Wanning pursed her lips, her emotions fraying. The false brother insisted, I assure you, everything I say is the truth, you may investigate thoroughly. Gu Wanyu replied, of course, an investigation is necessary. Gu Wanning, feeling disgruntled, added, I believe Young Li is simply reluctant to part with her current wealth, disdainful of the hardships faced by her long-lost family. Young Li frowned, feeling the weight of such an accusation. What a grand label to be pinned upon her. If she were to deny this kinship, the rumors that would circulate in the household would be unbearable, yet, if she were to acknowledge them, she would be falling right into their trap. Young Li had already determined that the lady of the marquee and Gu Wanning were likely colluding with Green Willow to drive her away from the heir's side. She internally scoffed at how much effort they were expending to scheme against her. What merit had she to warrant such attention? Young Li bowed slightly and said, Third Miss, I entered this household at the tender age of 10, dreaming of reuniting with my family. I am certainly not one who despises poverty, yet if I could be freed from my servitude, it would be the greatest blessing. However, there remain many uncertainties regarding this kinship. For instance, before my abduction, my only memory is of my sister. I do not recall having a brother. Gu Wanning expressed surprise, but were you not said to have lost your memory? The lady of the marquee shot her a fierce glare, Inger, do not speak out of turn. The old matriarch looked at them with suspicion. Gu Wanyu, sipping her tea, could hardly suppress a smirk. Young Li smiled again, speaking with poise, when I first arrived at the estate, I indeed forgot many things out of fear. However, I have begun to recall some fragments of the past. Honorable matriarch, madam, may I inquire about this so-called brother and sister? Very well, you may ask, the old matriarch replied. Young Li turned to the false brother, pray tell, what was my father's occupation? The false brother's eyes darted, and he instinctively glanced at his wife, who answered, for your sake, he is. It seemed, indeed, that they had mistaken their kin, and the man hurriedly interjected, Honorable matriarch, my father was indeed a scholar, but he lost everything in the search for his daughter, which is why he resorted to butchering pigs to earn some silver. Gu Wanyu scoffed, your words are disjointed and contradictory. There is no need to inquire further, let us report this to the authorities. The couple, terrified, fell to their knees. We speak nothing but the truth. We implore the honorable matriarch to see our sincerity. The woman added, perhaps we have simply recognized the wrong person, but what crime is there in that? The lady of the marquee chimed in, if you have indeed misidentified her, then you should take your leave and never return. The false brother, still clinging to hope, looked at Young Li, sister, please reconsider. We have exhausted our resources in searching for you, we bear no ill intentions, that if you come to understand, seek us out, visit our father, and pay respects at our mother's grave. He handed her a pre-written address. Young Li did not refuse the note, but replied, while I sympathize with your desperate search for your sister, I can assure you that you have mistaken the identity of the person you seek. With no further options, the couple had to depart. The old matriarch said to Young Li, you lost your memories as a child, yet you can now recall a few fragments, perhaps you should follow your instincts and seek out your family. Young Li bowed in gratitude, I can only remember scattered fragments that do not form a coherent picture, and what they spoke of does not align with my memories. Thus, I can confidently assert that they are not my kin. The old matriarch nodded, very well, this must be your destiny. Young Li performed her courtesies and withdrew alongside Gu Wanyu. As they returned to Pine Wave Courtyard, Gu Wanyu asked Young Li, can you truly recall events from your past? Young Li, trusting Gu Wanyu, was willing to speak the truth, though she had not truly remembered. In reality, she had lied, for to confess the truth would only serve the interests of those schemers. You mean to suggest that this might be a trap orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives? Young Li looked at Gu Wanyu. Gu Wanyu felt similarly, sensing something amiss with the third Mississippi. Although third Miss was known for her cunning, she was also rather impetuous, making it difficult for her to conceal her schemes. It seemed the lady of the marquee was also involved in this matter. Gu Wanyu said, I will discuss this with my brother and discreetly investigate further. If it is indeed a plot by those with ill intentions, we will pursue it to the end and show no leniency. After all, one incident may lead to another. Young Li nodded in agreement. Later, Gu Wanyu stayed in Pine Wave Courtyard for tea, observing Young Li practice the zither, the heir was dining at the Ministry of Revenue and would return late. Upon hearing of the events from Young Li, he was filled with suspicion and resolved to send someone to investigate the couple the following day, especially since Young Li had thoughtfully retained their address. However, on the following day, news arrived that someone had accused the Yong'an Marquis of usurping another's fiancée. The heir was infuriated upon learning this. At that moment, the lady of the Marquis approached the old matriarch, attempting to persuade her, Young Li is merely a lowly maid. Since they have come seeking kinship and claim to have a childhood betrothal, we should simply return her. The old matriarch, however, was livid, pointing an accusatory finger at the lady of the Marquis. Those ruffians are clearly trying to bully our household, using their status to extort money and tarnish our reputation. Who knows which political rivals are behind this, and you, instead of seeking to rectify this injustice, propose to placate them. Where is your dignity as the head of this household? The lady of the Marquis was left speechless, her head bowed in shame. Yet the old matriarch was relentless, continuing her reprimand, I have only raised Young Li, a good servant who cares for Hangor. If you could nurture someone competent, would I be compelled to worry so? All you do is raise lowly servants, and even Inger has been taught to be increasingly unruly. If you cannot resolve this matter properly, then do not expect to retain your authority as the housekeeper. I will appoint someone capable to handle it. Chapter 056 Unveiling the Truth. The old matron had always held a disdainful view of the concubine, Lady Ho, believing that a woman of such humble origins could never yield anything of merit. However, when her son insisted on legitimizing his union and with the newfound prosperity of the concubiness family, she begrudgingly acquiesced. Yet, over the years, she had seen little improvement in Lady Ho's demeanor, and the sight of Gu Weiniang's lack of decorum frequently irked her. Now, with Lady Ho brazenly approaching her to lament her misfortunes, it only reinforced the matroness' belief that a concubine was unworthy of respect. Lady Ho, chastised and pallid, fled in disgrace, and soon after, the second branch's matriarch, Lu, hurried over to offer various reassurances to the old lady. Should Lady Ho fall from grace, the heir, still unmarried, would undoubtedly leave the management of the household to Lu, who sought to bolster her presence in the old lady's eyes. Meanwhile, the heir was not idle. He had taken a 3-day leave from his studies to address this pressing matter. This situation, while not requiring his immediate concern, was troubling, for those scheming against Young Li were ostensibly targeting him, determined to tarnish his reputation. Thus, he could not allow the matter to be swept under the rug. He instructed Yen Yun to gather a team to thoroughly investigate these individuals and lavishly hired a renowned lawyer from the capital to handle the case. In truth, given his status, he could have easily punished these wrongdoers with a mere directive. However, the heir was a man of considerable education, possessing a principled nature. If they sought to sully his name through such crude tactics, he would ensure that he emerged victorious in a manner befitting his honor. With ample resources and connections, uncovering the identities of these individuals proved to be a trivial task, and within days, he had discerned the facts of the Wei family. Though the father was a butcher with a penchant for alcohol, had seen his business falter due to his inebriated state. He and his late wife had sired one son and 2 daughters. The elder daughter had married into a distant locale, while the younger was said to be lost. It remained uncertain whether she was truly missing, but the timeline of her disappearance did not align with Young Li's south arrival at the estate. As for the so-called fiancé, hailing from a wealthy family, he was an unsuccessful scholar whose repeated failures had seemingly warped his psyche, now seeking to leverage his name against the powerful for notoriety. He likely remained oblivious to the weight of the adversary he had provoked. The earnest heir had prepared to see him imprisoned. Meanwhile, Young Li observed the heiress' fervent endeavors, content to assist him in any way she could, tending to his needs while feeling a sense of resolution in addressing this matter. However, a lingering unease gnawed at her. If the strange dream she had once experienced was indeed prophetic, what fate awaited the heir? The mere thought tightened her lips. If she could break the cycle of misfortune for him, it would be ideal. If not, Young Li's gaze hardened, for she had resolved upon a course of action. Within a few days, those conspirators were indeed uprooted. The heir, under the pretense of fraud, sent them all to prison. The wife of the Wei family, unable to withstand the punishment, confessed to the individuals who had initially bribed them, leading the authorities to the steward of the Feng family. This Feng family was, in fact, Lady Ho's maternal kin, with her brother already a 5th-rank official in the Tongshengsi. Initially, this matter had been concealed well, and the officials had lacked the acumen to trace it back to the Feng family. However, the heiress' deductive reasoning had led him to suspect a connection between Lady Ho and this affair, prompting him to investigate and monitor the Feng family closely. As anticipated, once the culprits faced conviction, the Feng family could no longer remain passive, revealing telltale signs of their involvement. Yet, at this juncture, the steward of the Feng family had vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, many truths had begun to surface, particularly regarding the absurd case of mistaken kinship that had embroiled the Feng family. Having lived a long and astute life, the old matron was well aware of the implications when the heir reported these developments. Following the uproar, Lady Ho and Gu Weiniang had reveled in their merriment, but the old matron, already weary of their antics, now firmly believed that the scandal was tied to Lady Hoa's family. Yet, being a family matter, she felt it unwise to air their dirty laundry in public, lest they become the subject of ridicule. After the heir had relayed his report, he withdrew, leaving the domestic matters to the matron's discretion, while he would not let the Fong family members escape unscathed in external affairs. Upon returning to his courtyard, the parrot kept in the corridor squawked, "The heir has returned, the heir has returned." This clever bird, taught by Youngly, not only sang but also spoke, greeting him each time he arrived, which he found amusing. The heir smiled, teasing the bird as it flapped its wings, pecking at his fingers. Youngly had been playing the zither for Gu Wanyue, and upon hearing the parrot's call, she ceased her playing. Gu Wanyue rose to greet him, inquiring, "Brother, what does grandmother intend to do about this matter?" Youngly poured tea for the heir, who took a sip and replied, "This is no longer our concern. What matters is that grandmother is aware of who is orchestrating these machinations behind the scenes." Gu Wanyue stood, saying, "I shall investigate further," before departing with Bao Chui. Only then did Youngly speak to the heir. "I cannot shake the feeling that Green Willow is involved. She must have divulged details of the birthmark on my shoulder to those conspirators." The heir replied calmly, "There is no rush. After Green Willow was expelled from the estate, she was surely taken in by my elder brother. With his impending marriage, she will need to consider how to navigate her situation. We need not interfere. Discord among brothers is a grave taboo in high society. At the very least, we must maintain a facade of harmony to avoid becoming the subject of gossip." Youngly refrained from pursuing that topic further and offered the heir a shoulder massage. He grasped her hand, saying, "The Fong family is targeting me directly. Unable to confront me, they have resorted to involving you. I regret that you have been put in such a position." Youngly responded, "I feel no grievance. Rather, it is you who bears the burden, wasting precious time that could have been spent on your studies." The heir pulled her into his embrace, remarking that the endless hours of study were rather tedious, and these past few days had provided a welcome respite for his mind. Youngly was taken aback, pondering how investigating a case could be more relaxing than studying. "Indeed, it is quite engaging," he affirmed. Aside from the classical texts, his true passion lay in military treatises and intriguing cases, pursuits that invigorated his intellect. He envisioned himself in an official capacity, gaining practical experience in the provinces for several years. The heir was quite confident in his ability to achieve the rank of Jinshi, though whether he would secure that distinction remained uncertain. However, attaining the title would afford him a legitimate path to officialdom, bolstered by his prestigious lineage, ensuring a promising future. Youngly declared, "Wherever you go, I shall follow. Will you take me with you, my lord?" Gazing at her, the heir gently tapped her nose. "Of course, who else would attend to my needs?" Youngly's eyes sparkled with mirth. Meanwhile, the old matron was deeply displeased with the implications surrounding the false kinship and its ties to Lady Hoa's family, prompting her to summon Lady Ho for questioning. Aware of the investigations into the Fong family, Lady Ho had prepared her defenses, cunningly asserting that her family's unscrupulous servants had acted out of greed, without her knowledge. Perhaps her daughter-in-law had mentioned Youngly's talents during her last visit, which had incited ill intentions among the servants, yet Lady Ho professed to be completely unaware of any such machinations. Though anxious, Lady Ho steeled herself to maintain her ruse. Chapter 057 Madame Ho loses control of household affairs. The venerable matriarch, having navigated life's intricacies with unparalleled acumen, was not so easily swayed by the ploys of her daughter-in-law. With a dismissive scoff, she retorted, "Your offspring are poorly guided, and your servants are but a collection of ineptitude. When Miss Yu managed the household, how many storms did she shield you from? Are you truly oblivious to the mischief orchestrated by Green Willow in the shadows?" Madame Ho protested vehemently, claiming her daughter-in-law was indeed unaware. "Who does not know that Green Willow is your creation? He, Gur, has no regard for her and has taken to serving in Fong Gur's quarters, often frolicking with the third miss. When she engages in such misdeeds, you would remain ignorant? Furthermore, how could those individuals possibly identify the birthmark on Youngly, unless it is once again Green Willow stirring the pot behind the scenes?" The matriarch's relentless barrage of inquiries left Madame Ho flustered, her defenses crumbling. "You claim ignorance of this, and yet you are oblivious to that. Is there not a single aspect that meets my approval?" The matriarch had long harbored dissatisfaction with her eldest son's wife, and now, she had the perfect justification to strip her of her authority over household matters. "This is a matter within our family. I do not wish to create a scandal for outsiders to relish. I shall refrain from discussing your affairs further. You are to meditate in seclusion for a month. During this time, allow the second branch to manage all matters, great and small." Observing the commotion from the sidelines, Lu Shi felt as though she had been struck by a fortuitous windfall, her spirits soaring. She hurried to express her gratitude, assuring that her daughter-in-law would not disappoint the matriarch, and that she would manage everything meticulously. Sister-in-law, rest assured. Madame Ho was on the verge of fainting from indignation but managed to maintain her composure as she vacated the matriarch's chambers. After a few steps, she could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed, requiring the assistance of several others to carry her back to her own quarters. The third Miss, Gu Weiniang, rushed to check on her mother, but alas, Madame Ho had no desire to see her at that moment. The turmoil stemmed from the machinations of her daughter, who had suggested the very actions that led to this debacle. Madame Ho lamented that had she not heeded her daughter's counsel, she would not have lost her grip on the household, nor would she have completely forfeited the matriarch's trust. Exhausted and filled with regret, Madame Ho was further troubled by the news that her brother from her Maiden family had been impeached by the censors. The scandal surrounding the heir's dispute with a scholar over a minor concubine had already stirred the city into a frenzy. It was not the severity of the matter that caused such uproar, but rather the identity of the individual involved, the heir to the Yeoman Ho estate, the most illustrious successor of the Gu family, and a man who had captivated the hearts of the noble women of the capital. Thus, when the case emerged, it drew considerable attention. The scholar who accused the heir quickly became a figure of notoriety, likely the very outcome he sought. The censorate took notice, initially hoping to exploit the situation to discredit the Yeoman Ho family, only to uncover that the machinations were instigated by the matriarch's family. Those with insight could easily discern the underlying motives. It appeared that the current matriarch sought to leverage her family connections to undermine the heir, vying for her own son's claim to the hereditary position. Consequently, Madame Ho's brother was impeached, and the actions of the Ho-master in elevating a concubine were once again scrutinized. The fallout was significant, resulting in her brother's demotion, leaving both Madame Ho and Gu Weiniang feeling humiliated and reluctant to venture outside. The matriarch, fuming with anger, contemplated writing to her eldest son stationed far off in the southeast, yet hesitated, fearing it might disrupt his morale and lead to unforeseen losses. The most affected by these events were Gu Yufeng and the marriage prospects with the Shang family. The turmoil between the Ho and Feng families cast a shadow over the Shang family's reputation as well. Fortunately, the core of the Ho family remained intact, with the Ho-master still wielding military power, prompting many to seek alliances. The Shang family, despite the discontent of their matriarch, ultimately agreed to proceed with the marriage as planned. Soon, the day of the eldest son's wedding to the Shang family daughter arrived, with all arrangements being orchestrated by Lu Shi. The matriarch instructed Gu Wanyue to assist Lu Shi in the preparations, believing it beneficial for her daughter to learn, so she might. Gu Wanyue eagerly participated, often consulting Young Li regarding new culinary creations. As Young Li had become increasingly adept in her role at the dining hall, while the two conversed in the garden, they spotted Gu Weiniang approaching, only for her to turn and retreat. Since her uncle's impeachment, Gu Weiniang had felt a deep sense of embarrassment, retreating from public view and seldom appearing before her sisters. Her once brazen demeanor now diminished. Ji Yuanyue could not help but find amusement in her sister's predicament, relishing the sense of vindication it brought her. However, the scandal had indeed tarnished the Ho family's reputation, which left Gu Wanyue somewhat dissatisfied. When she broached the matter with the heir, he remained indifferent, confident in his rapid ascent and future role as the face of the Ho family. He believed that honor was earned through one's own efforts, not bestowed by others. Moreover, he harbored discontent toward his father's previous reckless decisions, particularly in elevating a concubine. Young Li, who had been listening intently, sighed inwardly. The heir was steadfast in tradition, and it was inconceivable that he would ever follow in his father's footsteps regarding the elevation of a concubine. Although Young Li harbored no ill intentions, she occasionally found herself contemplating the present status of Madame Ho, occasionally entertaining fleeting thoughts. It is human nature to harbor such fantasies, yet, the position of the principal wife was undeniably out of reach for someone of her humble origins. Madame Ho's elevation was largely due to the achievements of her brothers, while Young Li, a mere servant, had already experienced fortune merely by being considered a concubine of the young lord. Reminding herself to remain grounded, Young Li resolved to abandon any thoughts of desires that did not belong to her, recognizing that such longings only brought suffering. The pain of desire was a burden borne by all. She constantly reminded herself that the fates of Green Willow and Red Peach should serve as a cautionary tale. In the days leading up to the wedding of the eldest son and the Shang family daughter, the Ho-master returned from the front lines, ostensibly to fulfill his duties in the capital and, of course, to attend his son's wedding. The heir and the eldest son, accompanied by their sisters, eagerly awaited their father's return after a year of absence. The Ho-master, tall and imposing, adorned in armor, exuded an aura of solemnity, his gaze piercing and authoritative, embodying the essence of a seasoned general. The legacy of the Yong'an Ho family, upheld through generations, continued to thrive thanks to the military prowess of the Ho-master, with the next generation poised to inherit the mantle of governance. The heir led the way in presenting the family to their long-absent father, who beamed with pride at the sight of his accomplished son, affectionately patting him on the shoulder. The eldest son also offered his respects, prompting a brief exchange of familial warmth. However, Madame Ho, acutely aware that the Ho master remained oblivious to the domestic turmoil, felt a knot of anxiety tighten within her. She knew that the truth would eventually surface, thus, she endeavored to maintain a semblance of composure and warmth in her interactions with her husband. Lucier cast a sidelong glance at her, her smile lacking sincerity. The Ho master proceeded to the Showan Hall to pay his respects to his mother, the matriarch, filled with longing for her eldest son, joined her daughter-in-law and grandchildren in welcoming him back. After the family shared a meal, the matriarch retained her son for a private conversation, causing Madame Ho's heart to race with trepidation. Chapter 058 The hopes of Madame Ho. Despite Madame Ho's profound sense of guilt, she found herself in a precarious position, loathed by the elder matriarch and stripped of her authority in managing the household, leaving her powerless in many matters. At this juncture, she could only place her hopes on the long-absent Lord Ho, yearning for him to intercede on her behalf, ideally restoring her authority before his departure. After all, they were husband and wife. In their union, they shared both glory and misfortune, and it seemed unreasonable for him not to assist her, allowing the second branch to gain undue advantage. With this thought, Madame Ho felt a sense of reassurance. She resolved to prepare water for her husband's bath, intending to whisper sweet nothings in his ear, which might help her navigate through this crisis unscathed. Meanwhile, in the Showan Hall, the elder matriarch was keen to discuss Madame Ho's numerous shortcomings with her eldest son. She particularly emphasized the incident where someone had come to the Ho residence to claim kinship, only for the deceit to be exposed on the spot, leading to a disturbance at the authorities, seemingly intent on tarnishing the reputation of the heir in the Ho family. Eventually, the investigation traced back to the Fong family, resulting in the impeachment and demotion of Madame Ho's brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lord Ho furrowed his brow, remarking to his mother, "I have warned you before, elevating a concubine to the status of a wife will inevitably lead to chaos." The elder matriarch, still seething with anger, lamented that she should have opposed it vehemently from the start. Lord Ho explained, "Mother, my consideration for the Fong family stemmed from their close ties with Wei Niang, as well as their brothers' promising careers, which led me to contemplate elevating Wei Niang, the late mother of the heir in Guanyue." After the untimely death of his wife, Lord Ho sought a replacement, one not requiring high status. Merely a girl of respectable background would suffice. In his deliberation, he concluded it would be better to select someone from his existing concubines rather than seek an unfamiliar candidate, especially since the Fong family's brothers were making strides in their careers. Over the years, Fong Shi had diligently managed the inner quarters, exhibiting grace and propriety, and had not erred in her conduct. Thus, Lord Ho saw no fault in his earlier decision. However, after listening to his mother's grievances, he sought out his consort, Madame Ho, for an explanation. Madame Ho had already devised her response and articulated her reasoning with conviction. "My lord, you are unaware of the injustice I have faced in this matter," she lamented, tears streaming down her face. Observing his wife's distress, Lord Ho felt a flicker of doubt. Could there be hidden truths? "What grievances do you bear? Pray, elaborate for me," he inquired, his expression still marked by discontent. After all, the turmoil was inextricably linked to the Fong family. Wiping her tears with a handkerchief, Madame Ho began to speak, her voice trembling. "Though Hong Gur is not my biological child, I have always treated him with kindness, especially while his sister was present. Now that he has grown and reached an age of understanding, I arranged for 2 lovely maids to attend to him. However, he has taken a liking to those chosen by the elder matriarch. It is well and good that he has found someone he admires, but Hong Gur is to participate in the spring examination next year. His studies are paramount, and it would be ill-advised for him to become entangled with a concubine, jeopardizing his health." Madame Ho paused to dab at her tears before continuing, "Even with Fong Gur, I have sought to dismiss any concubines in his quarters, naturally advising Hong Gur, but he would not listen, as the maid in question was selected by the elder matriarch. As a daughter-in-law, how could I speak out further? Once, during a visit to my family, I expressed my concerns, unaware that it would lead to the subsequent kinship claim. In truth, my family merely wished to take that concubine away, ensuring a good match for her, without interfering with Hong Gur's studies, a win-win situation. Yet, the elder matriarch and Hong Gur have misinterpreted my intentions." After being confined, Madame Ho had seethed with indignation, and now that Lord Ho had returned, she recounted her carefully woven excuses, coupled with her pitiful tears, quickly softening Lord Ho's heart and invoking his gratitude towards Fong Shi for her genuine care for Hong Gur. After all, Fong Shi had consistently left a virtuous impression on him, prompting him to ponder the potential misunderstandings at play. "Only my husband can comprehend my plight. No matter the injustices I endure, it is all worthwhile." Madame Ho wept into Lord Ho's embrace. In truth, the matter was neither trivial nor monumental. It merely revolved around a lowly concubine. Typically, upon the arrival of the legitimate wife, previous concubines would be dismissed, as had occurred with Lord Ho's former concubine before his wedding. Amidst Madame Ho's fervent arguments, Lord Ho conceded to assist her in reclaiming her authority over the household, prompting her to weep tears of joy. Subsequently, he specifically summoned the heir for a private discussion, stating, "Your grandmother and mother have both spoken to me regarding the preceding events. In truth, your mother is also concerned for your academic pursuits, wishing for you to bring honor to the family, and thus you must not indulge in frivolities." The heir, with an imperceptible sneer, retorted, "I have but one concubine. How can one speak of indulgence? Moreover, I diligently attend to my studies, never slackening my efforts, and my grandmother is well aware of this. It is her compassion for my struggles that led her to send a capable maid to assist me with my daily affairs. Does my father doubt my grandmother's judgment?" Initially, Lord Ho had prepared an array of words to mend the relationship between mother and son, only to find himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to the heir's remarks. This son was known for his sharp tongue and unyielding nature, despite Lord Ho's formidable presence forged through years of battle, which rendered his other children hesitant to engage with him. This son neither feared nor evaded him, speaking with unwavering confidence. As Lord Ho gazed at his son, he was reminded of his late first wife. The heir continued, "Your grandmother has merely sent a pleasant companion to attend to my needs, but my mother has gone further, sending 4 in succession. One attempted to drug me, while another spread malicious rumors about me. Who truly wishes for me to be ensnared by the allure of women?" Lord Ho was once again taken aback, taking a strategic sip of tea. "Is this truly the case?" The heir met his father's piercing gaze, coldly responding, "Your grandmother is aware of this matter. If you doubt me, you may inquire with her at length." Lord Ho recognized his son's character and trusted he would not deceive him in this regard. Indeed, his mother was not blameless. Initially, he had approached the conversation with caution, but now he found himself perplexed, uncertain of how to address Feng Shui. He felt the authority of the family head slipping away. The heir coolly suggested, "Perhaps it would be wise for my mother to take a step back from managing the household, to reflect and engage in her spiritual practice, learning the ways of the world." Lord Ho had initially intended to persuade his son before addressing the elder matriarch about Feng Shui's authority, but seeing his son's current stance, he felt it futile to press further. "Very well, let your grandmother handle the situation as she sees fit. Once your elder brother marries, I shall select a proper wife for you." The heir, skeptical of his father's judgment, merely replied, "I would prefer to consider this matter after next year's spring examination." Lord Ho held the selection of a proper wife in high regard, for the future lady of the household would be the matriarch, responsible for preserving the family lineage and managing the household affairs, an important matter indeed. It would be ideal to finalize this before his departure. However, the heir was currently disinterested in such discussions, preferring simpler relationships in life, as complexities tended to agitate his mind. Chapter 059 The most desirable young master. Upon hearing his son's unwavering insistence, the Marquis decided to temporarily relent. He held considerable confidence in his legitimate son, who exhibited self-discipline, restraint, and a steadfast dedication to improvement, never once causing him concern. The Marquis remarked to the heir, "It is worth noting that our family has never had anyone enter the imperial examinations before. Your second uncle only attained a minor official position due to the favor of our ancestors. Now, you have already achieved the rank of Jun and qualified for official service. If you can attain the title of Jinshi, it would indeed be a splendid addition." The Marquis spoke of these matters with an expression of immense pride. He did not expect his son to rank among the top 3, considering the fierce competition. Simply earning the title of Jinshi would suffice. Given their family's standing, possessing the title would be an embellishment, making his entry into the officialdom entirely justified. With such an exceptional son, he had no worries about finding a suitable wife of any rank for him in the future. The selection process could wait until next year. There was no need for haste. By then, he feared that suitors would be trampling the Marquisite's threshold in their eagerness. The Marquis felt a surge of joy within. Meanwhile, the Marquise believed that with the Marquis intervening, she would successfully reclaim her authority over household affairs. After all, the Marquis was the true head of the family, a man of military merit, wielding significant influence within the household. If he spoke up, the matriarch would surely show some deference to their eldest son. Little did she know, as she awaited his return, the Marquis would chastise her instead. The cause of his ire was her incessant provision of beautiful maidens to the heir's chambers. While she professed concern that the heir might be distracted by such allure and neglect his studies, she simultaneously continued to inundate him with women. "You understand well enough to send away the excess concubines from your own son's quarters, yet you fear that the heir, being a non-biological child, might not succumb to the allure of beauty?" The Marquis felt that the young man was of age and should possess some understanding. 1 or 2 companions would suffice, yet she had sent 4, which was utterly unreasonable. Among these, 2 had questionable character, raising suspicions that the stepmother was acting with intent. At this critical juncture in the heir's life, how could he afford to expend his energies dealing with predatory maidens, risking his well-being? Many young scions fell prey to the temptations of beauty, including Fanger, who was no exception. The Marquis's remarks, made in front of the Marquise, were rather severe, causing her face to drain of color. "My lord, you truly misunderstand me," she protested. She wished to offer further explanations, yet the Marquis had already lost patience, declaring that there was no need for additional discussion. All matters would be addressed after Fanger's wedding. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. "My lord, my lord." The Marquise did not call him back. She could easily surmise that he had gone to the quarters of concubine Zhu. The Marquis had spent considerable time away, accompanied solely by Zhu. Upon his return, he showed no inclination to be with her, opting instead to stay with Zhu, which left the Marquise feeling deeply unsettled. Observing her current predicament, her resentment towards the heir grew ever stronger. Yet, having lost her authority over household matters, she found herself powerless. Soon, the grand wedding of the eldest son and the daughter of the Shang family arrived. The festivities at the Yong'an Marquis were lavishly orchestrated. The Earl's household also made a dignified match, offering an exceptionally generous dowry. The flowing stream of bridal gifts entered the Yong'an Marquis alongside the new bride, while the sounds of firecrackers resonated through the air. Residents from nearby noble families came to partake in the joyous occasion. On this day, the entire household was mobilized. The heir even accompanied the procession to receive the bride, while Yongli followed alongside the second young lady to welcome her. In truth, for the concubine Zhuhui, this day held utmost significance. The arrival of the eldest son's legitimate wife would determine the nature of her future life. She felt a sense of trepidation, which Yongli understood all too well. However, such matters were ultimately dictated by fate. Serving as a maid, one often found oneself powerless to influence their own destiny. The new bride, supported by the matrons of honor, entered the Marquis amidst a throng of admirers, adorned in resplendent red attire and a phoenix crown, her blushing face partially concealed beneath a veil. Once, Yongli had looked upon such scenes with envy. Having scarcely glimpsed a bride's sedan in the past, she had longed for the day when she might receive her master's favor, leave the household to marry, don the red wedding gown, and become the mistress of her own destiny. Yet now, she found herself less concerned. The harrowing dream she had experienced had shown her that these weddings, once deemed irreplaceable during her youth, paled in comparison to the love of a man who truly cherished her. At present, the heir treated her with the utmost kindness, and she felt content. Should the heir's future wife prove to be a virtuous person, she would willingly remain by the heir's side, serving both him and her. Following the customary wedding rituals, bowing to heaven and earth, honoring the ancestors, and the couple bowing to each other, the new bride was escorted to the bridal chamber. Yongli joined the throng of maids, eager to partake in the festivities, managing to catch a handful of wedding candies for good fortune. At some point, the heir appeared beside her, and Yongli, cradling a bounty of sweets and seeds, smiled brightly as she exclaimed, "My lord, I have amassed a great quantity of wedding candies and peanuts." The heir playfully tapped her on the head with his folding fan. "Is this all you've achieved?" With animated enthusiasm, Yongli replied, "These are no ordinary sweets. They symbolize good fortune. I am gathering blessings for you, my lord." "Let us go, the banquet has yet to commence," the heir stated, disinterested in the commotion, wishing to return to Pinewave Courtyard for a moment of respite. However, friends and relatives sought his company, prompting the heir to gesture for Yongli to withdraw quietly. Numerous guests had arrived that day, dignitaries and their families alike. The Yong'an Marquis was indeed a man of power and influence, holding significant sway in the capital, and with his eldest son marrying, nearly half of the city's high-ranking officials were in attendance. As Yongli made her way back to Pinewave Courtyard, she overheard several noble ladies engaged in hushed conversation. "I've heard that the heir has a favored concubine. Does anyone know who she is?" "I've heard that Gu, the heir, even went so far as to spend heavily to take that maid to court, which speaks volumes of his affection. No matter how favored a concubine may be, she remained a servant." Was the heir truly considering elevating her to the status of a legitimate wife? Among the group of noble ladies, one of them intercepted Yongli, inquiring, "Which one of you is the heiress concubine?" Yongli bowed her head respectfully, holding a silk handkerchief filled with wedding treats. "I am new here and do not know," she fabricated. The noble lady waved her hand dismissively, and Yongli seized the opportunity to retreat, popping a red date into her mouth to calm her nerves. Yongli was acutely aware that, given the heir's charm, countless noble ladies likely aspired to marry him. Now that they had the chance to visit the Yong'an Marquis, they would not let this opportunity slip. By having previously witnessed the noble lady's infatuation with the heir at Xian Temple, she now felt a surge of fear. If they discovered that she was the favored concubine, would they not devour her alive? Afterward, the Gu family and their acquaintances enlivened the wedding banquet. The heir, disliking the ruckus, consumed a modest amount before excusing himself. The ladies and gentlemen dined separately, yet the unmarried noble women kept a keen watch on the heir's movements. As he rose to leave, many grew anxious. However, adhering to their noble decorum, most remained still, opting instead to cultivate connections with Gu Wanyu. Yet, some bolder individuals took the initiative, dropping handkerchiefs or deliberately losing earrings, while one even approached the heir, feigning a twisted ankle, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my foot hurts terribly, my lord, please do me the kindness of summoning a physician." The young lady, adorned with flirtatious gestures, paid no heed to the propriety expected of noble women. Chapter 060 Hello, old immortal, you are quite accurate. The young master typically harbors a strong aversion towards women who exhibit such reckless and unruly behavior. Nonetheless, he adheres to the decorum befitting a nobleman, casually summoning a maid to assist these noble ladies with their troubles, before silently turning on his heel and departing. Upon returning to the courtyard, the young master felt his previously restless heart suddenly find tranquility. At that moment, Yoli was amusing herself with a parrot. The parrot, known for its lively disposition, was usually confined to its cage when unobserved, but when people were present, it would incessantly squawk, desperately attempting to escape. Once freed, it would strut about, occasionally flapping its wings and taking short flights, only to land near Yoli and serenade her with its delightful songs, providing endless amusement. As the young master approached with purposeful, he gave it a gentle kick, prompting the parrot to soar up to its perch. Yoli, with a playful smile, inquired, "Young master, I have prepared a hangover remedy for you, would you like to partake?" "Indeed," he replied. Yoli sent Xiao Shuang to fetch it. After sipping the concoction, the young master declared, "Tomorrow, I shall take you out to explore the city." "Are you not attending lessons today?" she asked. "Endless lessons can be quite tedious," he remarked, rising to grasp her hand. "Come, let us bathe together." Yoli's face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "But young master, today is the grand wedding of the eldest son, and there are numerous guests outside." The young master retorted, "Do they intend to invade my courtyard?" Feigning innocence, Yoli asked, "So many noble ladies have arrived today. Do you have a favorite among them?" With a stern expression, he answered, "None." Perceiving his tone, Yoli wisely refrained from further questioning. As the eldest son celebrated his wedding night, the young master insisted on sharing the moment with Yoli, draping a piece of red cloth over her as if it were a bridal veil, demonstrating a playful mastery of the situation. Yoli, thoroughly exasperated by his antics, inwardly cursed him, yet found her annoyance dissipating the following day when he took her out for a leisurely day, thus softening her heart towards him. He playfully pinched her nose, teasing her about her increasingly fiery temper. On this winter solstice, Yoli donned a beautifully crafted coat and skirt, wrapped in a flowing cloak, standing gracefully beside the young master. She had been nurtured into a delicate beauty, reminiscent of blooming plum blossoms in the early morning, elegant begonia in early spring, and resplendent peonies basking under the bright sun, vibrant and exquisite. The young master delighted in cherishing his flower, treasuring each petal with utmost care. The streets were bustling with activity on this winter solstice, featuring the popular game of Guanpu. Guanpu is a gambling game that, for instance, if a customer wishes to buy wine, the shopkeeper would stake a bottle as the wager, while the customer would gamble an amount far below the market price of the bottle. The game would commence with the shopkeeper presenting a divination board in darts. The divination board, adorned with 64 hexagrams, would have images of small animals affixed to each hexagram. From a certain distance, one would aim and throw darts at the rapidly spinning board. Should fortune favor the customer and they strike the pre-agreed animal, congratulations, the exquisite wine is theirs for free. If they miss, their wager is immediately forfeited to the shopkeeper. Customers dissatisfied with their luck may wager again, allowing one throw for each stake until they successfully hit an animal. Variations of the game abound, with coin tossing being quite common. At that moment, Yoli found herself at a barbecue stall, where freshly roasted delicacies such as pigskin, wild duck, and crystal-clear fried fish were being sold. The tantalizing aroma of grilling meat rendered her unable to move. Coincidentally, the stall owner had also set up a game of guanpu, prompting Yoli to produce a coin to participate. The young master suggested she simply purchase the food, yet Yoli was torn between her desire to play and to eat. Thus, he observed as she engaged in 3 rounds of the game, losing spectacularly, her losses would have sufficed to buy 2 skewers of barbecued meat. With a pouting face, Yoli lamented her fate, while the stall owner chuckled, "My dear lady, hitting the target with darts is not as easy as it seems. If you wish to try again, I shall grant you 3 skewers of roasted pigskin if you succeed, and even 1 if you fail." It must be said, Yoli mused that it would have been wiser to simply spend her money on food. Lamenting her losses, however, the young master, with a playful grip on her hand, took her dart and, to her astonishment, struck the designated pig image. Yoli nearly leapt with joy at her good fortune. The stall owner was equally surprised. In the course of business, it was indeed a rarity for a customer to hit the target. Out of 10 customers, only 2 would typically succeed. To witness the young master effortlessly guiding Yoli's hand to victory was a true marvel. As per their agreement, he rewarded Yoli with 3 skewers of roasted meat, assuring her that their stall served the. It is better for the young master to consume less. Yoli had her own justifications, relishing her portion with unabashed delight. The young master chuckled, realizing he had been outwitted by her double standards. Yoli continued to revel in the various festivities of the winter solstice, where a myriad of activities filled the streets. Thanks to the young master's dart-throwing prowess, he was frequently called upon to showcase his skills. Little did he expect that the lessons he had diligently studied would find practical application on the bustling streets. How lamentable and ironic. You should express your gratitude to me for providing you with this opportunity, Yoli declared, her spirits high as she strolled alongside the young master. Yet unbeknownst to her, a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated upon her with malice. A chill crept along Yoli's spine as she sensed a disquieting presence. Noticing her sudden shiver, the young master inquired, "Are you cold?" Yoli nodded, prompting him to wrap an arm around her as they made their way back to the carriage. Greenwillow, observing from afar, was dressed in plain, threadbare garments, accompanied only by a maidservant. Since being forcibly aborted, her health had deteriorated. Fortunately, the eldest son had discreetly intervened, ensuring her survival, yet she had been cast out of the residence. Although the eldest son harbored feelings for her, he had found her a place to reside and permitted her to manage a badminton business. However, misfortunes beset her, as the badminton venture encountered significant issues, particularly with customer service. Her proposed solutions fell short, leading the eldest son to gradually lose patience with her. The scheme she devised to feign a familial connection failed to help the Madame Ho eliminate Yoli and instead stripped her of her management rights, incurring the disdain of the matriarch. In a fit of rage, the Madame Ho dispatched individuals to locate her and sold her into a brothel. Subsequently, the eldest son secretly redeemed her. As Greenwillow wallowed in her sorrow, the eldest son wed. Confused and aggrieved, she pondered how she had fallen to such depths, why her luck had turned so sour. She was a modern individual, having undergone elite training, and should have thrived in ancient times. Eventually, the realization dawned upon her: her fate was sealed from the moment of her transmigration, determined by her birth. In ancient times, one's social standing dictated the course of their life. Thus, she found herself unable to alter her destiny. With the eldest son marrying a highborn lady, she felt thoroughly abandoned. Unwilling to accept her fate, she resolved to seek a physician to restore her health, hoping to conceive another child with the eldest son and secure his affection. Yet, fate intervened again, and she crossed paths with Yoli. Seeing Yoli living the life she had long yearned for ignited a fury within Greenwillow. Just as she grasped the immutability of her social fate, she beheld Yoli, who appeared to be thriving. Why did she deserve such fortune? That wretched girl had also started as a lowly maid, yet here she was, cherished by the young master. In this overwhelming sense of injustice, Greenwillow's psyche twisted. She refused to believe that she would be outdone by an insignificant maid from the lower echelons of society. Absolutely not. Yoli, sensing a malevolent gaze upon her, lifted the carriage curtain to peer outside, only to catch sight of Greenwillow, seething with jealousy. The intensity of Greenwillow's glare could only be described as one that craved her annihilation. Yoli lowered the curtain. The young master placed a hand warmer into her palm, inquiring, "What troubles you?" "I spotted Greenwillow," she replied. "Whom?" The young master lifted the curtain to glance outside, only to find Greenwillow had already turned away. She had spotted a fortune-teller nearby and approached to seek insight. Since her arrival in this world, she had believed herself plagued by misfortune. Prior to her transmigration, she had indulged in such mystical arts, even having cared for a tie spirit. In her former life, she had prospered, and now, she resolved to revisit those practices. The fortune-teller examined Greenwillow's birthdate and, after some deliberation, concluded, "Young lady, your recent fate has been tumultuous, as you have encountered a person who is your nemesis." Greenwillow's eyes widened in astonishment. "Old immortal, you are remarkably accurate. Is this person not Yoli?" Each encounter with Yoli seemed to spell disaster for her. The fortune-teller stroked his beard with a knowing smile and continued, "You will face another tribulation. Should you overcome this individual, you shall ascend to great heights and enjoy a life of luxury." Greenwillow, brimming with excitement, asked, "Who is this person?" "The secrets of fate are not to be revealed," the fortune-teller teased, deliberately withholding information. Greenwillow grasped his implication, promptly offering him 30 coins. The fortune-teller accepted the payment, declaring, "This person is a woman." Greenwillow quickly deduced, it must be Yoli. Even in her past actions against her, she would not relent. "Very well. She shall meet her end at my hands." Upon returning to the estate with the young master, Yoli delivered the gifts he had procured to the second young lady. When she arrived at Mingwei Pavilion, she encountered the newlywed Shang Ruling. Having recently married, Shang Ruling had honored her in-laws with tea and acquainted herself with the household's occupants before visiting Gu Wanyue for a chat. As they sipped tea and conversed, Yoli presented the exquisite pastries and satin she had purchased, greeting them with courtesy. Normally, Gu Wanyue would invite Yoli to sit and converse when she arrived, but with Shang Ruling present, she feared her status might provoke discomfort. Instead, she simply remarked, "Here, take some of the rouge I just made." Calling for Bao Chui, she had her fetch it for Yoli, who expressed her gratitude with a bow. Shang Ruling set down her teacup, casting a scrutinizing glance at Yoli. The young masteress' affection for his maid was well known, and she thought it more fitting to share tea and conversation together. Yoli and Gu Wanyue exchanged subtle glances. With a smile, Gu Wanyue addressed Shang Ruling, "Sister-in-law, do you find conversing with me dull?" Shang Ruling merely stated, "At Cin Temple, I genuinely believed she was your maidservant. I had no notion she was the young master's favored maid." Her words carried an implied reproach towards Gu Wanyue for not revealing the truth. Had she known, Shang Ruling believed she wouldn't have been so easily dismissive of Yoli's status. "Yet what difference does it make?" Gu Wanyue replied with a smile. "My brother and I have always shared everything. Those who serve him are naturally my servants as well." Shang Ruling's gaze shifted towards Yoli, who stood silently by. Chapter 61. With a whispering serenity, she approaches on a path of shattered jade. The young pair indeed maintains a decorum that is commendable. She does not allow the heir's affection to render her arrogant. At this moment, she stands there with a modest demeanor, her head bowed and eyes downcast, appearing more agreeable than that green willow. Yet, it is merely a slight improvement. Shang Ruling's gaze subtly appraises the young pair. Though she is a concubine, her attire is impeccable, a splendid silk gown adorned with a vermilion hairpin and earrings, accentuating her breathtaking beauty even further. The young pair possesses a visage that could evoke envy even among the esteemed young ladies. It dawned on Shang Ruling that the heir was not as indifferent to women as she had presumed, and his delay in marrying was not solely due to his academic pursuits, but rather because he had a beauty such as this in his household. Although Shang Ruling is now wed to the eldest son, her admiration has always been directed towards the exceptionally talented heir. Who among the noble ladies in the capital does not harbor a fondness for the heir? He possesses a distinguished lineage, striking looks, and exceptional intellect, truly a paragon of perfection. Yet, the heir has chosen to elevate such a lowly maid. As the most ardent supporter of the heir, Shang Ruling feels a deep-seated discomfort towards the young pair. Gu Wanyu, noticing the change in Shang Ruling's expression, promptly suggested that the young pair take her leave. The young pair, sensing the unfriendly gaze of Shang Ruling, complied, bowing as she exited. She suspected that the animosity stemmed from their previous encounter at the Cin Temple. It would be wise to avoid further troubles and not provoke any misfortune. Once the young pair had departed, Gu Wanyu instructed Bao Chui to arrange the pastries that the young pair had brought for Shang Ruling. Shang Ruling regarded this with disdain, thinking to herself that Wanyu's brother seems quite taken with this maid. The sarcasm in her tone was unmistakable. Gu Wanyu, ever gracious, responded to the young pair as well-mannered and diligently attends to my brother's daily needs, which has made his life considerably easier. A capable maid such as her deserves recognition. However, Shang Ruling retorted, at the Cin Temple, she conversed privately with that green willow about matters pertaining. Gu Wanyu, adding incense to the nearby Basan furnace, calmly replied, "And what of it? Do you not think it imprudent to keep a maid with such questionable intentions by your brother's side?" Gu Wanyu replied coolly, "I am only concerned with my brother's happiness. If he is content, it is worth more than gold." Shang Ruling fell silent, interpreting her words in a different light. The heir was indeed happy with that lowly maid. Surely, it must be the maid's seduction at play. Infuriating, Gu Wanyu continued, "The human heart is the most elusive of things. Is it truly feasible for a sister-in-law to discern the thoughts of those who serve her at all times?" Shang Ruling pursed her lips. Gu Wanyu, with a smile, added, "When a servant errs, they should be punished. When they perform well, they should be rewarded. A master ought to be clear about rewards and penalties, not constantly suspicious of their thoughts, lest they exhaust themselves with worry." Shang Ruling tactically sipped her tea, and after a moment, took her leave to return to her quarters. Upon arrival, she discovered her newlywed husband had yet to return, prompting her to inquire with Ju Rue. Ju Rue, an early concubine of the eldest son, was of a compliant nature. Since Shang Ruling's marriage, Ju Rue had willingly attended to her, but Shang Ruling had never cared for the likes of concubines and had considered dismissing them all. However, given her recent arrival, she hesitated to act hastily. Ju Rue, with a submissive demeanor, informed her, the eldest son often ventures out for business, sometimes not returning for several days. Shang Ruling scrutinized Ju Rue, questioning, "In the past, did the eldest son favor you more, or that green willow?" Ju Rue, sensing the tension, cautiously replied, "Naturally, it was Green Willow who received his favor. I would not dare to compare myself to her." "Oh, do elaborate." "My lady may not be aware, but that Green Willow is quite notorious for her promiscuity and has ensnared the eldest son many times. Despite this, he continues to dote upon her, allowing her to evade numerous punishments." "And where is she now?" Shang Ruling regarded Ju Rue with a dismissive air, yet her intuition warned her that Green Willow posed a risk. "I do not know. I only heard she was sent away, but to where, I cannot say." "Do you think the eldest son may have secretly purchased her?" This question left Zhu Rui at a loss for words. From her hesitant demeanor, Shang Ruling discerned the truth. The eldest son likely still harbored feelings for Green Willow and might be clandestinely indulging her outside, sharing tender moments. The mere thought ignited a blaze of fury within Shang Ruling. Those wretched maids, those vixens, she hoped fervently that she would not uncover the truth. Days passed, and the plum blossoms in the garden bloomed with exquisite beauty. The young pair ventured to the plum garden to gather snow water from the branches to brew tea for the air. Ordinarily, this task would not fall upon her, and the air would not permit her to brave the cold, but with the heir and his peers away for their studies, the young pair took the opportunity to join Bao Chui in gathering snow water. Zhu Rui and Bao Chui had just arrived as well. Bao Chui had previously cautioned the young pair to be wary of Shang Ruling, sensing that she held a grudge against her. The young pair shared this sentiment. At that moment, both were eager to learn more about Zhu Rui's experiences in the Yuhua courtyard and to discern the character of this new mistress. Zhu Rui, burdened with grievances regarding Shang Ruling, lamented, "This new mistress is truly difficult to please. Since my arrival, she has insisted I maintain strict decorum, demanding that I rise early to collect snow water for her tea. As the young pair advised, should this mistress prove intolerable, you might seek an audience with the lady of the house to request a change of quarters." Bao Chui chimed in, "Indeed, if I were in your position, I would prefer to be a spinster rather than endure such torment from my mistress." "Zhu Rui, do you still harbor feelings for the eldest son?" Sighing, Zhu Rui replied, "I believe that by serving the eldest son, my devotion would be rewarded. I never considered seeking refuge elsewhere." Zhu Rui had hoped that since she had lost her virtue to the eldest son, the lady would view her favorably, and she could endure until she attained the status of a concubine, eventually bearing a child or two, which would suffice for her contentment. She had never contemplated leaving. Furthermore, Zhu Rui was acutely aware of her status. If she were to marry another, her life would be far from pleasant, reduced to menial tasks of washing, cooking, and child-rearing. It was far better to remain with the eldest son, striving for the position of a concubine, thus securing a more comfortable existence. The young pair, understanding Zhu Rui's thoughts, refrained from further discussion. Being a maid often entailed a multitude of helpless circumstances, with little control over one's fate. The young pair regarded herself as fortunate, having faced little hardship in the Marquis's residence and having arrived by the heir's side early on. The heir treated her with kindness, providing her with a sense of security. Should anyone suggest she leave the heir now, she would be unwilling to entertain such an idea. She gazed upwards at the falling white snow, pondering when the heir might return home and whether he was well. In this season of swirling snowflakes, the Marquis's residence was adorned in a cloak of silver, the heavy snow causing branches to bow under its weight and a chill permeating the air. Shang Ruling, accompanied by her servants, was en route to seek out the Marquis's lady when she unexpectedly encountered the returning heir amidst the flurry of white snow. The Gu heir donned a brocade fur cloak, his head adorned with a snow hat, striding purposefully across the path of shattered jade, his steps steady as he entered the inner courtyard. Shang Ruling involuntarily halted, captivated by the sight of the heir, her heart racing uncontrollably. Chapter 62. The concerns of the sister-in-law. Shang Ruling had long harbored an admiration for the young master, and upon seeing him now, he appeared to her as a celestial being. Gu, the young master, possessed an exquisite countenance, with phoenix-like eyes and a nose that resembled a delicate pendant, as if he had stepped directly from a painting. Shang Ruling could not help but compare him to her husband, ultimately concluding that her spouse paled in comparison. Though her husband was not unattractive, he simply could not compete with the young masteress' striking looks. It was said that the young masteress' mother, who had passed away, was once a renowned beauty in the capital, and it was evident that he had inherited her remarkable features. The young masteress' complexion was a cool white, while her husband, due to his constant outdoor endeavors, had a darker skin tone, which did not align with Shang Ruling's preferences. The young master exuded elegance, his presence suffused with the aura of a scholar, and even in a voluminous brocade robe, his stature was commanding. In contrast, her husband's demeanor was somewhat frivolous, and his lanky frame did not appeal to her. Moreover, the young master was undeniably tall. This was the first time Shang Ruling had gazed so intently at a man, utterly lost in her admiration, unaware of the young master approaching her until he stood merely a few paces away. He bowed courteously, addressing her as eldest sister-in-law. Shang Ruling, brought back to her senses, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She lowered her gaze and returned the gesture. "Has my younger brother just returned?" she inquired. "Yes, I was about to pay my respects to grandmother," the young master replied casually, stepping aside to let her pass. With a crimson face, Shang Ruling lowered her head and took a few steps, only to find the young master striding away. She turned back, gazing dreamily after him. Though she had only recently married, she had already sought information about the young master. The household spoke highly of him, noting his integrity and self-discipline. He was known to never engage in impropriety, unlike her husband, who had previously kept several concubines, most of whom had been dismissed by their mother-in-law. To this day, the young master had only taken in the young maid, Yoli. Many maids envied Yoli, claiming she was fortunate to be so cherished by the young master, who had personally dealt with any suitors with ulterior motives seeking her hand, showcasing his affection. Not only outsiders, but even Shang Ruling felt a pang of jealousy. How could a mere maid receive such lavish treatment from the young master? Yet now, as she was already his sister-in-law, some thoughts were best left unspoken. After paying his respects to grandmother, the old lady invited him to join her for lunch. The young master sent word to Yoli in Songtao courtyard, ensuring she would not be left in vain anticipation. He enjoyed a meal with the old lady, sharing tales of his travels, which she listened to with great attentiveness, her gaze filled with affection and pride. To the old lady, she saw the bright future of the Ho family unfolding before her. After their conversation, the young master emerged to find Yoli waiting outside. Upon seeing him, she approached with a radiant smile, assisting him in donning his cloak and snow cap. The young master bent slightly to facilitate her service, asking, "Didn't I tell you not to come?" "I missed you, young master, and wished to see you as soon as possible," Yoli replied with a smile. The young master paused for a moment, then a smile graced his lips as he grasped her hand, their fingers entwined, and together they exited Shoan Hall. As they walked towards Songtao courtyard, Yoli spoke of her efforts to collect plum blossom snow water, explaining that she had anticipated his return and had risen before dawn to gather snow-laden branches with Baotsui and the others in the plum garden, preparing hot water to brew tea for him. Excellent, they conversed, exuding the camaraderie of a long-married couple. However, they soon encountered Shang Ruling. Yoli quickly released the young master's hand and, adhering to propriety, offered her respects to Shang Ruling. Shang Ruling did not regard Yoli, instead greeting the young master with a radiant smile. "What a coincidence, dear brother. I've heard the flowers in the plum garden are in full bloom. I was just about to take a look." The young master concealed his earlier warmth, responding with a cool demeanor, "Eldest sister-in-law, please feel free." He graciously stepped aside, causing Shang Ruling's heart to constrict. Although she had married into the Gu family, it was still inappropriate for a sister-in-law to seek an audience with her younger brother. She had lingered in the cold for quite some time, yearning for another glimpse of him, yet his single remark extinguished her hopes. As she passed by him, the young master and Yoli continued on. Turning back, she heard Yoli cheerfully exclaim, "This morning, I also cut some plum blossoms and arranged them in the azure vase in the sleeping quarters. If my arrangement is lacking, please help me refine it, young master." "All right, I shall take a look shortly," came the young master's gentle reply. Shang Ruling stood entranced, while her maid, Chunying, softly called to her, "Madam." Chunying had served Shang Ruling since childhood and was keenly aware of her mistresses. She knew that Shang Ruling had chosen to wed the eldest son merely to remain closer to the young master, yet now that they were in the relationship of uncle and sister-in-law, it was prudent to maintain some distance. Should others discern the truth, it would indeed spell disaster. The young master and Yoli returned to their quarters, where the main room had already been prepared with a warm charcoal fire, bathing the space in comfort. The kitchen's hot water was also ready, and Yoli assisted him in bathing. After several days away, the young master, who was typically fastidious about cleanliness, found this lack of proper washing rather uncomfortable. Now, relishing Yoli's attentive care, he felt utterly at ease. Yoli had even brewed hot tea using the plum blossom snow water, and as the young master sipped, he recounted the sights and experiences of his journey. There is truth in the saying that reading 1,000 books is no match for traveling 1,000 miles. Only by venturing out can one truly grasp the myriad of wonders the world holds. The young master planned to take Yoli and his sister out for a proper excursion once the spring examinations concluded. After his bath, Yoli helped him dry his hair as he sat cross-legged on the couch, observing her as she arranged the flowers in the vase. Flower arranging was an essential skill for the young ladies of the household, a basic form of aesthetics, and Yoli occasionally learned from Gu Wanyu. The young master found this art fascinating, believing that flower arranging was a means of self-cultivation and emotional refinement, and he held his own opinions on the matter. Yoli, ever the supportive partner, watched as the young master skillfully trimmed the flowers. He glanced back at her, selecting a bloom from the trimmed branches to place in her hair, prompting a soft, sweet smile from Yoli. In the young master's eyes, she truly appeared more enchanting than the flowers themselves. He leaned in and kissed her. Yoli, taken aback, felt a rush of warmth and excitement, aware that their actions in broad daylight could lead to scandal. "Young master, we cannot," she protested. "What does it matter? Who would dare speak ill of us?" he replied, for the majority of those in the courtyard were from his maternal family, and he was known for his strict governance. Those who dared to transgress did so at their own peril. "But we cannot indulge in such behavior during the day," Yoli insisted. "Moreover, there are no secrets that remain hidden. If even a whisper escapes, your illustrious reputation could be tarnished." The young master, renowned for his self-restraint and adherence to propriety, seemed unfazed by her concerns. He promptly pressed her down onto the couch, teasingly asking, "What is so brilliant about my actions that you should elaborate? If you speak falsely, you shall see how I deal with you." As he spoke, he began to tickle her. Yoli, caught in fits of laughter, begged for mercy. Young master, I haven't even spoken yet. You re-breaking the rules. Just then, a servant knocked at the door to report, young master. Only then did the young master and Yoli cease their playful antics, and he inquired, what is it? Chapter 063. The invitation from the sister-in-law. The old woman reported just now, the eldest young master personally came over, stating that he had purchased venison and invited you to his courtyard at the hour of the rooster to drink wine and feast on meat. He also requested that Miss Yoli accompany you, to revel with the other ladies. Understood. The young master was somewhat reluctant to attend, saying to Yoli, going there will leave a scent upon us, and we shall need to wash again. Bathing was one matter, but washing one's hair was quite another inconvenience. Yoli replied, then let us not go. I will have someone decline the invitation for the elder, saying you have just returned and are quite fatigued. Very well. Yoli continued to wring out his hair with a cotton cloth, and diligently combed his hair with a horn comb, gently massaging his scalp. The young master lay beside her, thoroughly enjoying her attentive service. Later, Gu Wanyue arrived. She came to check on her brother upon hearing of his return, and also to inquire if the young master wished to join them for roasted venison at Yuhua courtyard. Shang Ruling had also sent her an invitation. The young master merely expressed his weariness and declined, saying, Moon, you need not go either, you are delicate, how can you eat roasted venison? I fear it would not sit well with you. Gu Wanyue shared this sentiment. She had intended to join in the merriment, but since her brother would not attend, she resolved not to go as well, to avoid any potential quarrel with the third sister, Gu Wanying, thus preserving her dignity. During this trip, the young master had brought gifts for his sister and Yoli. He procured a precious score of music for his sister and a calligraphy book of floral motifs for Yoli, encouraging her to persist in her practice and not to cease. Though the young master appeared aloof, he never forgot to bring gifts for them upon his return from each journey. Displaying a warm-hearted nature, Yoli had developed a particular fondness for practicing calligraphy, diligently writing each day regardless of her busy schedule, her skills having significantly improved. Just as the young master returned, he wished to assess her progress, and coincidentally, Gu Wanyue was present to witness it. Observing Yoli's writing, Gu Wanyue could not help but praise, your calligraphy has greatly improved, Yoli. Even I feel a sense of inferiority. Yoli hurriedly responded, second miss is merely jesting. I am far from your level. With that, she excused herself, allowing the siblings to converse. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Yoli helped him don his garments, adjusted the charcoal brazier, and opened a window for ventilation. The young master had already reclined on the bed, patting the space beside him, signaling Yoli to come closer. Yoli extinguished 2 lamps and then lowered the curtains before lying beside him. Why are your feet so cold? The young master, warm in body, offered his feet to warm hers. What of the hot water bottle? Yoli laughed, no need for that. I shall warm up shortly. The young master's chamber was heated with high-quality charcoal, and after lying there for a while, she felt comfortably warm. Yoli began discussing the situation at Shitting Tower, explaining how she had encouraged the cooks to actively explore new dishes. The introduction of these new recipes had garnered considerable favor from customers, leading the manager to remark that many old patrons had returned, alongside new clientele. Yoli calculated that this month's profits had doubled compared to the last. Ah, so you are making money, the young master teased. Yoli replied, I merely earn a modest sum, it is you who reaps a bountiful harvest, surely, my earnings could be used to buy you ornaments and garments? The young master leaned down to kiss her. If you desire, then Shitting Tower shall belong to you from now on. Yoli was taken aback, how could I possess an establishment? Next year, when I take a concubine for you, it shall be yours, will it not? The young master was already nibbling at her neck. Yoli felt immense joy, my lord, you must not jest with me. Pray tell, when have I ever spoken falsely? Yoli, filled with happiness, playfully pushed the young Yoli, anticipating her future ownership of Shitting Tower, exerted herself particularly to please him that night. The young master, satisfied, requested her 3 times. Typically, they would only engage once or twice in an evening, but tonight he seemed particularly fervent, as if insatiable. Exhausted yet content, Yoli thought of Shitting Tower and felt it was all worthwhile. The following morning, both indulged in a leisurely slumber. However, the young master arose first, permitting Yoli to rest longer. He dressed and ventured out to greet the elderly matriarch. Upon his return, Yoli had also awakened, readying herself in front of the mirror. The young master watched her with a smile. Yoli blushed momentarily, playfully scolding, my lord, if you gaze at me thus, I shall not be able to draw my brows properly. Allow me to assist you, the young master offered, moving a stool closer, taking up a brow pencil to assist her. This brow pencil was a rare treasure, a reward he had acquired from the palace, and he was quite generous in gifting it to her. They resembled a typical couple, the husband delicately shaping his wife's brows and tinting her lips. When the young master was particularly spirited, he would even taste the rouge from her lips, causing Yoli to blush further. Despite his cool demeanor in public, within the confines of their chamber, he exhibited a rather playful side, often engaging her in. Yoli found herself at a loss with his antics. At this moment, he lifted her to practice squats while simultaneously sampling the color from her lips. Yoli was thoroughly amused, her tongue tingling from the playful teasing, yet he continued to pursue her until the autumn frost outside inquired whether breakfast should be prepared. Only then did they realize they had yet to partake in the morning meal. The young master set her down, and Yoli, feeling bashful, playfully punched his chest. "You are too mischievous. My lip makeup is ruined." "Such a trivial matter, we can fix it later." The young master smiled, wrapping his arms around her and whispering in her ear, "Ali, I find myself desiring you once more." Last night was still insufficient. He remained vigorous, but she, with a pitiful plea for mercy, could only temporarily evade him. Yoli could already sense his eagerness, which caused her legs to weaken in fright, prompting her to hastily exit the inner chamber, eliciting a chuckle from the young master. Before noon, Shang Ruling had already arrived, still regarding the matter of the roasted venison from the previous day. "Second brother, your elder brother has been thinking of you. He mentioned that since you just returned yesterday, it was perhaps too hasty to extend an invitation. Many young ladies in the household are also reluctant to come this evening, fearing they cannot digest the venison. Thus, your elder brother and I have decided to postpone the gathering to today at noon. Fortunately, it is winter, and the venison will not spoil if left for a while. After all, it is a family gathering, and joyfully sharing venison is what truly matters." Shang Ruling arrived elegantly, her countenance adorned with a festive and gentle smile, her voice deliberately sweetened and airy. As the new bride of the Gu family, she personally came to invite her younger brother-in-law, and naturally, the young master could not refuse her request and promptly agreed. However, Yoli felt a twinge of confusion. If it were to be a personal invitation for the young master, it should have been from the eldest young master, not the new bride. Was this not against propriety? Yet, as they were pleased to come, Yoli could not voice her thoughts. Nevertheless, the new lady's voice was overly affected, sending shivers down one's spine. She did not usually speak in such a manner. Today was indeed quite peculiar. That radiant smile of Shang Ruling shifted from the young master to Yoli. Chapter 064. A disrespect to one's elders is a grave sin. The young lady, gracefully swaying, adorned in a crimson satin gown embellished with golden threads, accentuated her radiant complexion, resembling a proud plum blossom flourishing amidst frost and snow. At this moment, she obediently trailed beside the young master, captivating in her beauty. Upon casting a glance, Shang Ruling's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain, though her countenance remained adorned with a smile. Yuli accompanied her, fully aware that with her attentiveness to the young master, they could trust her to serve him venison. Yuli's respectful bow served as a reply, yet she remained observant of the young master's intentions. Should he not bid her to accompany him, she would naturally refrain from doing so. However, before anyone could refuse, Shang Ruling took hold of Yuli's hand and declared, "Come along, the sisters have long since arrived. It would be delightful for you to join them in merriment." Yuli turned to glance at the young master, who gently urged, "You may go ahead, I shall follow shortly." Shang Ruling smirked knowingly. Indeed, it was apparent that Gu Shizi's heart was wholly ensnared by this little maid. Once outside, Shang Ruling released Yuli's hand, adopting the demeanor of a mistress, lifting her chin imperiously. "There is nothing extraordinary in my service." Shang Ruling retorted with a sarcastic tone, "How modest of you, who does not know that the young master now favors only you?" Yuli, ever compliant, replied, "As a maid, I am but a humble willow. I am deeply aware of the young master's kindness and feel quite anxious about it." Shang Ruling's lips curled into a derisive smirk. "The young master is a figure of great worth, destined for a future in the marquisate, to serve the court and benefit the populace. While your service is commendable, do not jeopardize his health or jeopardize his promising future." Yuli pressed her lips together and met Shang Ruling's gaze straightforwardly. "Your ladyship's admonitions are indeed wise." Shang Ruling ceased her banter, placing her hand upon the maid's wrist, striding forth. Yuli slowly smiled. This elder sister was truly intriguing. She had taken to concerning herself with the affairs of the young master's quarters. As Yuli ambled towards the Yuhua courtyard, several young ladies from the Gu family were already gathered in a room, grilling meat and engaging in lively conversation. Yuli chose to sit behind Gu Wanyue, although she enjoyed the young master's favor. Being a concubine set her apart from the legitimate daughters of the Gu family, who might not wish to treat her as an equal. Thus, it felt more appropriate to sit below Gu Wanyue. The distinction of status was vital for those in service. The third young lady, Gu Weiniang, though eager to provoke, found herself momentarily speechless. The young master arrived shortly thereafter, having come to check on the situation. He harbored concerns that Yuli, due to her status, might face exclusion from the unrefined younger sisters, particularly the petty-minded third sister. However, with his own sister present, he deemed the issue manageable. Shang Ruling immediately approached, her smile radiant. "Second brother, your elder brother and the other lads are next door." The eldest son and several younger brothers were grilling nearby. Upon seeing the young master, they beckoned him to join, lamenting his absence. "Your sister-in-law remarked that without your presence, this venison banquet cannot commence. It was she who insisted on personally inviting you." Shang Ruling's demeanor was commendable, pouring tea and offering warm towels, yet the eldest son interjected, "What need is there for tea? Since you are here, wine must be served." Cousin Gu Yufan chimed in, "Elder brother, have you forgotten, last Mid-Autumn Festival, it was only after drinking that you and second brother became so talkative, your mouth never ceasing with food." The eldest son promptly stuffed a piece of steaming venison into his mouth. Curious, Shang Ruling inquired, "What is the matter?" The eldest son urged her to join the men next door, as it was more fitting for her to be with the young ladies. Reluctantly, Shang Ruling's gaze lingered on the young master before she made her way to the next room to seek out the young ladies. It suddenly dawned on her that this year's Mid-Autumn Festival had seen Gu Yufeng and Gu Shizhi embroiled in conflict over a concubine. Men, Gu Wanyue was currently serving Yu Li, delicately offering her grilled venison. Across from them, Gu Weiniang finally seized her opportunity to strike, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "How peculiar." The other young ladies dared not interject. Gu Wanyue, however, would not indulge the third sister's bad habits. She retorted sharply, "Yu Li hails from the grandmother's courtyard and now attends to second brother. Should I not show her respect as a sister? If I neglect her, it would reflect poorly on my position as a sister." The status of various maids and servants differed significantly. For instance, the maids in the old lady's courtyard, regardless of their nobility, deserved a measure of respect. One could not treat them harshly lest it tarnish the old lady's reputation. Although the young master was but the second son, he was also the legitimate heir with a noble title, and thus the maids serving him held a distinct status that not even the lower-ranking young ladies could easily disregard. Gu Wanyue's words clearly mocked Gu Weiniang, suggesting that she did not regard the young master with the respect he deserved. Disrespect to one's elders is indeed a grave sin. The term disrespect refers to the failure to obey and honor one's elder brothers. Thus, when the two brothers had quarreled during the Mid-Autumn Festival, the old lady had been exceedingly incensed, ultimately allowing the matter to dissipate under the pretext of the eldest son being inebriated. Gu Weiniang found herself at a loss for words, feeling suffocated and extremely vexed. Just then, the fourth young lady from the second household intervened. "Today is merely a time for merriment. Let us not be bound by such trivialities. The venison is delicious, let us partake heartily." Before leaving, her mother, Lady Lu, had advised her to be courteous towards Yu Li and to avoid behaving petulantly like the third sister, lest it damage relations with the young master. The young master's willingness to protect Yu Li already indicated her elevated status within the household. Should the young master ascend to a title or hold an esteemed position in the future, his sister would need to rely on his influence to secure a suitable match. Thus, it was prudent to avoid offending Gu Wanyue remarked, "Fourth sister is truly perceptive and well-mannered." Gu Weiniang huffed in frustration. What did that imply? Was she being accused of being unreasonable and obstinate? She glanced at her new sister-in-law, Shang Ruling, hoping for assistance. Shang Ruling, who had only intended to enjoy the unfolding drama, had deliberately brought Yu Li to partake in the venison, undoubtedly stirring discomfort. After all, no respectable daughter would tolerate sharing an equal footing with a maid. Such an arrangement would inevitably lead to snide remarks directed at Yu Li, a humiliation that those with thin skins might struggle to bear. As expected, it wasn't long before the younger sister, Gu Weiniang, could no longer restrain herself and launched an attack while Shang Ruling secretly reveled in the unfolding situation. She was taken aback by Gu Wanyue's staunch defense of Yu Li. Did Gu Wanyue not feel even a twinge of discomfort? The reactions of the other young ladies also surprised her. Rather than join in the mockery, they chose to diffuse the tension. Were all the Gu family daughters so lacking in spirit? If this were in the Shang household, a concubine would never be permitted at the table. She would have been promptly dismissed. Gu Weiniang continued to cast discreet glances at Shang Ruling, seeking her aid. Surely, her own sister-in-law would come to her defense. Chapter 065 of the Poetic Chain Game. In response to Gu Weiniang's insinuations, Shang Ruling did not immediately furnish a reply. Although she felt a sense of indignation within, she was reluctant to offend the young master Gu. She yearned to leave a favorable impression in his heart. It was her desire to have others provoke Yoli while she herself garnered a reputation for grace. Gu Wanyue had aptly pointed out earlier that offending Yoli essentially meant disregarding the young master. After grappling with her thoughts, Shang Ruling finally smiled and said, "Miss Yoli is my esteemed guest. Today we shall all dine and drink together without any reservations. Harmony is paramount." Gu Weiniang was incensed. How could it be that even her sister-in-law would not support her? Rising in a huff, she made to leave, only to be restrained by Shang Ruling. "Third sister, do not act childishly. It is a joyous occasion for us all to feast together. Shang Ruling soothed Gu Weiniang and then informed everyone about the game they were to play. Yoli quietly savored the roasted venison, observing their commotion. She had an inkling that Shang Ruling was not as simple as she appeared. Nevertheless, regardless of her true intentions, at least she was maintaining decorum in front of the young master, ensuring that the atmosphere did not grow too awkward. Yoli only wished to enjoy her venison and then returned to Santao courtyard for a lovely nap. Speaking of which, the roasted venison was indeed delectable. The outer layer was charred while the inside remained tender. With each bite, the crispy texture melded perfectly with the succulent meat, creating an unforgettable culinary experience that felt like a feast unfolding in her mouth. Due to Gu Wanyue's delicate constitution, which made digestion difficult after overeating, and considering Gu Weiniang's earlier remarks meant to provoke, this prompted Gu Wanyue to indulge in a few more pieces herself. However, when Shang Ruling proposed the game, everyone was eager to participate. "What game shall we play?" inquired the fourth Miss Gu. "Let us engage in a poetic chain," Shang Ruling replied cheerfully. The initiator will recite a line of poetry, and the next person must begin their line with the last character of the previous line, without any restrictions on form. Whoever cannot respond in turn will face a drinking penalty. The highborn ladies, all well-versed in literature from a young age, found poetry to be no challenge. Yoli wished merely to be a quiet observer, as servants typically were not invited to participate in such games. She intended to silently watch the young ladies play, offering occasional applause as needed to fulfill her purpose for the day. Yet, Shang Ruling would not allow her to escape so easily. Since Yoli had come to enjoy the feast, she must partake in the game as well. The other young ladies turned their gazes towards her. "Madam, please, I cannot participate. I hardly drink," Yoli protested. She had previously tried some alcohol but had developed rashes and itching, leading her to abstain. Since then, the young master was not one to indulge excessively in drink, so occasions for her to encounter alcohol were rare. Gu Weiniang immediately interjected, "Do not make excuses. Since you are here, how can you not join in the fun? We cannot allow you to dampen the spirits here. Not being able to drink is a boon. Let us intoxicate her and make her a source of embarrassment." Humph. Gu Weiniang seethed with resentment towards Yoli due to her maternal uncle's fall from grace. Her mother had lost control of the household, leading to her own tarnished reputation in the aristocratic circles, with Yoli being a significant factor in this misfortune. Despite Yoli's innocence in the matter, Gu Weiniang held a deep-seated animosity towards her. The other young ladies chimed in, encouraging Yoli to join the game as well. "Since we are all here, let us partake together for amusement. Indeed, there is no master-servant distinction here. Do not be so reserved." Gu Wanyue, witnessing the enthusiasm around her, turned to Yoli, saying, "As it is a game, should you lose, simply drink a bit. There is no need to take it too seriously." Gu Weiniang retorted, "If one does not accept the penalty graciously, what is the point of the game?" Shang Ruling added, "In the end, it is merely a matter of getting drunk. We can assist you back to rest afterward. It is nothing of great concern." Without giving Yoli a chance to refuse, she initiated the game. Shang Ruling began with, "In the bright day, one must indulge in song and wine." The fourth, "Who is next?" The next turn fell to Gu Weiniang, who pondered for a moment before declaring, "Wine enters the sorrowful heart, transforming into tears of longing." As this was a poetic chain, lyrics were also permissible, so Gu Weiniang's contribution was valid. Following her were the other young ladies from the Gu family, some managing to respond while others could not, leading to penalties of drink, yet everyone was enjoying themselves thoroughly. When Gu Wanyue recited, "As twilight falls, the bell tolls," all eyes turned to Yoli. Having been sold into the household at a young age, her ability to recognize a few characters was commendable, but in terms of classical poetry, it was widely believed that she would falter. Shang Ruling deemed Yoli a simple and unrefined maid, likely unable to recognize even a handful of characters, and thus poured her a drink in a gesture of false kindness, saying, "If you cannot think of a line, feel free to drink instead. If the ladies drink small cups, the maids must drink large ones." This was clearly an act of bullying. Gu Wanyue frowned and remarked, "Third sister, do not be so overt. If Yoli must drink from such a large cup, we shall all have to accept the same punishment." Gu Weiniang retorted confidently, "Then drink, let us drink." She was self-assured, believing she would not be penalized. How could she possibly lose to a mere maid? Absurd. Shang Ruling found it difficult to counter Gu Weiniang's words and could only say, "Drinking from a larger cup is indeed more exhilarating. Yoli, would you like to take a drink first to see how it goes?" As she spoke, a gentle smile adorned her face, her words seemingly considerate. Yoli, not lacking in insight, could easily discern that Gu Weiniang and Shang Ruling were conspiring against her. Gu Wanyue, worried that Yoli might struggle to respond, suggested she take a drink and then leave, to avoid being targeted by the others. To her surprise, Yoli smoothly replied, "The road ahead is long and winding." Everyone paused in astonishment. How could this lowly maid possess such knowledge? Was the young master truly so eager to educate her? Having successfully responded, the next turn fell to Shang Ruling. She was taken aback by Yoli's unexpected competence. Had she not been present, she would have suspected Gu Wanyue of aiding Yoli in cheating. Nevertheless, she continued the game, stating, "Where mountains are piled high and waters are deep, doubts arise." Next was Gu Wanying, who was still reeling from her shock at Yoli's answer. Seething with jealousy, she thought to herself that Yoli was clearly hiding her talents. Just then, she was reminded to respond, and asked, "What was the line again?" Shang Ruling repeated it, but Gu Wanying, unable to recall, was met with a countdown from Gu Wanyue, which only exacerbated her inability to think, resulting in her being penalized with a large cup of wine. The game progressed, growing ever more challenging. Soon, numerous young ladies from the Gu family had succumbed, one after another declaring they could drink no more. Even Gu Wanying became dizzy from intoxication. Only Yoli, Gu Wanyue, and Shang Ruling remained steadfast. Hearing of the lively game, the young gentlemen next door came to see for themselves, only to find the ladies in disarray, swaying and thoroughly inebriated. The young lords were taken aback. The young master observed the three still engaged in the game, noting that only they had not faced penalties thus far. When Yoli recited, "The road is long and full of trials," the next turn fell to Shang Ruling. She found herself on the verge of losing composure, racking her brain for a poetic line that began with 11. Ultimately, Shang Ruling had to accept the penalty, tilting her head back to drink a cup, only to catch sight of the young master standing at the entrance. Fueled by her competitive spirit, she launched into a new line, bitterly lamenting, "Year after year, I am pressed by the golden thread." Gu Wanyue effortlessly followed with, "The thread is soft, the flowers feeble, unable to bear the weight." Next was Yoli. Gu Wanying, nearly beside herself with rage, glared at Yoli with reddened eyes. She could not fathom how this seemingly uneducated maid could possibly respond correctly. In a desperate bid, she filled a large bowl with wine for Yoli, declaring, "If you cannot respond, drink it all." This was blatant targeting and unequivocal. Chapter 66 Insomnia. From anger upon witnessing such blatant bullying, the young master's brows furrowed with displeasure. Ignoring the presence of his siblings, he called out, "Youngli, Ali, it's time to go back." Gu Waning, already feeling the effects of the wine, had consumed a few cups and was now quite tipsy, her temper having also flared considerably. She had initially intended to properly deal with Yongli while under the influence, but upon hearing the call for her to return, she protested indignantly, "We are in the midst of a competition. Why should we go back?" With a huff, she glared at the doorway, only to be met by the young master's icy gaze, which startled her into sobriety. Coming, Yongli responded to the young master's summons and rose to comply. Before departing, however, she completed the next line of poetry of "The world changes with the stars through the autumns." After that, she bid farewell to Shang Ruling and the other young ladies of the Gu family. Outside, the young gentleman applauded Yongli. "Such a remarkable little maid, second brother truly knows how to train people. None of our female servants can compare to her. Yongli must be the most talented maid in our household," they remarked, praising her while inadvertently lauding the young master's skill in mentoring. The young master observed Yongli with a smile, his admiration evident in his eyes. The eldest young master also regarded Yongli with incredulity. "What on earth is my second brother up to? He has raised a concubine into a woman of talent. Isn't a concubine merely a plaything? Training should be about enjoyment in the bedroom, yet my second brother seems to be cultivating her as if preparing her for the civil examinations. What an absurdity!" After bidding farewell to his brothers, the young master led Yongli away. Shang Ruling's expression was far from pleasant. Gu Yuanyu, renowned in the capital for her literary prowess, found no shame in losing to her, yet losing to a lowly maid was utterly intolerable. How could this be? Shang Ruling felt her pride wounded, particularly in front of the young master and the other young gentlemen of the Gu family. How could she ever face them again? Her hands clenched tightly in her sleeves, her knuckles turning pale. That wretched maid. Gu Waning also felt humiliated. She was a lady of the Gu family, yet she was outdone by a mere maid. How could such a thing happen? Frustrated, she began to drink to drown her sorrows, but in her clumsiness, she spilled her drink into the charcoal fire, which instantly sent up a thick cloud of smoke, choking everyone and prompting a hasty retreat outdoors. Fortunately, Gu Wanyu had already left and was near the door when the commotion began. She shook her head, now realizing that Shang Ruling was also rather petty, though she couldn't fathom what her grievance with Yongli was, given their lack of direct rivalry, especially since Yongli was not the concubine of the eldest brother. Could it be related to the incident at Cian Temple? Gu Wanyu was uncertain. However, upon reflection, she recalled how the madam of the Marquis and the third sister had always resented Yongli's capabilities, fearing she might assist her brother in alleviating his burdens. They had always harbored thoughts of driving Yongli away. Now that Shang Ruling had married in, it was only natural for the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to unite. It seemed their positions had begun to clash. It would be prudent for Yongli to exercise greater caution in the future. As Yongli walked back with the young master, she couldn't help but voice her concerns. Young master, I did not intend to draw attention to myself. I truly did not want to drink, but they insisted. I feared that if I drank too much, I would embarrass myself and tarnish your reputation. Yang Li was genuinely concerned about this, and the aggressive demeanor of Shang Ruling and Gu Waning had ignited her competitive spirit, yet, she was surprised by her own resilience to endure for so long. The young master reassured her, "You need not explain to me. I am aware. If others bully you, do not overthink it, simply retaliate, for you represent my honor." Yang Li nodded joyfully, pleased that the young master was not angry. The young master affectionately ruffled her hair, acknowledging her significant progress in poetry. "Your advancements are a result of my guidance and encouragement," she flattered. "This is simply the effect of being close to excellence." The young master, clearly pleased by her compliments, maintained his composure as a dignified figure, refraining from being overly effusive in public. Yang Li, with her sweet tongue, declared, "Every word I speak is the truth, without a hint of exaggeration." She almost raised 3 fingers in a vow. The young master's spirits lifted. He secretly squeezed her palm. The evening's feast of roasted venison was meant to be a joyful occasion, yet afterwards, Shang Ruling was filled with regret. She could not comprehend how, despite her extensive education, she could lose to a maid. This was unforgivable. That night, she tossed and turned, her anger mounting with each passing thought, rendering her unable to sleep. The eldest young master sensed her restlessness and mumbled sleepily, "What troubles you? Are you still vexed about the day's events?" With his mention of the competition, Shang Ruling unleashed her grievances, sitting upright to exclaim, "That concubine is merely a maid." Initially, she was tasked with menial chores in the old lady's courtyard, and then she was elevated to needlework, gaining the old lady's favor, eventually being assigned to serve my second brother. I wonder what schemes she employed to become his top servant. How could she possess such knowledge? She clearly cannot be trusted. The eldest young master, yawning lazily, turned away from her. My second brother is simply fond of these peculiarities. I heard that when he had 3 potential concubines in the courtyard, he even assessed their calligraphy, punishing those who did not meet his standards. Yang Li performed the worst, yet he still chose to cultivate her. Shang Ruling silently admired him. The young master was indeed the most outstanding among the scions of noble families. While others sought mere amusement in their concubines, he valued their cultural refinement. Such a person was a true gentleman. To transform a seemingly dull maid into someone of such talent demonstrated the young master's dedication and effort. Yet, how could such a remarkable young master allow a lowly maid to tarnish his reputation? The more she thought about it, the more envious she became of Yang Li's fortunate circumstances. Shang Ruling felt a surge of indignation. Although she was a concubine, she was still nameless and formless, merely a maid. How could a maid surpass the ladies? What would people say if word got out that the Gu family's daughters were outshone by their servants? As she lamented, the eldest young master had already succumbed to sleep. Hearing him snore, Shang Ruling's frustration deepened. How bothersome, it was already irritating, and now she had to endure his snoring. How could she possibly sleep? Lying back down, she couldn't help but think that this noble lady of high birth was less content than a mere maid. If she were to become the young master's concubine, she would gladly accept. As the thunderous snores of the eldest young master filled the room, she remained wide awake, unable to find rest. Chapter 067 of the labored schemes. At the break of dawn the following day, the eldest son departed, while Shang Ruling went to pay her respects to the Lady Marquis, where Gu Weiniang was also present. The Lady Marquis had evidently been informed by her daughter, Gu Weiniang, about the previous day's indulgences in venison and games. While others might be oblivious, she was acutely aware of the formidable talents possessed by Yoli. Just by glancing at the meticulously copied Buddhist scriptures that Yoli often delivered to her, it was evident that the girl was diligent in her studies. Therefore, it was hardly surprising that she could recite poetry. However, what displeased the Lady Marquis was the realization that a mere maid outshone both her daughter and daughter-in-law. If word of this were to spread, would it not become a source of ridicule? Would those around her not mock her for her inability to educate her children? The old matron had already harbored grievances regarding her teaching skills, and this incident only served to solidify those doubts. Contemplating this, the Lady Marquis's expression grew stern, and she admonished her daughter, remarking that Yoli was merely a concubine and could possess but a limited store of knowledge. As a young lady of a prominent family, Gu Weiniang ought to devote herself to her studies and needlework rather than revel in leisure, lest she fall behind. This incident should serve as a wake-up call for her to exert herself diligently. Gu Weiniang felt wronged by the reprimand. Her disdain for Yoli had only intensified, and the humiliation of being outperformed in poetry by a maid was a bitter pill to swallow. It struck her for the first time that she was, indeed, inferior to Yoli. This realization brought her considerable shame, and now, being chastised by her mother, she could not help but direct her ire towards Yoli. She vowed to rid herself of that insolent maid. Observing Gu Weiniang's ire, Shang Ruling seized the moment to intercede on behalf of her sister-in-law, saying, "Mother, third sister performed admirably yesterday. We were simply unprepared for Yoli's remarkable abilities, a testament to the young master's adept training. We must acknowledge our own shortcomings and accept that we fall short in comparison. Although Shang Ruling harbored her own discomfort towards Yoli, she had now married and needed to maintain an image of grace and decorum, proving herself to be knowledgeable and magnanimous. Only through such composure could she earn the approval of her elders, thereby increasing her chances of reclaiming the household authority for the main branch in the future. Thus, she could not overtly target a mere concubine, as it would only diminish her own standing. The Lady Marquise regarded her new daughter-in-law, perceiving her as somewhat naive. Yet, how could naivety be tolerated? Without a capable ally, how could she hope to reclaim the authority of the household from the Liu family? It was prudent to test this daughter-in-law's capabilities. Thus, the Lady Marquise proposed, "I believe you have been part of our family for some time now. The plum blossoms in the Meiyuan are in full bloom. Seize this opportunity to speak with the old matron and invite some of your former friends to our estate for a flower viewing." Receiving the Lady Marquise's implicit message, Shang Ruling understood immediately and replied affirmatively. As Gu Weiniang followed Shang Ruling out of the launching courtyard, she remained troubled by her mother's reprimands. "Sister-in-law, can you truly swallow your pride after yesterday's humiliation? There are numerous servants below who have been gossiping, claiming that we, the young ladies of the household, are outshone by a maid. I fear that soon, the noble young ladies outside will all find out." Worry consumed her. Shang Ruling thought Gu Weiniang was making a mountain out of a molehill, as it was merely a trivial game. Now that their mother intended for her to host a plum blossom banquet, they ought to unite and prevent any ridicule. However, Gu Weiniang was preoccupied with thoughts of reprimanding Yoli. Had Yoli been among her servants, she would have dealt with her harshly by now. Unfortunately, Yoli was under the domain of the young master, leaving her powerless to act. "Come, third sister, follow me to the courtyard. I will explain everything to you," Shang Ruling suggested. Upon reaching the Yuhua courtyard, Shang Ruling began, "I understand the grievances shared between you and mother. Those whom you both dislike are also those I find unpleasing. With the young master's spring examination approaching, his talents will surely secure him a top position. The noble young ladies in the capital are quite enamored with him. The recent incident at Cien Temple and the young master's furious defense of a beloved has already spread throughout the capital, inciting displeasure among many. If we invite them to the flower viewing, how do you think they will treat Yoli?" Although the noble ladies were displeased with the young master's actions, their ire was directed at Yoli, yet their admiration for the young master would not wane in the slightest. Since their affection remained intact, the ensuing wrath would undoubtedly be directed towards Yoli. Should she offend those noble ladies at the plum blossom banquet, she would surely face dire consequences. Gu Weiniang grasped the underlying intent and smiled. "Sister-in-law, your foresight is truly commendable. As sisters-in-law, we ought to stand united against a common foe." Shang Ruling's words brought Gu Weiniang a sense of comfort. However, having suffered humiliation on multiple occasions, Gu Weiniang grew more cautious and remarked, "Sister, while your idea is excellent, Yoli is ultimately from second brother's courtyard. She serves him exclusively, so how can we expect to command her? If we invite guests to view the flowers and Yoli does not attend, what can we do?"